A gentle breeze caresses as dusk descends. By the lakeside in the Eastern District, the twilight sun casts its golden rays upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle akin to a delicate veil of gold, enchanting and mesmerizing. Towering edifices stand tall, epitomizing the prosperity and opulence of this place. On the thoroughfare, vehicles flow incessantly, racing freely. Passers-by, clad in stylish attire, maintain a neat and orderly demeanor, save for one youth who appears woefully out of place. Dressed in a faded shirt, his trousers clearly a size too small, and worn-out shoes, his emaciated frame is a stark contrast to the surrounding affluence. Yet his eyes gleam with a vibrant light. In this picturesque twilight, his presence seems to disrupt the tranquility and harmony of the scene. How did someone from the Western District end up here? Who let him in? Absolutely filthy. They ought to remain in the slums. As pedestrians pass the boy, they cast him disdainful glances, deliberately veering away, unwilling to draw near. The harsh whispers reach the boy's ears intermittently. Unfazed by the derision, he stands quietly at the roadside, his gaze fixated on the passing vehicles. He stands there for half an hour, until he begins to murmur softly to himself. Hunter Shadow 738, a 68 model, market guide price $300,000, neither rich nor poor middle-aged driver. With a teddy bear on the dashboard, has a family, a daughter, not impulsive speed 30. Suddenly, as if animated from a state of stillness, the boy darts into the street. Screeching an ear-piercing brake sound erupts. In the next moment, the boy is thrown aside, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. His already tattered shirt is completely torn by the friction, revealing bloodied skin beneath. The car halts at the roadside, its hazard lights flashing. A middle-aged driver, slightly dazed, shakes his head in panic as he exits the vehicle. However, upon noticing the boy's attire, a flicker of disdain crosses his eyes, and the words of apology he intended to utter are swallowed back. "You little brat, can't you see? This isn't your Western District. Crossing the road recklessly will get you hit." The middle-aged driver barks out his reprimand, his tone both menacing and cowardly. The boy remains silent, merely enduring the pain as he staggers to his feet, calmly gazing at the driver. The middle-aged man feels a twinge of unease under the boy's unwavering stare, but the thought of the boy's background in the Western District fortifies his facade of aggression. "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Do you have a pass? I have reason to suspect you snuck over here. Get lost, or I'll call the police." The boy raises his battered right hand, cautiously retrieves a slightly crumpled pass from his pocket, unfurling it before the driver's eyes, interrupting his tirade. "Compensation otherwise, I will call the police." His voice carries a faint frailty, yet his eyes are resolute, fixed firmly on the middle-aged driver. Seeing the pass in the boy's hand renders the driver speechless, caught in a dilemma. "I only need $3,500. The boy speaks again. The driver, taken aback, stares at him in disbelief. "How much?" $3,500. The boy reiterates the figure. Indeed, a pauper from the Western District, the driver scoffs disdainfully. $3,500, this must be the limit of your comprehension." Initially relieved, the driver then sneers mockingly. He rummages through his wallet, casually tossing a wad of cash at the boy. "No less, no more, just get lost." Before the bills can hit the ground, the boy clutches them tightly, showing no intent to let the driver leave. Right in front of the driver, he meticulously counts the money, bill by bill. Ultimately, "There's too much. I only need $3,500. The boy maintains his calm demeanor, coughing lightly before returning the excess bills to the middle-aged driver. In the midst of the driver's incredulous gaze, the boy, battered and bruised, staggers away into the distance. Absurd. The driver stares at the bills in his hand, then glances at the bloodstains on the ground, finally resting his gaze on the dented front bumper of his car, filled with regret. The boy clutches the money tightly, silently progressing along the lakeside that winds through the western city. Occasionally, drops of blood fall to the ground, attracting disdainful glances from passers-by. "Mommy, that brother looks like he's hurt." A curious 5-year-old girl points at the boy, her eyes clear and innocent. Yet the woman hurriedly scoops her daughter up, swiftly distancing herself from the boy. "He's from the Western District. It's a cesspool of garbage and criminals. Don't go near them. Who knows how the police allow such people to roam free?" The girl, bewildered by her mother's words, gazes back at the boy's retreating figure, her innocent eyes now tinged with contemplation. "Oh, How does mommy know he's from the Western District? Because they all exude a certain stench of poverty. The woman replies meaningfully as she hurriedly departs with her daughter. Such words and disdainful glances echo incessantly in the boy's ears. Yet he seems oblivious, tightly gripping the money as he forges ahead. However, his complexion grows increasingly pale until he finally leans weakly against the railing by the lakeside, his lips parched. A mere 10 meters away, a vendor selling water stands nearby. But he merely glances before averting his gaze, akin to a lone wolf in a snowfield, solitary and introspective. As school lets out, groups of students in uniforms beam with smiles as they stroll in clusters along the roadside. Pristine uniforms, the latest sneakers, Bluetooth headphones. These youths, of similar age, seem to inhabit entirely different realms from him. Regaining a modicum of strength, the boy clings to the railing, struggling to rise once more, continuing his journey into the distance. In the glow of the setting sun, though they are both youths, they march in opposite directions. One side radiates youth and exuberance. The other, a scene of squalor and desolation. Only when the boy steps onto the dilapidated, narrow, and somewhat cracked wooden bridge does he feel he has truly left this so-called bustling metropolis behind. This bridge is the only connection between the Western and Eastern districts. Of course, there exists a notably spacious overpass, but that bridge is one that denizens of the Western District are not permitted to traverse. The boy walks across this precarious bridge for a full hour. Until the moment he descends, he is immediately halted by several fully armed personnel. Pass! One of the staff approaches lazily. Silently, the boy retrieves the blood-stained pass from his pocket and hands it over. The person takes it without a glance, wearing a smirk as they observe the boy. Name? Chi-Chio, the boy whispers, rummaging through his crumpled bills to produce 500 yuan, extending it forward. Well, not bad. You know the rules, go on ahead. The staff chuckles lightly, pocketing the money and clearing the path with a wave of his hand. Yet, Chi-Chio does not hasten to leave. Instead, he pulls out a thin string from his pocket, securing the remaining money to his calf, concealing it beneath his trousers, before he wearily strides towards the dilapidated street ahead. The sun gradually sets. A shadow envelopes the earth, obscuring Chi-Chio's figure, along with the entirety of the Western District. As if for those residing here, even sunlight is a luxury. A gentle breeze caresses as dusk descends. By the lakeside in the Eastern District, the afterglow of the setting sun spills over the water's surface, shimmering like a golden veil, a sight that captivates the heart. The skyline is punctuated by towering edifices, manifesting the prosperity and opulence of this place. On the thoroughfare, vehicles flow incessantly, racing with abandon. Passers-by, clad in finery, move with an air of orderliness, yet one young boy stands out, appearing utterly out of place. Dressed in a once-white shirt that has faded with wear, his trousers evidently a size too small, and his shoes worn and tattered, he bears a gaunt frame. Yet his eyes sparkle with a vibrant light. In this enchanting twilight, his presence seems to disrupt the tranquility and harmony surrounding him. What's a person from the Western District doing here? Who let him in? Absolutely disgusting. They should remain in their slums. As pedestrians pass by the boy, they cast disparaging glances, taking detours to avoid him, unwilling to draw near. The harsh whispers frequently reach the boy's ears. Unfazed by the derision, he stands quietly by the roadside, his gaze fixed intently on the passing vehicles. He remains in place for half an hour, until he begins to mutter softly to himself. Shadowhunter 738, a vintage model from '68, market value 300,000. Neither poor nor rich. A middle-aged driver, with a teddy bear in the center console, has a family, a daughter, and is not impulsive. Speed, 30. Suddenly, as if animated from a clay sculpture, the boy darts onto the road. Screech, an ear-piercing sound of tires on asphalt erupts. In the next moment, the boy is hurled through the air, rolling several times before coming to a halt on the ground. His already tattered shirt is completely torn as he skids, revealing bloody gashes on his exposed skin. The car comes to a stop by the roadside, its hazard lights flashing. A dazed middle-aged driver shakes his head in disbelief, panicking as he exits the vehicle. However, upon seeing the boy's attire, a flicker of disdain crosses his eyes, and the words of apology he intended to utter are swallowed back. Little brat, can't you see? This isn't your Western District. Jaywalking will get you hit. The middle-aged driver barks angrily, his tone sharp yet cowardly. The boy remains silent, merely enduring the pain as he stumbles to his feet, calmly regarding the driver. The driver's gaze falters under the boy's steady stare, but remembering the boy's status as a poverty-stricken wretch from the Western District, he strives to maintain his fierce facade. "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Do you have a pass? I have reason to suspect you snuck over here. Scram, or I'll call the police." The boy raises his battered right hand, carefully retrieving a crumpled pass from his pocket, unfolding it and presenting it before the driver's eyes, interrupting his tirade. "Compensation. Otherwise, I'll call the police." His voice, though faint, resonates with determination, his eyes locked onto the middle-aged driver. Seeing the pass in the boy's hand leaves the driver momentarily speechless, caught in a web of conflict. "I only need 3,500. The boy speaks again. The driver stares at him, incredulous. "How much?" 3,005. The boy reiterates the figure. "Just as I thought, a pauper from the Western District. 3,005. This must be the limit of your comprehension." The driver initially exhales in relief, then sneers mockingly. He pulls out his wallet, carelessly tossing a wad of bills at the boy. "Take it and go." Before the bills can scatter, the boy clutches them tightly, showing no intention of letting the driver depart. In plain view of the driver, he meticulously counts the money, one bill at a time. Finally, "It's too much. I only need 3,500. The boy continues to speak calmly, coughing twice as he hands back the excess bills to the astounded driver. With his body marred by injuries, he stumbles away, moving toward the distance. What a bizarre situation. The driver gazes at the bills in his hand, then at the bloodstains on the ground, ultimately fixating on the dented front bumper of his car, his heart heavy with regret. The boy clutches the money tightly as he silently walks along the lakeside path that runs through the Western District. Occasionally, droplets of blood fall to the ground, drawing the disdainful glances of passers-by. "Mommy, that brother seems hurt." A curious 5-year-old girl points at the boy, her eyes wide with innocence. Yet the woman hastily scoops the girl into her arms, instinctively moving away from the boy. "That's someone from the Western District. It's filled with trash and criminals. Don't go near them. Who knows what the police are thinking, allowing such people to wander here." The girl, bewildered, listens to her mother's words, and as she glances back at the boy's retreating figure, a hint of contemplation flickers in her clear gaze. "Oh, how does Mommy know he's from the Western District?" "Because they carry the stench of poverty," the woman states meaningfully, hurrying away with her daughter. Such words and disdainful glances echo incessantly in the boy's ears. Yet he appears oblivious, resolutely clutching the money as he continues onward. However, his complexion grows increasingly pale, and he ultimately leans wearily against the railing by the lake, his lips parched. Just 10 meters ahead, a vendor selling water stands. Yet he merely glances at it before averting his gaze, akin to a lone wolf resting in a snowy expanse, isolated in his recovery. At that moment, the school day ends, and throngs of students in uniforms beam with joy, walking in groups along the roadside. Pristine uniforms, the latest sneakers, Bluetooth headphones. Though of similar age, they inhabit a realm starkly different from his own. Regaining a modicum of strength, the boy grasps the railing, struggling to rise once more, continuing his journey into the distance. Beneath the setting sun, though they are both youths, their paths diverge dramatically. One side radiates with the vitality of youth, basking in sunshine. The other is mired in filth, solitude, and desolation. It is only when the boy steps onto a dilapidated, narrow wooden bridge, riddled with cracks, that he finally leaves behind this so-called bustling city. This bridge serves as the sole connection between the Western and Eastern districts. Of course, there exists a particularly spacious overpass, but that bridge is off-limits to those from the Western District. The boy traverses this precarious bridge for a full hour. Until the moment he sets foot on solid ground, he is immediately intercepted by several fully armed personnel. "Pass!" one of the staff members drawls as he approaches. Silently, the boy retrieves the blood-stained pass from his pocket and hands it over. The man takes it without a second glance, wearing a smirk as he observes the boy. "Name?" "Chichio." The boy replies softly, producing a crumpled 500 yuan note from his already wrinkled bills, extending it forward. "TSK. Not bad, knows the rules. You may pass." The staff member chuckles lightly, pocketing the money and gesturing for him to proceed. Yet, Chichio does not hasten to depart instead. He pulls out a thin string from his pocket, binding the remaining money around his calf, concealing it with his trousers before he wearily moves toward the dilapidated street ahead. As the sun gradually sinks, a shadow envelopes the earth, shrouding Chichio's figure, along with the entirety of the Western District. As if for those residing here, even sunlight is a luxury. Chapter 2. Inexpressible wonders. A mere lake separates two worlds, one from the other. A stark contrast between heaven and earth. The eastern shore exudes tranquility and prosperity, bestowing upon its inhabitants a sense of serene contentment. Yet, in stark opposition, the western shore is marred by filthy streets, ubiquitous litter, and a lingering metallic scent of blood that refuses to dissipate. Outside the modest inns, alluring women, clad in sensuality and charm, lean languidly, puffing clouds of smoke from their cigarettes. Nearby, a petty thief, having narrowly escaped capture, finds himself cornered by two burly men, who relentlessly strike him with iron rods, eliciting cries of anguish. The women merely chuckle at the spectacle, devoid of alarm, as if such occurrences are merely the norm of the Western District. Chichio navigates the shadows, evading the throngs of people, his presence almost ethereal. He traverses street after street with utmost familiarity, striving to remain inconspicuous. Yet, even in this solitude, three gaunt youths block his path in a narrow alleyway. "Hey, just returned from the Eastern District, have you?" The leader, with his hair dyed in a riot of colors, brandishes an iron rod with a sinister grin, his sunken eyes betraying a volatile temperament, a clear sign of long-term drug use. The other two mirror his menacing demeanor, encircling Chichio, their gazes scrutinizing him. Chichio retreats slightly, pressing his back against the wall, and speaks softly. "You managed to acquire a pass. Quite the resourceful fellow, I see. Must have made quite a fortune on your last trip. Care to share a cut?" The youth inches closer, lowering his voice as he raises the iron rod. "Well." Chichio nods subtly. The trio exchanges glances and erupts into laughter. However, the seemingly frail and harmless Chichio suddenly produces a dagger from his waist, lunging at the nearest assailant without hesitation, plunging the blade into his abdomen. Once, twice, in mere seconds, the man's clothing becomes drenched in crimson, his incredulous gaze locked onto Chichio before he collapses lifelessly to the ground. This shocking turn of events catches the remaining two off guard. By the time they comprehend the situation, their companion has already met his end. Chichio, panting lightly, turns to face the two remaining adversaries. His demeanor calm, yet his eyes gleaming like those of a ravenous wolf. Sharp and ferocious, blood continues to drip from the dagger, pooling on the ground. The two men gulp audibly, exchanging looks. "Brother, this is all a misunderstanding." The leader raises his hands, a nervous smile creeping onto his face, cautiously backing away with his companion until they ascertain that Chichio does not intend to strike again, before hastily retreating. In the Western District, drug dealers and thieves represent the lowest tier of society. They may bully the weak, but when confronted with true ferocity, the wise know to flee far and fast. Chichio grips the dagger tightly, watching the duo vanish from sight. After weaving through several alleys and ensuring the coast is clear, he leans against a wall, gasping for breath, his trembling arm still clutching the weapon, his complexion as pale as a ghost. After all, there are consequences to such encounters, especially after a prolonged and arduous escape. At this moment, his stamina has reached its limits. Yet, after a brief pause, he persists, weaving through the labyrinth of alleyways until he stands before a dilapidated hospital. Though labeled as a hospital, it is merely a small, decrepit structure, its sign hanging precariously, thick with dust. Summoning his waning strength, Chichio pushes the door open and stumbles inside. In the center of the room lies a coffin sculpted from ice, surrounded by machines tirelessly working to maintain its frigid temperature, preventing it from melting. Within the icy confines rests a boy, seemingly no older than 12 or 13, his eyes shut tight, his complexion ashen. This month's payment, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat emerges from the inner chamber, silently observing Chichio. Chichio musters the strength to lift his gaze, offering a faint smile, trembling as he rolls up his pant leg, disregarding the bloodied scratches marring his skin, and retrieves the bundle of cash tied to his leg. Yet, The money is stained crimson, alas. It's become somewhat tainted. Chicho murmurs, disappointment flickering in his eyes as he gazes at the soiled bills. "No, I have never seen that money so pristine." The middle-aged doctor approaches, collecting the cash with a gentle touch. Chicho smiles faintly but remains silent, casting one last look at the boy in the ice coffin before wearily turning to leave. "You are in a precarious state. You ought to rest," the doctor observes Chicho's retreating figure, furrowing his brow with concern. Chicho pauses, not turning back, and softly replies, "Thank you. I can still manage with that." He steps forward, closing the door softly behind him. "Is it worth it? Go prolong the life of one on the brink of death." In the dimly lit room, the doctor whispers to himself, casting another glance at the boy within the ice coffin. Sighing deeply, shaking his head. Late at night in the Western District, West Town, on Luoyuan Road, Chicho stands by the roadside, gazing calmly at a solitary, weathered house before him. The structure appears dilapidated, its windows old and fragile. Yellowing with age, plastered with various ads featuring alluring women. Flanking the sides, neon signs entwined with pink lights emit a soft glow in the night. Above, an antiquated sign reads, "Inexpressible Wonders Youth Hostel." However, due to electrical deterioration, much of the sign no longer illuminates, leaving only a few spots flickering faintly, ultimately revealing the message. Inexpressible Wonders, a wasted night. Under the pink glow, the scene appears extraordinarily enticing. Chicho silently pushes open the hostel's door. The cool night breeze stirs up dust, swirling through the air. Accompanied by the soothing chimes of wind bells, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, clad in a tank top and slippers, sits languidly at the counter. Lifting his head with disinterest to glance at Chicho, "You've arrived?" The man speaks lazily, flicking ash from his cigarette. "Yes." Chicho nods gently, standing opposite the counter. The man scans Chicho's form. Taken aback, "I in such a state. You're still taking jobs?" Desperate for money, Chicho replies flatly. The man refrains from probing further, rummaging through a chaotic drawer until he extracts a crumpled piece of paper. Slapping it onto the table. "This is a job from a regular client. Pay promptly. $1500. Are you in?" The man inhales deeply from his cigarette, extinguishing the tip. Smoke curls in the air, his somber gaze fixed upon Chicho's eyes. Chapter 3. Taking the job silently, Chicho accepts the paper, reading the contents. Alias, Hyena. Male, 39 years old, acts decisively, ruthless in execution, currently known to have taken 4 lives. The address follows. Wonha Road. Lastly, a photograph accompanies the text, a middle-aged man. Slightly gaunt, yet his eyes are sharp, imbued with a hint of menace. Chicho's gaze remains locked on the image until he has etched the man's features into his memory, then he raises his head to meet the middle-aged man's eyes. "I'll take it with that." Chicho turns and steps out of the hostel, disappearing into the night. The man relights his cigarette, watching Chicho leave before crumpling the paper and stashing it back into the drawer. In the dead of night, only the mysterious sign continues to flicker, casting its alluring glow. In the Western District, West Town, Wonha Road, lies an ancient estate. Overgrown with weeds from neglect, the yard appears desolate, devoid of life. Only the evening breeze stirs the grass. Causing a rustling sound, a mouse peeks out from a distant hole, its nose twitching as it sniffs the air, before darting out as a shadow, swiftly seizing a severed finger in its jaws. In the depths of the estate, a muffled cry of pain echoes from a dimly lit room. The mouse, clutching its prize, scurries back into its hole. "Give me one more day, I guarantee he spills everything." In the dim room illuminated by 2 flickering candles, casting a soft yellow glow, Hyena grips a bloodied whip, panting heavily as he glares at the figure suspended from the rafters. As he speaks, Hyena lashes the barbed whip against the figure once more. The victim's body convulses in agony, yet he remains resolute, biting down hard on his lip to stifle a sound. The Ghost Festival is in 2 days. If he doesn't reveal the nodes of the 6th prison S barrier by tonight, if our plans are delayed, you'll share his fate. From the shadows, a figure cloaked in black robes, wearing a ghostly mask, speaks coldly. As he does, the masked figure raises his right hand, revealing a pale palm, a rusted coffin nail, exuding dark energy, undulates in his grasp. Hyena's expression shifts to one of panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Before dawn, I will ensure that he divulges everything that needs to be said. The hyena gritted its teeth, casting a glance at the person bound to the beam. Its eyes now infused with a hint of malice. Indeed, once this matter is settled, I shall grant you an opportunity to join the Tomb Raiders. The ghost face spoke with an indifferent tone. As the coffin nail circled around the hyena, emanating a chilling aura before returning to the ghost face's palm, where it was tucked away, hands clasped behind his back, vanishing into the darkness. Tomb Raiders. The path to a new world. The hyena's previously tense demeanor transformed into one of fervor upon hearing the ghost face's promise. Speak. Reveal it, for the benefit of all. The hyena stammered, gradually approaching the bound individual. Its voice softening considerably, although its expression grew increasingly ferocious. Seizing a sharp blade from a nearby table, it sliced across the person's skin, allowing blood to flow slowly. Ultimately, it pressed its hand firmly against the fresh wound. Fingers digging in, stirring the flesh within. Kill me! In agony, the bound individual's body stiffened, roaring in desperation. Yet, the hyena disregarded the cries entirely, continuing to apply pressure with its fingertips. Blood splattered onto its face, rendering its visage even more grotesque. Although I am unaware of what exactly lies within the sixth prison, as long as you disclose everything you know, you can evade this torment. Living, is that not preferable? The hyena licked the bloodstains at the corner of its mouth, repeatedly carving wounds into the individual's body with the blade, whispering incessantly in an attempt to shatter the last bastion of resistance within. However, even in this dire situation, the individual remained resolutely tight-lipped. Stubborn, the hyena scoffed, retracting its bloodied arm, growing agitated as it scanned the room for a more suitable tool, entirely oblivious to the window that had long since fallen into disrepair. Now silently opening a crack, as a gentle breeze swept through, the flames of the two candles flickered faintly. The room darkened further. In that fleeting moment, the diminutive figure of Chicho slipped through the window into the room. Pressing against the wall, concealing itself in the shadows, the hyena, in a state of emotional turmoil, failed to notice the anomaly behind it, instead retrieving a coffin nail from the drawer and driving it deep into the bound individual's abdomen. Twisting it forcefully, a dagger fell silently from Chicho's sleeve, grasped firmly in hand as it inched closer to the hyena. The entire process was devoid of any sound. What are you holding on for? Today you will, the hyena bellowed, its body drenched in blood. Yet, before it could finish its sentence, its voice was abruptly cut off. A chill enveloped its entire being. The hyena looked down in disbelief, watching as a dagger pierced through its heart from behind. Instinctively, it attempted to turn, but as the dagger withdrew from its body, so too did its last vestiges of life, collapsing heavily to the ground. However, before it fell, Chicho deftly caught the lifeless body, gently laying it down without a sound, and remarkably throughout the entire ordeal, Chicho remained untainted by any blood. Under the dim candlelight, Chicho's face appeared pale and wan. Calm. Unperturbed, Chicho gently wiped the blood from the dagger, picked up a nearby candle and slowly crouched down, grasping the hyena's hair to inspect it closely in the faint glow. Confirming it matched the records, Chicho quietly placed the candle at the head of the corpse. Retrieving a smart device from its pocket, capturing a photograph of the body. It ensured the head was as clear as possible, avoiding any blurriness. Once the photo was taken, Chicho returned the candle to its original position, pocketed the device, and made its way towards the window. Help me. At a faint, weak voice emerged. Chicho paused, glancing at the bound individual. The person appeared on the brink of death, speaking in broken sentences yet still mustering the strength to fix their gaze upon Chicho. However, Chicho merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting its attention to the window. Opening it. The moment Chicho opened the window, a gust of wind surged from behind. Chicho instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a rusty coffin nail that grazed its arm, embedding itself in the wall, leaving a trace of blood. Chapter 4. The Tomb Raiders on my turf, the one who kills me, still wishes to depart? The ghost face, cloaked in a black robe, with pale hands exposed, slowly emerged from the shadows, as though materializing from thin air. On the wall, a coffin nail still bore traces of blood. Unbeknownst to Chicho, a silent cut marred its arm. Had Chicho not reacted swiftly, the nail would have pierced its heart. Chicho slowly turned, fixing its gaze on the ghost face, a hint of gravity in its eyes. For whom do you serve? The jailer. Or the archaeologist? The ghost face maintained an unhurried demeanor, casually approaching Chicho while inquiring. The atmosphere became inexplicably tense. Yet, I am more curious about one thing. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to come and kill a tomb raider as an ordinary person? With the utterance of these words, the ghost face raised its right hand, waving it in midair. The coffin nail trembled slightly, suddenly detaching from the wall, transforming into a black streak of light that, at an almost imperceptible speed, pierced through Chicho's left arm. Chicho turned its head, observing the extensive bloodstains and ragged holes on the shirt that had been washed countless times, a flicker of pain crossing its eyes. The coffin nail hovered in the air, refraining from further action, instead gazing provocatively at Chicho. "Tio kill you, without payment." Chicho murmured, its face growing paler. Despite having danced on the edge of life and death for years, achieving a state of calm, the bizarre and evidently incomprehensible scene still sparked a flicker of astonishment deep within its gaze. "Do you truly believe that having money allows you to kill me?" "Arrogant!" The ghost face scoffed, appearing disinterested, and waved its hand slightly. The coffin nail soared through the air once more, targeting Chicho, but this time, Chicho suddenly moved. In a rather clumsy manner, it fell backward, rolling several times upon hitting the ground to evade the oncoming coffin nail. Moreover, while dodging, Chicho planted its foot firmly on the leg of a wooden table, quickly advancing toward the ghost face. Ridiculous! In response to Chicho's counterattack, the ghost face wore a look of faint derision, as the coffin nail vanished into the darkness, reappearing above Chicho in the next instant, hurtling toward its back. Feeling the fierce wind behind, Chicho maintained an expression of absolute calm. The moment the coffin nail closed in, its speed surged suddenly. Though only slightly, it shifted the target from Chicho's back to its waist. The coffin nail plunged deep into Chicho's body, staining the abdomen with blood. Nonetheless, even with a grievous wound to the abdomen, Chicho pressed forward, leveraging inertia to close the distance to the ghost face. The dagger slicing through the air, the ghost face stumbled backward in alarm, yet a bloody gash still marred its chest. You may wield magic, but a cut will still draw blood. Upon witnessing this scene, Chicho murmured, tightening its grip on the dagger. Though its face was as pale as a sheet, it remained fixated on the ghost face, taking a step forward. For reasons unknown, in that moment, the ghost face's eyes reflected a hint of fluster when gazing at Chicho. Yet, realizing it had been unsettled by an ordinary person, it instantly transformed its demeanor into one of rage. One hand pressed against the wound on its chest while the other gestured in the air. The coffin nail embedded within Chicho's body shot out, tracing a graceful arc in the air before lunging toward Chicho once more in the throes of the ghost face's fury. The coffin nail leaped through space, exuding a dense black mist. Despite Chicho's quick reflexes, in its injured state, facing a coffin nail moving at twice the speed of a bullet, evasion became utterly impossible. The next second, the coffin nail brutally pierced through Chicho's heart. Chicho's pupils gradually dulled, its body frozen in place, gripping the dagger tightly before collapsing heavily. Blood gushed from the wound, staining Chicho's shirt a deep crimson. Regardless of the circumstances, ultimately, it was still an ordinary person, and I, along with you, exist on entirely different planes. The ghost face's voice carried a hint of frailty as it gazed down upon Chicho's lifeless form. With a slight gesture, the coffin nail withdrew from Chicho's body, returning to the ghost face's possession. What a pity I did not have the chance to inquire. Who sent you? The ghost face murmured, turning to face the wretched figure bound to the beam, its tone now devoid of any patience. I shall grant you 1 minute to contemplate. Reveal the boundary node of the 6th prison. Or face death. Certainly, even if you remain silent, by this time tomorrow, the 6th prison will have become but a relic of history. We are merely expending a modicum of energy. With that, the figure known as Guilien ceased to speak. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly awaiting the final minute. Time flowed slowly, enveloping the room in an absolute silence, yet it was thick with an oppressive atmosphere. Particularly, the blood from the 2 corpses on the floor continued to flow, saturating the air with a faint metallic scent. The moment arrived. It appears you do not value your life. Guilin remarked, shaking his head slightly before continuing. Though his voice was frigid, it bore a hint of irritation. Suddenly, a coffin nail materialized in midair, hurtling towards the shadowy figure. That instant, the seemingly lifeless Chichio, sprawled in a pool of blood, unexpectedly raised his bloodied hand, lunging forward to grasp Guilin's ankle with a fierce pull. Taken aback, Guilin lost his balance, instinctively stepping forward with his other foot, resulting in a split that left him precariously poised. The sound of fabric tearing echoed through the AI in the throes of excruciating pain. The visage concealed beneath the mask contorted, letting out a piercing scream. Yet, even in such agony, Guilin did not forget to summon the coffin nail hovering above. As dark energy surged, the nail hesitated for a brief moment before piercing towards Chichio's hand. However, sometimes, life and death hinge upon that mere half-second. Even in death, the dagger tightly clutched by Chichio sliced through the air like lightning in that fleeting moment. Under the candlelight, the cold glint of the blade vanished in an instant. A faint line of blood appeared at Guilin's throat, steadily widening, blood gushing forth. Guilin's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Chichio, seemingly pondering why someone could return from death. An ordinary person could slay him. He, after all, was a tomb raider blessed by the divine. Alas, these questions would remain unanswered. After slitting his throat, Chichio, weary yet resolute, seized Guilin's hair, forcefully pressing his head against the ground. Repeatedly stabbing the dagger into Guilin's chest and temple until he confirmed Guilin's demise, resting against his lifeless body, panting heavily. His hand gripping the dagger trembled slightly, his pallor alarmingly ashen. Chapter 5. A new mission that nailed that every rotation bore a half-second delay. Chichio murmured softly, laboriously lifting his arm to retrieve the coffin nail that had fallen to the ground, examining it in the candlelight. It bore no special markings, even possessing a faint layer of rust. Even when Chichio tossed it into the air, it merely fell back to the ground. This was a tomb raider, seizing the powers of the divine. An ordinary person could not wield. A feeble voice suddenly broke the silence. Chichio paused, gazing at the figure suspended in the air, remaining silent and waiting for further words. In the early years of the Luotian era, the world was in turmoil. The tomb of the deities emerged. Since then, this world has ceased to be as it appears to ordinary people. The figure seemed even weaker than Chichio, their speech fragmented. Blood dripping incessantly from their wounds. Supernatural abilities? Chichio pondered for a few seconds before inquiring. The figure weakly shook their head, coughing twice. No, not necessarily. We are called successors, inheritors of ancient civilization's power, contending against the ruins of the divine. My identity is that of the jailer of the sixth prison, responsible for detaining unscrupulous successors, tomb raiders, and guarding the ruins of the divine. Chichio pondered deeply, falling silent. Are you not curious? And why did you not die just now? Perhaps having regained some strength, the figure spoke again, looking at Chichio with confusion. Chichio lowered his gaze, inspecting the wound on his chest. You successors, do you not possess that ability? To return from the dead. Perhaps there is such a power, but I have never witnessed it. The figure shook their head slightly, coughing again. Chichio offered no further explanation, resting his head against Guilin's corpse. Gazing vacantly at the decaying ceiling, perhaps it is because his heart has never truly beat. Since he could remember, whenever he closed his eyes, he could vividly see every organ within him. However, all those organs were ensnared by chains of darkness. Inside him lay an expanse of desolation. Yet, he was still alive. No one could provide him with an explanation. This was also the reason he persisted even while sealing his brother in a coffin. Perhaps there is indeed hope. Regaining his senses, Chichio supported himself, unsteadily rising to his feet, pocketing the coffin nail, and retrieving his phone, intending to capture a photo of Guilin as well. However, upon seeing the screen riddled with cracks, Chichio fell into silence. The figure suspended in the air felt inexplicably that at this moment, Chichio seemed as if he wished to awaken Guilin once more, to slay him again. He watched in astonishment as Chichio bent down again, rummaging through the hyena's pocket, producing a phone, wiping away the blood from the hyena's palm, unlocking it, and aiming it at the two of them for a photograph. Are you not taking his fingers along? What will you do about unlocking it later? Even as life ebbed away, he inexplicably asked this question. Once the blood has cooled, it becomes useless. Finding someone to unlock it later is quite inexpensive. Chichio did not turn back, merely providing a quiet explanation as he moved unsteadily towards the window. Take me with you. I must relay this message back. Seeing Chichio show no intent of rescuing him, the figure finally grew anxious, calling out to Chichio's retreating form. Chichio halted, turning around to scrutinize him with curiosity. Your injuries, you won't survive much longer, I know. But the Tomb Raiders are about to organize an operation to raid the 6th prison. This news must reach back. Due to the intensity of emotion, he coughed heavily again. You might try making a phone call. Chichio pondered for a moment before offering his suggestion. The 6th prison is located in the 065 restricted zone, where the magnetic field is chaotic, making external communication impossible. The figure fell silent for a moment before responding helplessly. Oh. Chichio thought for a moment, approaching him, severing the ropes binding him with his dagger, and carefully lowering him. Just as the figure was about to express gratitude, "Do your best," Chichio whispered, sheathing the dagger and moving once more towards the window. Feeling his body, which could perish at any moment, he froze in place. Are you not sending me off? He could not help but ask. I am rather busy. Chichio did not look back, addressing him from over his shoulder. He silently tore away his blood-soaked outer garment, gazing at the 6 copper nails embedded in his chest, falling into silence. These 6 copper nails sealed his vital energy, yet they also preserved his life. The moment the nails were extracted from his body, his energy channels would reopen, and his abilities would return. Yet, with his organs damaged, a surge of energy would lead to his demise. But without removing the nails, he could not walk. As Chichio prepared to leap from the window, the figure seemed to suddenly recall something, urgently speaking. Do you lack money? Chichio paused, turning to face him. Take me back to the 6th prison. I can pay you 13,600. This was all his savings. He anxiously looked at Chichio. The somewhat reclusive youth before him was his only hope. Advance payment. Chichio contemplated for a few seconds. He smiled bitterly, shaking his head. The money is in my dormitory. I assure you, by the honor of my title as a successor, I will not deceive you. Although he was uncertain what the honor of being a successor meant to the figure. From the look in his eyes, it must carry great significance. Deal. Chichio gazed into his eyes, and after a moment, spoke softly, approaching him to offer support. Thank you. My name is Suhi. He managed a faint smile, allowing Chichio to assist him to the window. No need for thanks. This is merely a transaction. Chichio replied, adding, but I must first return to complete my mission. After 24 hours, it will not count. Okay. Suhi clutched his chest, nodding. Why must we exit through the window? Closer. But if it jostles too much, I fear I won't survive long enough to return to the 6th prison. Do your best. All right. The two exchanged questions and answers. At last, Chichio grasped Suhi, sending him out the window, before weakly turning over to support him once more. As they gradually distanced themselves into the night, the abandoned courtyard appeared as tranquil as ever. The weeds in the yard swayed gently in the breeze. A startled mouse cautiously emerged from its burrow, sniffing delicately, and eventually scurried into the room. Before long, an increasing number of mice emerged, flooding inside to revel in their own feast. Chapter 6. The journey begins. I find myself doubting whether you can truly escort me back to the 6th Institute. The journey spans several dozen miles of mountainous terrain, inaccessible by vehicle. It should pose no issue, should it? We must at least attempt it. What if we succeed? You are wagering on my vitality. No, I am wagering on the allure of money. The night sky was studded with stars. A ray of dawn arose from the horizon. A frail youth supported another, even weaker, young man, as they leaned on each other, taking steps along the street. It was only when the sun had fully risen that Chichio stood once again in front of the inexpressibly wonderful youth hostel. At that moment, the blood on him had dried, the metallic scent lingering in the air, detectable from a distance. Delivering the task. Chichio silently retrieved his phone from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Meanwhile, Suhi sat on the steps across the road, watching Chichio engage in a continuous discussion with the hostel owner regarding an increase in prices. For reasons unknown, this emaciated, reclusive youth inexplicably instilled a sense of tranquility. It was as if whatever he promised, he would undoubtedly accomplish. Yet he was, after all, merely an ordinary person. No, that is not correct. How could an ordinary person rise to their feet again after being stabbed in the heart? Suhi chuckled softly, shaking his head. I hope I can survive and return to the Sixth Institute. He leaned against the wall, gazing at the sky, waves of weakness overtaking his body, and he could distinctly feel the life force ebbing away. We can set off now in a moment's daze. Chichio stood once more before him. Perhaps you should change into a different outfit. Otherwise, you may not gain entry to the Sixth Institute. Suhi snapped back to reality, pointing at Chichio's bright red shirt. Chichio glanced down, contemplating, then surveyed Suhi, realizing his clothing was hardly superior before retracting his gaze. I will find a way. Chichio pondered for several seconds before slowly speaking. Suhi refrained from saying much more, struggling to rise. Then, What are you doing? No, where did that come from? Suhi was taken aback by Chichio's next action. Despite being on the brink of death, his eyes widened in surprise, even raising his voice slightly. The intermediary refused to raise the price. But they gifted me a cart. Chichio murmured, pulling a cart from behind the hostel, or rather, a donkey cart. Although the donkey was absent, Chichio took its place. Can your body truly handle this? Suhi gazed at Chichio in bewilderment. At that moment, Chichio's complexion was pale, his words laden with weakness. And he stumbled as he walked, not faring much better than Suhi. Let us give it a try. I have yet to undertake such a substantial task. Despite his frailty, Chichio's eyes shone brightly. I can walk. Suhi couldn't help but protest. No walking will accelerate your demise. Chichio gently shook his head, unceremoniously pulling Suhi onto the seat of the cart, fastening the reins around his neck, gripping the side handles with both hands. Applying slight force, with a creaking sound, the donkey cart began to move slowly. Suhi sat on the cart, observing Chichio's silhouette, his gaze complex, attempting to voice something several times, yet ultimately sighed, murmuring words only he could hear. Thank you. What is that smell? But soon, Suhi sniffed, appearing somewhat dubious. The grilled sausages I requested from the intermediary. Are there any left? Yes, thank you. Without yours, you would waste. Thank you. In a back-and-forth exchange, Chichio held a steaming grilled sausage in his mouth while pulling Suhi along the street. The gruesome sight caused even the ruffians from the Hushi district to instinctively veer away. A patrolling officer caught sight of Chichio from a distance, momentarily taken aback, squinting, yet ultimately chose to ignore them. Do you desperately need money? Perhaps due to the impending sense of death, Suhi could not restrain himself and sought to converse further. Yes. Chichio did not turn back, merely responding softly. Why? Suhi pressed on. To save lives. Chichio spoke again, still succinct. Whose life? Suhi inquired. Speaking too much hastens death. Chichio replied indifferently. Suhi fell silent. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath, his tone serious. Perhaps the air can assist you. What we inherit are remnants of ancient civilizations. Although I personally lean towards offensive capabilities, there are still some supportive abilities within. For instance, the esteemed elder Wei Yuanshan from the Shangqing Academy, who has inherited acupuncture techniques. It is said, as long as one still draws breath, bringing them to him could save their life. As he spoke, a glimmer of longing appeared in Suhi's eyes as his words fell. The donkey cart suddenly halted, and for the first time, Chichio turned around, his gaze fixed intently on Suhi, gripping the handles tightly. Are you certain? This was the first time Suhi had seen anxiety and anticipation reflected in Chichio's eyes. Even last night, before the face of death, he had shown none. Certainly. And there is also Luo Changtian from the Yangxin Valley, inheritor of Taoist medicine. Zhao Danqing from Timong Mountain, inheritor of alchemical arts. These are the top healers among our 12 towers. Oh, the 12 towers are the highest organizational body of us inheritors. However, I belong to the 4th prison, the Shizhen subdivision, the 6th detention facility. Noticing Chichio's evident interest, Suhi became increasingly animated. Have you met them? Chichio paused for a moment, softly asking, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the handles. Suhi's smile faltered. I am merely a guard in Shizhen. How could I have the privilege to meet such prominent figures? Oh. The glimmer of hope in Chichio's eyes faded, his hands steadying once more. But this time, since you are escorting me back, which led to the failure of the Tomb Raiders' ambush, perhaps a leader from the 4th prison will come down to express their gratitude. There may even be an opportunity to procure an invitation for you. Suhi seemed to have struck upon an idea and spoke hastily. This time, Chichio remained silent, standing still, deep in thought. After a moment, he slowly raised his head to look at Suhi. If there truly is an invitation, this endeavor, I will not accept payment. Chichio's tone was exceptionally earnest. It was as if the phrase, not accepting payment, held great significance for him. Just as Suhi swore on the honor of his heir. It should pose no issue. Our warden is indeed a wonderful person. After a lengthy conversation, Suhi's strength once again waned, and he reclined back on the donkey cart, gazing at the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet despite the smile, his eyes held a deep sense of regret. Chapter 7. The siege. Is this truly how you change clothes? It was unclear how much time had passed when a low growl echoed across the sky. Suhi rose, sitting atop the donkey cart, incredulous. Yet Chichio's expression remained grave. You said, if I do not change clothes, I cannot enter. Chichio replied calmly, donning a white long-sleeved shirt that hung outside the courtyard. However, due to his somewhat gaunt frame, the garment was a size too large, appearing somewhat awkward. Steady yourself. As several young men wielding machetes approached the gate with unfriendly expressions, Chichio spoke coolly, tightening the reins around him, gripping the side handles and bending slightly as he charged forward. The cacophony of noise, curses, and gasps. Chichio pulled the donkey cart, sprinting down the road. Amid the jostling, Suhi swayed on the cart, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Next door. Wasn't there an empty house? Why steal from them? After running for nearly half a kilometer, the pursuers finally gave up. Chichio released the donkey cart, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. Suhi, wearing a bitter expression, could not help but inquire, because that household is clean. Chichio spoke softly, and after resting for half a minute, he resumed pulling the donkey cart, though beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead, and his grip on the cart handles trembled continuously. Perhaps I should get down and walk for a while, Suhi suggested, unable to restrain himself. Yet, Chichio seemed oblivious to his surroundings, steadfastly following the coordinates provided by Suhi, pressing onward until he deviated from the west town, heading towards Wu Mountain along a secluded path, exposed to the relentless sun. From the moment the sun rose, to the peak of noon's scorching heat, and then to the moon's ascent, Chichio ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, halting the donkey cart amidst the grass, staggering before collapsing to the ground. Let us rest. I strive to endure a little longer. As Chichio struggled to rise, intent on continuing to pull the cart, Suhi's eyes flickered with a hint of compassion. I believe I can manage another day. With those words, Suhi wore a semblance of ease, moving about the cart to demonstrate his vitality. Keep going, Chichio softly encouraged, as if uplifting Suhi while dragging his weary feet towards the horizon. Where are you heading? Suhi was momentarily taken aback. Foraging, Chichio replied, vanishing into the night. Once Chichio had distanced himself, Suhi's complexion turned ashen, clutching his chest as blood seeped forth, only to be forcefully swallowed back, ultimately collapsing weakly onto the donkey cart. Captain, please grant me the blessing to see you again, Suhi murmured softly, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he slowly closed his eyes, yet soon reopened them. Not yet. I cannot succumb to slumber. With that, Suhi trembled as he raised his hand, gripping the bronze spike embedded in his chest, giving it a slight shake. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, revitalizing him momentarily. Approximately 20 minutes later, Chichio returned from the darkness, a rabbit in hand, skillfully kindling a fire to roast meat. Care for a bite? Chichio tore off a rabbit leg and offered it. Suhi struggled to sit up in the cart, surprise etched on his face. Did you not say that for someone like me, on the brink of death, consuming food is a waste? Well, that I cannot finish an entire one. After a brief pause, Chichio replied thoughtfully, then added, moreover, the roasted sausages from earlier today are a more worthwhile choice. Though your reasoning is sound, it still fails to lift my spirits. Suhi muttered, accepting the rabbit leg and savoring a bite, eyes blissfully closed. It lacks seasoning, quite unpalatable. Noting Suhi's expression, Chichio spoke softly. Yet Suhi shook his head with a smile. You do not understand. This may very well be the last meal of my life. It must possess a sense of ritual. Oh. Chichio ceased speaking, focusing intently on consuming the food, striving to regain his strength. Have you ever contemplated becoming an heir? Su-hee's eyelids drooped slightly, his body momentarily dazed, before he initiated a conversation. Chi-Chio's gaze swept over Su-hee. He remained silent, yet it felt as though he had conveyed something. Hey, what do you mean by that? I am indeed quite formidable, you know? I merely fell into a Tomb Raider trap at that time. I was besieged by 4 Tomb Raiders and managed to kill one, gravely injuring another. Su-hee felt compelled to assert himself, yet as he spoke, his tone gradually calmed, gazing into the flickering campfire, lost in thought. Indeed, an heir, detached from ordinary beings, wielding extraordinary power, it appears so radiant. Yet our world is rife with greed and slaughter. Su-hee chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head. Wherever there are people, it remains the same. After finishing the last morsel of rabbit meat, Chi-Chio extinguished the fire, rose once more, and resumed pulling the donkey cart beneath the starry sky, navigating the winding mountain path. Su-hee, seated in the cart, once again pressed his hand against his chest, tightening his grip, letting out a muffled groan. 2 figures continued along the mountain path, fading into the darkness. Wu Mountain. Amidst the verdant jungles on the mountainside, shadows clad in ghostly masks and black cloaks stood atop the trees. Has there been any word from Ghostface? In the center, a figure wearing a fox mask spoke, his voice gentle yet imbued with a chilling undertone. By all accounts, he should be arriving soon. Another man, adorned with a tiger mask, shook his head slightly. Very well. Let us wait a while longer. Regardless, tonight, we shall act. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the gates to the Ghost Realm swing wide open, marking a time of diminished energy in the Forbidden Zones. The fox-masked figure gazed downwards, his voice deliberate. That is merely an open space, yet his gaze remained fixed there, those deep, penetrating eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the void. However, if the 4th prison has set traps in the shadows. The tiger mask hesitated. The fox mask chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern. Huh? The 4th prison has recently been embroiled in internal turmoil, too preoccupied with its own affairs, not to mention, I have already dispatched someone with a rather significant gift. A significant gift? The tiger mask was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Those lofty beings, who consider themselves emissaries of the divine, disdain the notion of concealment. They have prepared to launch an assault on the 1st prison, causing quite a stir. Upon mentioning the divine emissaries, the fox mask could not help but laugh. A gentle breeze rustled, lifting the edge of his cloak. Even the tiger mask ceased to inquire further. Falling silent once more, after all, on the 12 floors kill list, the divine emissaries are consistently arrogant and foolish. With their cover, this endeavor can indeed succeed. Chapter 8. A step away. Dawn was approaching. The donkey cart came to an abrupt halt. Chi-Chio, like a lone wolf sensing danger, bent down, his gaze sharp as he peered into the distance. Sensing the sudden jolt of the cart, Su-hee, whose consciousness was already fading, struggled to open his eyes. Questioning, there are people ahead. Chi-Chio did not glance back, instead lowering his voice. Su-hee instantly became alert, rising from the cart. Wait for me. Chi-Chio whispered, agilely slipping into the thicket, deftly utilizing the trees and underbrush to mask his presence. Only after advancing several hundred meters did he quietly ascend the tallest nearby tree, crouching lightly on a branch, using the leaves to shield himself as he surveyed the surroundings. Moments later, Chi-Chio descended from the treetop. Retracing his steps, at least 10 individuals. Their attire resembles that of the one I killed last night. They are likely the Tomb Raiders you mentioned. I did not dare to approach too closely for fear of being discovered. Chi-Chio spoke coolly. Su-hee instinctively clenched his fists, his face paling, cracked lips opening several times without producing words, ultimately shaking his head in bitter resignation, letting the breeze scatter his hair. That moment, it felt as though the vitality within him had completely dissipated, leaving an air of despondency. Seems the news ultimately cannot reach back. Su-hee chuckled self-deprecatingly. What is the exact location of the 6th prison? In contrast to Su-hee, Chi-Chio maintained his composure, inquiring, it is just there. Su-hee raised his trembling hand with great effort, pointing towards the front. They are currently positioned somewhat higher on the mountainside. The distant area resembling a mountain basin, quite flat and unobstructed. Yet what lay before them was merely overgrown grass and scattered stones. Chicho frowned slightly. There is a barrier. He'll prevent the divine ruins from becoming unsettled. The sages sacrificed their very souls, and this legacy was passed on to the heavens, establishing gates of confinement throughout the forbidden zones, overseen by us, the wardens, who also reinforced the barriers to prevent ordinary individuals from trespassing. Only heirs, those with ancient literary essence coursing through their veins, can perceive, a step away, merely a step away. The Mid-Autumn Festival is traditionally when the barriers are at their weakest, in the event of a surprise attack. Should they fail to activate them all in time, Suhi's eyes reddened slightly, his fists clenching unconsciously, as if foreseeing the future. Suhi's body trembled lightly, emotions surging as the wound in his abdomen tore open once more. Blood spilling forth. After a brief moment, Suhi regained his composure, disregarding the pain at his wound. Looking towards Chicho, shame flickering in his eyes. I apologize. I misspoke. Your money will have to wait until the next life for repayment. As he spoke, Suhi staggered to his feet, tumbling from the donkey cart, barely managing to straighten himself, gazing into the distance, those once dull pupils now radiating a semblance of determination. He tore his clothing, revealing his bloodied abdomen, his gaze fixated on the 6 bronze lamps embedded within his flesh, perhaps why near-death body can slay a tomb raider, thus contributing in some way. Even if that contribution is minuscule. You did not deceive me, did you, however? Chicho's voice suddenly broke the silence. Suhi was taken aback. What? He instinctively asked. Acupuncture. Chicho's bright eyes locked onto Suhi, seriousness etched in his expression. Of course, I swear by the faith of the gatekeeper I am the future. You may yet have the opportunity to seek out other heirs. To serve as your guide, it is just a shame that I can no longer fulfill that role. Suhi smiled bitterly. I believe in you. Do you not believe in me? Chicho gazed intently into Suhi's eyes, suddenly adopting an unusually serious demeanor. Suhi was taken aback. The transaction was yet to be completed. I require that invitation, Chicho murmured, as he unfastened the reins from the donkey cart. Suhi, momentarily bewildered, stared blankly, unsure of Chicho's intentions. It was only when Chicho entwined the reins around 2 slender, supple trees, forming a colossal slingshot, and positioned himself and Suhi at the bullet point that Suhi finally grasped the situation. Are you insane? If you fall from this height, you will perish, Suhi exclaimed. Struggling to convey his alarm, I shall not die, Chicho replied, but I may suffer from catastrophic fractures, of course. If you lose, and I am dismembered, that is another matter entirely. I have yet to experience it. As he spoke, Chicho used himself as a cushion, pulling Suhi backward. The 2 trees began to bend gradually. At that moment, the sun rose, casting a soft halo upon Chicho's pale, dirt-streaked face. Suhi gazed at him, momentarily entranced. This seemingly ordinary youth possessed eyes that sparkled with an unwavering brightness, instilling a sense of tranquility. Can you tell me who is so worthy of such desperate rescue? Suhi mused, slightly dazed. My brother, Chicho whispered, his gaze fixed on a distant platform, exerting himself to retreat further. The rough reins tightened, embedding themselves into his flesh, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Blood continued to seep, staining the reins crimson, yet Chicho appeared oblivious to the pain, pressing on, step by step. Regardless of the outcome, from this day forth, the 6th prison owes you a life. Suhi inhaled deeply, his eyes shining brightly at that moment. Chicho remained silent, pouring all his strength into the backward retreat. The reins rubbed against his back, constricting. Chicho's brow furrowed, his complexion growing ever paler, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Blood flowed increasingly from his back, coursing toward the reins, as droplets coalesced into streams that fell upon the weeds below. Unbeknownst to him, the ground beneath his feet was already drenched in crimson. It can begin, with a whisper. Chicho abruptly released his grip, seizing Suhi's arms, allowing the force beneath them to dissipate, and the 2 soared into the air, akin to arrows, plunging straight down toward the basin below. A fierce rush of air enveloped them, and under the sunlight, Chicho's pallid yet serene visage was revealed. What commotion? In the distance, the fox mask, perched upon a tree, momentarily stunned, abruptly lifted his head. only to see Qi Qiuping and Su He flash past in midair. A look of astonishment flickering across his eyes, quickly replaced by realization. Damn it! Something has gone awry at Ghost Face's location. Move immediately. Do not afford them the chance to activate the entire barrier. The Fox Mask shouted, his voice brimming with fury. As his command echoed, figures began to emerge from the forest, nearly 20 in number, all clad in black robes, exuding an aura of lethal intent as they dashed toward the basin. Coffin nails soared through the air, swirling around them, alleviating their resistance. Even if someone were to alert the others, it would only result in more casualties. This door, I shall surely break through. Dark energy surged forth, enveloping the Fox Mask, imparting an eerie chill. With a single step, he vanished several meters away. In mere strides, he disappeared into the woods. Chapter 9. The offering Qi Qiuping I made truly be at my limit. Beneath the violent gusts, Su He's wounds tore further, vitality ebbing away, his eyes half open, murmuring incoherently. My completion rate, thus far, remains 100%. Qi Qiuping spoke calmly. In the next moment, the two seemed to traverse an invisible barrier. The scene before them abruptly shifting, vintage architecture surrounded the basin. A colossal brass gate stood at the heart of the structures, adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an ancient, weathered charm. The two plummeted like shooting stars from the sky. Just as they were about to make contact with the ground, Qi Qiuping resolutely grasped Su He's arms, flipping midair so that his back faced the earth, gently pushing Su He slightly upwards. Bang! With a muffled thud, the ground erupted in a cloud of dust. Qi Qiuping's back collided with a building. The wall crumbled, debris scattering. Under the tremendous impact, Qi Qiuping's clothing tore as he coughed up a torrent of blood. The sound of cracking bones echoing, just as his internal organs seemed on the verge of shattering from the force. The chains entwined around his organs trembled lightly, shielding him from harm. Qi Qiuping lay amidst the rubble. Resembling a broken doll, he turned his head slightly, gazing at Su He, his voice weak as he murmured, "My task is complete from here on. It is up to you." Amidst the swirling dust, two disheveled figures exchanged glances. Sharing a faint smile, suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed. As the dust settled, figures clad in prison guard attire encircled the two. A middle-aged man with a square face, exuding an air of authority, hastened toward them. Su He? Upon witnessing Su He's plight, his brow furrowed instantly. "Captain, we were ambushed by grave robbers." Su He murmured, his eyes glazed, uttering incoherent words amidst the ruins. "Activate the barrier." The middle-aged man's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he commanded. Two prison guards hurriedly departed, racing toward the central square to ignite the torch at its core. From the torch, flames inexplicably flowed like magma, spreading along the veins of the pavement, and in the blink of an eye, enveloped the entire sixth prison. The once azure sky now glimmered with a faint red hue, visible even to an ordinary person like Qi Qiuping. Confirming the barrier's activation, the middle-aged man's stern expression softened slightly as he crouched before Su He. Inquiring what precisely transpired, Su He managed a weak smile, lacking the strength to speak further. The middle-aged man placed his hand on Su He's wrist, warmth flooding into Su He's body, restoring some color to his pallid visage. "Thank you, Captain." Su He coughed lightly, striving to succinctly recount the events of the past 2 days. In an instant, the entire sixth prison fell into silence. "This matter concludes, even if I must kneel at the Shangqing Palace. I will implore them to save you." With that, the middle-aged man slowly rose, turning his gaze toward Qi Qiuping. Not only he, but all the prison guards of the sixth prison now focused their attention on Qi Qiuping. The sixth prison, Chief Guard, Fang Jianshan. On behalf of all members, salute. Qi Qiuping. The shout reverberated through the air. "Salute. Qi Qiuping." The synchronized voices resonated in unison. At that moment, Qi Qiuping lay completely incapacitated on the ground, his eyes barely able to move. For reasons unknown, as he witnessed this scene, a flicker of something unusual crossed his typically placid gaze. Yet it remained fleeting. "Su He's promise, I, the sixth prison, have accepted," Fang Jianshan continued. Just as he prepared to utter more, a volley of coffin nails suddenly surged from afar, striking the barrier and causing ripples to emanate. Fang Jianshan frowned slightly, turning to face the distance, a cadre of grave robbers. clad in black robes, had silently surrounded the entire sixth prison. At the forefront, the fox mask emanated dark energy, moving slowly yet gracefully, with an almost seductive allure. The amalgamation of these qualities was strangely harmonious. Have we truly arrived too late? Ghostface is utterly ineffectual. The fox mask raised a delicate finger to his lips, chuckling softly. Allow me to introduce myself. We are the grave robbing troupe. Masked I am Husan Shao. Please enlighten me with that. The fox mask inclined slightly, offering a deep bow. Grave robbers are but a pack of vermin. Fang Jinshan scoffed, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Oh, we grave robbers indeed dwell in the shadows. Yet you guards, are you not also companions to the tombs each day? How much nobler can you be than us? The fox mask's voice dripped with subtle derision as he stepped back. Gesturing lightly in the next moment, those grave robbers began to manipulate their coffin nails, relentlessly assaulting the barrier, only to be repelled upon contact in the center of the square. The flames flickered gently upon the torch. It seemed that reckless attacks would yield no discovery of the barrier's weaknesses. A hint of disappointment flickered in the fox mask's tone as he leisurely retrieved an antiquated bronze lamp. Its surface marred with rust. As if sensing the lamp's presence, the dark energy behind the fox mask began to churn. Poor children. If you wish to blame someone, blame Ghostface. Accompanied by murmurs, the fox mask beckoned lightly. The black mist surged behind him. Emerging from the shroud of darkness, tendrils of green flames danced forth, ultimately alighting with a delicate grace upon the bronze lamp. In that fleeting moment, flames ignited atop the lamp, revealing the distorted silhouette of a figure within the flickering fire. Wailing in anguish, a piercing shriek resonated across the heavens. In the distance, 6 tomb raiders found themselves engulfed in flames that sprang forth from nowhere. Despite their frantic struggles and desperate attempts to extinguish the inferno, they could only bear witness as their forms were reduced to ash. The unfortunate tomb raiders, spared from the selection, shivered inexplicably, their eyes wide with fear. Yet they dared not gaze upon the fox mask. The fox mask, with a light-hearted chuckle, stepped forward, standing before the barrier, allowing a drop of lamp oil to cascade slowly onto in the next instant. The barrier appeared to melt like snow under the sun's first rays. Even the flame in the central square began to leap violently. The artifacts within the divine tomb. Fang Jinshan's expression grew grave, his eyes narrowing slightly as silent jailers rose and positioned themselves behind him. Chapter 10. The sacrifice. In a corner, Su He, who had been forcibly granted a breath of life, similarly adopted a solemn demeanor. Unlike tomb raiders, we, the rightful inheritors, must first establish our resolve before we can determine our fate, thereby gaining insight into ourselves, nurturing the 5 elemental energies within, allowing for true succession and the ushering in of peace. Each stage must be meticulously refined to achieve perfection. However, the tomb raiders venture into the graves of deities, exploiting the artifacts to usurp divine power, forcibly transcending the limitations of mortality. Though they are considerably weaker than us at the same level. This individual before you is likely already at the leg power stage. Su He's voice was low, his gaze fixed intently on the bronze lamp held by the fox mask. Sensing the hint of confusion in Chi Chio's eyes, he elaborated. The stages of tomb raiders include laborer, leg power, sentinel, artisan, potholder, and eye master. Our captain is still cultivating his righteous chi at the resolve stage, placing him a level below. Su He did not continue. His eyes filled with anxiety as he looked into the distance. Just then, the barrier finally yielded a breach. The fox mask retracted the bronze lamp, stepping forward into the 6th prison, gazing distantly at Fang Jinshan. Behind him, the remaining tomb raiders surged forward, positioning themselves behind the fox mask, facing off against the jailers. The air was thick with a murderous tension. Today, we shall slaughter the 6th prison and breach the tomb. The fox mask's words carried a hint of languor as he crossed his arms over his chest. As his voice faded, the tomb raiders charged towards the jailers, their coffin nails darting through the void. The jailers, too, felt the surge of energy in an instant. Both sides clashed violently. Yet, whether it was the fox mask or the jailer Fang Jinshan, they remained rooted in place, their eyes locked in a deadly stare. A brewing intent to kill simmering between them. Time passed, each second stretching on. Both sides stood at an impasse, with injuries mounting on either side. Fang Jinshan's brow furrowed deeply as he stepped forward. "It seems you are growing impatient." The fox mask offered a beguiling smile, dissipating the once tense atmosphere. Fang Jinshan's expression was stern. He stamped his right foot down, shattering the floor, sending shards flying, and propelled himself towards the fox mask in a sudden assault. Yet the fox mask remained poised, allowing Fang Jinshan to approach. Just as Fang Jinshan's fist was a mere half-meter away, the fox mask gracefully stepped back, raising a delicate hand, its fair fingers clutching a coffin nail, which it aimed at Fang Jinshan's arm. "Hmph!" Fang Jinshan snorted coldly, a radiant aura enveloping his right arm, halting the coffin nail mid-air as he intensified his punch. However, the fox mask's body was impossibly light, drifting backward with the breeze while manipulating the coffin nail, once more piercing through the air towards Fang Jinshan. Fang Jinshan retracted his fist, sidestepping, but the coffin nail still grazed his arm, blood welling forth. Even a jailer from a remote town possesses considerable skill. Alas, it seems destined for demise today. The fox mask chuckled lightly, raising its hand to reclaim the bronze lamp. Behind it, dark mist churned as wisps of pale green flames floated forth. However, this time, the fox mask did not confine these flames within the bronze lamp. Instead, it extracted a drop of lamp oil from within, shattering it mid-air to fall evenly upon the flames. In the next moment, the Tomb Raiders collectively gasped, their faces flushed, their rationality fading as they transformed into ferocious beasts, oblivious to pain. Instantly, the situation for the jailers became precarious. Witnessing this, Fang Jinshan clenched his fists instinctively, his cold gaze fixed on the fox mask as he spoke deliberately. "Wuxing Inheritor, Fang Jinshan, please enlighten me." At this moment, Fang Jinshan's voice resonated with commanding authority, motes of light materializing from the air, encircling him. With a resounding bang, a gleaming silver spear appeared from thin air, gripped tightly in Fang Jinshan's hand. As the spear's haft struck the ground heavily, shattering the floor beneath, the motes of light gradually adhered to his body, transforming into a pale silver energy armor, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. The tyrant, perhaps upon reaching the resolve stage, one might indeed summon a fragment of its heroic spirit, but for now it is merely a fade. The fox mask spoke dismissively. Nevertheless, there was a solemnity in its gaze as it summoned the coffin nail back into its fingers. "Heh!" Only a cold laugh responded. Fang Jinshan, wielding the spear, aimed it at the heart of the fox mask, relentlessly pursuing it, managing to lock onto it despite the fox mask's attempts to evade. In a moment of crisis, the fox mask raised the bronze lamp before itself, the spear tip clashing against it with a piercing sound. Both combatants retreated a couple of steps, barely maintaining their footing, staring each other down once more. The Wuxing, truly deserving of its rank among the top 100 inheritances. But can you stop me, or can you stop them? The fox mask's voice dipped, tinged with a ruthless edge as it lifted the bronze lamp, slicing its wrist with the tip, allowing blood to drip into the lamp, before once again summoning the swirling green flames from the dark mist, unceremoniously stuffing them into the bronze lamp in an instant. Crimson flames erupted from the lamp, dancing wildly in the distance. The Tomb Raiders howled, their eyes bloodshot, veins bulging, deep red patterns surfacing on their skin, rendering them grotesque. Yet, at the same time, their combat prowess ascended to a new realm. Within mere seconds, several jailers were sent flying, blood spraying, the power of sacrifice. Drops of lamp oil trickled down, splattering onto the fox mask's hand, scalding its skin into a network of scars before melding into its body. The fox mask's voice brimmed with ecstasy, its aura surging uncontrollably, sacrificing the lives of its subordinates. Shameless. Fang Jinshan's expression turned grave as he tightened his grip on the spear, charging once more at the fox mask. Merely a few laborers. The fox mask scoffed disdainfully, making no effort to evade Fang Jinshan's onslaught, casually raising a hand to grasp the spear's shaft, delivering a kick to Fang Jinshan's abdomen. Fang Jinshan was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a structure, the walls fracturing under the impact. With a single kick, Fang Jinshan was grievously wounded. Think he would appeal to the conscience of a Tomb Raider. Naive. The fox mask elegantly adjusted its black robe, ignoring the injured Fang Jianshan as it advanced toward the colossal brass gate in the distance. Fang Jianshan staggered, emerging from the rubble without hesitation, charging at the fox mask's retreating figure once more. The fox mask frowned slightly, seemingly annoyed, sidestepping the spear and delivering a punch to Fang Jianshan's chest. Fang Jianshan was again sent flying, crashing into a building, buried beneath the debris. Chapter 11. Returning to Heaven? Restoring life to the people. This time, silence enveloped the rubble for an extended period. It was only as the fox mask approached the brass gate that a hand emerged from the debris, supporting Fang Jianshan's battered form as he staggered out. Standing amidst the ruins, he beheld the jailers cornered and battered, sprawled on the ground, covered in wounds. Meanwhile, the frenzied tomb raiders continued to roar, wielding their coffin nails. Every flash of light brought forth a spray of blood. The sixth prison. Fall. Fang Jianshan's eyes gradually turned blood-red as he tightened his grip on the spear, roaring once more as he charged at the fox mask. The fox mask lightly waved its finger, sending a coffin nail hurtling through the air directly at Fang Jianshan's brow. However, this time, the coffin nail missed its mark. In a moment of desperation, Fang Jianshan planted the spear's tip into the ground, launching himself into the air, spinning mid-flight, once again positioning himself before the fox mask. You could have lived, yet why seek death? The fox mask tilted its head slightly, regarding Fang Jianshan with a hint of confusion. Some matters, a person like you will never comprehend. Fang Jianshan murmured softly. As his words fell, he abruptly raised the spear, bringing it down forcefully upon the tiles. The tiles shattered. The spear stood resolute. Sixth prison. All jailers. Where are you? Fang Jianshan's voice echoed above the sixth prison. Jailer Li Chong, present. Jailer Song Fei, present. A solitary prison guard struggled to rise, clutching his chest, as if he had divined some ominous truth. His gaze gradually solidified with resolve. In the distance, huddled in a corner, Su He and Chi Chiu lay sprawled upon the ground. Upon hearing Fang Jianshan's voice, Su He paused momentarily, then turned his head to look at Chi Chiu. He had initially contemplated whether he could cling to life just long enough to accompany you to the Shangqing Palace for a visit. But now it seemed that fate had other plans. Su He managed a wry smile, an expression tinged with a hint of regret, yet imbued with a sense of nonchalance. With great effort, he forced himself to his feet, unsteadily raising his palm to his chest, where a bronze nail was embedded, and clenched it tightly. The bronze nail was forcibly extracted from his flesh and discarded onto the ground. Ouch, that truly hurts. Even at this moment, Su He could not stifle his sarcasm. The third point, one by one, the bloodied bronze nails fell to the ground. Blood continued to pour from Su He's abdomen. As the last bronze nail finally left his body, his complexion turned an alarming shade of crimson at a visible pace. Given these circumstances, it seems I may not have the chance to offer you a tribute, but beneath my bed, I truly possess wealth. As he spoke, sparks inexplicably danced around Su He, swirling elegantly in the air. The sparks multiplied, eventually igniting into flames. Su He extended his hand into the fire, retrieving a dark red iron rod. This rod was flanked by 2 iron cages, within which burned several pieces of charcoal. I mentioned before I am indeed quite formidable. I was not deceiving you. Was I? Su He murmured softly, his hand moving slightly, causing the flames on either side of the iron rod to surge, as if raging in a tempest. With each gesture, he resembled a deity emerging from the inferno, gazing at Chi Chiu with a smile. Chi Chiu remained prone on the ground, attempting several times to rise, yet the shattered bones rendered him utterly immobile. Chi Chiu. Farewell. Su He cast a lingering glance at Chi Chiu, then resolutely turned away, striding into the ranks of the guards, advancing toward the brass gate, positioning himself behind Fang Jianshan, and letting out a shout that melded with the chorus of others. The prison guard Su He, reporting in, the collective shouts reverberated through the skies above the sixth prison. Chi Chiu's once placid gaze underwent a subtle transformation. Before the brass gate, Fang Jianshan gripped his spear tightly, his expression stern, the air thick with murderous intent. What defines a gatekeeper? Willing to become a fleeting breeze across the realm, guarding the mountains and rivers for peace to prevail. Thus I shall be the gatekeeper. The guards echoed in unison behind Fang Jianshan. Today, the martial heir, Fang Jianshan, returning justice to the heavens, restoring life to the people, protecting the mountains and rivers of the world. May the gentle breeze ever remain. Fang Jianshan bellowed, his spear trembling in his grasp, his inner energy surging, heartbeats resonating like the sound of drums. He gradually raised the spear, slicing his palm, smearing the blood across his face, completing his battle attire with a final touch. At this moment, he transformed into the great warrior, Xiang Yu, inheritor of the fire staff, Li Chong, inheritor of the plum blossom fist, Song Fei, inheritor of the fire pot, Su He, returning justice to the heavens, restoring life to the people, protecting the mountains and rivers of the world. May the gentle breeze ever remain. Behind them, the voices of the guards surged forth in a crescendo. Under the immense pressure, even the fox mask, which had claimed the lives of all the tomb raiders, could not help but retreat a few steps, voluntarily sacrificing their lives. A group of madmen. Throughout, he maintained an air of indifference, yet for the first time, his expression soured. He clenched his teeth, casting a frigid glare over the crowd. This tomb, I have resolved to claim it. Charge. He tightened his grip on the bronze lamp, slicing through his skin once more, allowing his blood to drip within. The flames roared even brighter. The color intensified to a vivid crimson. Those frenzied tomb raiders behind him now launched a suicidal assault, disregarding their own injuries, trading life for damage. Meanwhile, the aura of the fox mask surged upward once more, inching closer to the threshold of the Sentinel realm. Yet, the guards, having returned justice, also experienced a surge in power, particularly Fang Jianshan, who momentarily stepped into the life-defining realm. Even in the face of the fox mask, he remained unafraid, even gaining the upper hand. The two forces clashed again. The spear danced like a dragon, exceedingly agile, yet it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Each strike elicited a muffled groan from the fox-masked blood. Roars. At this moment, the sixth prison had transformed into a battleground. Debris flew, buildings crumbled. The tomb raiders fell one after another, lifeless. The fox mask was pushed back relentlessly. Madmen, a bunch of lunatics. You could have escaped. You need not die. Confusion and anger filled his eyes as he cursed vehemently. But the only response was Fang Jianshan's spear. Until a moment arrived. The last tomb raider perished, and the spear swept across his chest, sending him hurtling back, crashing to the ground, rolling several times. Beneath the mask, a delicate face turned pale, blood spurting from his mouth. Chapter 12. Guarding the mountains and rivers for peace. Light particles continuously drifted from the guards, soaring into the air as their bodies became increasingly transparent. Yet even so, they steadfastly suppressed the fox mask. Even if you kill me, you shall not survive. The fox mask staggered to his feet, his voice laced with malice as dark mist swirled behind him, forming wolf heads that lunged at the crowd. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he bolted away into the distance. Still trying to escape, Fang Jianshan narrowed his eyes slightly, hurling the spear, which whistled through the air, aimed directly at the fox mask's back. The critical moment. The fox mask rolled on the ground in a desperate attempt to evade the strike, barely avoiding it, yet the spear's tip knocked off his mask. A single strand of hair drifted away in the wind. Beneath the mask was an exceptionally alluring and handsome face, yet now marred by a bloody gash. A bunch of lunatics. A look of resolution flickered in the fox mask's eyes, his pupils constricting as he enveloped himself in darkness. Since you refuse to let me go, then let the entire West Town accompany me to hell. The chilling voice echoed ominously from within the dark mist. Fang Jianshan furrowed his brow slightly. The life force within him was waning, his strength likewise diminishing. There was no time to delay. In contemplation, Fang Jianshan beckoned. The spear soared from the earth, traversing the void, returning to his grasp, a melody severing sorrow. The song concluded, the crowd dispersed. Mourning for the Wu River. Fang Jianshan's icy voice resonated through the void. The spear trembled as if imbued with life, releasing mournful cries. The guards behind him murmured softly. A powerful energy stirred within the basin, creating a tempest of dust. The pervasive black mist that enveloped half the basin was visibly dispersed by the winds. Break! At the moment when the momentum reached its zenith, Fang Jianshan let out a low roar. As his voice fell, the spear lunged through the in the next instant. The void before the fox mask shattered, as a semi-transparent spearhead pierced toward his heart. Before the spear could reach its target, the black robe was torn apart. The fox mask, bracing against the pressure of death, summoned every last ounce of strength to grip the bronze lamp. In an instant, cracks manifested upon the lamp, rapidly expanding until it shattered silently, the moment of the lamp's destruction. The fox mask spewed forth a mist of blood, propelled backward. The crowd offered no respite, channeling their energy into a final strike. At this point, the fox mask's organs were shattered, blood mingled with fragments of internal tissue spilling from his mouth. Yet he lay on the ground, laughing uproariously. I said, even in death, I shall have West Town accompany me to the grave. At this moment, his voice was piercingly sharp, his eyes bloodshot. In the instant his words echoed, at the brass gate, in a forgotten corner. A coffin nail, unnoticed by anyone, quietly levitated, transforming into a stream of black light, charging toward the brass gate with relentless momentum. Counterattack. Upon witnessing this scene, Fang Jianshan's expression shifted dramatically. The energy coalescing in midair morphed into a colossal hand. Reaching for the coffin nail and the giant hand point, two streams of energy pursued one another, converging upon the brass gate. Both the fox mask and the guards fixed their gazes on the two streams of light. "We got it!" the guards exclaimed, exhaling in relief. However, a smile blossomed on the fox mask's face. Before the brass gate, though the coffin nail was seized by the energy hand, its tip remained embedded half a centimeter into the brass gate, creating a minute crack. In the next moment, the brass gate trembled violently. A series of muffled sounds echoed from within. The minute crack rapidly expanded. Dimly, a gap appeared in the brass gate. "Ha ha ha! The time remaining for you is to choose whether to kill me or guard the gate? How absurd!" Cough, cough. The figure in the fox mask mocked with a grin, ultimately succumbing to another fit of coughing, his face rendered ashen. With his inside shattered, his life was equally nearing its end. This battle bore no victor. Fang Jianshan cast a deep glance at the fox-masked figure, suppressing the murderous intent within him, and turned to charge toward the brass gate with numerous jailers. He had made his choice. Yet, the speed of the fox-masked figure surpassed theirs. Amidst the swirling black mist, he suddenly surged into the gap of the brass gate. Only a voice echoed faintly in the void, "A tomb raider. Even in death point one must die within the tomb. Ha 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 ha. Now that the ceiling door is broken, Shizhen is beyond salvation." With the sound fading, the silhouette of the fox mask vanished entirely within the gate. "Seal the gate." Fang Jianshan, accompanied by numerous jailers, stood before the brass gate, unhesitatingly placing his hand upon it. Waves of energy surged continuously into the gate. The cracks ceased to expand but showed no signs of healing. While the figures of the crowd hastened their dissipation, "Captain, we cannot hold it." Su He, whose form was dissipating the fastest, now appeared half ethereal, swaying unsteadily. His arm resting on the gate trembled incessantly. "No, there is one last method." Fang Jianshan's expression grew solemn as he slowly spoke. "Please, ancestors of the human race. We have yet to reach the Donghui realm. We cannot summon them." Su He was taken aback, speaking instinctively. However, Fang Jianshan maintained his calm demeanor. "Shatter the barrier. Harness the energy accumulated over centuries. It is possible. If the barrier shatters, the legacy of the sixth prison will be severed." Su He momentarily lost himself in thought, murmuring to himself, "What is the code of the gatekeeper?" Fang Jianshan roared, "To guard the mountains and rivers and witness peace." Su He remained silent for a moment before softly speaking. In that instant, a glimmer of determination appeared in the eyes of the many jailers. "The sixth prisoned, all are united. Destroy the barrier." Fang Jianshan inhaled deeply, shouting with fury, tears of emotion streaming from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 13. The guiding path. At this moment, the faces of the jailers were filled with profound sorrow as they slowly spread their arms. In an instant, the speed at which their bodies burned accelerated dramatically. The tiles beneath them shimmered with patterns that glowed, only to shatter shortly thereafter. The surrounding structures crumbled into dust. Yet, the brass gate remained steadfast. Terrifying energy continued to coalesce, ultimately surging into Fang Jianshan's body. In a corner of the crowd, Su He bowed his head, observing his increasingly dim form, casting a distant glance at Qiqiu, tinged with melancholy, before finally revealing a faint smile. Today, the younger generation, Fang Jianshan, employs the Bridge of Opera, treading the path of a martial artist. Please, Emperor Xiangyu. Manifest your presence. As the words fell, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, forming a beam that descended upon the ruins of the sixth prison. Resembling a staircase, a shadow, transparent to the extreme, stood amidst the beam, hands clasped behind its back. Though the figure was dim, it still emanated an unparalleled aura of dominance, as if its very presence commanded the center of attention. The figure surveyed its surroundings, furrowing its brow slightly, and gradually closed its eyes. Seconds later, it reopened its eyes, now radiating a faint, icy demeanor. Tomb Raiders. With a whisper, it turned its head towards Fang Jianshan, nodding gently. You have done well, thank you, ancestor. Ignoring his own fading form, Fang Jianshan inhaled deeply, bowing profoundly with all the jailers behind him. The moment his voice fell, a muffled sound suddenly resonated from within the brass gate. The brass gate once more revealed numerous cracks. A mere beast born from a stray thought dares to be audacious before this king. The figure snorted coldly, nonchalantly waving a hand. In the next moment, a piercing wail echoed from within the brass gate, but the figure swayed slightly, nearly dissipating in the wind. Looking down at its fragile form, the figure's brows furrowed deeper. Your mental power is too weak. Repairing this gate will take half a day. After a moment's pause, the figure continued slowly. Half a day. Fang Jianshan was taken aback, exchanging glances with the other jailers. Half a day's time, and the beast that escaped from this gate would be enough to overturn the entire Shizhen. Fang Jianshan spoke with urgency. The Beast King is gravely injured. It cannot escape this gate. As for the minor demons nurtured from fragmented thoughts, this king cannot assist. The figure paused slightly, speaking softly. In that moment, Fang Jianshan and the others fell into silence. The figure ceased speaking and began to walk through the void, ultimately settling cross-legged atop the brass gate. The beam of light reflected from the clouds also altered its course, lingering at the brass gate. Gradually, the cracks in the brass gate began to mend at a painfully slow pace. Even if the nearest fifth prison were to send aid, it would take a day. No. Today is the Ghost Festival, the time when the barrier is weakest each year. Regardless of what transpires, they will not stray from their sanctum. Therefore, are we ultimately unable to hold Shizhen? The voices of the jailers began to rise in succession. Even the typically authoritative Fang Jianshan now bore a look of helplessness, his hands drooping as he allowed his body to be stripped down to the purest energy, dissipating into the cosmos. This energy was imbued with his lifelong understanding of the martial artist's legacy. Ultimately, it would be passed on to a new successor. No, we still have a chance. Just as the crowd fell into a hushed silence, Su He's feeble voice suddenly rang out. The crowd instinctively turned to him. At this moment, Su He's form had nearly completely dissipated, yet his gaze was directed towards Qiqiu in the corner. We still have him. Su He whispered. Qiqiu? Fang Jianshan was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Let us pave the path of inheritance for him. Su He spoke again, a smile gracing his lips. However, the successor can only be chosen through the annual inheritance ceremony. Testing their temperament and refining their foundation, a jailer could not help but interject. Yet Fang Jianshan shook his head slightly, interrupting him. No, there is another method. The guiding path. Fang Jianshan's expression became grave. The guiding path. The jailer could not restrain his curiosity. Yes, using the soul as a guide, blood as a medium, and the forbidden ground as witness, to lead the newcomer onto the path. But regardless of the chaos that person may cause in the future, we, the jailers, will bear full responsibility. Honor and disgrace shared. The one who enters through this means shall be the inheritor of the forbidden ground. However, as this requires over a dozen successors to sacrifice their lives as a guide. With sincere hearts, the conditions are stringent, and it has not occurred for decades. Fang Jianshan spoke earnestly, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Su He. If he is chosen, it represents not just our sixth prison, but also the fourth prison. And even all the jailers. Can he bear this weight? Su He turned his head towards Qiqiu, lost in thought. Shizhen, tens of thousands of citizens, do we have any other choice? Moreover, I trust him. For reasons unknown, at that moment, an indelible image of Qiqiu's resolute gaze over a ceremonial invitation surfaced in Su He's mind, prompting a gentle smile. Indeed, we have no way out. You believe in him, We believe in you. Fang Jianshan also revealed a faint smile, turning to the jailers behind him. Their eyes met, and simultaneously, they nodded gently, channeling their energy towards Qi Qiuyud. At this moment, Qi Qiu lay slumped amidst the ruins. Unable to move, only able to watch them with his eyes. Fang Jianshan placed his hand upon Qi Qiu's shoulder. Pure energy flowed continuously into his body. Su He seized this opportunity to convey their intentions to Qi Qiu. The successor, I do not care, the invitation. Under the nurturing of the energy, Qi Qiu strained to muster the strength to speak. Looking towards Fang Jianshan, if it were an hour ago, I would not have the right to present you with the invitation from the Shangqing Palace. But now this invitation is yours. I assure you, the Shangqing Palace will definitely not bar your way. Fang Jianshan gazed at Qi Qiu, his eyes filled with conviction. Qi Qiu remained silent, turning his head to look at Su He. Su He smiled and nodded. Deal, I will guard this door for you. For 6 hours. Qi Qiu reluctantly nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, yet Su He inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him. It was as though, with Qi Qiu's consent, no unforeseen events could possibly transpire. However, the moment one becomes the heir of the Forbidden Land, their future would be irrevocably shackled to the lineage of the prison. Confronted with skepticism and attacks from all directions, some dangers may even lurk behind you, Fang Jianshan reiterated. As long as there is an invitation. Qi Qiu's complexion turned pale, yet his bright eyes remained as tranquil as an ancient well, unwaveringly fixed on Fang Jianshan. Perhaps this forced choice might allow our prison to once again bask in its former glory. For reasons unknown, as Fang Jianshan gazed into Qi Qiu's eyes, he felt an inexplicable stir within him. Chapter 14. The Transaction. Established Fang Jianshan withdrew his gaze and stepped back several paces, positioning himself among the many prison guards, exchanging glances with them. Brothers, are you ready? The guards wore carefree smiles, softly echoing in agreement. Then today I shall accompany you all on our final journey. Fang Jianshan laughed heartily, raising his spear and striking it heavily against the ground. Fang Jianshan sacrifices his inheritance to guide Qi Qiu. With that declaration, the spear trembled, revealing cracks that suddenly shattered in an instant. Fang Jianshan's frail body ignited in a surging flame. Sui sacrifices his inheritance to guide Qi Qiu. Song Fei sacrifices his inheritance to guide Qi Qiu. Shouts reverberated through the air. At that moment, everyone was engulfed in the flames. If previously they merely dissipated their physical forms, now they were igniting their very souls. In a daze, a phantom of a door materialized in the void. Seeming to transcend time itself, sparks of fire, infused with the souls of the gathered, coalesced in midair, forming a staircase that extended from the phantom door to Qi Qiu's feet. The door opened, and the path was laid bare. Within the ajar door, a hazy figure flickered in and out of sight. The staircase revealed faint patterns. Fang Jianshan's solemn visage softened slightly. A sage is willing to pass on their legacy to Qi Qiu. This matter is settled. However, scarcely had his words fallen when another figure appeared at the entrance, hands clasped behind their back. A second pattern emerged on the staircase. What? A second sage has been attracted. Such talent, even without an invitation, would surely qualify to enter the Qing Palace. Fang Jianshan's body trembled as he instinctively looked upward. Yet, the looming shadow above the brass gate remained steadfast. In mere moments, the third, fourth, fifth figures continued to emerge from behind the door. The staircase, now adorned with intricate patterns, transformed into a splendid tapestry. Under the brilliant light, even the shadow grew momentarily dazed, turning its profound gaze intently upon Qi Qiu. As the sixth figure stepped forth to lead, the others stood frozen in place, transfixed. Are we witnessing the emergence of a peerless talent among the human race? Fang Jianshan's voice quivered, brimming with excitement. Yet the figures within the door merely cast a distant glance at Qi Qiu before turning away. The patterns upon the staircase dissipated. Even the door gradually closed. At that moment, Qi Qiu distinctly sensed a stirring within his body. Chains that coiled around his organs trembled violently. The patterns on the staircase, rather than disappearing, surged into his being, enveloping the layers of chains. The chains, once suffused with deathly energy, were silently cloaked in a layer of golden light. The golden radiance flowed, firmly suppressing the deathly energy upon the chains. Moreover, A crack quietly appeared in the chain around his heart. As the fissure materialized, the heart, previously riddled with wounds and resembling a lifeless object, began to heal at an astonishing pace. Within the blood vessels, a torrent of blood, which had never flowed before, surged forth like a mighty river. Ultimately, that once dead heart began to gently beat in an instant. The blood coursing through Chi-Chio was infused with the purest energy of heaven and earth, sweeping throughout his entire being. Under the impact of this fervent wave, Chi-Chio's previously frail form grew robust, and his grievous injuries healed with remarkable speed. The path is severed. At this moment, Fang Jinshan and the others behind him had become mere shadows. On the verge of being scattered by a gentle breeze, he lifted his gaze in bewilderment towards the sky, his eyes reflecting either astonishment or despair. I should give it a try. A soft voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Chi-Chio slowly rose, stretching his limbs and assessing his condition. Fang Jinshan turned back, instinctively asking, "Have you received the inheritance?" "I am uncertain, but compared to before, it should be," Chi-Chio replied thoughtfully. Fang Jinshan let out a long sigh of relief, entirely releasing the heavy burden from his heart, his expression softening once more. Regardless of the outcome, the fourth prison, stationed at Shizhenwushan, the sixth detention center, all guards salute. If experiencing a moment of clarity. Fang Jinshan's voice regained some strength, his demeanor solemn, fingers interlaced, held to his heart, thumb raised, bowing deeply to Chi-Chio. The actions of the guards behind him mirrored Fang Jinshan's, synchronized in unison. Chi-Chio remained silent, standing before the door in his tattered shirt and disheveled hair. "Next, we shall fulfill our promise." Fang Jinshan's soul began to ascend slowly into the air, as if an invisible force bound them, preventing their escape, allowing this force to strip away their souls. Today, we, with our souls as ink, our bones as the brush, borrowing the essence of heaven and earth, embracing the spirit of loyalty and righteousness, shall compose an invitation for you. This invitation may be honored in all lands of the human race. With that proclamation, the remnants of Fang Jinshan's soul twisted violently, transforming into a dark stream, drifting through the cosmos. One by one, the prison guards fixed their gaze upon Chi-Chio, smiles gracing their lips, their eyes reflecting anticipation and encouragement, transmuting into the purest of waters, dissipating into the world. Eventually, when only Suhi remained, he looked towards Chi-Chio from afar, their gazes locking, as he slightly parted his lips to utter his final words. "Farewell, friend." In an instant, the entire fourth prison returned to silence, save for a single stream of water that swirled around Chi-Chio, ceaselessly moving, ultimately soaring into the sky, autonomously forming characters. The characters, though devoid of sharpness, bore an extraordinary intensity. This invitation lingered in the air for a considerable time before transforming into a pliable sheet of paper, gently descending into Chi-Chio's palm. Chi-Chio clutched the invitation, momentarily frozen in place in a daze. Within the realm of the sixth prison, only a faint voice continued to echo. "All comrades of the sixth prison, recite the Guardian's law. May we become a wisp of wind in the world, safeguarding the mountains and rivers. Tio, witness peace." Now, the gentle breeze has arrived, the mountains and seas remain. Yet, there is no guardian. The transaction is established. Chi-Chio murmured softly, carefully folding the invitation and placing it at his waist. Yet feeling it inappropriate, he took it out again, pondering where to properly store it. Ultimately conflicted, he tucked it back into his waist. Thud. A muffled sound emanated from behind the brass gate. Faintly, a pitch-black claw extended through the crevice of the door. "In the next 6 hours I shall see you." Above the gate, the overlord sat cross-legged, gazing down upon Chi-Chio, speaking softly before gradually closing his eyes, once more channeling the essence of heaven and earth into the door. Chapter 15. From here on, it is up to me. At this moment, the sixth prison was a desolate sight. Buildings lay in ruins, flames danced wildly, the ground strewn with the bodies of black-robed figures. Blood everywhere. The muffled sounds from within the door echoed intermittently, resembling the relentless beat of a death knell. Chi-Chio stood solitary atop the ruins, his garments tattered and ragged, yet his eyes shone with clarity and brightness. Is this the sensation of being alive? Feeling the faint rhythm of his heart within, Chi-Chio murmured, surveying his surroundings until he reached a corner, bending down to gently pick up a fire cage. This fire cage was utterly broken, leaving only the central iron rod, stained with mottled blood. From here on, it is up to me. In a moment of clarity, Su-hie's smile flickered in Chichio's mind. Bang! Behind him, a beast finally broke free from the shackles of the Forbidden Land, roaring as it charged forth, its blood-red eyes immediately locking onto Chichio, like a fierce wind leaping towards him. Its sharp claws glinting menacingly in the sunlight. 6 hours. Chichio whispered, clenching Su-hie's fragmented artifact tightly, abruptly turning around. His body tilted mid-air, narrowly evading the beast's onslaught, and in the next instant, he drove the sharp end of the broken iron rod deep into the beast's abdomen. A torrent of blood gushed forth. Chichio bathed in blood yet did not falter. Instead, she pressed closer. Maneuvering to the rear of the beast, with a delicate touch of her toes against the ground, she gracefully ascended, landing upon its back, remaining utterly still despite its thrashing. Ultimately, she raised the iron rod in her hand and forcefully plunged it into the creature's neck. Once, twice. The beast's struggles grew increasingly feeble until it fell completely silent. Chichio leapt down from the carcass, brandishing the iron rod, and swung it several times in the air, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Strength and speed had increased roughly threefold. Yet, in her quest to discern any additional inherited abilities, Chichio found herself at a standstill, unable to uncover any transformations beyond these fundamental enhancements. After a moment, she stowed the iron rod and returned to the bronze gate, sitting cross-legged as the gentle breeze caressed her, motionless as a mountain. Above, the indifferent silhouette of the Overlord flickered past, only to retract swiftly, devoid of joy or sorrow. Inside the gate, the muffled sounds grew increasingly intense, as if a multitude of arms were fervently battering against it. Time slipped away, and wisps of mist seeped through the cracks of the door, enveloping the surroundings, while the pounding grew more urgent, until, at a certain juncture, silence fell within the gate. Chichio silently opened her eyes, a flash of light flickering within them. In the next instant, she pressed her palm to the ground, her body flipping gracefully to land a meter behind her. Where she had sat, a hand unexpectedly emerged from the ground, its dark, sharp nails slicing through the air as if to rend apart all within reach. It offered Chichio no chance to react. From the mist, another pair of claws stealthily reached out, targeting the spot just beneath her heart. Just as they were about to make contact with her skin, Chichio finally reacted, twisting her body. Yet, despite her efforts, her back was still raked with a bloody gash. Blood dripped down as if drawn by the scent of blood. Heavy breaths echoed from within the mist. A myriad of greedy gazes converging upon Chichio. Her expression remained serene as she tightened her grip on the iron rod. Without warning, she swung it towards the mist on her right. Although everything appeared normal, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the air beneath the rod. Though unseen, movement would always stir the air. Perception, healing. Had they also tripled? As she felt the wound on her back healing at an accelerated pace. Chichio murmured softly, "Die in the air." The Overlord's silhouette, once indifferent towards her, instinctively cast a glance filled with surprise. On the ground, human-like corpses continuously crawled forth, their skin cracked, yet their eyes brimming with desire. They twisted and surged towards Chichio. In the land of fallen deities, all was forbidden ground. The decaying divine power nourished the earth, rendering everything within a 10-mile radius tainted. Not limited to beasts, it encompassed humans, spirits, tools, and objects. These 6 hours would be arduous. The previously taciturn Overlord's spirit surprisingly uttered several words, seemingly explaining something to Chichio, yet never once looking her way, maintaining its haughty demeanor. You should not be able to hold your ground. Accompanied by this final remark, the Overlord's spirit fell silent, merely accelerating the manipulation of the world's energy. Yet, even the energy erupted from those in the sixth, burning their very beings, remained insignificant before the Overlord. My current completion rate still stands at 100%. Chichio, still facing away from the Overlord's spirit, spoke plainly to in the next instant. She gripped the iron rod tightly and, with determination, plunged into the mist. In an instant, the mist roiled. A chorus of howls erupted from within, sending chills down one's spine. Minutes later, Chichio was ejected from the mist, crashing into the ruins and stirring up dust. Plants, can they mutate too? She lifted her gaze towards the sky, murmuring, "Under the decay of divine power, everything shall change," a cold voice reverberated. Chichio, lost in thought, propped herself up and casually grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground, evenly applying it to her palm to prevent her grip from slipping on the iron rod due to excessive blood. Having completed this, Chichio charged once more into the mist. This time, she endured for a full 20 minutes before being knocked back out. Could even the slain corpses potentially revive? Chichio pondered aloud, charging in once again. Over the next 2 hours, she repeatedly plunged into the mist, only to be thrown back out. Her body, which had fully recovered to its peak state, gradually grew weaker without her noticing, her complexion paling. Her arms and back bore several gruesome wounds, yet within the mist, it gradually quieted. For the first time, Chichio stepped out of the mist voluntarily, casually sitting upon a stone, wiping the blood from the iron rod, adjusting her breathing rate to maximize her rest in the shortest time possible. If the next 4 hours maintain this intensity, it should be manageable. After all, what I excel in is teetering on the brink of severe injury. Bang, however. Chichio had scarcely rested for a few minutes when a sound, far heavier than before, resonated from within the bronze gate. Even the Overlord's silhouette in the void seemed momentarily dazed. Were it not for this thought being exceedingly weak, mere phantoms, I could extinguish them with a flick of my hand. The Overlord's spirit scoffed, displaying a hint of anger and embarrassment, suddenly rising, raising its hand to press against the bronze gate from afar. "Kid, I fear I must unleash a slightly larger minion. You cannot withstand it." "Withdraw." Chapter 16. Resolute heart, I said I would guard the gate. Chichio gently shook her head, her voice remaining calm. This attitude caused the Overlord's spirit to momentarily pause, its expression shifting slightly. "Has it been asleep for too long, that it cannot endure as well as an ordinary person?" Its title is the Overlord of Western Shu. Unbeknownst to the Overlord's spirit, it became somewhat lost in thought. And when its mind returned, an inexplicable pride flickered in its gaze. "Kid, regardless of the outcome, for the remaining 4 hours, I shall accompany you." This time, the Overlord's spirit no longer sat cross-legged. Instead, it stood tall in the void like a spear, exuding unmatched sharpness. Even descendants can offer themselves as sacrifices. What do I fear in sacrificing a bit of my origin? As the words fell, the Overlord's spirit suddenly radiated a resplendent light, and the gradually dimming void regained some solidity. In the next moment, the Overlord pressed down with its palm. A wail emanated from within the gate, followed by a series of impacts against the bronze gate. A figure nearly contorted to the point of deformity violently squeezed out from within. Neither human nor beast, with skin resembling that of a human, it bore a layer of jet-black scales, a tail thrashing behind it, and eyes akin to a venomous snake, cruel and ruthless. Moreover, this was the first creature Chichio had seen emerge from within, possessing self-awareness. Yet at this moment, it appeared rather unwell. Most of its scales lay shattered, blood continuously oozing from its wounds, and one eye was completely ruptured. Nevertheless, it retained its ferocious aura, initially glancing warily at the Overlord's spirit above. Before diving into the mist, drawing closer to Chichio, its cold pupils gleaming with greed, blood. Human blood. Such a substance bore an innate allure for it, with a speed surpassing that of other creatures from within the gate. It left Chichio little time to react, appearing before her in the blink of an eye. Chichio instinctively raised the iron rod, placing it defensively across her chest. Thud. A dull thud resounded. The iron rod trembled violently, nearly slipping from her grasp. Chichio exerted all her strength to hold onto the rod, yet was still sent hurtling backward by the immense force, crashing into the mist. Hiss. Whether it was an illusion or not, a glimmer of mockery seemed to flicker in the creature's pupils as it vanished from Chichio's sight, reappearing behind her in an instant, its sharp claws aimed at her back, thrusting down mercilessly. The claws pierced her flesh, blood splattered. Yet Chichio maintained her original demeanor, enduring the excruciating pain, turning to stab the tip of the iron rod into the creature's abdomen. This unexpected move caught it off guard, leaving it momentarily stunned. Not the anticipated sensation of penetration. In fact, when the rod made contact with the scales, it merely sparked briefly before halting at its surface. Perhaps the only change was a crack appearing in one of the scales on its abdomen. Even so, it became enraged, letting out a low growl as it raised its claws and struck Chi-Chio's chest. Her complexion grew increasingly pale as she coughed up blood, flying backward and rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. She glanced at the iron rod in her hand, then at the peculiar creature, furrowing her brows, seemingly deep in thought. The gun is sharp in intent, not in strength. With a heart in thought, the gun moves. When intention and action become one, nothing remains unbroken, nothing remains unyielding. This is the Overlord's gun. A voice, indifferent, echoed from above. Chi-Chio furrowed her brow even deeper, but within mere seconds, her expression softened once more. Silently rising to her feet, she observed the approaching beast with a calm demeanor, gradually closing her eyes. Darkness enveloped her. Silence reigned supreme. Only the gentle whisper of the breeze lingered in her ears, in a moment of clarity. She felt the air shift. With a sudden grip on the iron rod, Chi-Chio took a step back, turned to the side, and, like a flash of lightning, thrust her gun into the void. In that instant, she distinctly sensed the sensation of her flesh being pierced. And she silently opened her eyes. The beast, seemingly incredulous, lowered its head to inspect its abdomen. The iron rod struck its previous mark with unerring precision. The scales, which had merely exhibited a few cracks, suddenly shattered, and the iron rod pierced through its entire belly. A unity of intention, the words of the Overlord's spirit echoed ceaselessly in Chi-Chio's mind. Just moments ago, at the instant of her attack, she inexplicably slipped into an absolute state of clarity, devoid of joy or sorrow. Irrespective of the beast or the obstacles it posed, whatever lay ahead could be vanquished with a single shot. In that fleeting moment, the golden flow that had once mingled with her blood began to emit a faint luminescence. Roar! The beast howled in agony, thrashing about as it sensed its vitality waning. A fierce glint ignited in its eyes. And rather than retreating, it advanced, taking 2 determined steps forward to confront Chi-Chio. Blood continued to seep from its wound, pooling on the ground. Yet it paid no heed, raising its claw once more in an attempt to strike Chi-Chio. Without hesitation, she relinquished her iron rod and retreated 2 steps, narrowly evading the attack. However, the tail, which had remained inconspicuous behind the beast, suddenly lashed out like an iron whip, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. In the nick of time, Chi-Chio managed to lift her right arm to shield her temple, only to be hurled to the ground by the tremendous tail. The beast, grinning malevolently, advanced slowly toward her. The iron rod still lodged in its abdomen, appearing grotesquely savage. The inheritor must first establish their heart before they can secure their fate. If the heart is restless, how can one uphold the celestial arts? High above, the voice of the Overlord resonated once more. Almost serendipitously, as Chi-Chio gazed at the beast drawing nearer, she found herself lost in thought. Establishing the heart? What is my heart? Childhood memories flooded back, seeing other children gathered around their parents, their faces adorned with smiles of happiness, brand new toys, beautiful clothes. It seemed she had never envied such things. Born a lowly wretch, a pariah of the Hushi district, as insignificant as dust, yet she had never felt inferior. This world contained more than just the West Market, and certainly more than merely Hushi district. Likewise, this world encompassed more than just herself. At the very least, she was healthy. At the very least, she was alive. Then what truly is her heart? Abruptly it felt as though she had returned to her innocent childhood. On a rainy night, beneath a bridge, 2 children, one large, one small, squatted in a corner, gnawing on a soggy bun. Chi-Chio? Can we become family? Then I entrust my life to you. The rain ceased. The sun emerged. Bathed in gentle sunlight, the 2 children sat on the bridge, swinging their legs, gazing at the sunset, their faces alight with genuine joy. Though their clothes were tattered and they lacked parents, their laughter was all the more sincere. Chapter 17. The Ghost Festival. Thus, even if my heart may not beat, I still possess one. I safeguard the tranquility of time and the well-being of friends. I protect the purity of the world and the serenity of a good heart. This is establishing the heart. Chi-Chio murmured to herself as her voice faded. The chains entwined around her organs trembled violently. Streams of golden light began to emerge. Her blood surged like a torrential river, cleansing her meridians. While she often appeared taciturn, She was by no means reclusive. Rather, even in a place like Hushi District, one could find a corner that brings peace to the heart. The greatest difference between Chi-Chiu and her peers was perhaps her relative rationality, maturity, and ruthlessness. Nothing more. Unbeknownst to her, the intensity of her heartbeat surged slightly. When she opened her eyes again, a glimmer of gold flickered in her gaze. The beast instinctively halted, sensing the change within Chi-Chiu, and for the first time, hesitation flickered in its pupils. However, at that moment, Chi-Chiu quietly moved, erupting forth with a force that could rival the beast itself. The scene unfolded with astonishing suddenness. Leaving the beast momentarily stunned, in the next instant, Chi-Chiu silently appeared behind it, grasping the iron rod firmly. Golden patterns enveloped the rod, surging into the beast's body. Overcome with excruciating pain, the beast emitted a piercing wail, flailing its arms aimlessly. Meanwhile, Chi-Chiu, expressionless, pushed the iron rod forward, then swiftly dodged, positioning herself directly in front of the beast to extricate the rod completely from its body. Blood splattered everywhere, staining even the mist with crimson. Despite this, the beast continued to struggle, advancing a few steps toward Chi-Chiu, before finally stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Chi-Chiu turned, calmly observing the lifeless body of the beast. 1 second. 2 seconds. After confirming its demise, she expelled a mouthful of blood, retreating a few steps to sit upon a massive stone among the ruins, breathing heavily, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. This king can grant you 1/4 of an hour to rest. High above, the Overlord's spirit expressed astonishment, speaking in a placid tone. Thank you. Chi-Chiu murmured, collapsing without dignity amidst the ruins. Time ticked by, second by second. When the 1/4 of an hour finally elapsed, Chi-Chiu, who had appeared as lifeless as a corpse, suddenly sprang to her feet, gripping the iron rod, and once more traversed the mist to stand before the brass gate. Her diminutive figure seemed utterly insignificant beside the massive gate. Yet, it inexplicably instilled a sense of peace. Even the Overlord's spirit, who had once doubted her, now quietly exerted every effort. Surely, one cannot allow a junior to surpass them. The ancients have their pride. Or perhaps the ancients are particularly concerned with appearances. Accompanied by the beast's ferocious roars, indistinct silhouettes emerged once more from the gap in the gate, immediately locking their gaze upon Chi-Chiu as they surged forward. Chi-Chiu, on the other hand, resembled an emotionless killing machine. As her understanding of these undead beasts deepened, she found it increasingly easy to deal with them. Eventually, 5 full minutes passed without her sustaining a single new injury. Yet, despite the favorable circumstances, the Overlord's spirit remained furrowed in concern, frequently glancing at the sky, attempting to hasten the closing of the brass gate. The sky is darkening today is the ghost festival, the Overlord's spirit muttered to himself, inadvertently lowering his gaze to the ground, observing Chi-Chiu, who continued to battle fiercely alone. A hint of worry etched upon her brow. Hey, what's your name? Just as Chi-Chiu repelled another wave of attacks from within the gate, the Overlord's spirit unexpectedly inquired. Chi-Chiu. She did not raise her head, merely wiping the iron rod in her hands, speaking softly. Had it not been for her breakthrough to the state of establishing her heart while facing that beast, she might not have had the strength to even stand. Indeed, the greater the rewards, the greater the risks. Chi-Chiu, do you know what the West Town guards? As the last rays of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, the Overlord's spirit spoke gravely. I do not. Chi-Chiu shook her head slightly. Here it guards a tributary of the Ghost Gate, and today is the Ghost Festival. The Overlord's spirit continued. Oh? Chi-Chiu nodded thoughtfully. Observing her unyielding demeanor, the Overlord's spirit grew impatient. Let us go. You have already done all that you can. The tone of the Overlord's spirit became more insistent. Chi-Chiu lifted her gaze slightly, looking skyward. A promise made to others must be fulfilled. Stubborn. The Overlord's spirit scoffed, falling silent, yet admiration flickered in his eyes. Once upon a time before the Wu River, he too had been as obstinate as this child, yet he persisted. Gradually, darkness engulfed the land. The temperature around them inexplicably dropped. The mist, already thick enough to obscure vision, now plunged into utter blackness. Yet Chi-Chiu stood unwavering before the gate, motionless, allowing the cold wind to sweep past her. In the next instant, a thick branch suddenly thrust forth from within the gate, sweeping toward Chi-Chiu. She moved stealthily, retreating several paces. During that brief moment, a streak of light burst forth from the gate. Moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible in the darkness, as the light approached, its speed diminished, revealing its true form, a squirrel. Yet it bore black fur. Its fur bristled, resembling that of a hedgehog. At that moment, the squirrel pressed against Chi-Chio's chest, baring its sharp teeth. Under the Ghost Festival, their speed and strength had both doubled, and they exhibited a more frenzied demeanor. Chi-Chio swung the iron rod. Narrowly evading the attack, however, the earth beneath suddenly surged, and a skeletal arm erupted fiercely, grasping firmly at Chi-Chio's calf. The sharp bone spurs lacerated Chi-Chio's skin, penetrating muscle to clutch his leg bone. Relentlessly pulling in agony, Chi-Chio stumbled, nearly falling, and ultimately could only endure the pain, wielding an iron rod to shatter the skeletal arm. Yet, even so, that half of a hand remained embedded in Chi-Chio's leg. Gripping tightly, in that fleeting moment, a squirrel finally succeeded in its ambush, its claws tearing through his flesh. The night had barely descended, and Chi-Chio had already suffered multiple injuries. Blood gushed from the wounds incessantly. Nevertheless, he persisted through the pain, smashing the squirrel into a pulp, resolutely standing before the door, quietly awaiting the next wave of assault. Unmoved by external circumstances, he remained indifferent. Chapter 18. A mountain apart under the moonlit sky. In the tranquil depths of the mountains, only the frail youth lingered, steadfastly guarding the door for the promise made to someone long deceased, repelling wave after wave of attacks. 4 hours, 5 hours. Even the Overlord's spirit sometimes found it incomprehensible why this fellow, despite exhausting every last ounce of strength, could always rise once more with indomitable resilience. Unkillable, unquenchable. It was as though as long as his spirit endured, he would forever remain. Who then truly embodies the living dead? Who is the disciple? The Overlord's spirit glanced at Chi-Chio, then at the array of uniquely shaped disciples charging forth from within the door, unable to refrain from murmuring to himself. As time elapsed, the cracks on the brass gate had nearly healed, with only the final fissure remaining before complete restoration. Once achieved, the brass gate would close, and all would return to tranquility. He, who had initially harbored no hope, inexplicably felt a surge of confidence at this moment. In the final half hour, I need complete focus. Outside, it's up to you. Upon finishing, the Overlord's spirit raised his right hand, pointing with a sword-like gesture towards the brass gate. His own thought seemed to continuously merge into the brass gate, facilitating its healing. This moment, Chi-Chio's clothes were tattered, exposing his upper body, which was marred with countless scars, as if he had just been pulled from a bloodbath. Even the iron rod had been misplaced, leaving him clutching a segment of a skeletal thigh bone, barely sustaining himself. He seemed to have heard the Overlord's spirit's words, or perhaps he had not. His eyelids fluttered slightly, exhausted as he leaned on the bone staff. Standing before the brass gate. 1 strike, 2 strikes. It felt as though muscle memory had taken over. He operated his body solely through instinctual combat experience. In fact, by the final moments, Chi-Chio had lost all sense of time. In his blurred memories, he only sensed that the surrounding disciples were dwindling, the pressure easing, until the vast expanse was devoid of life. Only heaps of corpses remained. You truly did it. The cracks on the brass gate had completely mended. The previously opened gap now slowly began to close. The Overlord's spirit's ethereal form had grown exceedingly faint. Gazing down at Chi-Chio from the heights, his eyes filled with astonishment. No, the physical body still exists, but the flame of spirit is about to extinguish. As if sensing something, the Overlord's spirit's brows knitted deeply, controlling the remnants of his will. He silently descended, observing Chi-Chio. This moment, Chi-Chio sat with his back to the brass gate atop the mountain of corpses, his hands propped on the bone staff, his eyes wide open. Yet, within those eyes, the usual spark had vanished, leaving only numbness and daze. Even as the Overlord's spirit approached, Chi-Chio instinctively tightened his grip on the bone staff. Yearning to rise, to kill, to eliminate, all who approached this door had seemingly become his sole obsession. Child, you are weary. Observing Chi-Chio's frenzied state, the Overlord's spirit's typically cold countenance softened slightly, letting out a sigh as he extended his hand. Gently resting it atop Chichio's head, I, in the name of the sacred, in the honor of the ancients, I shall mend your soul. Soul. Return. Accompanied by murmurs, the remaining essence of the Overlord's spirit transformed into motes of light, scattering with the wind. Yet, within Chichio's numb eyes, a flicker of vitality returned. An intriguing little fellow. I look forward to our next meeting. The remnants of the Overlord's spirit surged into the night sky. Turning to gaze into the distance, a mountain apart, innumerable lights twinkled. Those common folk were completely unaware that just moments ago, their lives had hung by a thread, reliant solely on Chichio. They did not even know who Chichio was. Still less did they comprehend the price paid by a legion of jailers for their sake. Perhaps, just as they had sworn when joining the gatekeepers. The wind is formless. Formless, thus devoid of desire. Devoid of desire. Yet possessing a yearning for the mountains and rivers to be safe and sound. Under the night sky, amidst a sea of stars, only Chichio remained, seated before the door, evoking an air of solitude. The mountain of corpses beneath him inexplicably sent chills down one's spine. Until the first light of dawn broke, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, crossing over the mountain of corpses, illuminating Chichio's face. Beneath him lay a multitude of white bones, a sea of blood. Upon his face, there was an expression devoid of desire, calm and serene. Only the blood somewhat disrupted the atmosphere. Ding! The sound of a bronze gong shattered the silence. In the distance, figures clad in jailer attire emerged from the woods, their faces etched with urgency, rushing into the ruins of the 6th prison. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority. Commanding respect without uttering a word, he stood in the center of the ruins, surveying the surroundings, immediately locking his gaze upon the mountain of corpses, particularly the boy seated atop it. Had he not sensed the faintest breath of life from the boy? One would think he was but a lifeless body. Yet, even alive, he remained a figure of awe. Not to mention the blood that drenched him, the myriad of wounds. The withered branch had nearly pierced through Chichio's chest. The skeletal hand remained embedded in his calf. Even a dead rat still clung to his arm, its jaws firmly grasping him. Though voiceless, it was an act of such valor, so striking. Lord Warden, the barrier of the 6th prison, has been shattered. A figure silently appeared behind the middle-aged man, speaking softly. The middle-aged man remained silent, his expression growing more solemn, raising his hand to indicate Chichio atop the mountain of corpses. I need to know his name. Background everything. The figure nodded slightly, observing Chichio's visage intently, retreating momentarily before returning. Lord Warden, he is not in our 4th prison's archives. His voice carried a hint of hesitation. Even the middle-aged man appeared somewhat astonished. Not one of ours? Indeed, the figure replied. The middle-aged man fell into silence, pondering deeply. Regardless, first, save him, at any cost. Moments later, the middle-aged man regained his composure, speaking in a deep voice. Several jailers with medicine kits rushed to Chichio's side, springing into action. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man surveyed the area, inhaling deeply before slowly closing his eyes. Heaven and earth bear witness. The sun and moon serve as my eyes. Disciple Fan Xing I in the name of the 6 Yao Air. Please, heaven and earth. Rewind. As his voice fell, 6 copper coins inexplicably appeared in the void before him, leaping through the air. The middle-aged man's complexion paled slightly, as images of past events began to materialize in his mind. After a considerable time, the copper coins vanished. The middle-aged man exhaled gently, gazing once more upon Chichio atop the mountain of corpses, his eyes now reflecting a complex array of emotions. After a century, the 4th prison has produced another heir. Is it a blessing, or a curse? Chapter 19. The Resonance of Mountains and Rivers. Director, he has awakened. A voice shattered Fan Xing's thoughts. Startled, Fan Xing turned to observe the mountain of corpses. At this moment, Chichio had reopened his eyes, yet he clutched the bone staff tightly, showing no signs of relaxation, his gaze towards the crowd tinged with wariness. Reflecting on the fragmented memories that had recently surfaced in his mind, Fan Xing sighed softly, approaching the heap of corpses and halting at a safe distance from Chichio, before speaking gently. Hello, I am Fan Xing, the deputy warden of the 4th prison. Yesterday, the alarm rang throughout the prison, but coinciding with the Ghost Festival, The headquarters encountered some troubles and could not provide timely support. I apologize. Fan Xing's voice was exceptionally gentle, and his gaze towards Qiqiu held a trace of remorse. Qiqiu's expression remained tranquil, merely surveying Fan Xing from afar. Identification. Fan Xing shook his head slightly. We do not possess identification. Then, what constitutes a gatekeeper? Qiqiu fell silent for a moment before hoarsely inquiring once more. As the voice of Qiqiu resonated, the expressions of all the guards who had come to offer support grew solemn, instinctively straightening their backs. Even Fan Xing, the deputy warden, fell into a hushed silence. Once upon a time, the words recited by the guards of the 6th prison echoed once more in the skies above it. Yet, the lines remained unchanged, the location unaltered, but the people were no longer the same. Nevertheless, in this moment, the resolute faith reflected in their eyes was unwavering. Some emotions are beyond imitation. Qiqiu fixed his gaze on the crowd until the 6th prison fell silent once again. Only then did his taut muscles relax, his brow furrowing as he extracted the bone spurs from his body one by one. Using a leg bone as a makeshift cane, he took weak steps into the distance. You intend to leave? Fan Xing was taken aback for a few seconds before managing to comprehend Qiqiu's intention, unable to restrain himself from speaking. The transaction was complete. Lingering on site was inadvisable. Qiqiu did not look back, continuing forward, albeit at a sluggish pace due to his weakness. You could very well stay and make some requests. In this atmosphere, it would be difficult for us to refuse you. Fan Xing observed Qiqiu's silhouette, lost in thought. Qiqiu's footsteps hesitated slightly, not because he was swayed by Fan Xing's words, but simply because he was fatigued from walking. Leaning on the leg bone, he spoke without hesitation. The remuneration has already been paid. Are you referring to the invitation? Fan Xing inquired again. Qiqiu tightened his grip on the leg bone, remaining silent. You know the way to the Upper Clear Palace? Fan Xing pressed on. Qiqiu fell into complete silence. Stay a while. Rest. I will provide you with the answer. Though Fan Xing spoke sparingly, his words always struck at the heart of the matter. Indeed, while Qiqiu remained silent, he supported his body and sat back down on a large rock, enveloped in quietude. Fan Xing withdrew his gaze, surveying the surroundings. The 6th prison, littered with wounds, starkly visible blood, and corpses seemed to sketch a poignant tableau in that moment. With lowered eyes, Fan Xing murmured softly, I am sorry, we have arrived late with that. He raised his hands, fingers interlaced, bent, thumbs up, palms resting on his chest, and shouted, Attention! Comrades of the 4th prison, present, present, present. Guards scattered throughout the 6th prison, whether standing amidst the ruins or atop boulders, echoed in unison against the chill of the wind. Unbeknownst to them, the wind seemed to grow slightly stronger. Stirring the edges of their garments, the snow-white character for prison on their chests appeared to carry a newfound sense of solemnity. Bid farewell to the 6th prison. And why, friends, onward, Fan Xing roared once more. If his previous demeanor exuded elegance, at this moment, he revealed another side, one of martial fervor. The guards, in silent accord, crossed their arms over their chests, their heads bowed slightly. The entirety of the 6th prison was shrouded in silence. Only the wind could be heard, as if old friends were whispering, mourning. Knock, the bell of mountains and rivers. Send, the gatekeeper. Fan Xing's expression was cold and resolute. The crowd fell silent, yet waves of mental energy emanated from their bodies, diffusing into the air, dancing with the wind, coalescing into an ethereal bronze bell. The bell was covered in rust, adorned with landscapes, embodying the essence of heaven and earth, encapsulating the essence of all beings. Quietly, the bell tolled. Its crisp sound echoed from the heights, unexpectedly bringing a sense of tranquility to the heart. The bell rang 3 times, dissipating into the void. Fan Xing inhaled deeply, turning to look at Qiqiu once more. What were you thinking just now? Qiqiu was momentarily stunned. After careful contemplation, he spoke softly. The invitation has been soaked in blood. Will the Upper Clear Palace still acknowledge it? As he spoke, he strained to lift his arm, resting it on his waist, retrieving the invitation. However, after being drenched in blood, it appeared a vivid crimson. Although our 4th prison is hidden in the wilderness, dubbed a band of savages, we are not to the extent of being ignored. This invitation encapsulates the souls of dozens of our gatekeepers. To disrespect it is tantamount to declaring war against the 4th prison. Fan Xing stated calmly, his words imbued with unwavering confidence and a touch of resolve. Qi Qiu nodded gently, refraining from further discourse as he carefully stored the invitation away, exhaling in relief. Are you not going to say anything more? After all, you are the heir of our fourth prison. Observing Qi Qiu regain his composure, Fan Xing couldn't help but speak. Qi Qiu raised his head, his lively gaze meeting Fan Xing's from afar, and after a few seconds of silence, he weakly replied, I fought all night. I'm tired and still in pain. Fan Xing was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. Ahem, what are you all staring at? Hurry up and clean this place up. We cannot let ordinary people see. He abruptly turned his head, shouting at the guards, be the way. What is your inherited skill? After a slight easing of the awkwardness, Fan Xing could not help but inquire again. To be able to hold the bronze gate single-handedly, such strength, combined with being the heir of the fourth prison, perhaps there truly was a chance to rewrite the current predicament of the fourth prison. No, however, Qi Qiu shook his head. What do you mean by no? Fan Xing sensed something amiss, his lips twitching slightly. It means, I did not receive the inheritance. They merely glanced at it in the sky and left. Qi Qiu replied earnestly. Fan Xing stood frozen, processing the weight of Qi Qiu's words, and after a long while, he returned to reality, somewhat dazed. The only heir of the fourth prison in a century. Is an ordinary person? Chapter 20. The Underworld. So, where is the address of the Upper Clear Palace? As Fan Xing fell into an unknown bewilderment, Qi Qiu politely inquired, even a subtle, unoffensive smile gracing his calm face. You should understand what the identity of the heir of the fourth prison represents. Observing Qi Qiu's reaction, Fan Xing frowned slightly. Under the sunlight, Qi Qiu's smile remained unchanged, his body leaning forward slightly, supported by the bone stick. As you said, I am just an ordinary person, unable to untangle the intricate interpersonal relationships of your fourth prison. Nor do I wish to unwittingly become a victim of some conflict. I prefer a straightforward arrangement. The more I am paid, the more I will work. It is far more comfortable that way. Furthermore, while I am unclear about what transpired within your fourth prison last night, the people of the sixth prison are quite commendable. Qi Qiu said little more, many of his words merely skimming the surface, yet his bright eyes remained fixed on Fan Xing's gaze. In that moment, Fan Xing realized he had underestimated Qi Qiu. He was not merely the brave soul he had previously appeared to be, driven solely by conviction. Qi Qiu perceived far more than most, the fourth prison, the legendary gatekeeper, where all would retreat in its presence, yet now beset by external and internal troubles. Once, the honors of yesteryear had been reduced to history, buried in dust. The title of gatekeeper felt increasingly hollow. Nevertheless, the fourth prison would ultimately provide some support for you. Fan Xing could not help but speak again. This time, Qi Qiu did not respond immediately. Bathed in sunlight, the smile at the corners of his mouth seemed to brighten. Can we become family? Qi Qiu suddenly asked, not allowing Fan Xing a moment to react, leaving him momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his senses, Qi Qiu had already turned his back, leaning on the bone stick, limping as he continued walking into the distance. Family. Fan Xing's brow furrowed in complexity as he softly repeated Qi Qiu's words, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The fourth prison, the heir, an ordinary person. The intricate web of various forces and entangled interests. The matters they had to consider, far too many, so many that even a casual word felt impossible to utter. Perhaps you are right. This world, seemingly glamorous and resplendent, is in truth a whirlpool that devours without leaving bones. Once he comprehended all this, Fan Xing's eyes regained their clarity, watching Qi Qiu's receding figure, a smile creeping onto his lips. Perhaps this truly is what it means to be wise, to sample without indulging, to depart gracefully, having obtained what one desires while remaining unentangled. Qi Qiu, Fan Xing suddenly shouted. Qi Qiu's footsteps paused, the heir, receiving the legacy of heaven and earth, guarding the mountains and rivers, yet standing amidst darkness. Thus it is named the Underworld. The kindness of today, the fourth prison has no means to repay. I present you with a map of the Underworld. May you accept it with a smile as the words fell. Fan Xing reached into his pocket and retrieved a mobile phone. It was not a paper map or a mysterious scroll, but rather an ordinary mobile phone. However, this phone was anything but ordinary. It was the latest model from Shanghai. Priced at $10,000. To put it simply, that was enough to buy 50 of Chicho's old man Lu phones. No, wait. Even the old man would not be amused upon seeing Chicho's phone. The mobile phone traced a graceful parabolic arc in the air. Chicho momentarily fell into a daze, then, in a flurry of clumsiness, he tossed the bone club aside, staggered, and managed to grasp the phone, almost letting it slip from his grip twice. It was only when he had it firmly clenched in his hand that Chicho sighed in relief and cast a resentful glance at Fan Xing. His tone laced with a hint of reproach. Such an expensive item. How could you throw it around carelessly? What if it breaks? Fan Xing was taken aback, his mind racing to digest the implications of Chicho's words. If it breaks, just apply for another one. Fan Xing instinctively replied. This phone is a special custom model for our underground world, and the software inside differs from what is available on the market. For instance, the navigation displays coordinates of certain factions in our underground world. The search page also announces trending topics from the underground world daily. If there's anything you don't understand, just search directly. To reach the Qing Palace, just set the navigation. Fan Xing patiently explained. Chicho listened intently, afraid to miss a single detail, and only after a while did he ponderously inquire. So, this phone won't be convenient to sell after I finish navigating. It's just a phone. Why would I sell it? Fan Xing queried, somewhat perplexed. However, Chicho offered no further explanation, instead meticulously wiping the phone screen, only to find his hands stained with blood, which only made it dirtier. And he felt a pang of distress. "Do you have a bag?" Chicho, clutching the phone with the only clean spots on his arms, looked around anxiously. It was worth noting that even in a life-threatening situation after guarding the door for 6 hours, Chicho remained remarkably calm. "A bag? Who has a bag?" Fan Xing contemplated, calling out to the guards nearby. But as they were out on duty, who would carry such things? The many guards looked around awkwardly. Until one guard's eyes lit up, pulling out a phone identical to Fan Xing's, a specialized model for the underground world. The only difference was that this phone had a protective case. The case even had a beautiful strap. "Here!" He jogged over to Chicho, attentively taking the phone from him. Under Chicho's vigilant gaze, he slipped the case onto the phone and deftly hung it around Chicho's neck. In that instant, it was perfect. Chicho sighed in relief. The fourth prisoned? Quite impressive. Chicho looked at Fan Xing, inexplicably yet sincerely complimenting him, before bending down to pick up the bone club and slowly making his way into the distance. What kind of person is this? Becoming increasingly inscrutable. Fan Xing watched Chicho depart, unable to resist murmuring to himself. After a moment, Fan Xing regained his composure, looking around with a serious expression. What happened today must be kept under wraps. Understood? Understood. Understood? Voices echoed in response. Fan Xing nodded slightly. Clean up the scene and restore everything to its original state. Gazing at the desolation around him, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy crossed Fan Xing's eyes. But he ultimately regained his resolute demeanor and spoke calmly. The crowd fell into a flurry of activity once more. Chapter 21. Moving forward Wu Mountain. Winding mountain paths, it took merely a dozen seconds to leap down from the summit. Yet, climbing back took Chicho the better part of the day. This was due to the 2 transformations he underwent within, stepping into the heart establishment realm, significantly enhancing his recovery abilities. Otherwise, given his previous state of near collapse, it would have been a struggle just to escape the 6th detention facility. The donkey cart lay desolate beside a tree, yet Chicho had no intention of abandoning it. Instead, he grasped the handrails on either side of the cart, dragging it as he re-entered the path down the mountain. Previously, the cart was merely missing a donkey. Now, it was also devoid of reins and Su-He. But the cart remained. Chicho remained. Another round of dawn ascended. The sun, moon, and rivers persisted. The cart continued its creaking journey. Whether it had a donkey, whether it had Su-He, the cart was still moving. Along the winding path, only Chicho's frail figure remained, bare-chested and stained with blood. Gradually receding in the sunlight, unhurried yet resolute to his chest, the expensive phone swayed, particularly conspicuous. The mission completed, time to head home. Strangely, Chicho lifted his head, gazing skyward, releasing a shout. It was as if he were venting the pent-up emotions within him during this time. Akin to some ritual, but at least after that shout, a smile gradually surfaced on Chicho's otherwise impassive face. lighthearted, and unrestrained. Under the pressures of life, perhaps Chi-Chio sometimes had to force himself to mature. To be rational, yet in his essence, he remained a youth, dressed in vibrant attire, riding with vigor, and embracing his youth. These fundamental qualities could not be stripped away by life. They would only be concealed and eventually explode at some juncture. Especially the immense boulder that had been pressing upon his heart for years, which now seemed to shift ever so slightly. The phone, a symbol of hope and substantial wealth, carrying this joyful sentiment. Even Chi-Chio's footsteps became noticeably lighter. In a fleeting moment, a crisp sound echoed from within him. The chains that had once bound his heart loosened a fraction. The heart establishment was indeed a journey of self-exploration. A tranquil heart leads to clear thoughts. When the heart desires, feelings arise. When one questions without remorse, one can break the heart and then establish their destiny. Although Chi-Chio was merely at the beginning of this path, if others were to know that this youth had taken 2 significant steps in his heart's journey within a single day, they would surely be astonished. After all, though the heart establishment realm is merely foundational, it is the starting point for all inheritors. Yet this realization did not halt Chi-Chio's pace. Rather, it paled in comparison to the joy of acquiring the phone. It was only after a considerable time that he returned to the western town. Standing before the indescribable youth inn. What brings you here again? The unexpected incidents of the mission are unrelated to the information provided by the benefactor. It's just your bad luck to run into a dead end during the task. Money. Not a penny more. The innkeeper, still clad in slippers, a tank top, and shorts, fan in hand, bellowed from behind the counter. His eyes, like those of a hawk, were fixed on Chi-Chio. I'm here to say goodbye. However, the anticipated argument did not ensue. Chi-Chio merely stood before him, speaking earnestly, leaving the innkeeper momentarily stunned. I'd have found a way to save him. Chi-Chio exhaled, a smile gracing his face. The innkeeper instinctively tightened his grip on the fan, then feigned disinterest, waving his hand impatiently. What does that have to do with me? If there's nothing else, hurry and scram. Before I leave, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for your kindness in feeding me back then, I would have starved long ago. Saying this, Chi-Chio took a step back and bowed deeply to the innkeeper. The innkeeper, seated, gazed at the frail yet stubborn child before him, sighed softly, and said nothing. Only slowly closing his eyes. Farewell. Chi-Chio whispered, turning to walk away into the distance. In the deep night, only the neon sign continued to flicker with a pink glow, alluring the deepest desires within hearts. Yet, whether seated within or standing outside, both individuals felt a profound sense of detachment at that moment. Do you have any money? Ultimately, the innkeeper could not help but open his eyes, watching Chi-Chio's retreating figure, and asked, None. But I've managed this way all along. I'm used to it. Chi-Chio paused, turning in the darkness to face the innkeeper, smiling. This smile bore a hint of pity, yet was also clear as day. Damn it, smiling again. If it weren't for the fact that you had the most genuine and beautiful smile in the entire Lake West district back then, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Yet, you haven't smiled in quite some time. The innkeeper muttered under his breath, cursing softly, opening the drawer of the counter, and withdrawing a stack of 100 yuan bills, counting them one by one. Ultimately, he settled on 20. Thought for a moment, then retracted 10, leaving 1,000 on the table. If you survive, remember to pay me back, he said gruffly. Thank you. But there's no need. We'll manage to survive. Surprisingly, Chi-Chio shook his head, almost without hesitation, and refused. If you truly feel sorry for me, send me a donkey. Pulling the cart is quite exhausting. However, in the next moment, Chi-Chio spoke again, blinking her bright eyes, appearing utterly pitiful. Damn. I can't believe I fell for your tricks. The innkeeper irritably ran a hand through his hair. A donkey is far more expensive than money. Yet, he ultimately refrained from retorting, merely waving the fan in his hand. Come and collect it tomorrow morning. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Oh, by the way, the reins are also broken. Chi-Chio's smile grew even more radiant. Goodbye, Uncle Ma. She waved at the innkeeper from a distance, then turned and hurriedly disappeared into the night, as if fearing he might change his mind. Everything unfolded just as Chi-Chio had anticipated. Hardly had she walked far when the innkeeper, in frustration, slapped his forehead. I've been fooled again. That guy's smile is quite sinister. Though he cursed under his breath, He eventually made a phone call, then lazily collapsed back onto the counter, seemingly drifting off to sleep. Outside, the advertisement lights flickered faintly, the wiring aging once more. The original bulbs had quietly burned out a few more. Similarly, the words at this moment underwent a transformation. Inexpressibly wonderful youth hostel morphed into women can spend a night for free. Beneath the pink halo, these words appeared to be even more ambiguous. Chapter 22. The gentle breeze always accompanies morning. The soft sunlight illuminated the skies over the Westlake district. Despite its evident dilapidation, under this layer of light, it seemed much gentler, less menacing. An elderly man pushed a cart along the street, occasionally rummaging through a trash bin for something. A young child closely followed behind him, alertly clutching a small knife, ready to pounce at the sight of any valuable finds. Middle-aged women, dressed in tattered garments, gathered at the exit leading to the Eastlake district, casting pitiful glances at the soldiers stationed there, attempting to soften their hearts and gain passage. Even a single day's opportunity would guarantee them a decent income. As for the young and strong, they roamed in groups of 3 or 5, their gazes sharp, searching the streets for any opportunity to amass wealth. This was the daily life of the Westlake district. On this particular morning, Chichio was exceptionally clad in a brand new outfit. Well, the so-called new clothes were merely a white t-shirt paired with a pair of inexpensive sports pants, totaling no more than a few dozen bucks. Yet, this was all that Chichio could muster. He stood before a dilapidated clinic that lacked even a signboard, diligently adjusting his clothes, carefully tucking his phone and prayer papers close to his body, wrapping them with tape to ensure they wouldn't fall out or be stolen. Only then did he knock on the door. Moments later, the door swung open. Isn't it still too early? The middle-aged doctor stood at the door, gazing at the smiling Chichio outside, momentarily taken aback. A hint of confusion crossing his face. Came to pick someone up. Chichio gently spoke, pausing slightly, his smile growing even brighter upon uttering the words, pick someone up. Pick someone up? Have you found a way? The middle-aged doctor furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. Chichio nodded earnestly. Although I know few can deceive you, I still wish to be cautious in all matters. The middle-aged doctor said nothing further, leading Chichio into the room. IVE modified the freezer. It must be charged for 3 hours daily, or it won't maintain the right temperature. Also, avoid bumpy roads. After all, the budget is tight, and some circuits are aging. Lastly, I wish you a safe journey. The middle-aged doctor painstakingly detailed the usage of the freezing equipment until he fell silent for a moment, gazing into Chichio's bright eyes, softly adding, thank you for these years. Chichio maintained his smile, deeply bowing to the middle-aged doctor. Under the sunlight in this dilapidated courtyard, the frail youth and the middle-aged doctor exchanged a smile, a silent communication that spoke volumes. It was also on this day that the donkey cart, propelled by the youth's determination, set sail once more. Only this time, the cart finally had a genuine donkey. Though appearing quite thin, giving off a fragile impression, at least, this was Chichio's sole companion on this long journey. The donkey cart headed north. Amidst the glances of greed from the various corners of the Westlake district, it gradually receded. Until the cart completely departed the Westlake district, the road behind was already stained with mottled blood. Seemingly bidding it farewell. Youth, ice coffin, donkey cart. These 3 seemingly unrelated phrases melded together so perfectly, embarking on a journey that belonged solely to them. The vast stars and seas. The road ahead may be smooth or fraught with cliffs. But at this moment, the gentle breeze always accompanies. Chapter 4. The 4th prison. Check. Who on earth leaked the news? In the office, Fan Xing hurled the teacup in his hand to the ground, shattering it. His voice erupting in fury. 2 prison guards stood silently, heads bowed, afraid to speak. In just one day, the news of the air from our 4th prison had spread like wildfire. Truly, Fan Xing laughed bitterly in anger. Fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. Don't say Chichio doesn't want to be associated with us. Even I want to leave. The room was thick with oppressive emotions. Chichio, has he reached the Qinggong Palace? After a long moment, Fan Xing took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation within, and spoke again. One of the guards, with a hint of complexity in his eyes, stepped forward. According to our informants, he just departed from Shizhen an hour ago. Fan Xing froze, his brow furrowing. Just set off? our old friends may not let Qi Qiu reach the Qinggong Palace. After all, even if Qi Qiu denies his status as the heir, the moment he sets foot on that path, his fortune has already become intertwined with our fourth prison. Killing Qi Qiu would be beneficial for these people, without any repercussions. They wouldn't even need to act. Those tomb raiders and deity servants would likely take the initiative to hunt him down. Fan Xing's expression darkened, thoughts swirling in his mind, fingers lightly tapping the table. After a moment, he asked again, "Is he taking the high-speed train or a plane? If it's a plane, there's room for maneuver. We just need to set up arrangements at the Qingqing airport in advance." He.is taking a donkey cart. However, before Fan Xing could finish, he was interrupted by the guard. A donkey cart. A donkey cart is still better than a donkey cart? Fan Xing instinctively nodded but quickly realized, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the guard, his voice rising several decibels, filled with incredulity. Only upon seeing the guard's affirmative response did he slump into his chair. "No, I know he's short on cash, but can he truly not afford a plane ticket?" Fan Xing couldn't help but ask. The guard, equally pained, glanced out at the blue sky, white clouds and passing planes. Before seemingly speaking to himself, perhaps it's because he's transporting a corpse and can't get through security. A corpse? Damn. Fan Xing seemed to have an epiphany, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Can't you communicate with the aviation department?" "Warden, we operate in the underground world." When the fourth prison was established, the first-generation warden explicitly stated that we must remain low-key, acting as heroes in the shadows, so our public identities cannot draw too much attention. Thus, our fourth prison, the best we've done externally, opened a mid-sized supermarket in Shizhen, and even then, we were criticized at last year's annual meeting. In this grand context, how could we possibly forge a connection with the aviation department? We can't even deliver takeout to their headquarters. Mentioning this, the guard's expression soured. Well, the one running the supermarket is him. Chapter 23. Undercurrent surging. Listening to the complaints below, Fan Xing fell silent. Perhaps this is the helplessness of the underground world, accustomed to the bizarre and the brutality of slaughter, yet struggling with some fundamental matters. Under the sunlight, they dared not be too reckless. This matter still held potential for change. Fan Xing once again fell into deep thought, and after a moment, spoke solemnly. "Are there any new faces in the fourth prison? The conference for this year's heirs has yet to commence. Are there any new faces on our end? Moreover, the internal dynamics of the fourth prison are no longer unified. The chief warden is still in seclusion." The guard appeared troubled, but soon, as if struck by a thought, his eyes brightened. "I actually thought of someone." "Who?" A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Fan Xing's eyes. "Dio, you remembered. Last year, the youthful hero sent to us by the Personnel Coordination Bureau." The prison guard racked his brain for adjectives to describe this individual. Suddenly, Fan Xing realized, Wu Yang. "Yes, that's him." The guard nodded emphatically. "Although he may have some mental shortcomings, he is, after all, the heir to the Wuqiao acrobatics legacy. His abilities are undoubtedly formidable." The news of a successor emerging from the fourth prison stirred the underground world into a frenzy overnight. There are still countless eyes secretly watching him. Moreover, our fourth prison currently finds itself in a precarious position. A single thread pulled could unravel the whole tapestry. It seems we can only rely on Wu Yang now. "I hope this fellow can be somewhat reliable. Remember, you must tell him to be cautious, discreet, and to protect Qi Qiu at all costs in the shadows." A weary expression clouded Fan Xing's face as he rubbed his temples and sighed. The guard nodded gently and walked out the door, and within 3 days, root out the traitor leaking information. Fan Xing spoke again, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. The guard paused momentarily before quickening his pace and hastily exiting the office. Once the office was empty, Fan Xing slowly rose high in the air. A ripple of mental energy stirred. 6 copper coins swayed gently in the void. "Junior, heir to the 6 lines, Fan Xing. I seek a glimpse into the heavenly secrets." As his voice fell, the 6 copper coins spun incessantly in the air, and his complexion also grew slightly pale. The coins flickered in the void for about half a minute before gradually ceasing their motion. Fan Xing lifted his head to regard the hexagram, his brows furrowing deeply before slowly relaxing. Through storms and mud, after the rain comes the warm sun. After the muck blooms the flowers. The flowers are in full bloom. The sun meets the youth. Fan Xing pondered thoughtfully, lightly waving his hand. causing the coins to transform into luminous specks that dissipated. Why, esteemed warden, if you do not emerge soon, I will be unable to hold the fourth prison together. With a tinge of sorrow, Fan Xing sighed and slowly closed his eyes. The fourth prison has produced a successor in the wilderness. An elderly man wielding a hoe and donning a sun hat resembled a seasoned farmer. His skin dark and dry. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, he paused for a moment before continuing to laboriously dig into the earth before him. Indeed, every successor is born from a confluence of timing, location, and human factors, a serendipitous occurrence. The fourth prison has not produced a successor in a century, leading to a scattering of fortunes and a decline in status. Now, with the sudden news of a successor's emergence, we must be cautious. A middle-aged man, similarly clad in coarse clothing, stood beside the elder and spoke solemnly. However, the elder paid him no heed, engrossed in his work. Only when he unearthed a mound of crimson soil did his eyes glimmer with intrigue. There is indeed a tomb here. Immediately draft a project proposal and submit it to the 12th floor for record-keeping. Commence excavation. I wonder whose divine resting place this might be. The elder rubbed his hands together excitedly, issuing instructions to those around him. Once all tasks were completed, he turned to the middle-aged man. Our archaeological bureau and the guards have always been adversaries. After all, our duty is to unearth tombs, while theirs is to guard them. Due to our professional obligations, some conflicts are inevitable. But now, given the precarious situation of the fourth prison, in this circumstance, if we were to step in, do you think the 12th floor would truly remain indifferent? Divine tombs are akin to vast cakes. In the past, we could not contend with the gods, for their existence was deemed rightful. But now, many have come to believe they are entitled to carve a piece from the divine. Thus, the existence of the fourth prison has become particularly irksome. The elder's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he chuckled lightly, removing his sun hat to use as a fan, idly fanning himself. The middle-aged man looked puzzled. But precisely because of this, we should seize the opportunity. The elder chuckled. Existence is justification. Regardless of the fourth prison's current plight, their remarkable contributions to humanity over the years still stand. We can suppress them, we can compete, but we cannot be the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Otherwise, the downfall of the fourth prison will ultimately cost some individuals their hard-earned merits. Do you understand? The elder laughed softly, speaking again. The middle-aged man suddenly comprehended. So, this time, we do nothing. No, at this juncture. The sudden emergence of a successor in the fourth prison will inevitably become a thorn in everyone's side. There will always be those eager to partake of the cake, who will act first. What if the blame falls upon us? The elder paused momentarily before continuing. Thus, we must act, and we must do so with great fanfare. We must let everyone in the underground world know that we are willing to establish a friendship with this successor of the fourth prison. We not only do not seek to harm him, but will also protect him. The middle-aged man fell deep in thought, analyzing the elder's words. Protect this way. Even if someone assassinates the successor of the fourth prison, it will have nothing to do with us. His eyes lit up, and he exclaimed. The elder nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. If we, in our efforts to protect him, sacrifice a few intern archaeologists, when it comes time to feast on the cake, it may very well be us who acts first. The middle-aged man nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of enlightenment, clenched his fists, and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, the elder continued to wear a farmer's simple smile, hoisting his hoe and admiring the land before him. This world is no longer what it once was. The underground world once prided itself as the guardians of darkness. It has truly become the literal meaning of the term under the sun. The wrinkles on the elder's face all gathered together, the breeze light and the clouds soft. As he murmured to himself, it seemed both mocking and full of delight. Many say that Qiqiu resembles Yushang, but this book has just begun, with few words. Many aspects will need to be revealed slowly. I can only say that Qiqiu is Qiqiu, a unique Qiqiu. As for the rest, everyone may look forward to it. Chapter 24. The donkey drives Qiqiu.in Shangqiu City. The most prosperous city of humanity, buildings of various designs tower magnificently. At the center of the city stands the landmark of Shangqiu City, the Shangqiu Museum. It is said that over 80% of humanity's ancient artifacts are gathered here. The decayed fourth prison has unexpectedly produced a new successor. But now, times have changed. the fourth prison, might as well be sealed in history, a fitting end in the deputy curator's office, an elderly man, wearing reading glasses, strained to read the newspaper before him, giving off a kindly impression, yet his tone was high-handed and coldly indifferent. Understood, I know what to do, a young man dressed in work attire nodded gently in response. One must think critically that a dead camel is still larger than a horse. The fourth prison still possesses some depth. After all, that king of hell is still alive. Let others deliver the final blow. Throughout, the elder's gaze remained fixed on the newspaper. All right, the young man, with a sullen expression, appeared somewhat taciturn, silently departed in the room. Only the sound of the elder flipping through the newspaper occasionally broke the silence. Tranquil yet elegant, similar scenes unfolded across various regions of humanity. Countless pairs of eyes converged almost immediately on the West City, on that ordinary, even somewhat dilapidated, well, to be precise, utterly deplorable donkey cart. Undercurrents surged. Storm clouds loomed over the city. Perhaps even the youth himself did not realize that, with each of his movements, he now represented the last vestige of fortune for the fourth prison. His fate was now intertwined with that of the fourth prison. When serendipity strikes, even a pebble can stir up a tremendous wave. And now, their shared consensus is to prevent Qiqiu from reaching the Shangqing Palace. Simultaneously, the Shangqing Palace. It too drew the attention of the masses. Everyone speculated what kind of response the Shangqing Palace, as one of humanity's three transcendent realms, would offer. After all, even within this great vortex, the Shangqing Palace could not entirely remain aloof. But who could have imagined that Qiqiu's journey to the Shangqing Palace was merely sparked by a seemingly insignificant remark from an inconspicuous prison guard in the underground world? The palace master is currently suppressing the divine tombs in Block 14 and is unable to return for the time being. In the Shangqing Palace, I have always remained aloof from worldly affairs. This time let us not meet. That is out of the question. After all, Qiqiu bears the of the fourth prison. The in this world demands a warm welcome. It is an ironclad rule of the human race. That rule belongs to the fourth prison. Inside Shangqing Palace, within the tea house, voices of dispute arose in a cacophony. A subtle veil of worry enveloped the faces of the assembly. Only the two elderly gentlemen seated at the left and right of the foremost positions sipped their tea with a nonchalant demeanor. Exchanging glances with a hint of a smile, both were clad in white robes. The man on the left bore the inscription Wuyo on his back, while the one on the right bore wool. To be flustered before the arrival of a guest is to tarnish the reputation of Shangqing Palace. Wuyo delicately sipped his tea and spoke in a calm tone. As his voice settled, the room fell silent. Indeed, Qiqiu may not survive the journey to Shangqing Palace. Wu maintained his serene expression and added, yet the fourth prison is equally aware of what Qiqiu's identity signifies. If they forcibly protect Qiqiu and bring him to our Shangqing Palace, how shall we respond to the two deputy masters? A middle-aged man could no longer restrain himself and inquired. The assembly nodded in unison, clearly sharing the same apprehension. Shangqing Palace gazes upon the grandeur of mountains and rivers, distanced from the chaos of the mortal realm. Cultivate a tranquil heart, harbor few desires. Do not be tainted by distracting thoughts. Wuyo spoke once more, his voice devoid of embellishment, yet laced with undeniable authority. Let all unfold in accordance with fate. Entirely reliant on Elder Wei's intent. Should he wish it, we shall open the doors to welcome guests. Should he wish otherwise, we shall close them and sweep away the snow. The assembly exchanged glances. Those fleeting distractions dissipating in that moment, their demeanor returning to one of serene detachment. Although the words of the two deputy masters were shrouded in ambiguity, their years of communication experience enabled them to grasp the underlying message. To put it bluntly, it depends on the mood. If not satisfied, then act. Shangqing Palace fears nothing. In an instant, the assembly found solace. 2 weeks hence, the New Air Conference shall commence, which also marks the day of recruitment for our Shangqing Palace. Shall we consider postponing? Just as the assembly prepared to depart, one individual appeared to have an epiphany and suddenly posed a question. Follow one's heart, follow fate. Wuyo and Wu spoke in unison. The individual was momentarily taken aback, then clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. I should ride alone. Outside the Western Market, on the remote rural road leading to Xiaohuan City, Qiqiu sat atop a donkey cart, feeling the cart's relentless speed, lost in contemplation. The rural path was inherently rugged and arduous. The frail old donkey's pace only amplified a sense of foreboding. It even instilled in Chichio a nagging feeling that he might soon have to bid farewell to the old donkey. Perhaps it was not just a feeling. Tonight, will we reach Xiaohuan City in time? The desolate wilderness makes charging difficult. Chichio glanced at the navigation on his phone, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. 100 miles in 4 hours, merely 20 miles have been traversed. This was under the old donkey's youthful fervor, exerting itself to the utmost. Yet now the donkey is weary. The forward pace dwindled increasingly. If we cannot charge tonight contemplating this dire outcome, Chichio's eyes grew serious, his smile fading, as he resolutely rose, leaped from the cart, and unfastened the old donkey's reins, placing them around his own neck. Pushing forward with determination, indeed, with Chichio's resolute mindset, their speed doubled instantly. The cart moved faster, hope ignited. The donkey felt relieved. Thus, on this desolate rural path, one could witness such an absurd scene. Chichio pulled the cart. The donkey urged Chichio. Strangely, both seemed to find this an exceptionally splendid idea. Concurrently, at this very moment, on the adjacent broad highway, several figures exchanged silent glances, wordlessly regarding one another. Even with a donkey cart, this 20-mile stretch should have been completed by now. Why has the heir not yet arrived? Have they taken a different route? Impossible. This is the fastest road to Xiaohuan City. Could it be that he received news in advance? Above the trees lining the highway, several figures cloaked in black robes, exuding a faint aura of darkness, muttered hoarsely amongst themselves. If Chichio were present, he would instantly recognize this as the exclusive attire of tomb raiders. Is it possible the donkey cart is not permitted on the highway? Suddenly, in a corner, one of the cloaked figures seemed to have an epiphany and spoke in a low tone. The atmosphere momentarily stilled. The others froze in place, exchanging glances. Chapter 25. My name is Wu Yang. Is there such a saying? I am uncertain, but highways are certainly prohibited. Recently, there has been a stringent crackdown, and highways are being monitored in that instant. On the silent highway, the notorious tomb raiders exchanged glances, lost in thought. The underworld's thugs sometimes find themselves at a loss when confronted with the regulations of the sunlit world. Shall we take another route to pursue? There are so many rural paths. How do we choose? Drones. Why didn't you mention the drone earlier? Voices emerged intermittently, discussing what should have been a grave matter. Ultimately, one tomb raider, under the expectant gazes of the others, somewhat vainly opened his backpack and retrieved a drone, skillfully maneuvering it into the air. Have we found it? Where? Figures leaped into the air, ultimately converging upon a single tree, their gazes fixated on the small screen from various angles. And then look here, one of the tomb raiders exclaimed, pointing a finger at a corner of the screen. Zoom in, zoom in. The area he indicated appeared unremarkable, however, upon witnessing the faint azure glow emanating from his pupils. The crowd instantly abandoned any dissenting thoughts and complied without hesitation. Monitoring through this ability is far more exhilarating than watching a movie. Silence. As the crowd murmured amongst themselves, they gradually lowered the drone. And at last, a figure appeared on the screen. Though the image was slightly blurred, it was still evident that it depicted a youth riding an electric bike, handsome, gallant. Each gesture carried the vigor of a youthful hero. Most importantly, he bore a sign upon his chest. Bold characters inscribed the words Chichio. In an instant, the atmosphere grew somewhat hushed. The crowd exchanged glances. The target is so audacious. Could it be a trap? I scanned the area within a 3-mile radius and found nothing amiss. Regardless of whether it is or not, let us eliminate him first. Yes, the bounty is paramount. The crowd murmured in low tones, though they were tomb raiders. Tombs were not a common occurrence, and even when they were, most lay under the control of those from the 12th floor. Thus, during times of inactivity, they had no qualms about moonlighting as killers or bounty hunters, even if it meant delivering packages. After all, in the underworld, many matters are shrouded in secrecy. Whether in sunlight or darkness, there will always be a group of individuals enduring hardship, living on the edge. Today, after barely surviving a dangerous job, they must don new clothing the next day and deliver takeout. In mere seconds, the assembly reached a consensus, scattering to return to their respective trees, setting traps, and quietly awaiting the arrival of their prey. 10 minutes later, the dashing youth rode his electric bike, rushing from afar, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind. Chichio, this is where your journey ends. Dismount. Voices rang out in rapid succession, and as the words settled, 5 or 6 figures clad in black robes silently surrounded the youth at the center. The youth was taken aback, glancing around. His expression bore a hint of confusion, yet lacked any sense of vigilance. Ah, my apologies. I forgot to wear a helmet. Suddenly, as though recalling something, his face lit up with realization. He patted his head, clasped his hands, and continuously apologized. Several Tomb Raiders exchanged glances, remaining silent. Indeed, as the intelligence indicated, he was a newcomer to the underworld. He didn't even recognize our raider attire. Unfortunately, there is nothing to regret. Let us swiftly eliminate him and return for our reward. Yes, for such a simple task with abundant spirit energy. Who knows how many would be willing to take it? Delays could lead to complications. Although they appeared somewhat amateurish, even a bit comical, when it came to the act of killing, none hesitated or wavered. As the words fell, several coffin nails suddenly materialized in midair, tracing elegant arcs before hurtling towards the youth. Not a traffic officer. You intend to kill me. It was only at this moment that the youth seemed to finally grasp the situation. Letting out a cry of alarm, leaping about. Though his movements appeared exceedingly clumsy, he adeptly evaded the first wave of the coffin nails' assault, in broad daylight. With the heavens clear above, murder is a crime. Do you think I want to call the police? The youth anxiously scanned his body, ensuring there were no wounds before finally exhaling in relief, angrily reproaching the crowd. The others exchanged glances, growing solemn. Regardless of this fellow's erratic behavior, at the very least, his prowess is formidable. Let us cease our concealment and reveal our true cards. Together, we shall confront him. As one among them spoke, a surge of psychic energy radiated from their bodies. Shadows of black mist enveloped the youth. In the next moment, sounds of combat erupted from within the mist. Fists met flesh. Particularly, the boy's cries echoed intermittently from within the shroud of darkness. After what felt like an eternity, the black fog dissipated. This world is utterly chaotic. On the expansive roadway, only the boys stood solitary as for the Tomb Raiders. They lay on the ground, clutching their chests, emitting agonizing moans, their gazes inadvertently cast upon the boy. Filled with terror, Chichio, was he not an ordinary person who had not even attained inheritance? Why does this individual before us seem on the verge of clarity of mind? It is known that every step taken by the inheritors in establishing their heart realm is immensely time-consuming. One must first understand the heart, then achieve clarity, and finally unify the heart's thoughts to establish one's fate. Merely in the understanding the heart phase, one could languish for an indeterminate duration, gradually comprehending and filling the voids in their heart realm to grow. Truly, he is deserving of the title heir. It appears that today we are doomed. It is merely death. What is there to fear? The group exchanged glances, though disheveled, they remained undaunted. They were all individuals who had navigated the treacherous underworld, where the victors took all. This outcome they had long anticipated, however. As they awaited their demise in silence, the boy before them unexpectedly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Could it be he intends to leave a survivor? Must they endure inhumane torment before death? The expressions of the group subtly shifted. Then, hello, is this the police? I wish to report a robbery. I have been seriously harmed. Rest assured, the assailants have already been subdued by me. The location is on the East Outer Ring Road of the West City. Yes, I am a resident of the Lake East District. My name is Wu Yang. Under the sunlight, the boy displayed a cheerful smile. Ending the call, then proceeded to solemnly unbuckle the belts of the others, binding them to a tree by the roadside. This time, the group was utterly bewildered. Wu Yang, Chichio. How could they not be one and the same? Furthermore, why call the police? Matters of the underworld should be settled in the underworld. What difference is there between calling the police and summoning one's parents? Most importantly, they would rather die than spend time in jail. Chapter 26. Unforgivable sin. They gazed at Wu Yang's retreating figure, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Should they be grateful to have survived, or mourn the impending years of imprisonment? They might escape prison. But thereafter, they would likely be condemned to live in the shadows of the underworld, unseen by the light of day. Even stepping out to buy a pack of cigarettes could lead to being hunted. Most critically, they could no longer take part-time delivery jobs. With this thought, their hearts grew heavy with sorrow once more. Yet, They were left with one lingering question. Since you are clearly not Chicho, why wear a tag that reads Chicho so conspicuously? Alas, this answer would forever remain beyond their grasp. As night descended, on the desolate country road, only the heavy breaths of Chicho could be heard. Even the donkey occasionally brayed. Though it was not pulling a cart, it appeared more fatigued than Chicho. One man, one donkey, trudging forward with weary steps, until distant lights came into view. Though lacking warmth, they inexplicably evoked a sense of 1,000 homes illuminated. At last, he could recharge. With this thought, Chicho quickened his pace, finally arriving at a charging station. The moment he connected the power, he exhaled in relief. Sitting wearily on the cart, leaning against the nearby refrigerator, looking up at the starry sky, even with only a few twinkling stars and the lingering stench of donkey dung in the air, Chicho's spirits remained high. Previously, he had journeyed alone, but now he was accompanied by his home. In that instant, a smile crept across Chicho's face, his hands clasped behind his head, lost in thought. After a moment, he regained his composure, warily scanned his surroundings, and carefully wiped the sweat from his palms with his clothing before cautiously retrieving his phone from his pocket, attempting to tap the screen. Upon sensing heat, the screen illuminated. This seemingly mundane scene was astonishingly novel to Chicho, even instilling a momentary sense of trepidation. Once assured of no operational errors, he began experimenting with the device like a child. Chicho was utterly engrossed. In fact, during the hours spent learning to operate the smartphone, he paid no heed to the donkey. It must be noted, donkeys are not inexpensive either, whether it was Chicho's intelligence or the phone's user-friendliness. After an hour, he had relatively mastered most software functions and usages. For instance, the forum appeared to be an exclusive intelligence platform for the underworld, complete with a corresponding membership system. However, the new phone given to him by Fanxing had a membership level of 0. Many posts within the forum required a matching membership level to access. Chicho understood this concept fairly well. Just as novice assassins would never receive simple, lucrative jobs, he also attempted to familiarize himself with the membership upgrade system. To achieve level 2 membership, one needed an invitation from the 12 floors or various department exclusives. However, the journey from 0 to 2. Membership subscriptions ranged from 20 to 200. Upon seeing the prominently marked membership subscription, first month only 12 yuan, Chicho fell silent, decisively closing the membership interface. 12? Why not just steal? No, that is precisely what it is. Just as Chicho lamented the phone's battery life and prepared to shut off the screen, a post suddenly surged to the forefront. Moreover, it was among the few that could be read without a membership level. Particularly, the title was certainly eye-catching. On the 4th prison heir Chicho, can he survive to reach the Shangqing Palace? A rational analysis post. Author, Rational Observer. Chicho's finger, which had been about to move away, silently returned to the screen, clicking on the post, and so, in the cool night, he squatted on the cart, accompanied by the donkey, intently reading others' lengthy analyses on his survival prospects. The current situation is intricate, and the 12 floors have remained silent, their stance ambiguous. Unless the 4th prison spares no expense, risking total ruin, to abandon their hold on the forbidden zone, otherwise, the likelihood of this heir surviving is less than 1%. Minutes later, after finishing the final line of the post, Chicho calmly closed the forum, cautiously affixing the phone back to his waist with tape. The situation appears more complex than I had imagined. But my completion rate remains 100%. Leaning against the refrigerator, Chicho raised his gaze to the sky, softly murmuring, as if to himself, or perhaps to the entity within the refrigerator, "If you entrust your life to me, I shall not let this life slip from my grasp." As he spoke, Chicho rummaged through his pocket and pulled out an apple, taking small bites. When only half remained, he paused, glancing between the apple and the donkey that eagerly watched him. Deliberating for a moment, ultimately tossing the apple to the ground in an instant, the old donkey seized it in its mouth, gnawing messily, juice splattering everywhere. Its already unappealing face seemed to twist into a grotesque grin, rendering it even less attractive. Such a way of eating is wasteful. Chicho leaped down from the cart, observing the donkey's crude manner of consumption with sorrowful eyes, placing the reins around the donkey's neck. However, as Chicho quietly awaited the charging to conclude, in the distance, under the dim streetlight, 4 figures clad in black robes slowly emerged, encircling the donkey cart. Chicho calmly observed this scene, silently disconnecting the charging station. Turning to face the four, I actually dislike killing, especially when there is no payment involved. Could you please clear the path? In response to Chicho's inquiry, all he received were mocking smiles. Why must there always be those who obstruct our path? We merely wish to survive. Chicho meticulously organized the cart, speaking as if to himself, his voice carrying a hint of solitude and melancholy. Unbeknownst to him, his tone grew colder. Is there truly someone born with sin? Or have we genuinely become unforgivable? Upon finishing his words, Chicho secured the reins around the donkey's neck, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The old donkey let out an uneasy low bray. Meanwhile, Chicho slowly drew a short knife from the corner of the cart, directing his gaze at the four tomb raiders. Yet I do not believe in fate. We wish to live. Thus those who stand in our way must perish. Chicho's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of chilling intensity at this moment, a flicker of apathy surfacing in his eyes. It was a profound disregard for life, or rather, a disregard for the lives of others, coupled with aspiration and anticipation. Chapter 27. This deal I accept. In the darkness, the halo of the street lamp valiantly upheld a patch of light. Yet, the frail youth before it stood at the very nexus of light and shadow. His face, a dance of illumination and obscurity, rendered his expression indistinct. However, it was clear at this moment he was far from joyful, especially as the cold aura emanating from him thickened the air with palpable tension. The old donkey brayed restlessly, while the tomb raiders' gazes grew cautious. The intent to kill only those stained with blood would possess such acuity. Yet now, they were besieged by an overwhelming murderous intent radiating from Chicho. With a short blade in hand, he advanced deliberately, fully stepping into the glow of the streetlight. For reasons unknown, as if pressured by Chicho's aura, the four tomb raiders simultaneously retreated a step. The aging electrical wires caused the lamp to flicker ominously. On one side stood the frail youth. On the other, the trained tomb raiders. Yet the youth pressed forward while the raiders fell back. His diminutive form seemed to carve a rift in the night. Amidst the crackling electricity, the lamp flickered once more, plunging them into brief darkness. In that instant when light returned, Chicho was upon the four. His blade dancing through the air, nails of the coffin shot forth like fleeting lights, propelled by his psychic force, disrupting the magnetic field, causing the lamp to flicker again in the blink of an eye. One raider clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing, disbelief etched in his eyes. He was no ordinary person. Carelessness, fall back, cries of alarm echoed. Yet Chicho moved like a specter in the shadows, circling them with relentless precision. Even a ravenous wolf hunts with patience, and this wolf was far from hungry. A visceral panic permeated the air, coinciding with the lamp's flicker. Another body crumpled to the ground. The aging lamp now seemed to serve as a harbinger of death. With each flicker, another raider fell. Minutes later, beneath the dim lamp, only Chicho remained, standing solitary, slightly hunched, blood dripped relentlessly from the blade. The soft yellow light, the vivid crimson blood, the indistinct figure of Chicho. At that moment, he resembled an obscure painting, in an unnoticed corner. A surveillance camera flickered with a faint red light. Chicho gently wiped the blood from his blade. Turning his head, his unremarkable eyes seemed capable of piercing the darkness, locking onto the camera with precision. If the identity of the heir was part of the transaction, from this moment forth, this deal, I accept. Chicho's voice remained calm, devoid of any turbulence. Yet, the tone was resolute. In the boundless night, accompanied by the jarring creak of the donkey cart, they resumed their journey. However, compared to the previous ease and comfort, an inexplicable air of foreboding lingered. Half an hour later, a post silently ascended to the forum's trending topics. The conditions set were exceedingly low. Visible to members only. In other words, anyone could view this post by merely spending 12 yuan to obtain a monthly membership. Within the entire forum, aside from Chicho, everyone else was a member. Upon opening the post, the most striking element was a photograph. In the image, Chicho stood beneath the dim streetlight, holding a short blade. With four raiders' corpses sprawled behind him. Scrolling down revealed a video. In it, Chicho gazed into the camera, articulating a message. Finally, a segment of text followed. The Archaeological Bureau and the Fourth Prison are eternal allies. Anyone who obstructs Chichio's path is an enemy of the Archaeological Bureau. Chichio, you are welcome to visit the Archaeological Bureau. With that, the post concluded. Instantly, discussions erupted beneath it. For nearly a century, the Archaeological Bureau and the Fourth Prison had clashed fiercely, even engaging in several large-scale battles that resulted in numerous casualties. Now, having finally encountered an opportunity to strike, why was the Archaeological Bureau behaving so amicably? Or had the Fourth Prison recently recruited some high-tech talent who hacked the Archaeological Bureau's official account? Opinions varied widely. However, those with a modicum of intelligence fell silent. Chichio's words within the post were clearly designed to incite animosity. First, creating an atmosphere that provoked everyone, then stepping forward to dissociate himself. It was a classic case of using others as pawns. Yet, in the grand scheme, it was difficult to find fault, as anticipated. Once the post soared to trending status, a flurry of new posts emerged, either criticizing Chichio's youthful arrogance or offering bounties for his elimination, or even seeking to take on the task themselves. Previously, bounties were aimed at the lowest echelons of the underground world. This time, the targets were small elites. At the very least, those who would scoff at the notion of delivering takeout when they had no work. The raiders who attacked the 6th custody facility generally fell into this caliber. Except for Hu Sanchao, he could at least maneuver quite well within a city. While some attempted to fabricate a tense, oppressive atmosphere, aiming to psychologically undermine Chichio, they remained oblivious to the fact that Chichio had not even purchased a membership. This meant he could not see any of these posts. In an instant, the uproar in the forum stood in stark contrast to the tranquility of Chichio's donkey cart. Had Wu Yang made contact with Chichio? In the Fourth Prison, Fan Xing frowned deeply, casting his phone onto the table as he inquired, "Has Wu Yang made contact yet?" "Not yet. Well, seems to be a bit lost." A guard hesitantly replied, choosing his words carefully. Fan Xing was taken aback, turning to the guard. "The main issue is everyone overlooked one critical point. They can't pass security checks while carrying a corpse, and the donkey cart isn't allowed on the highway. So, Chichio is taking the country roads, very shabby, very remote." Realizing this, the guard felt a sense of despair, sighing as he spoke. Fan Xing's hand, resting on the table, clenched suddenly, fatigue etched across his face. He wanted to lash out but was unsure whom to direct his ire towards. "Fine. Tell Wu Yang to hurry. Additionally, instruct the guards stationed in various locations to remain vigilant. Should Chichio traverse their territory, they must spare no effort to ensure his safety. Also, issue a separate announcement. Those who target Chichio will be placed on the Fourth Prison kill list." As he concluded, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Fan Xing's eyes, accompanied by a subtle air of authority. The aura he unintentionally exuded made others suddenly recall. He was the deputy warden of the Fourth Prison. However, our law since the inception of the Fourth Prison has been to guard the forbidden zone, indifferent to all external clamor. The guard hesitated. "Remember, Chichio is one of us in the Fourth Prison. Now, they are openly attempting to kill our brother, and you still care about the law. If we cannot protect our own, what is the point of guarding the gate? Did they not say that the Fourth Prison is filled with savages? Then let us show them how wild we can be. Do you understand?" Fan Xing, exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair and barked. The guard, momentarily stunned, felt a surge of fervor and stood tall. Understood. With that, the guard turned and strode away, a hint of murderous intent radiating from him. Chapter 28. Two Blades. Has the Fourth Prison issued a statement? Do not concern yourself. This group of savages has been shackled by rules for centuries and has been tamed. At most, they will merely shout, "It the museum headquarters." The elder chuckled lightly, stating casually, "But this generation of the Fourth Prison has produced Fan Xing, who has never adhered to the rules." Across from him, a figure hesitated slightly. "Fan Xing? A mere deputy warden. The Fourth Prison doesn't yet defer to him. The older generation of those pretending to be dead would not allow him to act recklessly at a crucial moment. After all, they are the proud gatekeepers." As the words gatekeepers left his lips, a flicker of derision crossed the elder's eyes. Understood. However, it appears that the Tomb Raiders do not hold an advantage over Chichio. Should we not simply allow our museum personnel to? The figure nodded gently, inquiring again. The donkey cart travels slowly in a rush. Let the wind blow a while longer. The elder chuckled lightly, exuding a sense of nonchalance. "Please insert a coin noon." Downhuancity.an emotionless electronic voice emanated from the charging station. Chichio gazed at the screen, falling into silence. Money.is running LOW.in his pocket. Only a solitary coin remained, while his bank card still held a modest sum of 20. Yet, the looming necessity of charging his phone compelled him to seek ways to earn more. Gazing at the navigation app on his phone, which indicated a daunting distance of 600 kilometers to Shangqing Palace, Chichio felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Engaging in self-talk, he returned his phone to his pocket and surveyed his surroundings. Xiaohuan City, merely a typical county town. The urban area was small, the roads narrow, and traffic sparse. In other words, in this place, two passers-by could easily strike up a conversation and discover 10 mutual acquaintances. Here, the art of scamming was exceedingly difficult. As for taking on jobs, such a small county might not even harbor such an industry. It was absurd to suggest. Kill someone for me. Who? Zhang Sandam. P.S. My second uncle's childhood friend. Then, Li Si? No, my aunt once dated him. This was no exaggeration. Chichio had encountered similar situations while taking jobs in the small towns surrounding Shizhen, though at that time, he had not yet met professional intermediaries like the homestay owners. He had solely sought out odd jobs for money. The final outcome was, Old Wang from the east side of town lost a chess match to Old Li from the north and, infuriated, spent the night awake, cursing and demanding 200 yuan to eliminate him the next day. Then, while rummaging through a trash bin by the roadside, Chichio's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization. Unfortunately, just as he was about to act, Old Wang had a change of heart. Yet, this incident opened up a new avenue for Chichio, allowing him to earn a considerable sum. His business model was predicated on affordability and utility. When there were no jobs under the sun, perhaps there were opportunities in the underworld. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Chichio's eyes brightened, and he pulled out his phone, opening a forum and scrolling tirelessly. However, as a non-member, he could only access a limited number of informative posts. Should I pay 12? Thus, Chichio sat on the donkey cart, clutching his phone, ensnared in a dilemma. A full 10 minutes passed before he regained his composure. Ma Dage had once said, "There's no such thing as a free lunch. Investment must precede returns." In his musings, Chichio's face was etched with a sacred, solemn expression as his fingers trembled while he pressed the button to become a member. Repeatedly confirming the cost of 12 yuan before cautiously binding his bank card and entering his password. When the screen flashed the message "Congratulations on activating your membership," Chichio exhaled a sigh of relief. Leaning weakly against the refrigerator, killing was not even this exhausting. Yet, if others could take on jobs to eliminate him, why couldn't he accept jobs to eliminate others along the way? Perhaps by the time Chi Xiao woke, he could accumulate some savings, move to a big city, and open a supermarket, thereby transforming his life completely. With that thought, Chichio's mood lifted unexpectedly, and he straightened up, scrolling through the screen. Indeed, after registering as a member, the forum posts surged in number. However, as he continued browsing, the anticipation on his face gradually darkened, ultimately settling into a sullen expression. Because, on the screen, the name Chichio appeared repeatedly. This name seemed to have become the most sensational topic in the underworld over the past 2 months. Regardless of whether they were involved or mere bystanders, many were keenly observing how long this heir of the fourth prison could survive. Betting posts, argumentative threads, rational analysis posts. Countless individuals were dissecting Chichio's background, identity, and character, pondering how he came to be the heir of the fourth prison. Was it possible that the fourth prison had sacrificed a batch of guards to extend its own life? I spent 12 yuan just to see them, discussing me? In an instant, Chichio's grip on his phone trembled uncontrollably as he continued to scroll fervently, defying the odds. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a post that held what he sought: the underworld. A must-read for newcomers. Compass, Feng Shui Master Edition. This app offers the most precise map navigation, completely ad-free, with no hidden fees. Seeking the Way Forum, the largest communication platform in the underworld, boasting the latest and most comprehensive intelligence. Kill Him, the most reputable platform in the underworld for hiring assassins, posting bounties, or other services. As long as you have the money, they will serve you. A gentle breeze brushed by. Chichio silently lowered his phone, grief evident on his face. Chi Xia, I've been deceived once again. Uncle Ma had also once uttered, investment carries risks. Gambling requires caution. I was too greedy. He gazed at the refrigerator, conversing with himself. Yet, within mere seconds, Chicho repressed all negative emotions, regrouped himself, and restored his calm. Just as he had navigated each hardship over the years, he firmly resolved never to repeat his mistakes. He reopened his phone, tirelessly searching, downloading the app and following the registration procedure. Fortunately, the app was user-friendly, requiring no personal information. Even task payments went to a virtual bank, allowing individuals to withdraw using a code, thereby perfectly safeguarding their privacy. However, upon activating membership, you may browse task information and pay the corresponding deposit to accept tasks. A simple line of text struck Chicho's heart like a sharp blade. This child, who had emerged from the slums and had never engaged with the internet, found his first encounter with such advanced technology marked only by the word membership. Was this, the weapon of the wealthy, sharper than my knife? Chicho glanced at his phone displaying, first-time membership activation only costs 12 yuan, then at the short knife he had wielded for countless years, and momentarily found it hard to discern which was more lethal in taking a life. At least, he was certain that his short knife would not inflict suffering. Chapter 29. Do you have money? Chicho remained calm and rational. Or rather, he was compelled to be calm and rational, maturing under the duress of survival in a place like the slums. He had no room for capriciousness. He always adapted swiftly to his surroundings, adjusting his mindset, swimming like a fish in that chaotic cauldron. It was only at this moment that Chicho inexplicably discovered the experiences he had accumulated over a decade in the slums were of no use. Even attempting to contact customer service for a refund of that 12 yuan membership fee proved impossible. For the first time, a faint sense of powerlessness arose within him, leaving him feeling lost and disoriented. Donkey cart, Chicho. Are you Chicho? Just as Chicho was lost in thought, a voice filled with excitement rang out from afar. This voice was resounding. The entire street could hear it in an instant. Nearly all passers-by turned their gaze toward Chicho. Instinctively, he placed his hand on his short knife, his expression shifting from uncertainty to cold determination as he looked toward the source of the voice. A handsome youth approached, wearing a tag labeled Chicho on his chest, his eyes ringed with dark circles, pushing an electric cart devoid of power, presenting a rather disheveled appearance, yet he fixed his gaze on Chicho with palpable enthusiasm. The keywords, donkey cart, youth, refrigerator, perfectly overlapped. He had found someone. Wu Yang completely ignored the chill in Chicho's gaze and jogged over to the donkey cart, utterly unguarded. Hello. I am an intern guard from the 4th Prison, 5th Division, 10th Detention Center, and also the male restroom sanitation manager, Wu Yang. From this moment on, I shall be your assistant and bodyguard. My superiors have tasked me with protecting you at all costs, secretly. Please trust in my abilities. Under Chicho's watchful eyes, Wu Yang straightened up suddenly and reported loudly, "I in the distance." Bystanders murmured amongst themselves. What is the 4th Prison? Never heard of it. Is it a new anime? The youth of today seemed to relish engaging in roleplay. They chatted aimlessly. However, several middle-aged diners at a nearby stall displayed subtle shifts in expression, yet quickly resumed their meals as if nothing had happened. Are you sure it's secret protection? After several seconds of silence, Chicho finally replied, of course. But how can I protect you secretly if I can't find you? Rest assured, I will soon quietly protect you from the shadows. Wu Yang replied, patting his head matter-of-factly. A bright smile gracing his face, he appeared a bit foolish. Not foolish per se, but rather, innocently naive. Is there anything you need me to do? Wu Yang eagerly inquired, eager to demonstrate his capabilities. Do you have money? Chicho pondered for a few seconds before asking. Yes, Wu Yang responded without hesitation. Give me 12. Chicho contemplated briefly, then tentatively spoke. Although Wu Yang was somewhat unclear about Chicho's intentions, he obediently rummaged through his pocket for 12 yuan in cash and handed it over. Thank you. The moment Chicho received the money, it was as if his soul had returned to him. He felt revitalized. I don't have the money to repay you, but I do have a newly activated membership. Shall I gift it to you? As she spoke, Chicho raised her phone. No, it's unnecessary. Wu Yang froze for a moment, then awkwardly waved her hand. That's truly wonderful. Chicho breathed a sigh of relief and quietly tucked her phone away. Do you have a membership to kill him? Seemingly recalling something, Chicho asked again. No, The people from the fourth prison never engage in such business, Wu Yang exclaimed, shaking her head fervently, eager to prove her innocence. However, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chichio's eyes. Then, can you register for one? After a brief pause, Chichio asked with renewed anticipation. Is this very important? Wu Yang inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Chichio nodded firmly. All right, no problem. My task is to protect you discreetly throughout this journey and to diligently follow your orders. Wu Yang spoke earnestly. This left Chichio momentarily bewildered. According to the usual logic of behavior, having a skilled individual from the fourth prison protecting oneself should entail an elite, a master, someone who would even lead one to escape in critical moments. Why emphasize having such a master? Listen to this newcomer. Nevertheless, it seemed that, at least for now, the fourth prison had not chosen to abandon her. In that case, the transaction shall proceed. It's done. Soon, Wu Yang handed over the phone. A phone just like Chichio's. Although not as well cared for, its screen was riddled with scratches, causing Chichio's heart to ache. After activating the membership, a list of tasks indeed appeared. The nearest one was merely 10 kilometers away. But it required an in-person meeting. For taking the task, a deposit of 3,000. The reward is 6,000. 6,000. What life could possibly be worth 6,000? Is money in the underground world so easily earned? In an instant, Chichio's eyes widened. Aside from Su He's hefty escort fee of 13,600, this was the most lucrative reward she had ever encountered. Do you still have money? Chichio quietly turned her head to glance at Wu Yang, her eyes gleaming with greed. This even made Wu Yang, who was usually rather oblivious, feel something was amiss within just a few minutes. Judging from her various behaviors, it appeared she was less of a bodyguard and more like a kept woman. Yes, ultimately, Wu Yang gritted her teeth, accepted the phone, paid the deposit, and took the task. I'll split the reward with you. Once everything returned to normalcy and they entered the realm of her expertise, a smile blossomed on Chichio's face as she sat in the donkey cart, calling out loudly, "Let us go. Hop on." She even called for Wu Yang to join her. Unconsciously, the old donkey bore even more weight. The cart sank and moved forward slowly. As they passed a street corner stall, the donkey cart suddenly halted, sending up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled and the cart resumed its journey, the three middle-aged men had already collapsed on the table, motionless. You just Wu Yang was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. When you called my name just now, their reaction was off. Chichio replied calmly, steering the donkey cart away from the street. It wasn't until they had completely distanced themselves that a drop of blood began to trickle from the fingertips of the three men. Falling onto the dust, I may not have been a killer, but I've seen enough on television. I never expected to experience it firsthand. Oh, I'm quite professional. You don't believe me? Watch me prove it to you. The donkey cart continued its journey, with Wu Yang's loud exclamations echoing in the air, especially the term killer, which he shouted with remarkable vigor. Chapter 30. Read and burn. Is this the place? The donkey cart came to a slow stop, the old donkey panting heavily, looking as though it might collapse at any moment. Wu Yang jumped down from the cart, gazing at the unremarkable, dilapidated convenience store ahead with curiosity. Chichio repeatedly checked her phone, confirming. Such a substantial order, she couldn't help but take it more seriously. All right, I'll go make contact. Wu Yang took a deep breath, gradually adopting a more serious demeanor, her gaze sharpening as she glanced around. Appearing somewhat professional, I thought you were a very kind person. Seeing this scene, Chichio was momentarily taken aback. No, I dwell in the light, yearning for darkness. Wu Yang grinned and strode confidently into the convenience store, gently tapping 3 times on the table according to the prescribed code. Behind the counter, a rather plump woman was engrossed in watching television, not even glancing at Wu Yang, simply retrieving an envelope from the drawer and tossing it onto the table. Wu Yang took the envelope, momentarily stunned, wanting to ask something but felt it would seem unprofessional. Ultimately, she opened the envelope in front of the woman, pulling out a sheet of A4 paper and reading the text on it. Read and burn? How klitsch, the woman, munching on sunflower seeds, murmured as she watched a segment on television. Wu Yang frowned deeply, but ultimately, in front of the woman, she burned the paper and walked out heavily. The woman looked up in surprise, her expression filled with confusion as she watched Wu Yang's retreating figure. They are indeed, just like in the dramas, very professional. Noticing Chichio's expectant gaze, Wu Yang spoke in a low voice. Name, photo, address. Chicho inquired. Wu Yang's expression grew even more serious. I hadn't finished reading before she made me burn it. If the list is burned, how do we submit the task? Chicho was bewildered. Wu Yang shook her head. I don't know. She told me to read and burn. Then you read it? Still reading. Then why did you burn it? To appear as if I'm not a novice. Their exchange fell into silence. Wu Yang pondered, and neither seemed inclined to continue the conversation. Dio, you still have money? Let us take another job. After a long while, Chicho finally spoke softly. Wu Yang shook her head. That deposit was my last living expense. The air grew tense. After about half a minute of silence, Chicho decisively dashed back into the convenience store, only to return looking dejected. Let us go. Sitting in the donkey cart, the atmosphere began to grow somber. I am sorry. This time it's my fault. I shouldn't have. After several minutes of profound silence, Wu Yang couldn't help but speak. However, she had barely finished her sentence when Chicho interrupted. Business is coming to us, she spoke. Chicho leaped down from the cart. Wu Yang was momentarily taken aback, then saw two figures dressed in black robes emerge from the distant street. Although fewer in number this time, they exuded a formidable presence, far beyond the previous misfits. If those before were merely bottom dwellers barely grasping the threshold of exceptional abilities, these two were established figures in the underground world. Chicho? Following the customs of the underworld, the two men stood still and rasped their voices. Yet, it's me, Chicho, the one being hunted, appeared somewhat anxious and immediately dashed toward the two men, seeking death voluntarily. One of the tomb raiders sneered, lightly curling his finger, sending a coffin nail slicing through the air toward Chicho's back. However, Chicho ignored it, continuing to charge forward, halting only when the coffin nail was merely half a meter away. Swiftly sidestepping to the right. Caught off guard, the coffin nail wobbled mid-air, pausing for half a second before diving toward Chicho again. Seizing that brief moment, Chicho returned to her original trajectory. After a series of evasive maneuvers, the coffin nail was held at bay for a full second. By the time the coffin nail caught up to her again, she had reached the two men in black robes, skillfully maneuvering behind them. The two men, well accustomed to their standing in the underground realm, remained unfazed. With a cold chuckle, they drew daggers from their waists, turning to strike at Chicho from an exceptionally tricky angle. Clang! The short blade and dagger clashed, sparks flying. Just as one of the tomb raiders prepared to manipulate the coffin nail to twist through the void, Chicho suddenly let go of the short blade. With the sudden loss of force, the tomb raider leaned slightly forward. Meanwhile, a dagger silently slipped from Chicho's sleeve and was deftly gripped in her hand, swiftly slicing across his neck. The entire process lasted no more than 3 seconds. Yet it was a matter of life and death. Such a thunderous offensive left no chance for the other tomb raider to react. As he regained his wits, he found his companion bleeding profusely from the neck. Collapsing to the ground, damn! The intel was inaccurate. How could this possibly be an ordinary person? It's almost Mingxin. He cursed under his breath, turning to flee without a moment's hesitation. However, just as he turned, a jet of flame shot directly at his face. Wu Yang, gripping a small wine flask in her right hand, unleashed a torrent of fire, resembling a dragon of flames, that engulfed him. Under the intense heat, the tomb raider struggled and wailed, while Wu Yang proudly tucked away her flask and raised her chin in triumph. When a face is marred by fire, its value diminishes. Just as Wu Yang was about to flaunt his achievements, Chicho's mournful voice resonated once more as she hurriedly approached the tomb raider, lifting her foot to kick at his face, attempting to extinguish the flames. Alas, when the fire was finally quelled, his visage had been irrevocably disfigured. Chicho squatted down, gazing intently for a long while. Her expression one of profound sorrow. Wu Yang stood by, utterly perplexed. He then observed Chicho retrieving her mobile phone, opening the Kill Him app, and accessing the bounty list, as she compared the photos of another raider whose features remained intact. Ultimately, within a certain post, she uncovered the information of the individual. Name: Xing Wu. Tomb Raider. Once infiltrated a tomb with a professional raiding team, Animal Alliance, clashing with an archaeological team, resulting in the deaths of 2 archaeologists. Bounty: 3,000. 1 gram of soul essence. As Chicho read the text, Her hand trembled slightly as she repeatedly compared the photos and the corpse, ultimately exhaling a sigh of relief. Grasping the hair of the corpse, she snapped a high-definition photo with her phone and uploaded it to the Kill Him app. Merely half a minute later, the balance in the app increased by 3,000. Alongside, a blue soul essence icon also displayed the number 0.1 gram. Apologies, I shall no longer be arrogant. Witnessing the entire process of Qiqiu earning money, Wu Yang glanced at the other disfigured corpse, his heart bleeding. Chapter 31. The Path to Wealth Withdrawal. In response to Wu Yang's lamentations, Qiqiu remained remarkably composed, speaking slowly. Just as Wu Yang's guilty emotions began to surface, Qiqiu interrupted, distorting his expression. The tasks you submitted using your phone. And the soul essence. Qiqiu sighed softly, continuing. Oh. All right. Wu Yang fumbled with his phone, and after a moment, he exclaimed, the money has been transferred to your Kill Him account. And the soul essence has been sent as well. Is soul essence valuable? Qiqiu pondered as he looked at the 1 gram of soul essence in his account. The management of soul essence on the 12th floor is rather stringent, prohibiting buying and selling. It can only be obtained through tasks, including the 1 gram of soul essence I just transferred to you. A registration form had to be filled out. Wu Yang shook his head slightly, stating. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qiqiu's eyes. He did not even inquire about the function of the soul essence, directly withdrawing the bounty of 3,000 yuan, AT, the moment the funds arrived. Qiqiu regained his confidence. I recall there was a bounty for it. Providing my coordinates, a one-time reward of 1,000? After receiving the money, Qiqiu not only remained but also contemplated further questions. Wu Yang's simple, naive mind struggled to keep pace with Qiqiu's thought process and could only nod instinctively. You can submit tasks now. Time, location, individuals, photos. Provide everything. Come. Take a picture. As he spoke, Qiqiu sat on the donkey cart, raising his fingers in a peace sign, displaying a radiant smile. Money can be earned this way? In Wu Yang's heart, only an absolute admiration for Qiqiu remained as he opened his phone, aimed it at Qiqiu, snapped a photo, and entered the location. The bounty was credited. The money in the underground world is indeed easy to earn. Qiqiu could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia as he drove the donkey cart onward, leaving 2 corpses lying desolately on the ground. Approximately 5 minutes later, 2 figures clad in janitorial uniforms, wearing masks, rushed over, working seamlessly together to hastily dispose of the bodies into burlap sacks before swiftly departing. There's news on Qiqiu? Fool, that was clearly self-promotion to earn a bounty. Shameless. A chorus of furious insults erupted, all from tomb raiders cloaked in anonymity. Everyone believed that the Archaeological Bureau was the entity most eager for the 4th prison to collapse. But in truth, tomb raiders constituted the largest group. They wished nothing more than for the 4th prison to explode, liberating the sealed zones. Under the policies of the 12th floor, the Archaeological Bureau annually had the opportunity to excavate 2 tombs, whereas they were merely at the mercy of chance. Year after year, they scoured mountains and rivers like mud-legged peasants, finally locating a minor tomb, only to find it easily discovered by the Archaeological Bureau. Should any anomalies arise, they would be the first to be subdued by those damned guards. If it weren't for the 4th prison, why would they tomb raiders bother with side gigs like delivering takeout or running errands? It must be noted that once, tomb raiders were quite illustrious. Shall we pursue him at this coordinate? Do you think Qiqiu would be foolish enough to remain in one place waiting for you? This fool is merely here to scam bounties. Is he desperate? Beneath Wu Yang's exposure post, comments continued to flood in, all vehemently denouncing Qiqiu's shamelessness. Amidst the fervent discussions, Wu Yang's new post quietly went live. Qiqiu's latest coordinates. The large title rendered the silence deafening. Particularly within the post, the familiar Qiqiu, his familiar smile, and his signature peace sign incited a seething rage in many. No way. Immediately cancel the bounty. We cannot allow this person to earn any more. Indeed, it makes me envious. Protests. The tomb raiders furiously cursed and lodged complaints. Of course, some, driven mad by poverty, sought to take a gamble and stealthily headed to the coordinates, only to vanish without a trace. The forum officials did not respond to this. Only after Wu Yang posted the 3rd coordinate did they silently shut down the bounty channel. Such capricious policy changes led to countless cheers. They would rather everyone scramble around randomly, relying on luck. Then allow Chi Chio to exploit this opportunity. Meanwhile, Wu Yang sat on the donkey cart, grinning at his phone screen. Brother, this person has a bounty too. He once publicly criticized the Archaeological Bureau for their excessively domineering actions in the forum comment section, earning a bounty from a disgruntled archaeologist. Unfortunately, it was only 500. Mimicking Chi Chio's actions, he skillfully grasped the Tomb Raider's hair, comparing closely, and eventually exclaimed in delight, in just 3 days. Not to mention the earnings from the forum exposure. Even these odd jobs have netted 5,000 yuan. Unfortunately, those who could gamble on coordinates were merely individuals whose lives were in dire straits. These people are not worth much. They pieced together this meager sum. But for Chi Chio and Wu Yang, it was already a pathway to prosperity. The most evident sign, even the old donkey had gained some weight, and it accidentally dropped an apple on the ground, refusing to eat it due to the dust. The bounty channel has been cancelled. In comparison, Chi Chio appeared much calmer. He merely refurbished the refrigerator used for Qixia. It now required charging every 3 days instead of daily, boasting a longer lifespan and greater durability. So, how shall we earn money next? Wu Yang looked at Chi Chio with admiration, eagerly asking. Your task was to secretly protect me, right? Observing the greedy expression on Wu Yang's face, Chi Chio was silent for a moment before softly speaking. Lure out those hidden individuals and eliminate them. That would also count as protecting from the shadows, wouldn't it? Wu Yang scratched his head, feeling somewhat guilty. Having traveled together for 3 days, gradually understanding Wu Yang's intellect, Chi Chio chose not to elaborate further, simply putting away his phone and gazing calmly into the distance from the donkey cart. Moving forward, the probability of earning more money is low. Chi Chio spoke softly. Wu Yang was taken aback. Why? According to the rules of the underground world, killing tomb raiders would have cleaners assist in disposing of the bodies for free. However, what lies ahead will no longer be them. As he spoke, Chi Chio rested his hand on the short blade, gently caressing it. Wu Yang wished to say more, but a light chuckle from afar interrupted him. Head up, I didn't expect you to see through it so well. On a remote country road, a young man wearing sunglasses, with his hands in his pockets and a smile at the corner of his mouth, slowly approached. Allow me to introduce myself. An external staff member of the museum, an intern security guard. I hereby inform you, this road is blocked. Chapter 32. Heir to the throwing darts. Wow, you are incredibly bold, directly revealing your identity. Are you not afraid I will sue you at the 12th floor? Wu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the young man across from him, unable to contain his astonishment. In response, he received only a cold laugh and mocking retorts. Can't you understand? External, intern, security. I have yet to sign a formal contract with the museum. Whether I can become a permanent staff member today depends on you. As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the young man's eyes, and with a flick of his hand, 3 throwing darts had already been pinched between his fingers. Wu Yang's expression turned serious as he held a wine jug. At the moment when tensions between the two men reached their peak, the museum, does it not have any branches? Came the bewildered inquiry of Chi Qiu. It does. Wu Yang nodded. Then why did he not report it all? Chi Chio asked in confusion. Perhaps he finds it embarrassing. Although I am from the 4th prison, 5th district, and 10th detention center, I have never feared ridicule. Wu Yang proclaimed solemnly, a sense of superiority swelling within him, as if he were looking down upon the young man across from him. However, could it be possible that after the Inheritor Conference, I was directly assigned to headquarters? Nonsense, the youth scoffed derisively. Wu Yang stood rigid, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. We are arguing. But I've never fought. You're just putting on airs and it's backfiring. Least you still hold the position of a restroom supervisor. That counts for something? Chi Chio suddenly interjected, patting Wu Yang's shoulder in a bid to offer some comfort. Yet for reasons unknown, Wu Yang's expression darkened even further. Without granting Wu Yang the opportunity to assert himself, Chi Chio drew a short dagger and stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Wu Yang, gazing at the young man across from him with an innocent demeanor. If I insist on walking this path, what will you do? Then I shall sever your path to greatness and return you to being an ordinary person. The youth chuckled lightly, his eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. It was Chi Chio who appeared taken aback. You want to kill me? He pondered aloud, his voice trailing off. The youth laughed softly, at least on the surface. The 12th floor strictly prohibits interdepartmental killings, and I lack the authority to overlook such matters. You think I would risk my life to trap you? Do you take me for a fool?" As he spoke, the youth shook his head, dismissing the notion, and retreated a couple of steps, eye in his hand. 3 throwing darts took shape, flying through the air toward Chichio with a speed that rivaled the nails of a Tomb Raider's coffin. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am the Dagger Inheritor, Lee Sandow." His elegant voice echoed through the void. But in the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise as he beheld Chichio completely disregarding the darts hurtling toward him. Instead, Chichio lunged forward, narrowly dodging 2 of the darts by a slight shift of his body, allowing the last dart to pierce his left shoulder without diminishing his momentum. "You think you can get close to me just by being ruthless?" Adali Sandow chuckled, his toes barely touching the ground as he glided backward like a leaf in the wind, his fingertips conjuring 3 more darts, which he sent flying again. Bang! Despite Chichio's repeated evasions, 2 more daggers found their mark, piercing his chest. Meanwhile, Lee Sandow elegantly perched himself upon a large stone by the roadside, hands clasped behind his back, surveying Chichio from a superior vantage point. "Do not waste your energy. Come back with me. Rest assured, I will merely sever your path to inheritance." Lee Sandow spoke with a smile. Yet Chichio seemed oblivious, shifting to another angle, stubbornly attempting to close the distance. Once, twice, in Lee Sandow's eyes, Chichio resembled a frantic prey, desperately fleeing beneath the barrage of darts. For a full half-minute, Chichio not only failed to close in but also sustained 2 more wounds. Most importantly, Chichio's speed was gradually diminishing. "The darts are laced with anesthetic. Hey, that prison guard. Are you certain you will not lend him a hand?" Lee Sandow casually directed his gaze toward the ever-present Wu Yang, languidly inquiring, "If I intervened, you will lose your value," Wu Yang replied, scratching his head with utmost honesty. However, this answer exceeded Lee Sandow's comprehension. Interesting. The 4th prisoned is soon to become a relic of the past. Lee Sandow mused lightly. Just as he was about to finish his thought, an unexpected gasp escaped his lips, as if a pair of hands had grasped his ankle, toppling him to the ground. In the distance, a visibly disheveled Chichio was now panting lightly, his fingers deftly curling. A strand of steel wire had somehow ensnared his palm. The other end of the wire was tethered to Lee Sandow's ankle. Chichio resembled a fisherman reeling in his net, steadily pulling the wire. 1 meter, 2 meters, Lee Sandow lay on the ground, struggling futilely, repeatedly attempting to rise only to be pulled back down, resigning himself to the inevitable as Chichio dragged him closer. The ever-shortening wire felt like a lifeline, until he found himself, in a rather pitiful state, pulled right before Chichio. How embarrassing! Chichio crouched down, studying him closely, blood still oozing from his chest. "You seem to be fleeing just now. But were you actually setting up the steel wire?" Lee Sandow spoke with belated realization. Chichio offered no response, instead scratching his head in confusion. "Why don't you want to kill me?" "Huh?" Lee Sandow was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Chichio's words. "If you don't kill me, I feel awkward about killing you." Chichio mumbled to himself. At that moment, Lee Sandow finally understood, instinctively exhaling in relief. "How do I sever someone else's path to greatness?" Chichio raised his head, looking earnestly at Wu Yang in the distance, entirely serious in his inquiry. Wu Yang, too, responded with utmost gravity. "An inheritor is one who walks the path to greatness, inheriting the profound wisdom of the ancients. But as long as you destroy the sea of consciousness in his brain and shatter his dantian, he will no longer be an inheritor," Wu Yang elaborated, even gesturing with his hands for emphasis. "If I strike his head, will it leave him foolish?" Chichio questioned, eyeing Wu Yang's indicated location with skepticism. "It will," Wu Yang affirmed confidently, "if he's already foolish. Does it really matter whether he is an inheritor?" Chichio posed a profound inquiry that resonated with his very soul. "That's what's been circulating internally," Wu Yang faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. "All right then." Chichio ceased his questioning, raising his palm and repeatedly gesturing toward the back of Lee Sandow's head. "No, you cannot do this. I am, after all, an intern security guard at the museum. What you are doing is tantamount to slapping the museum in the face." "Hey, are you listening, brother? Don't do this. Oh my goodness, I have money. I can pay for my life. As Chicho's hand was poised to strike, the unmistakable rush of wind grazed Li Sandao's neck, prompting him to scream in desperation. "How much do you have?" The next moment, a voice emerged from Li Sandao's ear, calm yet infused with warmth, tinged with a hint of expectation, as if a demon whispered or an angel sang softly. Yet it conveyed a clear and precise message. "There's a way out. I doubt I still have about 500 in cash," he gulped, shouting urgently, "Goodbye." But what he received in return was Chicho's farewell, delivered with the warmth of spring yet chilling him to the bone. "I still have 6,800 in my account." Overcome with the terror of impending death, Li Sandao relinquished all other thoughts. Shutting his eyes and crying out, "Thus peace reigned in this world. Take care, sir. We welcome your next visit," Chicho said with a polite and warm smile as he watched Li Sandao depart, glancing at his account balance, his smile growing even brighter. Indeed, this world never fails to reward those who strive. At this rate, becoming a supermarket owner is no longer a dream. With this thought, the pain from his wounds seemed to lessen considerably. No, in fact, they were healing at a slow but steady pace. Although he had not acquired any extraordinary abilities like other inheritors, he had experienced a remarkable enhancement of his own. "As long as you cannot kill me in an instant, I can outlast you," that kind of resilience. "Let us continue our journey." Chicho glanced at the several holes in his clothing and sighed, expressing a twinge of regret. Wu Yong, feeling somewhat conflicted, wanted to say something but ultimately remained seated in the donkey cart. The cart resumed its journey after a brief pause. After quite some time, Wu Yong could no longer contain himself. "Brother, what we believe in at the fourth prison is to cultivate the body through thought. With the body and thought perfected, one may attain enlightenment. In gaming terms, it's akin to mastering both physical and magical disciplines. The Archaeological Bureau, often delving into tombs and facing various crises at the forefront, adheres to the philosophy of cultivating thought through action. Once the body is perfected, one becomes invincible, in simpler terms, specializing in physical prowess. However, in museums, they believe in controlling artifacts, as long as the artifact remains. The legacy of the museum can endure for millennia. Thus, the employees of every museum are most adept at wielding artifacts, and the most valuable possession they hold is indeed that very artifact. Wu Yang spoke cautiously. Suddenly, the donkey cart came to an abrupt halt. Chicho gripped the reins tightly, his palms turning white, and turned his head slowly, his voice trembling slightly. "Why didn't you say this earlier? Weren't you the one who found me bothersome and told me not to speak of things you didn't inquire about?" Wu Yang felt a hint of grievance. Chicho tightened his grip on the reins even more. "Then why did you mention it now?" "I felt it was something I should share with you." Wu Yang scratched his head, and upon noticing Chicho's gaze upon him, instinctively revealed a bright smile. "How much, generally speaking, is an artifact worth?" Chicho's voice suddenly turned hoarse, uncertain. "However, the items housed within the museum are all relics excavated from the divine tombs, infused with the essence of the gods. In the black market, it could fetch at least 100,000. Right? That unfortunate soul earlier didn't anticipate your ambush, not even having the opportunity to utilize the Mingqi. How foolish, he concluded. Wu Yang couldn't resist a disdainful chuckle. He was laughing, yet Chicho found no joy in it. This time, he remained silent for a full 10 minutes before cracking the whip and striking the old donkey's rear with a heavy shout of "Giddy up," as if attempting to release his pent-up frustration through his shout. Poor old donkey let out a wail and trotted forward. Fortunately, the recent good feeding had plumped it up, granting it more strength to run. Where had they arrived? Enan. How far is it to Shangqing Palace? According to their pace, at least another week, and the Tomb Raiders? They felt like wealth-bringing children, all enduring silently intriguing in the office of the museum's deputy director. An elderly man chuckled lightly, finally putting down the newspaper in his hands and gently tapping the armrest of his chair. Has the 12th floor not yet expressed their stance? Indeed, the young man replied. The head of the building has not returned from suppressing the forbidden zone, and several deputy heads have chosen to ignore it. What of the 4th prison? The elder inquired again. The young man responded. Our people reported last night that several old prison wardens have been released and reprimanded Fan Xingha. I told you, those old codgers at the 4th prison are stubborn and rigid. They are merely machines bound by rules. Since the Archaeological Bureau is slow to act, we at the museum shall take the initiative. The elder smiled, spreading the newspaper on the table. This year, the museum's employment criteria. Block Chi Qiu.at the foot of Shangqing Palace. As he spoke, the elder raised his finger and gently tapped on a picture in the newspaper. The image depicted Yunjin Mountain and Shangqing Palace. A broad, straight mountain path, 999 steps, as if reaching towards the heavens, directly leading to a realm of immortality. This dot was also Qi Qiu's final destination. Then on our way. The young man nodded slightly, hesitating to ask that as long as he ultimately cannot ascend this mountain. Does the process even matter? The elder replied with a smile. The young man seemed to grasp the implication. Understood. I shall announce this year's employment assessment for our museum. Having said that, the young man pushed open the door and turned to leave. The elder leaned back in his chair, his expression benevolent and gentle, gazing out at the blue sky and white clouds. Murmuring to himself, the scenery along the way must still be beautiful, but alas, I am getting old with that. The elder chuckled softly, shaking his head as he withdrew his gaze. Chapter 34. The Great Tomb. The present world at Hengelingdai in the distance, within the canyon, a giant hand, covered in fur, surged forth from the earth. Its arm resembled a mountain, sweeping towards the crowd with a howling force. Several archaeologists, armed with Luoyang shovels and laden with backpacks, gathered together, robust and powerful, their silhouettes flickering behind them. A strong mental force rippled from the canyon, forcibly halting the giant hand mid-air, and under the terrifying pressure, explosive sounds echoed continuously around. The ground caved in. Mountains trembled and debris fell. Compared to the minor scuffles on Qi Qiu's side, this was the true spectacle of the underground world. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, a small knife, cut from red paper, floated into the air, billowing in the wind. When it descended above the giant hand, it had transformed into a formidable force, falling with the wind. Blood splattered. It was as if the sky was raining blood. The paper knife, stained with blood, appeared even more vibrant, returning to its original size as it landed, gracefully caught by the elder and tucked into his sleeve. Such a fabled burial site, yet it only housed a wild deity. What a pity! The elder sighed and shook his head, finding his earlier shock of having acted almost trivial. Deputy Director, the museum has just issued a new statement, the archaeologist reported swiftly. This year's employment assessment has been modified too. Everything has settled. In the distance, the archaeologist hurriedly descended into the tomb, while the elder casually sat on a stool. At ease, an archaeologist hurriedly approached, standing before the elder and whispering softly, "Ha ha. Have you finally come to your senses and decided to abandon the roadblock and ambush?" This matter was conspicuous. Hiding it served no purpose. It was better to be forthright, to act with righteousness, at least gaining a measure of respect. The elder leaned against a large tree, relishing the rare shade under the scorching sun. There's one more thing, Lysandout has failed. The archaeologist spoke with some hesitation. The elder glanced at him. Resorting to schemes of framing and deception will only lead to a loss of dignity. Let this pass, but be cautious next time. Yes, the archaeologist instinctively straightened his posture in response. Hasn't our Archaeological Bureau's employment assessment been announced yet? The elder seemed to recall something and casually inquired. The archaeologist nodded gently. Well, this year's assessment will adhere to the standards of Shangqing Palace. Only those who can stand before the gates of Shangqing Palace may enter the Archaeological Bureau, the elder stated plainly. The archaeologist's eyes flashed with confusion. Do you mean to suggest that these candidates should secretly obstruct Qi Qiu? No, we shall conduct a fair and just assessment, not targeting any individual. Everyone is a competitor. Whether from the museum, Qi Qiu, or themselves, including the newcomers from Shangqing Palace. Once chaos ensues, it will certainly be interesting. The elder spoke casually, but soon, he seemed to sense something, his body stiffening as he suddenly stood. Gazing into the distance, the previously calm canyon suddenly began to collapse extensively, forming a massive pit. In a moment of realization, celestial melodies echoed. Following that, a phantom of a white crane burst forth from the pit, soaring towards the sky, yet upon encountering the sunlight, it quietly melted away, leaving only a mournful CRY. At this moment, heaven and earth felt it. Dark clouds obscured the sun. Thunder rumbled constantly. After a moment, the dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight returned. Darkness receded. A dense black mist continuously poured from the pit,
enveloping the surroundings, expanding outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, within an hour, the entire Hingeling would be transformed into an absolute forbidden zone under the divine marsh gas. This is no mere wild deity's small tomb. At the very least, it starts with a true deity. The Great Tomb. Trouble has arisen. The elder slapped his head, losing interest in discussing Chichio, hastily moving forward, and took out a stack of paper cuttings from his pocket. Casting them forth, roar, among them, a paper tiger seemed to come to life, emitting a deafening roar as it ran, mist rising beneath its feet, and it leaped into the air. The elder then sat atop the paper tiger, ascending, continuously casting down various paper cuttings. These cuttings, upon landing, took the form of soldiers, wielding long spears, surrounding the black mist, exuding a murderous intent. Heir to the paper-cutting culture, Lu Hongchang, by my name, may the souls arrive. Having said that, a small pair of scissors, formed from gathered mental energy, appeared in Lu Hongchang's hand, slicing into his palm, allowing blood to drip precisely onto each paper cutting on the ground in an instant. These paper figures seemed to come alive, becoming agile, wielding long spears and forming ranks. The profound power of thought manifests, forming an invisible barrier that shrouds the black mist, rendering it nearly impossible to advance even a single step. Everyone, retreat! Yi Hongchang's complexion paled slightly as he shouted. Vice Director, the oppressive aura of this tomb is far too overwhelming for us to withstand. Let us withdraw together. Below, the surviving archaeologists huddled together, casting disheveled glances towards the sky. Nonsense! Have you forgotten the declaration from our first day of employment? The Archaeological Bureau is founded on the principles of establishing purpose in life, leveraging the power of the divine to strengthen our own bodies and safeguard the tranquility of time and the integrity of our mountains and rivers. This is an unbreakable law. Yi Hongchang's voice was cold, his expression ashen. The crowd below fell silent, momentarily immobilized, ultimately standing resolute at the edge of the mist instead of fleeing. Absurd. We cannot hold this grand tomb alone. Summon the fourth prison. Observing the crowd's actions, Yi Hongchang's expression grew even more grim. Yet, calling upon the fourth prison would be a disgrace. Indeed, just a moment ago we were targeting them. The crowd hesitated. Yi Hongchang staggered slightly, casting several paper figures that fell to the ground, a spray of blood escaping his lips, staining the paper figures. Our Archaeological Bureau and the fourth prison merely have differing ideologies. This is a clash of fundamental principles. Thus, even if we are battered and bloodied, we must strive. We are contending for the future, for the path of righteousness. Yet all of this hinges upon preserving the sun and moon of humanity. The mountains and rivers. Without the mountains and rivers, what remains of the path? This descent into the tomb has cost us dearly in sight and lives. We must acknowledge this, even if it means biting the bullet. Otherwise, the cost will be borne by the 3 cities beyond Hingeling. Do you understand? For centuries, if we had acted recklessly, humanity would have long since fragmented. Yi Hongchang's words echoed through the void, leaving the crowd in a slight daze. This was the first time they had heard such sentiments from the vice director. In the past, he had led them with unwavering resolve against the fourth prison. Does every struggle have its limits? Establishing purpose, establishing life, is it a conflict of interests or ideals, or reminiscent of the past, where 100 schools contended? Chapter 35. Different paths, no alliance retreat. Nearly 10 surviving archaeologists exchanged glances, inhaled deeply, and turned to leave. In an instant, the vast canyon was engulfed in black mist. Yet Yi Hongchang, resembling an elderly farmer, remained afloat on a paper tiger in midair, unwavering in his stance. However, his complexion grew increasingly pallid. The pockets once filled with numerous paper cutouts now harbored only a dwindling supply. Even so, he harbored no thoughts of retreat. Hingeling. Has a grand tomb of divine level been unearthed? These rascals, within the fourth prison, Fan Xing's expression was stormy, his fists clenched as he struck the desk forcefully. In contrast, the prison guard beside him appeared relatively unperturbed. These fellows, they thwart our inheritors of the fourth prison daily. Finally, karma has caught up with them. His tone betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. Yet, he was met with Fan Xing's icy glare. Impudent, 3 months in isolation. Reflect before you emerge. Fan Xing ground his teeth as he spoke. The prison guard was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. However, Fan Xing offered no further explanation, instead leaping through the office window. In the instant before landing, 6 copper coins emerged, swirling in the air to catch him gently as he descended. Dong. In the center of the square, a rusted, ancient bronze bell suddenly resonated. Fan Xing stood solemnly before the bell, which bore the inscription Mountains and Rivers. When the mountain river bell tolls, 1 toll signifies the death of a colleague, 2 tolls herald a perilous sealing, 3 tolls indicate unrest in the mountains and rivers. Now, 3 tolls echoed through the skies. Within mere seconds, figures clad in prison guard attire silently appeared in the square, not uttering a word. Hengling. The divine tomb has manifested, divine level. No guards present, assemble. Fan Xing stood at the center, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, uttering not a single superfluous word. The atmosphere was thick with a murderous intent. Figures advanced, forming a line. Sign the last wills. Fan Xing shouted again. The crowd, in silence, retrieved envelopes from their pockets, placing them quietly upon the ground. From beginning to end, there was not a sound. This ritual, which should have been completed on site, had long been prepared and carried with them. Some envelopes, due to age, had become crumpled, while others bore remnants of dried blood. Line up, depart. There was no pre-battle mobilization, nor impassioned speeches. They simply laid down their last wills and departed. If given the chance to return, they would reclaim their wills, awaiting the next opportunity. This was the everyday reality of the 4th prison's guards. Leading the way, Fan Xing and the guards followed him out of the 4th prison. Director, what about Chichio? Behind him, the guard in charge of Chichio's progress could no longer contain himself. Glancing at Fan Xing as he spoke, Fan Xing's pace momentarily faltered, but he did not turn back in times of war. Anyone who offends the 4th prison, according to prison law, must die. His cold voice rang out. Having spoken, he moved forward, entering a vehicle, closing the door, and leading the convoy away, leaving only swirling dust in the air. A divine tomb? Ha! In the museum, the elder raised an eyebrow at the remark, then chuckled. Reclining back in his chair, according to the 12th-floor law, we must also extend our support. Let us dispatch. The young man in work attire beside him spoke in earnest. The elder, perplexed, turned to him. Adjusting his reading glasses, the 12th floor law? Has the 12th floor sent anyone? The young man shook his head. The 12th floor hasn't even sent anyone. Why should we worry? The entrance examination is of utmost importance. The elder spoke earnestly. Under the sunlight, his face remained gentle and kind. Yet his words felt chilling, as if he stood upon an icy expanse. However, our museum's founding principle is to wield the divine artifacts and safeguard the peace of the mountains and rivers. Moreover, the young man seemed poised to say more, but the elder's smile gradually faded. Xiaohua, do you realize what you are saying? The Archaeological Bureau brought this calamity upon themselves. Let them deal with it. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, the 4th prison is already precarious, while the Archaeological Bureau is rising. In such times, their troubles are fortuitous for our museum. When one day our museum gains absolute authority over the underground world, we can wield more artifacts to save more lives. This is the essence of our museum's teachings. Do you understand? Beneath the sunlight, half of the elder's face was cast in shadow, appearing somewhat cold as he gazed at the young man with a detached demeanor. Xiaohua clenched his fists, staring defiantly at the elder. No, this is not the heart I established. This is the heart of our museum. The pressing matter is our museum's entrance examination. The Inheritors' Conference is approaching. The 12th floor has not recruited anyone in 3 years, and applicants for the 4th prison are exceedingly few. Now that our greatest rival has stirred trouble, this year will be our museum stage. We shall eliminate Chichio and suppress the 4th prison's fortune. We shall dominate the Archaeological Bureau. After this matter, even when facing the 12th floor, our museum must not hesitate to voice our stance. This is destiny. The fortune our museum has awaited for years. Destiny cannot be defied. The elder appeared somewhat agitated, his fists clenched, a glimmer of greed surfacing in his once weathered eyes. Yet it was this greed that became the final barrier shattering Xiaohua's resolve. This is not the heart I established, nor is it the original intention of the museum's foundation. The clash of paths is inherently fraught with war and bloodshed. In facing the 4th prison, No matter how despicable the means, at least my heart remains tranquil. After all, those who enter must dedicate everything for the path they believe in. We are so, and the fourth prison is likewise. Yet all of this is predicated upon the peace of the mountains and rivers. If our ideological conflict leads to shattered mountains and rivers and the loss of innocent lives, then what is the meaning of this struggle? It is fundamentally flawed from the outset. Xiaohua's face remained resolute and stubborn, his gaze locked onto the elder's eyes. The elder fell silent, his eyes narrowing slightly. What if I insist on proceeding different paths? No alliance. From this day forth, Xiaohua has withdrawn. Standing tall and resolute, Xiaohua's voice reverberated through the office. You are the young talent I value most in this generation. The elder slammed his hand on the table, interrupting with a fierce reprimand. Yet, after a brief pause, Xiaohua locked eyes with the elder and resolutely completed his statement. Xiaohua has resigned from the museum. As his words settled in the air, Xiaohua turned and quietly exited the office, pushing the door open. In the corridor, the staff stood in hushed silence, watching him depart. Inside the office, a teacup shattered. Moments later, the furious voice of the deputy director erupted. The entrance examination continues. Anyone who dares to leave the museum will be expelled immediately. Chapter 36. Reward. Priceless. Hengling has unearthed a divine-level tomb, and the situation is dire. The Archaeological Bureau is exerting full control. Our bounty has been rescinded. On the donkey cart, Wu Yang flipped through the latest posts, astonished as he spoke. Qiqiu, gripping the whip, trembled slightly. No one is preventing us anymore? He glanced at Wu Yang, unable to restrain his curiosity. Indeed, Wu Yang nodded enthusiastically. Let us retreat. However, in the next moment, Qiqiu pushed a box of drinks towards Wu Yang, gesturing towards the supermarket behind them, and calmly stated, Why? Wu Yang inquired, puzzled. Qiqiu's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. The travel expenses have vanished. This simply won't do, Wu Yang exclaimed in shock, clutching the box of drinks, leaping off the cart, and dashing into the supermarket. Faintly, one could hear the sounds of argument within. Moments later, with scratches adorning his face like a triumphant general, Wu Yang returned, clutching 3 10-yuan bills. Meanwhile, Qiqiu silently snatched a carrot from the old donkey's mouth and placed it in a nearby basket. Although resources were not yet depleted, one must always prepare for the worst. The air conference is imminent. The museum's entrance examination. The Archaeological Bureau's entrance examination. Shameless. Another announcement refreshed. Wu Yang stared at the latest content, fists clenched, grinding his teeth in anger. Qiqiu turned his head, glancing at the information on his phone, then calmly withdrew his gaze. Aren't you angry? Wu Yang couldn't help but ask. Tasks rarely proceed without obstacles. The higher the reward, the more arduous the task is to be expected. Qiqiu replied nonchalantly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Wu Yang was taken aback. Does this task offer a substantial reward? Qiqiu did not respond but turned his head to observe the ice coffin, which had undergone several renovations from a refrigerator, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he withdrew his gaze. This transaction is priceless. Sunlight caught a strand of the youth's hair. The ice coffin reflected rays of light, bathing the boy in a golden glow. Priceless. No, surely there must be a price for something priceless. Only Wu Yang remained perplexed, scratching his head and muttering, yet no one answered his question. Perhaps there is a price, for the old donkey raised its head and let out a deep bray, though. The fourth prison also had a new post. The poster was none other than Fan Yanyu. He proclaimed, Qiqiu, the identity of the heir is not bound by the exchange of invitations. There is no burden. However, if possible, please tread upon the clouds, standing atop the Supreme Palace, at the fourth prison. At the sixth confinement, reward, priceless. Under the sun, the donkey cart had already departed, the shadows of the two elongated and gradually faded from sight. Only the sounds of Wu Yang's exclamations continued to resonate. Priceless? Again with this priceless nonsense. What, pray tell, is the value of something deemed priceless? Yet, Qiqiu remained silent. After a long while, a faint echo of contemplation lingered in the air. The transaction is established, the sun shone brightly. Yet the donkey cart was nowhere to be seen. Only 2 tracks remained, etched in the dust, soon to be whisked away by the gentle breeze. Have you transcended your state of mind again? Oh, perhaps. Hengling. In merely 3 days, it had been entirely shrouded in black mist. Yet, it was firmly trapped at the edge of the mountains, unable to escape. At this moment, Lu Hongchang's complexion was ashen as he stood atop the peak. The paper tiger now tattered, reduced to flimsy red paper, devoid of any power. The soldiers, too, were in the same predicament. The bag filled with paper cuts was utterly empty. Lu Hongchang's gaze grew heavy, his demeanor drowsy. Only when the black mist crept closer did he abruptly awaken, biting his tongue to regain clarity. Seems today is unavoidable. The divine tomb has emerged. It is solely my fault, he chuckled bitterly. Shaking his head, drawing in a deep breath, and retrieving a delicate pair of scissors from his pocket, determination gleaming in his eyes, Tio returned to the heavens to restore the hearts of the people. With my legacy. For future generations, a low voice resonated. As he spoke, Lu Hongchang's white hair stirred without wind, and his eyes gradually closed. A powerful force surged from the void. Although he stood alone, the extraordinary strength of the 5Qi realm, coupled with his solitary endeavor, produced a phenomenon far exceeding that of the 6th confinement. Silence, you are doomed. Who will bear this burden? Suddenly, a breathless voice rang out from afar, interrupting Lu Hongchang's cadence. He was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards it. Fan Xing was surrounded by 6 copper coins, breaking through the void, shimmering as they approached. His once orderly hairstyle was now in disarray, his complexion slightly pale, evidently a result of his haste. Remember, you owe me a vehicle. The new off-road one is completely ruined. Recalling this, Fan Xing's expression darkened further, cursing under his breath, yet still controlling the 6 copper coins to soar into the sky, spinning continuously, before scattering to various corners, embedding themselves underground. In an instant, the black mist receded. It retreated a full 30 meters before gradually halting. Fan Xing, however, spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn. The marsh gas is so potent. Which deity is entombed here? Fan Xing inhaled deeply, suppressing the unease and agitation within. Raising his hands to his chest and executing intricate hand seals, dazzling to behold. A prophet. Never anticipated that I would have the chance to descend into the tomb one day. 6 beasts appear. With a low roar, 6 spectral beasts materialized behind Fan Xing. They howled toward the heavens, diving into the black mist, merging with the 6 copper coins. In that instant, the black mist retreated another 30 meters. Alas, if only I were in the inheritance realm, I would have handled this tomb myself today. Fan Xing's complexion paled further, unable to restrain his curses. In the inheritance realm. Your secondary title has long been shed. Moreover, can you withstand the pressure faced in the inheritance realm? Lu Hongchang glanced at Fan Xing, speaking indifferently. Nonsense. Do you still have the leisure to chat? Fan Xing rolled his eyes. What else can we do but await reinforcements? If we are to perish, we might as well converse a bit more beforehand. As they spoke, Lu Hongchang even managed to smile. You brought this calamity upon yourself? The 4th prison has never made a mistake? But this time, it is your archaeological bureau. Next time, it might just be the 4th prison. A bunch of thieves. A pack of savages. The two glared at each other, hurling insults once more, amidst the swirling black mist. Both spat out blood mist simultaneously, yet in the next moment, they proudly lifted their heads, locking gazes as if whoever faltered first would be the loser. The clash of great paths, thus it was. The entire canyon echoed with the sound of their quarrels, until, clang, the sound of the mountain bell suddenly resonated. Figures clad in prison guard uniforms emerged from various directions, climbing to the mountain peak. Encircling the black mist, the 4th prison, before the tomb. Chapter 37. Life hanging by a thread. Do you see? This is the speed of our 4th prison. At this moment, Fan Xing and Lu Hongchang resembled 2 children, wide-eyed in astonishment. As the 4th prison's personnel arrived, Fan Xing instantly seized the advantage. With a line akin to "My father loves to eat excrement," he delivered a crushing blow. Lu Hongchang's face flushed with indignation. His features contorted in anguish, ultimately turning away in silent resentment, refusing to gaze at Fan Xing. In that instant, Fan Xing appeared as a triumphant general, despite having sustained injuries while suppressing the black mist. He stood tall and proud, shouting, "4th prison! All comrades. His voice echoed across the expanse of Hingeling. Here, here, voices responded in a chorus, rising and falling. Yet, having just arrived, I have seemingly become the protagonist of Hingeling, unmatched and undisputed, particularly for those archaeologists who have come from nearby Hingeling in sparse numbers. At this moment, gazing at these jailers, I inexplicably feel a sense of shock. It turns out, even wild men possess the fervor of their kind. Form ranks. Open the forbidden gate, Fan Xing cried out once more. The numerous jailers moved with precision, dispersing to the mountaintop, standing still against the howling winds, remaining motionless as they raised their hands to form seals. Monitoring the mortal realm, sealing the divine tomb. With the heart established before heaven and earth, we perform the necessary tasks of mountains and rivers. Please, ancestors, guard the tomb. Waves of murmurs arose in succession. Initially, the sounds were exceedingly faint, nearly dissipating amidst the fierce winds, but gradually, the voices grew louder, coalescing into a torrent, akin to thunder, like the movement of mountains and rivers. I, the junior Fan Xing, assumed the role of warden, bearing the responsibilities of the warden. Seal off Hingeling. Name. Zone 155. Henceforth, it shall be suppressed by the fourth prison, witnessed by heaven and earth. As the words fell, a beam of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, resembling a sword, cleaving through the void. The black mist surged, continuously boiling. In an instant, the black mist retracted 100 meters, curling back near the initial collapsed pit. Seal the gate. Fan Xing's face turned pale, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth. Yet his gaze remained fixed ahead. The jailers clasped their hands before their chests, continuously forming seals and murmuring in the void. Strands of mental energy manifested. The air trembled. A river spanning time emerged from the rift in the void, accompanied by the incessant roar of rushing waters, suspended in the high heavens, resembling a celestial river. Great waves surged, beams of light appearing, falling like spring rain upon the mortal realm. Ultimately, they coalesced in midair, forming a phantom of a brass gate. It can finally be accomplished. Exhausted, utterly drained. Witnessing this scene, Fan Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead, chuckling softly, releasing a long breath. The brass gate continued to solidify, descending towards the cave entrance at an exceedingly slow pace. As long as the brass gate is set in place, this tomb can be considered sealed. At this moment, it seemed merely a matter of time. However, before Fan Xing could catch his breath, the earth's veins trembled once more. A deafening roar echoed from the depths below. The sound was laced with anger, resentment, hatred. A confluence of emotions caused the once tranquil black mist to surge violently, transforming into ferocious wolves, suddenly pouncing outward. Hissed, could this be a deity-level being? Fan Xing gasped, unable to suppress a curse, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, which he instinctively wiped across his brow. In the distance, the movements of the jailers mirrored Fan Xing's almost perfectly. Mental energy surged once more, yet despite this, the black mist continued to spread outward at a slow pace, corroding the souls of the many jailers present. What kind of monster have you unearthed? Fan Xing gritted his teeth, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. How the hell would I know? At this moment, Lu Hongchang's state was no better than Fan Xing's. Both of them, high-ranking figures in the subterranean world, found themselves at a loss before a tomb. Old immortal, hasn't your superior taught you to respect your elders? If I were your age and had yet to reach the inheritance realm, I would have long since met my end. Then go ahead and die. The two continued to shout, unleashing all the mental energy within them to fend off the black mist's invasion. After causing such a colossal mess. Where is the director of your archaeological bureau? Guard at the Forbidden Zone. Damn. Are you cursing our leader? I am cursing you. Initially, the two still had the energy for banter, but gradually, their voices grew dimmer, their words fewer. Yet, the black mist persisted in its relentless spread. Time passed. The onlookers began to exhibit signs of exhaustion. Even the gate suspended in midair was on the verge of dissipating if the gate breaks. The tomb will emerge. At that time, all living beings within 100 miles will be corroded by the divine miasma, transforming into aberrations. Lu, remember, you owe the fourth prison a life. In the future, if you see Qiqiu, protect her for me. She is our heir. As the brass gate seemed poised to vanish, Fan Xing, with bloodshot eyes, cursed, "Nonsense. One matter has nothing to do with another. This time, we in the Archaeological Bureau owe you. And we will repay you later. The struggle of the Great Path cannot be avoided. Moreover, if anyone is to die, it will be me. Why should you fourth prison exploit our misfortune?" Even as they exhausted their mental energy, the two remained at odds. The gazes they exchanged were filled with an earnestness that suggested a willingness to slay one another. However, their actions were in stark contrast to their expressions. "Don't you dare compete with me. I say I die, then I die. I'm older, so let me handle it. No way. I respect my elders. Don't think for a moment that I don't know what you're thinking. The vice warden of the fourth prison died because of the mess caused by our archaeological bureau, which will plant a seed of recognition for your beliefs in our hearts, ultimately leading to all of us becoming jailers. What's wrong with being a jailer? To hell with you." As the two exchanged heated insults, they both spat out blood simultaneously, forming seals in unison. Today, I, Fan Xing, I, Lu Hongchang, shall return to. Their speech accelerated. They locked eyes, as if competing to see who could finish first. However, Archaeological Bureau, personnel on break, report immediately. Baiming Mountain, support. Yawang Valley, support. Chongqing Village, support. A series of shouts echoed in succession. Accompanying them were silhouettes that silently appeared at the mountaintop. Without any unnecessary words upon arrival, they all formed seals, invoking their inheritance, suppressing the black mist. However, amidst the shouts, the name of the museum was conspicuously absent. That old ghost, Feng Chonglin, at such a moment, still fixated on his great path. The pressure suddenly eased. Lu Hongchang let out a sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the ground, glancing around with a somewhat gloomy expression, filled with enlightenment, Fan Xing chuckled coldly, remaining silent. The former museum, guardian of artifacts, Xiao Hua, come to aid. A calm voice resonated. Even if it were just one person, it remained clear and resolute. Chapter 38. We have arrived. Xiao Hua. If my memory serves me right, he was the best newcomer at the Air Conference 3 years ago, right? Lu Hongchang lay on the ground, utterly disheveled, turning his head to look at the figure appearing in the distance, weakly inquiring. Yes, I quite liked him back then. He was straightforward and suited for our line of work as jailers. Unfortunately, he was eventually taken by that old ghost Feng from the museum. Fan Xing, in a state not much better than Lu Hongchang, coughed twice and spoke. The two exchanged glances. It seems the museum is not as rotten to the core yet. Lu Hongchang spoke softly, but Fan Xing scoffed. The original museum still retained a shred of pride, but now that last remnant of bone is also gone, leaving only a pool of mud. His words dripped with scorn. Yet this time, as the bitter rivals of the fourth prison, Lu Hongchang did not refute. The two stood entranced, gazing at the sky in the distance. The black mist gradually succumbed. Yet, it remained impossible to force it back into the tomb. They found themselves in a deadlock. I still firmly believe that this world will not remain peaceful for long. Only by taking risks and utilizing the tomb to nurture people can there be a way out. However, this time, Chichio, we in the Archaeological Bureau will not obstruct. However, once this matter is settled, I will personally help you dissolve the fourth prison. After you become unemployed, you might consider joining our Archaeological Bureau. Your inherited feng shui surveying was meant for our line of work. After a moment of silence, Lu Hongchang suddenly spoke. Damn. Clearly, it was you who caused the trouble, yet it sounds as if we owe you a favor. Get lost? Fan Xing rolled his eyes, unwilling to continue speaking, suddenly flipping over to sit up, controlling 6 copper coins to apply pressure once more. Lu Hongchang followed closely behind. With their assistance, the black mist finally began to retract an inch. Even if just an inch, it at least proved that this tomb could be defended. In an instant, the confidence of the crowd surged as they pressed on. The brass gate, which was moments away from shattering, also began to stabilize. Brother, I'm hungry, a weak wail echoed. Wu Yang cast a pitiful glance at Chichio, exuding an aura of near lifelessness. Brother, why don't we consider lowering the standards for the ice coffin? Brother, if it truly doesn't work, shall we spend a day hauling bricks at the construction site? Brother, you see, can an old donkey still have tender meat? Even in such a state, Wu Yang's chatter did not cease. Incessantly mumbling like a loquacious person, and whenever his gaze inadvertently swept over the old donkey, it would inevitably shimmer with a green light, inciting the old donkey to bray uncontrollably. Whenever Wu Yang ventured within 2 meters of it, the donkey would become agitated. Brother, look, quick, take a look, Baishan City, Yunjin Mountain, Shangqing Palace. We have arrived. Wu Yang suddenly flipped over on the donkey cart, scrambling to his feet in a flurry, one foot on the wooden plank and the other on the donkey's rear. Raising his hand to point ahead, the road beneath them transformed from a dusty expanse to a clean and tidy passage. Trees and flowers adorned either side, buildings of various designs soared into the clouds. What lay before their eyes was a scene of bustling prosperity. In the distance, an ancient and weathered stone gate came into view, inscribed with the characters Baishan. Further away, a flower bed showcased a large illuminated sign reading Baishan welcomes you. At that moment, Wu Yang was nearly overwhelmed with joy and tears. On the road, cars whizzed by intermittently. In contrast, their rickety donkey cart stood out starkly. Yet, Qiqiu's expression remained unperturbed. Although he was greedy for wealth, he was not attached to it.as for the way others looked at him. He had never cared. The donkey cart continued at a steady pace towards the city gate that represented Baishan City. 1 step, 2 steps. Qiqiu, just as the donkey cart was about to pass through the city gate, a figure abruptly emerged. The cart came to a halt. Qiqiu's brows finally furrowed slightly as he turned to look at the owner of the voice. A youth, seemingly no older than 18, stood confidently at the center of the city, hands in pockets, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Remember my name, Zhao Sheng, an interviewer from the museum. 3 days from now, after the Shangqing Palace opens the heaven and earth one-line ladder, I will personally extinguish your hopes, let you know. The 4th prison is merely an antiquated relic on the verge of obsolescence. His voice boomed loudly, showing no intent to moderate, drawing the attention of many passers-by. This world, too, is not devoid of shadows. Baishan City is one of the cities of our underground world. Enshrouded by a barrier year-round, ordinary people cannot enter. Thus, everyone here belongs to the underground realm. Wu Yang stood behind Qiqiu, quietly explaining, alleviating the confusion in his heart. Qiqiu nodded in realization. This lad speaks with a touch of arrogance. I can't tolerate it. He must be reprimanded. Wu Yang glanced at the proud youth in the distance, grinning sinisterly, ready to step forward, but was halted by Qiqiu. Are there any other museum candidates nearby? Instead of addressing the arrogant youth, Qiqiu politely surveyed the surroundings and inquired. A multitude of gazes converged upon Qiqiu, some with disdain, some with curiosity. Yet no one responded. Observing this, the youth scoffed. Qiqiu, in Shangqing Palace. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Qiqiu's figure suddenly vanished from his spot, appearing before the youth in the next instant, delivering a punch. Taken by surprise, the youth's face suffered a heavy blow. He was sent flying back violently, crashing onto the ground. But Qiqiu had no intention of stopping. Instead, he pressed on, straddling the youth, delivering 1 punch. 2 punches. From initial curses to wails of agony, until the youth was on the brink of collapse. Qiqiu finally ceased his assault, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Brother, what are you doing? Wu Yang hurried over, unable to contain his curiosity. He was preparing to gather with many others to beat me up the day after tomorrow. Why should I let him live until then? Inflicting damage now will lessen the pressure later. Besides, I checked the posts. In the underground world, as long as it doesn't lead to death, no one cares. Saying this, Qiqiu delivered another punch. After confirming that the youth would at least be bedridden for the coming week, he finally got up, feeling satisfied. Do you have any money? The final physical conversation concluded with Qiqiu's catchphrase. Looking at the freshly deposited balance and the bruised youth, Qiqiu's spirit soared. Let us go. Time for a meal. No donkey for dinner tonight. Upon hearing Qiqiu's words, Wu Yang couldn't help but cheer. Jogging to follow behind Qiqiu, the two, 1 coffin and 1 donkey, gradually walked away, leaving the youth alone, clutching his chest on the ground, wailing incessantly. This fellow's path to enlightenment was nearing its end. The initiation of Mingxin could commence at any moment. The crowd exchanged glances, most wearing expressions of relief. In a corner, several individuals with strikingly distinct auras appeared somewhat grave. Chapter 39. Qiqiu's guardian heart compared to ordinary cities. This place was even more prosperous. On the streets, Traffic was sparse, and most people opted to walk. The shops lining the streets were quite novel, selling black robes, selling Woyang shovels, selling blades, while the two strolled. A shifty-eyed youth approached stealthily, glancing around. "Hey, buddy. Can you trade in Yinpa? I buy at a rate of 1,000. 1.as he spoke. The youth remained vigilant, poised to bolt at any moment. "Isn't trading Yinpa prohibited?" Chicho asked, puzzled. Looking towards Wu Yang, Wu Yang rubbed his nose. "In principle, the 12th floor strictly forbids it, but if no trade occurs, how can others cultivate rapidly? Aren't you in the sunlight, yearning for darkness?" Chicho asked. Confused, Wu Yang flushed slightly, feeling quite awkward, mainly because when you asked me, we happen to be under a principle. "What exactly is the function of Nyinpa?" Chicho pondered, asking again. Nyinpa is the crystallization of insights left behind by ancient individuals upon their passing. During the establishment of heart and destiny, if one happens to have a Nyinpa that resonates with their thoughts and temperament, it may aid in rapid growth. However, before absorbing Nyinpa, no one knows whose thought it contains. It's like opening a blind box. Only the wealthy can afford to acquire it. Wu Yang casually remarked, showing no interest in this matter. This item is not something ordinary people can easily deal with. 1 gram of Nyinpa has a market price of 1,500-2,000. Even if it indeed resonates, it would only grant a slight advancement. Some things, after all, are more substantial when derived from personal enlightenment. Yet this item serves as hard currency in the underground world. When people earn money in the realm of ordinary folk, they often find ways to exchange it for Nyinpa on the black market, then use Nyinpa to purchase what they need. "You two have been chatting for ages? Are you buying or not, or something else?" "There's no news in this city that I'm unaware of," the youth boasted, raising an eyebrow. Wu Yang couldn't be bothered to respond. However, Chicho fell into deep thought. "Do you have a list of museum candidates?" Chicho asked earnestly. The youth was taken aback, as if he had recalled something, gazing at Chicho in disbelief, retreating several steps as if avoiding a snake. Before hastily departing, "What was that reaction?" Wu Yang was puzzled. Standing still, Chicho's eyes reflected contemplation. "You previously mentioned that establishing one's heart is fundamental for every inheritor. No matter what one does, they must not violate the original intent upon embarking on this path, right?" "Indeed. Some establish a heart to protect the mountains and rivers, while others aim to pacify the universe. The types are numerous. Every inheritor, upon stepping onto this path, continuously refines and solidifies their heart. Yet this road is fraught with challenges. Many inheritors, in the Donghui realm, Wukijing, have only taken 5 years, but in the stage of establishing the heart, they have endured half a lifetime. This also serves as an advantage for joining the 4th prison, the museum. And other departments. Everyone possesses a unique and universally acknowledged heart establishment insight, enabling swift progress on this path. Were it not so, no one would strive desperately to secure a position, Wu Yang explained matter-of-factly. Such knowledge is common in the underground world. Of course, there are also some lone travelers, relying entirely on personal insights, navigating a winding and arduous path. Yet once they embark on this step, they often possess formidable strength. But more often, they ultimately abandon their true hearts, drifting aimlessly, consorting with tomb raiders, seeking to enhance themselves through unorthodox means. I understand now. Chicho nodded gently, then, under Wu Yang's perplexed gaze, stopped the youth walking down the street, politely inquiring, "Excuse me, are you a candidate for the museum?" "Why should I tell you?" The individual suddenly halted, frowned slightly, responding rather curtly. Chicho, however, maintained a smile, slowly saying, "I believe the museum's philosophy is misguided." As the words fell, the expression of the man shifted abruptly, his eyes narrowing in fury as he fixed his gaze upon Chicho. Ready to unleash a torrent of curses, indeed, it seemed to be a contest of grand principles. Chicho, lost in contemplation, did not wait for the man to utter a word before delivering a sharp slap to his face. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the man was sent flying several meters, and before he could touch the ground, Chicho swiftly advanced, executing a sweeping kick to his abdomen, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. "Greetings, a robbery. Thank you." Chicho approached leisurely, adorned with a smile as warm as springtime, gently speaking while presenting his mobile payment code. In that moment, the air around them inexplicably chilled slightly. For the entirety of the next hour, Chicho operated with the precision of a well-oiled machine, relentlessly intercepting passers-by. Should they be candidates from the Upper Qing Palace or the Archaeology Bureau, they would wholeheartedly resonate with Chicho's ideas and readily share their insights. Conversely, if they hailed from the museum, they would feel utterly insulted. With no means to retaliate, their spirits would falter, their realms diminishing. To strike back would only lead to defeat and robbery. In any case, within a short span. Chicho's name became known far and wide throughout the street. "Goodness, brother, is this your new scheme for making money?" Wu Yang inquired, his face brimming with admiration. Chicho shook his head slightly. "I'm also establishing my resolve." Wu Yang paused, instant realization dawning upon him. Chicho was likewise solidifying his heart. Yet, the fourth prison traditionally adhered to the path of guardianship. "You are establishing a heart of slaughter?" Wu Yang could not help but question. Scratching his head, logically, the will to slay should be directed solely at the otherworldly. Otherwise, it would not be acknowledged by the sages. What I established is a heart of guardianship. However, Chicho shook his head. Speaking softly, raising his gaze to the street where various gazes fixated upon him, each reflecting a myriad of emotions, he smiled and murmured. To extinguish all potential dangers in their infancy is the finest form of protection. Having spoken, Chicho resumed his path. In an instant, his actions captivated the attention of all present. This individual seemed slightly abnormal. In Baishan City, an ancient residence, remember, this is our opportunity. Currently, the fourth prison and the Archaeology Bureau are at a stalemate over that tomb. We need only give it a gentle push, and the tomb will unveil itself to the world. The leader, a tomb raider clad in a tiger mask, spoke coldly. Below, various tomb raiders donned animal masks and black robes, their eyes flickering with desire and ambition. Furthermore, at all costs, eliminate Chicho before the gates of the Upper Qing Palace. Sever the last vestiges of fortune for the fourth prison, and, in passing, avenge the fox. A trace of murderous intent permeated the tiger's voice. Understood. In 3 days, the young ones from the nearby cities will arrive. This time, our animal world initiation assessment will be set as Tio slay Chicho. The rabbit giggled, her laughter melodious. Once we seize this divine tomb, even the fourth prison will be powerless against us. Who says tomb raiders must always hide and seek? The tiger grinned savagely, rising abruptly. Let us depart. Our target, Hengeling, Chapter 40. The archivist, are you a candidate from the museum? This question had swiftly transformed into a taboo within Baishan City over the last 2 days. The crux of the matter lay in Chicho's shrewd gaze. He particularly focused on the young, preferably those burdened with luggage, clearly fresh arrivals from afar. As for the locals, especially the elder ones, they were easily discernible as formidable opponents. Chicho would always nod politely and smile, deftly bypassing them. This resulted in his success rate soaring to 50%. Moreover, as he pressed forward, drawing ever closer to Yunjin Mountain, the likelihood of encountering other candidates increased, until at the foot of Yunjin Mountain, a cluster of young individuals huddled together, casting furious glares at the donkey cart approaching in the distance, each rolling up their sleeves as if ready to charge. Chicho, you have overstepped, a calm voice suddenly resonated. As the words fell, a rusted long sword plummeted from the sky. The sword's tip pierced the ground, trembling slightly, emitting a series of ringing sounds. In that instant, sword energy enveloped the area. From the donkey cart, a lock of hair from Chicho fell silently. His eyes flickered momentarily but soon returned to tranquility. Young man, it would benefit you to possess a greater sense of reverence. The museum must not be insulted. Should there be another instance, it shall not merely be your hair that is severed, as the words echoed. A somewhat slender middle-aged man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, approached slowly from the distance. His voice held a faintly soft quality, and his deep-set eyes sparkled with a hint of ruthlessness. The museum's archives administrator, Zhua Buxuan, a master of the Cave Clarity realm, a notable figure in the underground world. Wu Yang leaned closer to Chicho, whispering softly. In that moment, Wu Yang's previous foolishness dissipated significantly, his eyes reflecting newfound clarity. The implication was clear. This man was not to be trifled with. If he were to kill me, would there be repercussions? Chicho pondered aloud. Wu Yang fell into contemplation. If he were to kill you, he would undoubtedly land on the fourth prison's blacklist. However, if he were to lay low for 3 to 5 years and find a benefactor to protect himself, it should pose no issue. After briefly analyzing the situation, Wu Yang spoke earnestly. So, to kill me would be rather troublesome for him. But should he become enraged, he would not hesitate to eliminate me. Chi Qiu realized. Wu Yang nodded. All right, understood. In truth, I believe the museum's principles are rather commendable. As he turned, Chi Qiu's smile reappeared, and from a distance, he gave Zhuo Buxuan a thumbs up, genuinely praising him. The transition in his expression was remarkably smooth. Natural, furthermore. For reasons unknown, Chi Qiu's smile was exceptionally captivating. It evoked a sentiment of, this person is pitiable yet steadfast. Perhaps adopting him as a godson wouldn't be such a bad idea. Likewise, Zhuo Buxuan fell silent. He had initially thought Chi Qiu to be a hot-headed youth, brimming with arrogance, who would undoubtedly retort against him. As a senior, he intended to seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson, to inflict injuries before he ascended the ladder. But now the demeanor was simply too agreeable, perfectly flawless, leaving no room for reproach. Not even his own son had smiled at him in such a manner. For a moment, all his prepared contingencies were forcibly suppressed. Zhuo Buxuan snorted coldly, sheathing his long sword behind him, and turned to head towards the museum's assessment camp. Tomorrow, at sunrise, everyone, do your utmost to intercept Chi Qiu. Once Chi Qiu descends the mountain, all who remain upon the steps shall become interns at our museum. His voice boomed, devoid of any intention to restrain, glancing intermittently at those around. Indeed, as his words fell, a portion of the candidates from the Upper Qing Palace and the Archaeology Bureau began to stir restlessly. In comparison to their aspirations of reaching the summit, the requirements here at the museum were significantly less daunting. However, having already submitted their applications, it was now too late to change affiliations. This led to a mixture of envy in the gazes of some as they looked toward the candidates from the museum. Brother, tomorrow, that mountain will be difficult to ascend. This old donkey cannot manage such a steep climb. Wu Yang leaned against the donkey cart, tearing open a bag of chips, stuffing them into his mouth as he spoke. To this, Chi Qiu showed no reaction, merely lifting his head to gaze at the mountain path before him and the Upper Qing Palace, mostly concealed within the clouds. The words of Su He, regarding the acupuncture techniques of Wei Yuanshan, still echoed in his ears as if it were yesterday. Yet now, he stood at the foot of the Upper Qing Palace. Just tomorrow. Chi Qiu snapped back to reality, glancing behind him. Within the ice coffin, Chi Xia lay with her eyes tightly shut, her complexion pale. Tomorrow, everything will come to an end. Although he had not gathered sufficient funds for a supermarket, it should suffice to rent a room. We shall have a home of our own. Chi Qiu lifted a hand, gently caressing the ice coffin, whispering softly. Throughout the entire exchange, a faint smile graced his lips. This smile was like a gentle breeze, warm and inviting. Yet, as he raised his head to survey the mountain path, the smile vanished as if carried away by the wind. Time flowed steadily. An increasing number of candidates gathered at the base of the mountain. Shadows flickered. Curious glances occasionally fell upon Chi Qiu, only to be swiftly retracted. Archaeology Bureau candidates, are you present? A shout pierced the air. Following that, a middle-aged man, clad in a tank top and shorts, with sun-kissed skin akin to that of a farmer, hurriedly approached, a look of urgency etched upon his face. Shadows began to rise quietly around them. I am the captain of the 3rd excavation team of the Archaeological Bureau. Tomorrow, the assessment will proceed as usual. Those who reach the summit may enter the Bureau. Furthermore, should Chi Qiu appear, do not obstruct him maliciously. His speech was rapid, hastily imparting a few words before surveying his surroundings, quickly fixing his gaze upon Chi Qiu. Young man, give it your all, but next time, we shall not be lenient. He turned his attention back to the candidates of the Archaeological Bureau. Tomorrow, all who pass the assessment must hasten to Hengeling without fail. With that, he hurriedly departed, clutching his tattered straw hat. Seems, the situation at Hengeling has grown more severe. The rest of the day passed in an uneventful manner. Until nightfall, nearly 100 young individuals formed a line at the foot of Yunjin Mountain. Their expressions indifferent, ultimately merging into the throng of examinees at the museum. The crowd at the museum swelled suddenly, especially as these individuals inadvertently cast glances at Chi Qiu, their eyes brimming with an unshakable hostility. They did not conceal it. What is happening? Unclear. A temporary addition. It feels off. Indeed, ordinarily, personal information would have been submitted 2 months prior to the assessment. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble, the crowd murmured among themselves, casting complex glances towards the museum. Even the candidates within the museum were filled with confusion. Only Chichio remained tranquil, reclining on a donkey cart, facing the starry sky with his eyes tightly shut. Yet within him a force was steadily coalescing. Chapter 41. Ascending the mountain, the night sky, adorned with countless stars, at the foot of the mountain, amidst the surrounding grass and trees, the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air. Young individuals, either anxious or hopeful, sat upon the lawn, awaiting the morrow's assessment. For them, this was the sole path to alter their destinies. Otherwise, they would merely be idle heirs, uncertain of when they might traverse the path to enlightenment. After all, not everyone possesses exceptional talent, nor does everyone enjoy the fortune of Chichio, who, upon merely stepping into the underworld, became the heir of the fourth prison, intimately connected with it, and thus emerged as this year's figure of renown. Yet, they only witnessed Chichio's luck, oblivious to the fact that he had suffered shattering fractures while escorting Su-hee. They also failed to see this youth, who had just entered the realm of enlightenment. Steadfastly guarding the brass door alone for 6 hours, people tend to subconsciously overlook things they cannot achieve, ultimately leaving behind the sentiment, "Look, he has nothing extraordinary in comparison to him. I'm merely lacking a bit of luck." Such thoughts, Chichio did not comprehend, or perhaps, he simply could not be bothered to understand, in his naive world. He only knew that earning money, buying food, and surviving were paramount. If someone wished to harm him, he would preemptively eliminate them. In winter, he must find a thicker coat. The happiest and wealthiest individuals in this world are undoubtedly supermarket owners. They possess an endless supply of snacks, and they enjoy warmth. Amidst a chaotic world, a fragment of simplicity remains. Regrettably, no one knows how long this simplicity can endure. Morning. A ray of sunlight shone forth. In the mountains, clouds rolled and unfolded. The sunlight pierced through the mountain mist, illuminating every individual. When one looked up again, the Shangqing Palace among the clouds inadvertently evoked a sense of sanctity. I, Wei Yuanshan, am responsible for this year's newcomer assessment at Shangqing Palace. Those who reach the summit may knock on the palace doors. The mountain path is rugged. Tread carefully, everyone. The elderly voice reverberated through the mountains, lingering endlessly. The crowd rose, raising their heads, gazing towards the mountain peak, filled with determination. Leaning against the donkey cart, Chichio quietly opened his eyes upon hearing the name Wei Yuanshan. At that moment, an atmosphere of tension surged forth. No one dared to take the first step, becoming the target of all. Just as the atmosphere was on the verge of freezing, a sudden exclamation broke forth. The Tomb Raider Team Animal Kingdom launched a surprise attack on Hengling early this morning. The sacred tomb trembled. The mist has extended 300 meters and will reach the urban area within 2 days at the latest. Damn! A candidate from the Archaeological Bureau glanced at his phone, unable to suppress an expletive, which drew the attention of everyone present. Everyone, I am eager to undergo the assessment and will head to Hengling for support. I hope you all do not overthink it. The individual stowed away his phone, looked at the crowd, clasped his hands in greeting, and with a sense of urgency, moved forward. The 999 stone steps stretched from the foot of the mountain to the summit. Ancient and solemn, especially under the sunlight, they resembled a path to heaven. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the stone steps. The next moment, the stone step beneath his feet rippled like water, and suddenly, a skeletal hand shot out, grasping for his ankle. However, he adeptly evaded it, moving on to the second tier. Just as he stepped onto it, a rift abruptly opened in the void ahead, and an arrow shot forth from the crack, aimed directly at his brow. Yet, the spell was cast too slowly, and he easily dodged it. Just as he was about to proceed to the third tier from the direction of the museum, a figure silently ascended the steps at an astonishing speed, arriving behind him in the blink of an eye, seemingly bumping into him inadvertently, causing him to linger in place for half a second longer. In that brief moment, the arrow pierced through, embedding itself in his brow. However, as the arrow was about to make contact, its tip vanished, leaving only the shaft, which sent him hurtling backward, tumbling off the stone steps. In just 2 tiers, he had failed the assessment. Shameless. You did that on purpose. Didn't you? Below, candidates from the Archaeological Bureau erupted in curses. Meanwhile, that individual merely stood upon the steps, casting a derisive glance at the crowd, before quickly ascending at an astonishing pace. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with agitation. Candidates from the Archaeological Bureau surged towards the steps. Including those from Shangqing Palace, they too seized the opportunity to ascend. Yet curiously, the direction of the museum remained eerily silent. Cold gazes converged upon Qiqiu. Qiqiu remained motionless. They remained still, but the moment Qiqiu set forth, he would face an overwhelming force. In the distance, some weaker candidates had already fallen from the stone steps. Regretfully watching others compete, equally curiously observing Qiqiu in the museum. Let the heavens bear witness. I voluntarily withdraw from the fourth prison, but I shall not perish. Shuabuxuan crossed his arms, chuckling lightly. Qiqiu raised his head, somewhat bewildered. Did not those from the museum say they would not kill? As if hearing something amusing, Shuabuxuan laughed mockingly, his gaze towards Qiqiu filled with disdain. Qiqiu silently regarded those behind him. Among those figures, at least 80% cast eyes laden with murderous intent upon him, especially the 100 who had arrived abruptly last night, almost entirely unmasked. It seems they seek blood. Why must they obstruct my path? Qiqiu mused, as though questioning someone else while answering himself, ultimately not waiting for Shuabuxuan's explanation. Instead, he calmly turned, unfastened the reins from the donkey cart, and looked towards Wu Yang. Can you assist me? Wu Yang glanced at the reins, then at Qiqiu. You say, behind me, pull the cart up the mountain. Qiqiu replied calmly. Wu Yang's smile gradually faded, the foolishness in his eyes dissipating significantly. What if the road ahead is difficult? The road ahead has me. Qiqiu's voice remained as tranquil as a deep well, devoid of emotional fluctuations, merely quietly drawing a machete from the donkey cart, gripping it in hand. As long as you do not falter, the donkey cart shall remain within 5 meters behind you. This is my promise, and the promise of the fourth prison. I assure you, I am quite reliable. Under the sunlight, Wu Yang grinned, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, even displaying a hint of naivety. Yet this time, it inexplicably instilled a sense of dependability. Thank you. Qiqiu gazed into Wu Yang's eyes, softly speaking. Soon, he turned and patted the old donkey's neck, whispering in its ear, Now, you are free. The old donkey brayed twice, but remained in place. Qiqiu said nothing further, simply standing before the stone steps with his short knife in hand. A gentle breeze blew. The clouds atop the mountain dispersed. The long staircase basked in sunlight, sacred and imposing. The frail youth stood at the mountain's base, shrouded in shadows, rendering his expression unreadable. Surrounding him were figures grinning menacingly. They reveled in the sunlight, yet exuded an aura of darkness. The youth, enshrouded in shadows, shone like a beacon. Today, Qiqiu, with a letter of introduction, ascends Shangqing Palace. Accompanied by whispers, Qiqiu stepped onto the stone steps. Around him, the wind howled fiercely. Chapter 42. The siege. The multitude watched intently. The mere oppressive atmosphere was enough to steal one's breath. Yet Qiqiu remained composed amid this terrifying vortex, taking a step forward. The instant he set foot on the steps, a faint stream of thought energy flickered beneath him. Qiqiu could even distinctly perceive the trajectory of the skeletal claw beneath his feet. However, the true danger he faced was far from that below. A dagger glimmering with cold light surged from behind, aimed directly at his heart, showing no intention of holding back. Almost in synchrony, beneath Qiqiu's feet, 2 hands inexplicably emerged from the shadows, seizing his ankles and restraining his movements. Further afield, an arrow was aimed at the back of his head, slicing through the air with deadly intent. A mere step would spell annihilation. Eye in the face of this scene, Qiqiu calmly tightened his grip on the short blade, his feet firmly planted in place while his waist twisted sharply, evading the arrow and deftly intercepting the dagger. The young man's expression shifted slightly, instinctively retreating. Yet, Qiqiu seized his collar, propelling him forward to stand before himself. The youth was taken aback before he could react. The short knife had already sliced through his throat. Blood cascaded onto the stone steps, adding a vibrant red to the solemnity of the moment. How dare you take a life during the assessment? Shameless! Such a person should be expelled from the Shangqing Palace. The onlookers were not filled with fear at Chichio's actions. On the contrary, a glimmer of delight flickered in their eyes as they vocally reprimanded him. It was as if Chichio were the true embodiment of an irredeemable demon, a being that required exorcism. This level is known as the line of life and death. A razor-thin margin separates life from demise. Retreat is dictated by the heart eye in the void. Wei Yuanshan's calm voice resonated, devoid of joy or sorrow. Upon hearing this, the crowd squinted their eyes slightly, falling silent, yet the air around them thickened with an inexplicable bloodlust. At that moment, Chichio stepped forward, ascending to the second tier of stone steps. Surround and kill. A voice rang out from the crowd, cold and commanding. This youth appeared to possess considerable authority among them, especially among the 100 who had joined the previous night, who surged forward to the steps at the very instant his voice fell, climbing with remarkable speed. Within mere breaths, the tiers were filled with spectators. Their icy glares fixed intently upon Chiqiu.in that moment. Chichio became the undeniable focal point of the throng. Even the eliminated candidates from the Shangqing Palace and the Archaeological Bureau turned their gazes towards him, awaiting a resolution. Yet, within their hearts, they sensed something amiss. This group bore an excessive thirst for blood. Moreover, most had yet to showcase their inherited skills. Their mannerisms resembled that of Tomb Raiders, as all eyes were fixed upon Chichio. He suddenly turned his head towards the foot of the mountain. Wu Yang stood at the base, reins coiled around his neck, hands gripping the carriage's handles, exchanging a glance with Chichio, a bright smile gracing his face. Chichio mirrored the smile. Stay close. Rest assured. With those words, Chichio tightened his grip on the short knife, stepping forward into the throng. Beneath the blazing sun, each swing of the short knife was accompanied by a blinding radiance. Likewise, it sent splashes of blood into the AI in this moment. He resembled a ferocious tiger emerging from the mountains. Viewed from above, he appeared as a stone, detonating in the tranquil waters of a lake. Stirring ripples that reached for miles with each passing second, bodies fell, blood flowed incessantly, until a 2-meter radius around Chichio created an absolute vacuum. Meanwhile, the somewhat naive and cheerful youth pulled the donkey cart. Treading on the blood, at ease and unperturbed, the 2 tracks of the cart rolled over the ice coffin, splattering waves of crimson ripples. Damn it! I can't get close. Stimulated by the bloodshed, a youth's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, instinctively placing his hand on his waist. Yet, before he could make any further move, he was intercepted by another. Are you insane? The rabbit team said we must not reveal our identities, the person hissed in his ear. The youth's face flickered between dark and light, gazing at Chichio, who resembled a god of war amidst the pool of blood, gritting his teeth, and ultimately withdrew his hand. Fear not. The true candidates from the museum are not all useless. The individual whispered again, then quietly melted into the crowd. As his voice faded, another voice echoed in unison. Museum candidate, Lu Yuan, descend the mountain. Your path ends here. A long-haired youth stood on the 20th tier of the stone steps. Arms crossed, gazing down at Chichio. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Chichio lifted his head to regard the youth, though shadows obscured his face, rendering his expression unclear. Many have obstructed our path, but we simply wish to survive. Chichio murmured. The youth remained indifferent. Leave this mountain, and you shall naturally live. No leaving this mountain. You cannot survive. Chichio turned back, glancing at the ice coffin on the donkey cart a mere 4 meters behind him. Muttering to himself, and resolutely stepped forward once more. 1 step, 2 steps. This time, no one obstructed him, until he was but a step away from the long-haired youth. Despite their differing stances, I respect you, inheritor of the Mantis Fist, Lu Yuan. Please enlighten me. The long-haired youth solemnly raised his hand in a fist salute. Chichio mirrored the gesture, though still gripped the bloodied short knife. The difference between them was merely 2 tiers of stone steps. Yet it was a divide of sunlight and shadow. The youth's attire was pristine and orderly. Chichio's clothing was tattered and stained with blood. Yet at this moment, Chichio stood as his equal. The long-haired youth struck first, moving like a flowing dragon, closing the distance to Chichio in a flash, his fingers arcing like scythes, the left hand sweeping towards Chichio's eyes, while the right aimed for his throat. The fierce aura he emanated was markedly distinct from others. Especially at that instant, Behind him, a phantom resembling a mantis seemed to materialize. The path of enlightenment has reached its conclusion, just one step away from true understanding. He certainly possesses the strength to vie for this year's new champion of the museum. Qiqiu, a mere amateur. Laughter echoed among the crowd. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Qiqiu did not retreat. He merely sidestepped to avoid critical areas before advancing again. He fought as if wagering his very life. The short knife swept toward the youth's throat. In that moment, the youth considered several countermeasures against Qiqiu. Yet, there was one he never anticipated. For such a move was the least cost-effective and defied rationality. Yet this madman chose to do just that. In an instant, the youth's steps faltered slightly, his fingertips grazing Qiqiu's chest, erupting into a spray of blood, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Though he wounded Qiqiu, he exposed a flaw. The next moment, Qiqiu closed in, gripping the knife hilt horizontally, sliding towards the youth's chest. The youth instinctively took a step back, but Qiqiu charged in like a raging bull, colliding forcefully with him. There was no method to his madness. Yet the force was tremendous. Chapter 43. Ascending to great heights, the youth staggered backward several paces, his chest cracking, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, Qiqiu appeared to be far more grievously injured. The wound on his body was visibly revealing the stark white of bone. The youth was taken aback, momentarily dazed, wanting to utter something. Yet, Qiqiu stepped forward once more. Swinging the blade horizontally, even at such close range, the youth instinctively raised his arm to block the blade, instinctively striking at Qiqiu's wrist, causing the short knife to clatter away. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. However, a dagger slipped from Qiqiu's sleeve, resting against the youth's throat. "You have lost." Qiqiu spoke calmly, lightly tapping his toes to retrieve the short knife, striding forward. The youth remained rooted in place, momentarily unable to accept this outcome. In the realm of close combat, he should have been more adept, more powerful, but the reality was he had only lasted half a minute. It turned out, the enemy does not necessarily wield only one blade. It turned out that true combat is a matter of life and death. In that instant, the youth experienced an epiphany, slowly closing his eyes. The next moment, waves of mental energy swirled around him, forming a fierce current. The sound of his heartbeat reverberated like a thunderous bell in the mountains, rising with the heart, ceasing with the wind. As the wind ceased, the will emerged, have attained clarity. The youth murmured to himself. Turning to face Qiqiu's back. In an instant, the onlookers became filled with anticipation once more. The state of establishing one's heart. First understanding the heart, then attaining clarity, ultimately unifying one's intent. If understanding the heart merely signifies being a more powerful ordinary person, then attaining clarity equates to completely transcending the ordinary realm. "Qiqiu," the youth suddenly called out. Qiqiu paused slightly, not turning around. Today's understanding of the heart can be considered as half a teacher. Lu Yuan expresses his gratitude. The youth's expression turned grave, bowing slightly towards Qiqiu's back, before turning and descending the mountain amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd. "Why are you descending?" The museum's examiner, Zhuo Buxian, glared at Lu Yuan, his voice laced with anger. Having lost, one ought to descend. At this moment, Lu Yuan wore a carefree smile, speaking without any lingering attachment. "If you remain on that stone step, you have not truly lost. Killing him is what you should do," Zhuo Buxian admonished. Lu Yuan's smile faded, his brow furrowing slightly. "It is merely an assessment. Why resort to murder? Moreover, I indeed lost. Victory or defeat? Victory or defeat? No one cares about the process. As long as the result is his death and your survival, that is sufficient. Do you understand?" At this moment, Zhuo Buxian's eyes were ablaze with fury. Yet Lu Yuan remained transfixed, gazing intently into Zhuo Buxian's eyes. "The reasoning is unclear." "Nonsense. Did not Qiqiu just teach you to win by any means necessary? Now you feign the role of a sage." Lu Yuan scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. Once, the museum was nothing extraordinary. However, after a moment of silence, Lu Yuan suddenly whispered, letting out a faint laugh as he shook his head, in front of Zhuo Buxian. He took 2 steps back, intentionally creating distance. "Are you withdrawing from the museum?" Zhuo Buxian was momentarily taken aback, his expression gradually turning cold. "I have never joined." and I am thankful for that, Lu Yuan replied coolly, then shifted his gaze to Qiqiu, disinterested in Zhuo Buxuan any longer. You are courting death. A hint of murderous intent permeated Zhuo Buxuan's tone. My surname is Lu. I am from the Lu family of Xianyang. Yet, the only response was Lu Yuan's calm voice. In an instant, Zhuo Buxuan's eyes regained clarity. He let out a cold snort and ceased to look at Lu Yuan. Those who harm Qiqiu shall enter the museum. Those who kill Qiqiu shall advance beyond the internship and be promoted early. Observing the genuine candidates in the museum quaking in fear at Qiqiu's pressure, hesitating to move forward, Zhuo Buxuan exclaimed, as his voice fell. Those still indecisive among the candidates had their gazes sharpened, once again charging toward Qiqiu. 1 layer, 2 layers. Unbeknownst to them, they had already surpassed 100 layers. That short blade had long since shattered, becoming a broken fragment, its edge splintered. Ahead, the path remained clear and boundless. Behind, blood stained the ground, resembling a scene from the realm of Azuras. Qiqiu stood at the boundary between red and green. Moreover, this time, the one standing at the pinnacle was none other than Qiqiu. No one could eclipse his sunlight any longer, and no one could obstruct his path, even though he too was battered and on the brink of collapse. Archaeological Bureau, aren't you the ones with the deepest grievances against the fourth prison? Make your move. Shangqing Palace, do you wish for an outsider's performance to surpass yours? The living souls harbored a seed of doubt within. They were fearful, timid, yet attempted to push others forward. However, the only response they received was a chorus of scornful gazes. The Grand Museum had actually been penetrated, even if it was merely by candidates who had yet to pass their assessments. The Archaeological Bureau and Shangqing Palace naturally possessed some elite contenders, many of whom were but a step away from enlightenment. Yet, they had no intention of getting embroiled in the turmoil, merely climbing their own path. Damn it! In the corner, a candidate from the museum had bloodshot eyes, fixated on Qiqiu. With a surge of psychic energy, a coffin nail suddenly floated from his waist, transforming into a streak of light. Aiming for the back of Qiqiu's head, grave robbers. How could a grave robber appear among the candidates from the museum? Gasps of astonishment erupted. The coffin nailed had almost become synonymous with grave robbers. Qiqiu abruptly turned, his hand rising with the blade. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the coffin nail was cleaved to the ground, the broken blade revealing another notch. 1 failed attempt. The candidate finally regained his composure. Glancing around in a panic, a grave robber, how dare he mingle within my museum? Seeking death, before anyone could interrogate, Zhuo Buxuan suddenly bellowed, his long sword trembling slightly. In the next moment, a trace of blood appeared on the candidate's neck, and he succumbed quietly. The doubts within the hearts of the crowd could only be suppressed forcefully. Faced with the complex gazes of dozens of other candidates, Zhuo Buxuan's expression also turned grim. After suppressing his emotions for so long, he finally spoke softly. This road is still long. Let him ascend. Even if he truly manages to ascend by sheer luck, he must eventually descend. At that time, some will walk away, others will scatter, and you all can exert your full strength. Understand? A murderous intent lingered in Zhuo Buxuan's cold gaze. The crowd exchanged glances, understanding dawned upon them, and they ceased speaking, even abandoning their ascent, gathering at the foot of the mountain to recover their strength, waiting in silence. Meanwhile, Qiqiu had never cast a glance at them, solely continuing his climb, from beginning to end. His focus was singular. Nothing more to ask for the obstacles along the way, they were merely the inevitable encounters before achieving his goal. This line between life and death, at the outset, was stained with blood. Yet, once one traversed that muddy, filthy stretch, peace was restored. Only the blue bricks and white tiles remained, ascending into the azure sky. Chapter 44. Inquiry of the Heart. Now, no one obstructed our path any longer. Qiqiu's slightly weary gaze fell upon the donkey cart 4 meters behind him. At this moment, the ice coffin had been thoroughly stained red with blood. Thank you. Qiqiu looked at Wu Yang, revealing a sincere smile. The road ahead. Leave it to me. As he spoke, Qiqiu approached Wu Yang, intending to remove the reins from around his neck. However, Wu Yang shook his head, his expression serious. I can still escort you a little further. Qiqiu was about to say something more but was interrupted by Wu Yang. The road ahead is still long. Let me accompany you a bit longer. When I can no longer ascend, I will pass you the reins. All right. Observing Wu Yang's resolute demeanor, Qi Qiu's expression softened further, exhaling gently. The two exchanged glances, both wearing smiles. The world may be tainted, yet there remains a touch of clarity. In this moment, clarity prevailed. Qi Qiu turned, grasping the broken blade, taking a step forward. Having surpassed 100 layers, there were no longer traps. What remained was only an increasingly overwhelming pressure, accompanied by a series of murmurs that assaulted the heart. Nonetheless, Qi Qiu advanced calmly, moving at great speed. Wu Yang gripped the reins, closely following. Each step Qi Qiu took felt as if bearing 1,000 weights, causing the stone steps beneath him to shatter, yet they miraculously restored to their original state after his departure. As for the donkey cart behind, the dilapidated wooden boards could no longer withstand this pressure. Suddenly erupting, the ice coffin plummeted. However, just as the ice coffin was about to hit the ground, Wu Yang crouched down, hoisting it onto his shoulder, taking a deep breath to force himself upright. Noticing Qi Qiu's concerned gaze, Wu Yang merely managed to squeeze out a single word with all his strength. Go! Qi Qiu's grip on the broken blade tightened inexplicably, remaining silent as he continued to ascend. Another 100 layers of stone steps. The moment Qi Qiu stood upon a brand new level, the surrounding path was adorned with blooming flowers, the melodious songs of birds, the fragrant air. In a daze, amidst the golden waves of wheat, a wooden house stood, bearing a plain wooden sign that read, Qi Qiu's General Store. With every step forward, the wooden house became increasingly vivid. Even when Qi Qiu took 80 steps, at the threshold of Qi Qiu's General Store, a boy was seated. The weather was warm, yet the boy fanned himself with a palm leaf, smiling. He waved at Qi Qiu from afar. This scene was warm and comforting. Clouds drifted lazily, and the wheat fields rolled like waves. Perhaps this was the life Qi Qiu yearned for the most within his heart. Thus, Qi Qiu halted. He gazed from a distance, a smile gracing his lips, serene and elegant. Perhaps, if not for all those ifs, this would have been Qi Qiu's true visage. Regrettably, Qi Qiu's gaze regained clarity, the yearning fading away. Without a hint of reluctance, he softly murmured, a supermarket established in such a place would not sell a thing. How could he possibly be smiling? With that, Qi Qiu chuckled lightly, casting one last glance at the boy fanning himself. Stepping forward in an instant, the waves of wheat dissipated, including that supermarket. What lay before him was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A hellish battlefield. Countless bodies lay piled together. A figure, merely around 10 years old, stood atop the mountain of corpses, facing away from Qi Qiu, exuding a murderous aura like a surging tide. Brother, you go ahead. The figure's voice was exceptionally deep, as if suppressing something. Even the tone trembled slightly. With each step Qi Qiu took forward, the boy seemed to suffer more. Qi Qiu's footsteps silently paused, as if returning to that year. That year it seemed just like this. He stood with his back turned to himself. The deadened heart raced wildly at this moment. The chains wrapped around his heart trembled incessantly, cracks deepening. He felt as though something was trying to burst forth from within him. Roaring, struggling, yet ultimately, it could only be unwillingly bound once more by the chains. Qi Xia. Qi Qiu murmured, instinctively slowing his pace, witnessing Qi Xia, battered yet exuding an aura of an unparalleled demon, blood, harvesting. Life. This painting was crimson. Until finally, Qi Xia knelt halfway on the mountain of corpses, with no enemies left around. Brother, there is no one obstructing our path any longer. Yet, the future can only be walked by you alone. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, yet he gazed fixedly at Qi Qiu, his smile incredibly warm. Qi Qiu remained rooted in place. Several times he lifted his foot, yet he could not bring himself to step down. Just one step, just one more step, and he could break through this layer of illusion. Yet similarly, just one step. Qi Xia would die before him. For the second time. Even if it was but an illusion. Brother, there are still many who obstruct our path. But this time, let me take you home. In his soft words, Qi Qiu's eyes reddened. Veins of blood appeared. Yet Qi Qiu did not close his eyes. Keeping his gaze fixed upon Qi Xia's figure, stepping forward, the scene shattered. Including Qi Xia, who, with a relieved smile, slowly closed his eyes. A single tear of blood trickles down, though the moment is unknown, from the corner of Chichio's eye. Chichio? Little, I can no longer bear this, a trembling voice emerges from behind. Wu Yang, struggling under the weight of the blood-stained ice coffin, half kneels on the ground, his forehead veins bulging, hair and brows crystallized by frost. Despite this, he steadfastly carries the coffin on his back. Yet, his limits have been reached. 673 floors. Without this ice coffin, he was confident he could ascend to the peak. However, beneath the weight of the coffin lies his end. Thank you. Chichio turns, gazing at Wu Yang, and earnestly speaks. We are friends, aren't we? Wu Yang forces a smile, loosening the reins. Chichio takes over, repositioning the ice coffin onto his own back. Hey, I once thought you were a rational, cold-blooded individual, but in truth, the blood within you is warm. Indeed, your emotions burn more fiercely than anyone else's. Do not suppress yourself. From this moment on, you are not alone. Behind you stands the fourth prison. Alongside countless guards, young man, when the winds rise, surveying the mountains and rivers, when you tread the starry river for 90,000 miles. When you glance back, all glory shall belong to you. Of course, this is not my own sentiment, but a message entrusted to me by Fan Yu to relay to you at the appropriate moment. I know not what the right timing is, but I feel that saying it now is quite cool. Moreover, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. With those words, Wu Yang sits cross-legged on the stone steps below, a sincere smile gracing his face as he watches Chichio advance. Chichio stands still, burdened by the ice coffin, yet does not move. The coffin emits a chilling aura, pricking at his nerves. Wu Yang's words echo in his mind. Young man, when the winds rise, surveying the mountains and rivers. Is it truly wrong to suppress one's heart? Chapter 45. The life seal knocks at the door. At this moment, Chichio descends into an inexplicable state of mind. Knowing it is impossible yet pursuing it. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall, ultimately what is right and what is wrong. Is he afraid of death? Yes, very much so. Thus, he always seeks to eliminate all dangers at their source. But what is the root of this fear? Was his former self like this? Chichio falls silent, turning to gaze at the ice coffin behind him. Inside, Chichio remains with eyes tightly shut. Perhaps it was at the moment you entrusted your life to me? I fear death, but what I truly dread is the thought of no one being there to save you after I am gone. I fear that behind me there is no one. Yet now, aside from you, it seems that there are others behind me. Young man, what should I do? Chichio slowly closes his eyes. His expression shifts from neutrality to softness. Young man, with a heart full of thoughts. Where the body goes, in truth, you have always been here. Yet I have perceived you as a constraint. Had I followed my heart all these years, perhaps I would have long since amassed sufficient wealth. Chichio quietly opens his eyes, a look of clarity illuminating his gaze. In the next moment, a long breath escapes him. It is as if he expels the accumulated murkiness that has weighed upon him for years. Likewise, his once hunched back, akin to bearing a colossal stone, quietly straightens. Under the sunlight, the young man remains frail. Yet, he strides forth with vigor, ascending the mountain, step by step. Although he has reached the mid to late stages, his pace quickens, waves of mental energy swirl around him. At this moment, he has attained clarity. He has even traversed part of the path toward unity of thought and heart, thus establishing his heart at the mountain's peak. Over a long stretch of time, a sparse handful of youths stand still, gazing at Chichio as he climbs. However, there is no hostility in their eyes. The candidates from the Upper Clear Palace are the first to step through the gate. Meanwhile, those from the Archaeological Bureau appear anxious, rushing past Chichio, softly murmuring, "Good luck." Thus, when Chichio reaches the summit, the surroundings fall silent, clad in a blood-stained tattered robe, accompanied by a crimson ice coffin. The young man's visage is pale, yet devoid of the fatigue and oppression of days past. On the contrary, he stands full of spirit. Atop the mountain, a gentle breeze tousles his hair, revealing his still youthful face. He smiles, and that smile possesses a certain charisma. Fourth prison, sixth detention center. Guard Chichio, bearing the life seal, requesting an audience. With Senior Wei Yuanshan, the ice coffin thuds to the ground. Chilling air spreads from beneath him. Chichio supports himself with one hand on the coffin, shouting out, even as blood continues to seep from the wound on his other hand, trickling from his fingertips and falling to the ground. Alas, that I never expected that I, an old man, would possess less courage than you, young one. Open the door. From within the upper clear palace, Wei Yuanshan's aged voice resonates, tinged with self-deprecation. You dare. This is the grudge between our museum and the fourth prison. You of the upper clear palace have evaded the world for years. Are you certain you wish to re-enter the fray? Zhuo Bushuan's ominous voice suddenly echoes, filled with anger, yet more so, with reluctance. As his words fall, a long sword behind him shoots forth, positioning itself between Qiqiu and the upper clear palace. The sword energy is formidable. A scar of the sword suddenly appears on the ground. Though shallow, it signifies the museum's stance. Following that, Zhuo Bushuan produces a small bronze warhorse. As the warhorse lands, it emits a neigh. Driving the bronze chariot behind it, it gallops toward the mountain's peak. Zhuo Bushuan effortlessly sits upon the chariot, exuding an aura of authority without anger. The road of 999 steps is traversed in a mere moment under this warhorse. Upon arriving at the upper clear palace's entrance, the warhorse abruptly halts. Releasing two heavy breaths, I am Zhuo Bushuan, an administrator of the museum's archives, a disciple of Deputy Director Feng Changlin. The entanglement of fate is profound. You all must tread carefully, lest you disturb your own transcendental hearts. Zhuo Bushuan speaks lightly, his words laden with implication. The bronze chariot neighs again, appearing brimming with hostility. The sword blocking the center seems to silently convey something. Ha! The ancient Qin's bronze war chariot has emerged. This is indeed Old Feng's prized possession. Quite frightening, Elder Wei. What do you have to say? Within the upper clear palace, a voice resounds again. Yet this time, it is not Wei Yuanshan, but two voices that sound somewhat younger. Healing the sick and saving lives is a duty. Allowing this child to endure undue suffering is already my fault. Moreover, it is the life seal knocking at the door. Wei Yuanshan's voice rings out, heavy with age. Did you hear? This is the attitude of our upper clear palace. Should you threaten us again, send Old Feng. You are not yet worthy. Is Old Feng sufficient? It seems not. Within, two voices resound once more. One speaks, followed by the other, perfectly in sync. In just a few exchanges, Zhuo Bushuan's face flushes with anger. You are provoking the museum's authority. With a low growl, Zhuo Bushuan gestures, and the long sword trembles, slicing through the air toward the mountain gate of the upper clear palace. However, with a light chuckle, a fiery red lion dance appears, lazily reclining at the gate, as if sensing the sword's energy. The lion dance displays annoyance, turning its head, a glint of ferocity flashing in its half-closed eyes. The long sword comes to an abrupt halt. In the blink of an eye, it shifts form and returns to the scabbard behind Zhuo Bushuan. Meanwhile, the lion dance drifts away with the wind, as if nothing had ever occurred. Carefree, without a worry, I never expected that the ones on duty at the upper clear palace would be two seniors. It is the younger generation that has been presumptuous. Nonetheless, I must dare to ask once more, has the upper clear palace truly waded into this murky water? Zhuo Bushuan's demeanor instantly grows serious, losing all previous arrogance. Elder Wei has said, treating illnesses and saving lives is a rightful duty. As for the chaotic outside world, it has nothing to do with us. The two voices speak again. Zhuo Bushuan's gaze flickers. So, upon stepping outside this door, regardless of what happens to Qiqiu, the two seniors will not concern themselves. Not here. It is not easy to clean up. Once you descend this mountain, the grievances are self-inflicted. The voices sound again. A cold smile appears at the corner of Zhuo Bushuan's mouth as he glances at the surviving majority of candidates at the foot of the mountain, as well as the other candidates dispersing, confidently bowing deeply to the upper clear palace, ceasing further words and turning to leave. Open the main gate. Sweep away the dust. Welcome the life seal. Until Zhuo Bushuan departs. Wei Yuanshan's voice echoes within the upper clear palace. The closed wooden door slowly opens a crack before Qiqiu. Chapter 46. Welcoming the life seal. The palace gate swings open. Initially, it was merely a narrow crevice, through which a feeble ray of sunlight filtered. Gradually, the gap widened until it was fully ajar. Yet, beyond the door, there was no breathtaking scenery as one might have imagined, but rather an ordinary courtyard bustling with activity. Most of the people held books in their hands, resembling scholars, as if they had been unceremoniously dragged from within the room, standing listlessly at the threshold. There were neither flowers nor smiles. Everything seemed to be as usual. However, the moment Chi Chio prepared to step forward, an invisible current of air swept by, halting him in his tracks. Just as Chi Chio was engulfed in confusion, two figures emerged from either side, each bearing a large broom in hand. The phrases Weo and Wool emblazoned on their backs were strikingly conspicuous. The decree is presented, sweeping away the dust in reverence to the noble spirits. This is the ironclad rule. The two continued their customary one-sentence exchanges. Standing before Chi Chio, both wearing benevolent smiles. Heir of the lion dance, Ding Wuyo. Heir of the lion dance, Ding Wool. Sweeping away the dust. Tio welcomed the decree. Upon uttering these words, their expressions gradually turned solemn as they stepped out of the palace gate, commencing to clear the dust from the ground beneath Chi Chio's feet, ensuring a pristine path leading inside. At the end of the path, an elderly man clad in white quietly appeared, a simple cloth bag slung at his waist. Gazing at Chi Chio from a distance with a smile, as Chi Chio turned to look, the old man smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. His smile was as warm as a spring breeze, silently imparting a nurturing strength. The world beneath seemed far more enchanting than I had imagined. Brother, we have arrived. Chi Chio mirrored the smile, bracing himself against the ice coffin with one hand, while the other lifted his tattered garment. Revealing his abdomen, a circle of transparent tape was wrapped around his waist. Inside lay the blood-soaked decree, the words rendered nearly indistinguishable. Chi Chio silently tore off the tape, clutching the decree tightly in his hand. Wuyo and Wool's expressions turned serious, and even those within the palace, the learned scholars of the Upper Clear Palace, simultaneously set down their ancient texts, clasped their hands, and bowed deeply. The mountaintop was silent, yet deafening in a daze. A thread of thought emanated from the blood-red decree. Dots of light, akin to fireflies, radiated from the decree, hovering in midair, clearly visible even in daylight. The luminous dots continued to coalesce, ultimately forming blurred silhouettes. One could discern the figures of Thui, Song Fei. These figures, initially lost in a daze, gradually regained a semblance of clarity. They glanced at Chi Chio, then at the Upper Clear Palace. As if recalling something, pausing to raise their right hands, fists clasped against their chests. For them, none present were anything less than predecessors, yet not a single one lowered their heads, even as remnants of souls. They still represented the glory of the fourth prison. In the blink of an eye, the figures dissipated. It felt as though they had genuinely appeared, yet perhaps it was merely an illusion. The decree was undeniably authentic. Welcome Chi Chio into the fold. Wuyo and Wool spoke once more, each stepping back a pace to allow the main entrance to open. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Chi Chio hoisted the ice coffin anew. Crossing the threshold into the Upper Clear Palace, on the ridge, did these grave robbers truly possess no shred of humanity? At this moment, Fan Xing's attire was even more tattered than Chi Chio's. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, unable to restrain himself from cursing. La Hongchong, being older, appeared even more haggard, collapsed on the ground with heavy eyelids. Yet, despite this, he could not help but mock. Grave robbers. They are not bound by moral restraint, merely a band of thieves, relying on the corrupt air within the divine tomb to cultivate their powers, their minds long since decayed. Do you still expect them to have a conscience? Isn't the Archaeological Bureau also digging graves daily, engaging in the same nefarious activities? Fan Xing scoffed. You? La Hongchong erupted in anger, but before he could finish his words, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Collapsing once more, forced to watch as Fan Xing struggled alone against the encroaching black mist. Tio say he was suppressing it was merely to delay the black mist's invasion of the city. In the further distance, grave robbers clashed with prison guards, archaeologists, and various personnel, engaged in relentless battle. Under the shroud of black mist, these grave robbers thrived, their powers significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, the personnel from various departments, due to their ongoing struggle against the black mist, were left weakened, steadily retreating under the onslaught of the grave robbers. Only Xiao Hua, the strongest among those present aside from Fan Xing and Lu Hongchong, managed to hold off several leaders of the grave robbers alone. Little Xiao this time is likely to perish. Lu Hongchong sighed heavily. Fan Xing rolled his eyes. Do you still have the luxury to worry about others? Think about what posture you will adopt when you die. To make it more comfortable, do you think you can survive? Lu Hongchang cast a scornful glance at Fan Xing. Fan Xing gazed at the black mist, his expression indifferent. At least I will die slower than you. Don't provoke me, or I might just draw a turtle on your corpse. With that declaration, it was as though a decree had been issued. Lu Hongchang promptly fell silent, striving to regulate his breathing, attempting to regain some mental energy. Speaking of, where are the other Wu Qi realm fellows? Have they all perished? Seemingly bored yet concerned that Lu Hongchang might fall into a deep slumber and die without explanation, Fan Xing took the initiative to bring up the topic. Lu Hongchang remained silent. All the Wu Qi realm practitioners had their own forbidden zones to guard. Recklessly providing support could lead to the shattering of their own domains. Such occurrences had not been unheard of in the past. This year, the only Wu Qi realm practitioners available were us and Feng Lao Gui. And that scoundrel, Lu Hongchang did not continue, but his gaze was deeply somber. However, if I recall correctly, the 12th floor has dedicated patrols responsible for monitoring the heavens. Fan Xing inhaled deeply, speaking again. Lu Hongchang fell silent once more. For a time, the surroundings returned to a deathly stillness, with only the distant sounds of battle echoing. The 12th floor has been silent for half a year. I cannot fathom what they are contemplating. Lu Hongchang suddenly spoke, his expression complex. Fan Xing pondered. It seems there were rumors half a year ago that the master returned from the Forbidden Zone, severely injured. The two exchanged knowing glances, both realizing something, and shared a bitter smile. Then, Fan Xing could no longer suppress the black mist, being flung backward. Can't even last 10 minutes? What are you pretending for? Lu Hongchang scoffed, rising to his feet and striding forward. Cutting the thread of destiny. Tio, subdue the world. Come. The scissors reappeared, transforming into two dragon-like entities, roaring through the void. Subsequently, a massive cauldron, forged from mental energy, thundered down. It settled amidst the black mist. The previously advancing black mist halted once more. Meanwhile, Fan Xing utilized this fleeting moment, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, desperately recovering his energy. Chapter 47. The birth of all things. Still talking about me. You only managed to hold on for 8 minutes this time. After 8 minutes, the massive cauldron shattered, reverting to mental energy, dissipating into the ether. Fan Xing crawled up, standing before the black mist, teetering yet resolute, gritting his teeth, manipulating 6 copper coins to form a formation, casting them into the black mist. At this moment, they were even too preoccupied to pay attention to the distant battlefield. For beyond that lay 3 mortal cities. 12th floor. Please, oh, not let me down, Ian murmurs. Fan Xing bit down on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood into the black mist, which was soon followed by the low chime of the copper coins. The black mist surged, once again coming to a standstill in the distance. Xiao Hua stumbled back several steps, his chest singed, yet his eyes retained a sharp glint, guarding the entrance to the tomb, unwavering. We only have 2 days. Delay could lead to change. With all our might, let us kill him first. If anyone hides their trump card, don't blame me for settling the score afterward. The tiger snorted coldly, surveying the surroundings. Speaking icily, the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions resolute. In an instant, various burial items materialized in their hands, the foul stench of decay lingering in the air. Xiao Hua clutched his chest, gazing on, his expression unchanged, softly murmuring, "Today. Heir of the long fist, Xiao Hua. Still speaks to the heavens. Is your brother an heir?" Wei Yuanshan gently stroked his beard, raising his head to inquire. "I am not certain, but that day." Chi Chiu recalled that moment, only coming to his senses after a while. He should be an heir. Yet he does not quite appear as one. It was challenging for him to articulate an accurate description. In any case, he was likely no ordinary person. Within a human's body, one must be filled with vital energy, with qi flowing through the blood, propelling the entire being. Yet, the qi within him had nearly withered away. Had he been sent here years earlier, I could have relied on the remnants of his qi to restore autonomous circulation. But now, Wei Yuanshan's voice faltered, his brow slightly furrowing. Chi Chiu stood calmly beside him, yet his fists were tightly clenched, nails digging into flesh, blood trickling through his fingers. He slightly tilted his head, gazing at the bed where Qi Xia lay with her eyes tightly shut, momentarily lost in thought before turning his attention back to Wei Yuanshan, preparing to utter something. However, before he could speak, Wei Yuanshan sighed to himself and shook his head. Perhaps the fruits of today are merely the results of yesterday's causes. So be it. This one occasion in my life, I entrust it to you. Qi Qiu was taken aback. The lifeless gaze that had gradually dulled regained a flicker of vitality as it turned once more towards Wei Yuanshan. Young man, go back and tell Fanxing that I, Wei Yuanshan, have repaid my debt to the fourth prison. As the words fell, Wei Yuanshan slowly unfurled the cloth bag that hung at his waist, spreading it across the table to reveal the silver needles within. His aged fingers delicately glided over the needles, tender and meticulous. In the next moment, the silver needles trembled as if infused with life. Emanating a faint glow, the inheritor of acupuncture, Wei Yuanshan, acknowledging his own lack of skill and knowledge, he sought to heal. I wish to sever the path ahead, please. Spirits of the ancients, as his voice echoed. The air in the room became palpable. In the next heartbeat, a terrifying mental force emanated from Wei Yuanshan, rippling outward. Even the door began to tremble incessantly. Outside, the two elderly men, Wu Yu and Wu Lu, who had been lazily seated by the door, suddenly rose, incredulous gazes directed towards the room. Wei Laois he calling upon the spirits? After reaching the enlightened realm, one could only summon a remnant soul of the deceased if one deemed themselves lacking in talent. Yet this path of cultivation would also come to an end, unable to advance even an inch further. The price is second only to returning to the heavens. On the bright side, Wei Lao is of advanced age. Without summoning the spirits, he would never break through again in this lifetime. Their faces were filled with worry, but as they continued to converse, their expressions grew increasingly complex as they exchanged glances. It seemed that there was nothing that could not be accepted. Inside the room, under the oppressive pressure, Qi Qiu staggered backwards several steps, forcibly cornered, unable to open his eyes. In his perception, it felt as though another presence had materialized within the room. Yet, when he tried to discern it closely, he could not locate its position. Vaguely, he could only hear fragmented voices. Waste. This trivial matter requires summoning the spirits, living for so long, only to be reduced to this. If I weren't your master, I would kick you to death. Fortunately, it was I who summoned. Otherwise, even in death, I would lose face. Such phrases echoed in his mind. Beyond that, there was Wei Yuanshan's exaggerated and violent coughing. Remembering to act shamefully now? Another voice chimed in, and in the next moment, Qi Qiu could hear no more sounds. For a moment, the world fell into silence, and an endless darkness enveloped him. Even the passage of time slowed to a crawl. Only his bound heart continued to beat rhythmically. Ultimately, the darkness twisted and struggled, morphing into black and white images. In those images, Qi Xia's frail silhouette faced a myriad of grim visages. A blade descended, black and white blood splattered, drenching the canvas in darkness once more, until the violent coughing of Wei Yuanshan echoed again. However, if the previous coughing bore other meanings, now it sounded genuinely weak. Qi Qiu forced his eyes open, feeling the sunlight. Squinting slightly as he took a moment to readjust, he saw Wei Yuanshan standing elegantly in the center of the room, meticulously arranging his garments and beard. Beside him, Qi Xia lay silently on the sickbed. At her brow, heart, and dantian, silver needles were inserted. Young man, you have not failed your mission. Wei Yuanshan gently stroked his beard, a faint smile gracing his wrinkled face, though it appeared slightly pale. Do you mean? Qi Qiu instinctively inquired. Typically decisive in all matters, he felt a twinge of trepidation at this moment, fearing to hear a different answer. Cough cough, oh, you think that this old man could possibly fail? Wei Yuanshan chuckled, shaking his head, though a hint of embarrassment flickered across his countenance as he scrutinized Qi Qiu, ultimately unable to resist and whispering, by the way, did you hear anyone else speaking just now? Those eyes, accustomed to the vicissitudes of life, now bore a hint of nervousness. Qi Qiu's gaze mirrored his, both young and old silently locking eyes in the room. Chapter 48. The splendid landscape. Rain swells. Qi Qiu did not respond immediately but pointed at Qi Xia on the sickbed. Wei Yuanshan smiled lightly, saying, of course, she lives then. I heard nothing at all. Qi Qiu resolutely shook his head. In that instant, A tacit understanding blossomed on both their faces, as if they had exchanged unspoken words. Just now, my master I have already planted a seed of Qi in his sea of consciousness, heart, and Dantian. With the passage of time, the Qi seed will grow into a sea of Qi. The three seas of Qi will connect. Ensuring his safety, Wei Yuanshan spoke softly, his tone imbued with a hint of awe, nearly unconsciously exclaiming, "To control Qi with Qi, drawing from the natural world, such a brilliant idea, truly worthy of the master." His voice paused as he glanced at Qi Qiu, casually altering his words, "Truly worthy of me, thank you." Qi Qiu maintained a gentle smile, as if his emotions had not significantly changed, yet he was unaware that his tightly clenched hands had relaxed. Gravely looking at Wei Yuanshan and slightly bowing, "We owe you a life." Upon witnessing this scene, Wei Yuanshan subtly stepped aside, evading Qi Qiu's gesture. "Your cause lies with me, but my effect is with Fansheng. Thus you do not owe me." Qi Qiu was taken aback. After a moment, he stubbornly shook his head. "I do not comprehend cause and effect. Thus, we owe 2 lives. One for him, 1 for me." "That shall suffice." Seeing Qi Qiu's obstinate demeanor, Wei Yuanshan sighed softly, a weariness crossing his face as he waved his hand. "As inheritors, our hearts are the beginning and the foundation. Everything follows the heart. During the nurturing Qi phase, he may occasionally awaken. Be sure to let him rest more and minimize emotional fluctuations. It is most crucial not to act. If the Qi seed is extinguished, even the old master of Yawang Valley cannot restore him." Wei Yuanshan earnestly admonished, leisurely sitting down in a chair. "You may leave. I am weary." "Thank you. I will remember." Qi Qiu nodded gently, turning to carefully lift Qi Xia, heading towards the ice coffin. Wei Yuanshan, who had just poured himself a cup of tea, was momentarily stunned. "What are you doing?" "Taking him away." Qi Qiu turned back, puzzled. Wei Yuanshan halted, his hand holding the teacup, pausing. "Do you intend to let the person I painstakingly saved perish again?" He was half dead and required the ice coffin to seal his life. But now, he is alive. If placed back in the ice coffin, the Qi seed will perish. Qi Qiu halted in his tracks, carrying Qi Xia. He glanced at the ice coffin, then at Qi Xia, finally looking at Wei Yuanshan. "Truly, cannot freeze him? Nonsense." Wei Yuanshan retorted irritably. Qi Qiu stood in silence, lost in thought. After a full half-minute, he finally looked at Wei Yuanshan. A hint of hope in his voice. "Would you care to buy the ice coffin?" "Get lost." Wei Yuanshan nearly choked on his tea, staring at the conflicted Qi Qiu, ultimately only managing to utter a single word in frustration. It had been years since he had experienced such a dramatic emotional upheaval. "Fine. Then, this ice coffin, I shall gift it to you." Qi Qiu clenched his teeth, his fists tightening as he made a significant decision. Without waiting for Wei Yuanshan to respond, he shouldered Qi Xia and walked towards the door. Yet soon, as if struck by a thought, he turned back, untying the ropes that bound the ice coffin. Wrapping them around Qi Xia, thus securing her firmly to his back before pushing the door open and stepping outside. "Congratulations." "Shut up. Can't you see his expression?" Hiss. Outside, Wu Yu instinctively smiled and spoke. But halfway through his sentence, he was silenced by Wu Lu. The two exchanged glances at Qi Qiu's grave countenance, and for a moment, they were at a loss for words. Wei Yuanshan had acted, even calling upon spirits, yet all had failed. They instinctively looked towards the room. Wei Yuanshan sat in the chair, his face darkened, continuously sipping tea. The two shared another glance, their eyes communicating. There was no doubt. Wei Yuanshan had failed. "Esteemed elders, would you care to purchase an ice coffin? It's good for freezing some fruits in summer." In a moment of clarity, Qi Qiu raised his head, looking at the two, and softly asked, "Alas, young man, I understand you, but..." The two were momentarily speechless. As for Qi Qiu, he appeared to be even more melancholic, standing outside the door, casting a lingering glance at the ice coffin before reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. He bowed deeply to Wu Yu and Wool, expressing his gratitude, and then strode away. This child is indeed quite remarkable, polite and talented. What a pity that Wei is so muddled. The two engaged in a continuous exchange of words. In the next moment, a teacup was suddenly hurled from within the room, accompanied by Wei Yuanshan's roar. "What nonsense are you spouting? I have cured him. Get lost." Upon hearing Wei Yuanshan's bellow, the two exchanged glances once more. falling into silence. Eventually, they simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze in the direction where Chicho had vanished, exclaiming in unison, "Isn't it? This child has a problem. Right? Wei, we just heard something from your room." Yet, soon, they regained their composure, their expressions transforming into those of gossipers. However, before they could finish their words, a chilling roar suddenly erupted from the back mountain. The smiles on Wu Yo and Wol's faces instantly vanished. Replaced by solemnity, this beast has begun to stir restlessly again. Not just him. The forbidden zones everywhere are the same. A storm is brewing. With a sigh, they ceased their chatter and hurried towards the back mountain. The palace gates swung open once more. Chicho stepped over the high threshold, standing again in the empty space outside. A beam of sunlight fell upon him. Chicho slightly raised his head, gazing at the sunlight, and closed his eyes on that face, still bearing a hint of youthfulness. For the first time, a sense of relaxation emerged. It was as if the immense stone that had long weighed upon his heart had, at last, fallen to the ground. From now on, whether it be high mountains, steep cliffs, or raging torrents, no more worries. He could finally cease suppressing his heart, forcing himself to remain calm, to be timid, to do the right thing. In this moment, he was truly himself. The sound of his heart thundering echoed, the chains rattling. If before, Chicho had been passively enlightened by a remark from Fan Xing, then at this moment, he had actively stepped out of his past. What a pity our funds cannot sustain this. Enough to open a supermarket. Chicho turned around, glancing back at the Shangqing Palace with a tinge of nostalgia, but soon a smile graced his face. But it doesn't matter. Chi Xia, welcome back, in a whisper. Chicho raised his head and let out a shout of catharsis, sweeping away the turbid feelings that had accumulated within him over the years. The shout reverberated through the mountains, as if to reclaim his suppressed true self from all those years. When the sound finally ceased, a gentle breeze caressed him, tousling the hair on his forehead, as if it were also blowing back the dreams he had lost for years. When the wind settled, the youth seemed to have transformed into someone else, restrained yet unparalleled. As he smiled, the spirit of youth was unmatched. As if he were destined to contend with the mountains and rivers, his intent could tread the heavens, his thoughts could move freely. Thus was Chicho. The mountains and rivers were resplendent, the rain swelling Chicho's spirit. Chapter 49. Welcome back, Chi Xia. Welcome back, Chicho. Chicho murmured, a faint smile adorning his face as he basked in the sunlight. Chicho, latest news from the forum: tomb raiders have attacked Hengling, causing a riot at the burial site. Xiaohua has perished and Fan Xing, Lu Hongchang are missing, their fates unknown. The fourth prison has suffered heavy losses. Our fortune is ultimately about to be severed. Below, Wu Yang's voice suddenly rang out, appearing exceptionally dejected as he slumped on the stone steps, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Chicho's smile froze, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stood still, letting the breeze pass. The inheritor is still present. The fortune of the fourth prison will not be cut off. Let us go. After a moment, a smile returned to Chicho's face as he floated down the mountain in just a few breaths. He had reached Wu Yang's side and spoke softly. Wu Yang was taken aback. Where to? Hengling. Chicho replied again. Yet Hengling had now been completely shrouded in divine miasma, rendered a forbidden zone. Wu Yang remained seated against the wall. Instead, Chicho turned his head to glance at Chi Xia on his back, smiling as he spoke. We still owe Fan Xing a life, regardless of the outcome. That life must be repaid. Aren't you afraid of death? Wu Yang finally came to his senses, puzzled. I used to be afraid, but not anymore. Chicho tightened his grip on the reins and continued down the mountain. Wu Yang wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, hurriedly getting to his feet to catch up with Chicho, observing him closely. You seemed somewhat different from before. What's different? Chicho asked casually, his steps light. Now you seem more like a peer of mine. Wu Yang pondered carefully before concluding. Chicho simply smiled and said nothing, continuing to descend the mountain, weaving through the clouds. In the distance, he could already see figures filled with murderous intent standing at the foot of the mountain. I didn't expect you to actually dare to descend the mountain. On the bronze war chariot. Zhuobuxuan slowly opened his eyes, coldly gazing at the mountainside. Sneering, Wu Yang halted, his eyes filled with fury as he looked at Zhuobuxuan. Hengling is in crisis, and the museum turns a blind eye. Xiao Hua leaves the museum, fighting to the last breath. And you are still here plotting against the fourth prison? Shameless scoundrel. Wu Yang's face flushed with anger as he pointed at Zhuo Buxuan, cursing vehemently. But the only response he received was a pair of indifferent eyes. A sparrow cannot fathom the ambitions of a swan. Zhuo Buxuan chuckled lightly, from beginning to end, not bothering to spare Wu Yang a glance, but instead focusing on Qi Qiu. Do you truly dare to descend this mountain? Qi Qiu remained silent, merely taking a gentle step down, offering the best response. Zhuo Buxuan narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand. Behind him, the exam candidates silently dispersed, forming a semicircle, blocking the foot of the mountain. As soon as Qi Qiu descended, he would be met with a storm-like assault. Moreover, the most crucial point was that among the blockaders was Zhuo Buxuan, a Donghui realm practitioner, bearing 2 ancient artifacts. The trap had been set. However, Qi Qiu appeared oblivious, descending step by step, unconsciously tightening his grip on the broken blade. Even in the face of thorns, he continued to charge forward. Qi Qiu, retreat. As long as you still stand on the stone steps, this fellow won't dare to touch you. Seeing Qi Qiu's pace quicken, Wu Yang hesitated momentarily but ultimately spoke softly. The transaction between Fanxing and me has yet to be completed. We still owe him a life. Qi Qiu smiled and replied. Just as he spoke, the figure on his back suddenly opened its eyes. Those eyes held an absolute chill, instinctively resting a bony finger against Qi Qiu's neck. Upon realizing it was Qi Qiu, the gaze gradually softened, and it slumped back against Qi Qiu. Am alive? The voice was faint. Qi Qiu paused, responding softly, and continued forward. Is there danger? Qi Xia leaned against Qi Qiu's back, gazing into the distance as if coming to a realization. Yes, someone is blocking our path. Qi Qiu smiled. Let me down. Qi Xia's previously gentle gaze instantly turned cold again, resembling a fierce beast, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. With bloodshot eyes as he struggled to get down 9 days, wisps of thought energy encircled Qi Xia. The air inexplicably turned cold, as if sensing Qi Xia's emotional shift. Even the azure sky began to darken. Accompanied by thundered eye in the distance, Zhuo Buxuan suddenly felt a tightening in his chest, as if being watched by some terrifying presence, abruptly turning around, looking around frantically. This time, it's my turn. The only response to Qi Xia was a simple 4-word phrase. Qi Xia continued to struggle. Subsequently, Qi Qiu raised his hand, striking the back of Qi Xia's neck. Just moments after awakening, Qi Xia fainted once more. As Qi Xia fell unconscious, the dark clouds dispersed, the sunlight shone brightly. The sense of panic in Zhuo Buxuan's heart vanished instantly. The doctor said, Tio, let you rest more. Don't exert yourself. Qi Qiu said lightly, loosening the reins and handing Qi Xia to Wu Yang. Could you do me a favor? Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, if you want to do, then I shall accompany you. At worst, we shall die together. Confirming Qi Qiu's intentions, Wu Yang no longer insisted, instead licking his lips. His eyes gleaming with excitement as he took Qi Xia. But if there's a next time, can I swap for a donkey? What nonsense, Qi Qiu retorted in jest, and the two exchanged smiles. Ha ha ha, this is what we young people ought to do. The heart follows the mind's whims, competing with heaven, earth, and humanity. The joy is boundless, far more exhilarating than cleaning a toilet. Strangely, a hint of madness flickered in Wu Yang's eyes as he laughed recklessly. Surrounded by waves of thought power, his heart racing in the blink of an eye, his demeanor shifted dramatically. How fortuitous! I, your humble servant, have attained enlightenment. Qi Qiu, what say you? Wu Yang tightly bound Qi Xia to his back and gazed at Qi Qiu. Qi Qiu paused momentarily, twisted his head, clenched the broken blade tightly, and with a somewhat deranged smile, slowly uttered, Charge in, and then kill. As the last word left his lips, Qi Qiu bent slightly and surged forward. The remaining dozens of stone steps were traversed in but 2 strides, and with a fierce leap, he raised the broken blade high, striking down into the crowd, unmoved as a mountain, moving like thunder in an instant. The crowd instinctively scattered, yet Qi Qiu charged through like a ferocious tiger, not allowing them a moment to activate their coffin nails. Behind him, Wu Yang laughed heartily, bellowing, Wu Qiao's acrobatics. Magic! As the words fell, Wu Yang transformed into confetti. vanishing from his original spot, only to reappear among the throng, back turned to Qiqiu, holding a wine jug, drinking deeply, unleashing a fire dragon that swept through the crowd, accompanied by wails of despair. Qiqiu seized the opportunity, concealing himself behind the fire dragon, stealthily advancing toward the numerous candidates, using the broken blade to reap lives. Originally intended to set a timer, but I mismanaged it and posted directly. Well, since it's out, I might as well ask for your support. Search annual peak list on Tomato Novel, enter the interface, and lend your support to Jin Yaoguan. Thank you. Stabilizing within the top 10 will prompt more updates. By the way, the reason for the double update is that a family member is undergoing surgery, causing significant time conflicts, and I can only write at night. I appreciate your understanding. Once I finish this recent busyness, I will strive to update more. Chapter 50. Plucking Beans from a Far Himph. No wonder they can only associate with Tomb Raiders, a bunch of useless fools. Zhuo Buxuan's expression soured as he snorted coldly, grasping the long sword at his back, planting it firmly into the ground, emitting a soft tremor. The sword's energy rippled. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon was severed, transforming into sparks that dissipated into the cosmos. Seizing this respite, the crowd hastily distanced themselves from Qiqiu and Wu Yong. Teleportation? Qiqiu looked at Wu Yong, somewhat stunned. Wu Yong, slightly bashful, scratched his head. It's acrobatics, you see, with many tricks, but unfortunately, the types applicable to establishing the heart are rather limited. Otherwise, once I master beast taming. Wu Yang's eyes shimmered as he surveyed the crowd, filled with anticipation. Stop boasting, dodge. Just as Wu Yong seemed poised to say more, Qiqiu suddenly interjected, lightly tapping his toes on the floor. Transforming into a shadow and darting out, damn. These rascals, they actually attempted a sneak attack. Wu Yong also cursed, muttering as his body turned to confetti, vanishing from sight, reappearing 10 meters away, having escaped the crowd. But after using his ability 3 times consecutively, Wu Yang's complexion grew slightly pale, yet he still charged toward the crowd. Bring my brother, withdraw. Seeing Wu Yang's eyes shining with clarity as he sprinted toward the throng. Qiqiu's lips twitched involuntarily, unable to restrain himself from shouting. Wu Yang paused, bewildered. Didn't you say, kill? So I entrusted Qi Xia to you. Qiqiu laughed heartily, his figure flickering once more, the ground where he had stood moments ago suddenly sprouting several coffin nails. Piercing through the floor, Wu Yang, bewildered, looked conflicted, then his gaze fell upon a nearby old donkey leisurely grazing. His eyes lit up. In the next moment, the complacent donkey was inexplicably burdened, and Wu Yang gave it a hefty smack on its rear. In pain, the donkey brayed, carrying Qi Xia and galloping away. Ha ha ha! Qiqiu, your humble servant has returned. Accompanied by raucous laughter, Wu Yang plunged back into the crowd. A coffin nail hurtled through the air, plucking beans from afar. However, when it was merely 3 meters away from Wu Yang, his elongated fingers swept lightly through the air, and the coffin nail abruptly appeared in his grasp, eerily silent. A dart? Wu Yang flicked his wrist, and the coffin nail shot forth, piercing a man's chest, accompanied by a spray of blood. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell heavily to the ground, completely unprepared to meet his demise at the hands of the very coffin nail he had nurtured for years. In the distance, Qiqiu continued to weave through the crowd, utilizing the human wall to evade the coffin nails. Alas, even amid such a vast number, Qiqiu still bore numerous scratches, the coffin nails. These candidates are Tomb Raiders. Some candidates, still lingering, witnessed the entire scene from afar, their eyes wide in shock, ultimately directing their gaze toward Zhuo Buxuan. Has the museum conspired with the Tomb Raiders? It is possible, after all. A portion of the artifacts obtained by the Tomb Raiders also requires selling. There is no better buyer than the museum, the crowd whispered among themselves, then glanced back at Zhuo Buxuan, their eyes brimming with anger. Tomb Raiders have already crossed the bottom line of the underground world. It is also the only ironclad rule of the 12th floor. When the 12th floor first emerged, it suppressed the chaotic underground world, allowing various factions to establish exclusive departments. Those with similar hearts could join freely. Hence, the 4th prison, archaeological bureau, museum, along with the inspection department and Dali temple, were all formed. The 4th prison is responsible for suppressing the tomb of deities, preventing marsh gas from spreading. The Archaeological Bureau investigates safe and harmless divine tombs for heirs to learn more about ancient history. The museum stores the funerary objects from divine tombs for development, research, and innovation. The inspection department is tasked with apprehending violators among the heirs. The Dali Temple is responsible for judgment. Each official department, under the supervision of the 12th floor, plays its role in governing the underground world collectively. As for the Shangqing Palace, Yaowang Valley, Chongqing Village, these dozens, if not hundreds, of small to medium-sized sects either live in seclusion, uninterested in worldly affairs, or their heart philosophies clash with the authorities, opting for isolation, or like Yaowang Valley, solely focused on research and study. Overall, the underground world has become more peaceful. Unfortunately, desire is alluring. Many refuse to squander vast amounts of time on establishing the heart and establishing destiny, yearning for swift acquisition of extraordinary abilities, ultimately straying down a perilous path. Thus, organizations such as tomb raiders and servants of the deities emerged, exploiting divine tombs for rapid enhancement, and under the influence of deity marsh gas, they became mindless, wreaking havoc endlessly. Since its establishment, even though the various departments often clashed due to differing heart principles, the 12th floor, which had never intervened, set down a singular ironclad law: those who collude with tomb raiders shall be executed. This effectively cast the tomb raiders into the depths of darkness. Yet now at the museum, has it gone mad? Although the 12th floor has been silent for half a year, that does not mean it can be openly defiled. The crowd's thoughts ran wild, but soon, they realized something, exchanging grave glances, turning to flee. Everyone knew the ironclad law. If the museum dared to expose itself so openly, it would undoubtedly seek to eliminate witnesses. This is insane. Watching the spectacle could cost one's life in an instant. The crowd scattered in all directions. Zhuo Buxuan sat upon the bronze war chariot, his expression unchanged, calmly observing the fleeing candidates, his eyes glinting with a chilling murderous intent. The long sword hummed, waves of sword energy rippled. One by one, figures abruptly halted, collapsing to the ground. Once this was accomplished, Zhuo Buxuan slowly closed his eyes again, quietly awaiting the outcome of another battlefield. Brother, I'm struggling a bit here. After the initial chaos, the tomb raiders gradually adapted, sealing off the battlefield and encircling Qi Qiu and Wu Yang in the center. Wu Yang's complexion was pale, breathing heavily. In contrast, although Qi Qiu bore more injuries, his condition appeared even better. Let us keep fighting. We're still alive, aren't we? Qi Qiu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the encroaching tomb raiders, grinning widely. There was a hint of madness and anticipation in his eyes. Perhaps in this frail body, this scene before him is precisely what he relishes. However, my thought power is depleted, damn. Wu Yang muttered, straightening his posture once more. Just because thought power is depleted, does that mean we cannot fight? Qi Qiu was perplexed. Wu Yang was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a moment, cast a resentful glance at him, then looked toward Zhuo Buxuan seated on the war chariot. Speaking of which, since he is so powerful, why doesn't he just kill you right away? Chapter 51. The prison guard emerges, all departments retreat. He dares not carry the fortune of the 4th prison. The cost of killing me would likely be quite severe. Qi Qiu gazed into the distance. Zhuo Buxuan remained in meditation, completely disregarding the turmoil here. How did you guess that? Wu Yang exclaimed in astonishment, incredulous. I guessed, if he were able to act, I would have already perished upon my ascent. Qi Qiu spoke calmly, effortlessly sidestepping 2 coffin nails. I initially thought you were descending to meet your demise for the glory of the 4th prison. How impassioned, Wu Yang muttered, after realizing that Zhuo Buxuan would not take the initiative to attack them. Wu Yang's confidence soared, and he forcefully unleashed another fire dragon. However, the fire dragon appeared briefly before being severed. Wu Yang was taken aback. Just because he does not dare to kill us does not mean he cannot break the law. Qi Qiu's figure flashed past Wu Yang, leaving behind a casual remark before plunging back into the encirclement. Shameless. Wu Yang glared fiercely at Zhuo Buxuan, gritting his teeth, ultimately opting for close combat. Time ticked by. The ground was littered with more and more corpses. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the scent of blood. The tomb raiders had suffered heavy casualties. Both Qi Qiu and Wu Yang finally found themselves exhausted, leaning against each other, barely clinging to life. The remaining Tomb Raiders, glancing at the two, inadvertently revealed traces of fear in their eyes, swallowing hard, yet still gritting their teeth, cautiously encircling them. Brother, seems we are doomed today. Wu Yang weakly spoke as he surveyed the surroundings. At this moment, Chichio bore numerous scars on his body, his once pristine white shirt now in tatters. It's hard to say, if they do not dismember us, I might still have a chance to survive. Chichio smiled, his gaze remaining clear, clutching a broken blade. That broken blade was scarcely distinguishable from a serrated edge. I have two matters that perplex me. Why did you descend? This is utterly irrational. Even when trapped in a dire situation, Wu Yang could not help but inquire. Because, Chichio paused, and after a moment, his smile deepened. We owe Fan Xing a life. Very well. One last question in my memory. Every time you change into fresh attire, it is invariably torn and stained with blood within a day. Is this some peculiar skill? Wu Yang spoke again, this time with a more pronounced tone of sarcasm. Chichio's smile immediately faltered. Don't mention that, it pains me. As they conversed, the Tomb Raiders in the distance reaffirmed their resolve and charged forward. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that one day I could personally eliminate so many Tomb Raiders. If I survive this, upon my return, I will surely ascend in rank. Soon, I shall become the overseer of the men's and women's restrooms. Wu Yang seemed to envision a comical scene, and despite his exhaustion, he felt a renewed vigor. Congratulations, congratulations. Chichio's voice echoed from afar. In the span of mere breaths, several more fell, but likewise, Chichio and Wu Yang were once again forced back, their bodies adorned with fresh, bloody wounds. This time, Wu Yang completely collapsed onto the ground, unable even to rise. He could only weakly gaze at Chichio, managing a faint smile. In that moment, Chichio appeared like a caged beast, standing alone at the center, being observed by the crowd. Yet, each time he took a step forward, the surrounding Tomb Raiders instinctively recoiled. In the face of this caged beast, they still held on to hope. They longed for a companion among them to disregard the danger and step forward to end Chichio's life. After all, no one wished to fall on the brink of victory. Yet, precisely because of this, the area around Chichio, extending 3 meters, remained devoid of anyone daring to approach. A bunch of worthless cowards. Those who hesitate, perish. Zhuo Buxuan slowly opened his eyes, gazing indifferently at the battlefield, a flicker of impatience evident in his eyes. The crowd exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, and roared as they charged towards Chichio. Among them, Chichio's eyes gently closed, and a deep, ominous glint flickered within. Faced with the throng of Tomb Raiders, he did not retreat, but silently straightened his posture. This move was originally intended for him. Chichio subtly turned his head, glancing at the distant bronze war chariot, before silently retracting his gaze and gently raising both hands. In that instant, psychic energy surged, forming a terrifying vortex surrounding Chichio. His tattered garments billowed in the wind, and within his eyes, scenes traversing the annals of history flickered continuously. Virtual stone pillars suddenly materialized behind him, growing from the ground, ultimately towering skyward, and Chichio stood at the center of the pillar formation. His lips curled into a smile, sharp and radiant, pointing a finger at Zhuo Buxuan. The Tomb Raiders halted in terror, gazing at the scene before them. Even Zhuo Buxuan rose from his war chariot, summoning a celestial phenomenon. This was a feat only achievable at the life-establishing realm. Moreover, such a phenomenon was unheard of. As the stone pillars continued to rise, Chichio's complexion paled slightly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The myriad schools, Chichio murmured. The psychic storm reached its zenith. The pillars trembled violently, and the magnetic resonance alone caused the Tomb Raiders to spew blood. What exactly has he inherited? Zhuo Buxuan mumbled, his murderous intent peaking at that moment, solemnly placing his hand on the sword hilt. At this instant, he finally resolved to take action personally. But when the jailer appears, all departments retreat. A detached voice echoed. Within the calmness, however, there was an undercurrent of martial fervor. In just 8 words, the killing intent surged. Zhuo Buxuan halted abruptly, swiftly turning to look behind him. A middle-aged man with graying hair and a missing arm. The character prison emblazoned in purple on his chest slowly approached from the distance. Purple prison. Tang Xian? Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhuo Buxuan's pupils constricted slightly, instinctively tightening his grip on the sword hilt. But then, recalling something, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Merely a discarded cripple from the fourth prison. Even if he was once purple prison, what of it? Tang Xian remained silent, continuing to walk forward, his eyes filled with indifference toward the world. When the jailer appears, all departments retreat. Another voice rang out, still frigid. This time, it was a crisp female voice, a woman appearing to be in her 30s. Her expression as frosty as ice, bore the same purple prison insignia on her chest. Only, her right leg was completely severed. Supported by her sword as a crutch, Purple Prison, Han Shuang, another retired soldier from Purple Prison. The previously composed Zhuo Bushuan's expression grew somewhat grave. The realm of the inheritor is establishing heart, establishing life. Insight, 5 Qi, inheritance, and opening the peace. The ranks within the fourth prison are similarly categorized according to the inheritor's realm: white, blue, purple, red, silver, and gold. Purple prison, in the fourth prison, held a status akin to guarding a city. Teacher, you calculated that the fourth prison had no one available, yet forgot about these wounded veterans, Zhuo Bushuan murmured to himself. Meanwhile, when the jailer appears, all departments retreat. When the jailer appears, all departments retreat. Voices echoed one after another. Figures gathered from all directions, converging at the foot of Yunjin Mountain. Chapter 52. Abandoned by heaven, despised by humanity. If previously Zhuo Bushuan appeared merely solemn, at this moment, he could be described as clouded with worry. A full 16. Each one had once attained the insight realm. Even if they were heavily injured and crippled, their strength significantly diminished, they were still not to be trifled with. Zhuo Bushuan tightly gripped the hilt of his bronze sword. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Tang Xian's footsteps paused. The inheritor of Maoshan talismans, Tang Xian, lightning technique. Tang Xian spoke calmly, not even forming hand seals, and suddenly a bolt of lightning descended from the clear sky. Striking into the crowd of tomb raiders, shattered stones flew. Figures were hurled away, their skin charred, and upon hitting the ground, their bodies convulsed uncontrollably. Encounter tomb raiders, kill. Offend my comrades, kill. Insult my prison, kill. With each utterance, several tomb raiders perished. In mere seconds, the area surrounding Qiqiu was utterly cleared. Han Shuang, with one hand resting on her sword, stood beside Qiqiu, raising her left hand to pat his shoulder. In that instant, the psychic energy surrounding Qiqiu contracted and flowed back into his body. We've arrived, so you need not exert yourself. As she spoke, Han Shuang stepped past Qiqiu, her gaze locking onto Zhuo Bushuan atop the war chariot, calmly stating, "Retired soldier from the fourth prison." Han Shuang challenges Zhuo Bushuan to a life-and-death duel. Retired soldier from the fourth prison, Tang Xian, challenges Zhuo Bushuan to a life-and-death duel. The fourth prison. As the voices echoed, the injured veterans had unknowingly formed a protective barrier behind Qiqiu. Looking at the wall of people before him, Qiqiu felt somewhat dazed, lowering his head slightly. After a moment, when he raised his head once more, his smile brightened even further. This is what a priceless transaction looks like? Indeed. It is worth it, Qiqiu softly murmured, smiling as he stepped forward to stand in a line with the veterans. The crowd turned to the side, and cold expressions were replaced with faint smiles. This inheritor. Quite commendable. After all, he carries the fortune of our fourth prison. Such a delightful young lad, and yet there are those who wish to take his life. The garments lay in tatters. A chorus of murmurs filled the air, particularly from several elderly individuals, their words laced with palpable sorrow. This matter is but a misunderstanding. Even if you all choose not to intervene, I am prepared to strike and eliminate the tomb raiders who have infiltrated our museum. Zhuo Bushuan turned to the crowd, speaking earnestly. Yet, all he received in response were derisive chuckles. I am live streaming. In an instant, the crowd remembered the figure huddled in the corner, Wu Yang, struggling to rise from the heap of corpses. Staggered to the corner where the old donkey once stood, retrieving his phone from amidst the scattered stones, the screen illuminating the ongoing live broadcast. You are indeed clever, my dear boy. Ha ha. Had it not been for the live stream, we would have remained unaware that someone had ruthlessly attacked my people in the fourth prison. Zhuo Bushuan's expression froze, a grim countenance settling upon him. At that moment, he comprehended why these individuals fortuitously appeared here. Live stream? Damn. His gaze, filled with murderous intent, fell upon the bloodied figure. He appeared so foolish, little did he expect. As the barrage of comments continued to flood the screen, Zhuo Buxuan inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes. Teacher.it is my incompetence. As his murmurs faded, when Zhuo Buxuan opened his eyes again, only an icy resolve remained. Likewise, color had drained from his visage. I, Zhuo Buxuan, am indeed an undercover agent within the museum. It was merely that old ghost Feng Changlin was blind to it, since I have been discovered today. Let death come. As he spoke, Zhuo Buxuan drew forth his long sword, gripping the hilt with both hands, and slashed towards Qi Qiu from a distance. The sword's energy rippled, cleaving through the grass and carving a trench into the earth. However, before the sword energy could reach Qi Qiu, it was obstructed by waves of mental force. Dissipating in mid-air, under the protection of 16 individuals at the level, even in their weakened state, they were not to be easily harmed by Zhuo Buxuan. Even with the divine relic in his possession, it seemed Zhuo Buxuan anticipated the outcome of this strike, showing no signs of hesitation. After unleashing his sword, he maneuvered the bronze war chariot, charging towards the crowd. The bronze warhorse whinnied, galloping at breakneck speed. Still unrepentant, are we? Tang Xian spoke coolly. Raising his lone arm, he traced a circle in the air, conjuring a ring of flames point one by one. Fiery crows emerged from within the circle, alighting upon the bronze warhorse and dragging it down, impeding its speed. Simultaneously, the mental forces behind him surged forth, causing the branches of nearby trees to swell and entwine around the bronze war chariot. Ultimately, the chariot halted 3 meters away from the crowd. Gazing upon the calm faces before him, Zhuo Buxuan appeared somewhat disheveled, his once orderly attire now in disarray. Yet, he laughed ha. Truly a group of lofty savages. You wish to protect Qi Qiu, do you? But today, he is doomed. I swear it. Zhuo Buxuan's eyes reddened slightly as he bellowed. With his voice resonating, the mental forces coiled around him. Today, the heir to the circus, Zhuo Buxuan, returning to the heavens, accompanied by his roar. His aura surged, and a shadow seemed to traverse the river of time, imbued with a faint sorrow. Zhuo Buxuan's gaze remained fixed on Qi Qiu, his mind consumed by a singular thought: kill Qi Qiu. Kill him at all costs. As long as Qi Qiu dies, the fortunes of the fourth prison will be severed, and the likes of Hengeling, Fan Xing, and Lu Hongchang will see their museum flourish. Observing Zhuo Buxuan's actions, the crowd furrowed their brows. In nearly a century, this was the first time someone had invoked returning to the heavens upon a fellow comrade. Previous struggles among various departments, no matter how fierce, had never resorted to such a move. Qi Qiu, accompany me on this journey. Sensing the surge of his own power, Zhuo Buxuan laughed maniacally. However, the phantom that traversed the river of time suddenly halted. Casting a distant glance at Zhuo Buxuan before retreating, hands clasped behind his back, vanishing along the river. In an instant, Zhuo Buxuan spewed forth a mouthful of blood mist. My mental energy, why circus? Zhuo Buxuan fell into a state of panic. He raised the bronze longsword and swung it once more. Yet, no matter how he struck, not a trace of sword energy could be manifested. It was as if everything he had painstakingly cultivated over the years had, in that moment, dissipated into the wind. The heavenly path does not recognize you, and the sages have abandoned you. Zhuo Buxuan, your path is severed. Witnessing this scene, Han Shuangshuang chuckled derisively. Zhuo Buxuan's hands trembled slightly. After a moment, he lifted his head anew, his blood-red eyes fixated on Qi Qiu, roaring in a feral rage. Even in death, today I shall slay you and sever the fortunes of the fourth prison. Chapter 53. A debt of gratitude to the teacher beneath the blazing sun. Zhuo Buxuan appeared deranged, raising the bronze longsword high as he leaped from the war chariot, aiming a strike at Qi Qiu. However, stripped of his mental energy, a mere kick from Tang Xian sent him sprawling to the ground, dust-covered. He struggled to rise, blood spilling from his mouth. Kill Qi Qiu, sever the fortunes of the fourth prison. Repay the debt of gratitude to my teacher. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes grew increasingly clouded, his lips repeating the same words until he finally grasped the hilt of the bronze sword, supporting himself to stand. Qi Qiu. His words were barely half finished when his peripheral vision caught sight of Wu Yang's phone, and he drew a sharp breath, shouting, "The fourth prison shall steadfastly guard the divine tomb, allowing not a single fragment to escape. No matter what, today I shall slay the tomb raiders, sever the fortunes." With a mighty roar, Zhuo Buxuan charged towards Qi Qiu, though his speed was agonizingly slow. Once a master of the level, now cast aside by heaven and loathed by man, he had become as ordinary as the rest, disheveled and pitiful. The long sword pierced his body, but it was Han Shuangshuang's blade that drove through Zhuo Buxuan's chest. His pupils gradually lost focus, and the bronze long sword he had raised fell to the ground. With a sense of regret, he cast one last glance at Qi Qiu before collapsing. Blood seeped from Zhuo Buxuan's wound, spreading across the ground. The once congealed, dark red blood on the tiles now inexplicably appeared more vibrant, as Zhuo Buxuan lay there. His unfocused gaze turned skyward, gasping for breath, blood lodged in his throat, unable to swallow or expel, only producing a series of gurgling sounds. His hands flailed aimlessly, mimicking slashing motions, until finally his hands fell to the ground. Even in death, his eyes retained a flicker of murderous intent, remaining unclosed for an age. Within the museum, Feng Changlin sat in his office, watching the live stream on his phone until Zhuo Buxuan's life extinguished. His face turned a ghastly shade, an expression of profound displeasure, ultimately leading him to smash the phone against the tiles with great force. The device shattered. Fearing the calamity that would befall the fourth prison, he hesitated to take decisive action. Foolish, useless. Feng Changlin's enraged voice echoed throughout the office. Outside, the crowd exchanged wary glances, cautiously averting their eyes, unwilling to provoke Feng Changlin's wrath. After a brief silence, everything returned to stillness. Feng Changlin sat in his chair, staring out the window, his expression oscillating between turmoil and calm, his fists clenched tightly, though he cursed vocally. A subtle hint of sorrow flickered across his aged visage. Eventually, Feng Changlin slowly closed his eyes, regaining his composure. When he opened them again, tranquility had returned. "Bring someone in," he spoke coolly. Outside the door, a figure hurriedly entered. "Xiaohua, you." Feng Changlin's words were barely begun when he paused, his expression darkening further. Song Jing immediately released a statement from the official account, asserting that the museum was entirely unaware of Zhuo Buxuan's treachery. "And as his teacher, I am deeply pained. Furthermore, stir up some activity in several restricted zones under our museum's jurisdiction, explaining why we did not support Hengling. Remember, the activity must be genuine. It would be best if some interns truly sacrificed themselves. You will personally oversee this matter," Feng Changlin spoke with a calm demeanor. Unlike Xiaohua, Song Jing offered no rebuttal, simply taking notes expressionlessly. Only after Feng Changlin had finished his instructions did Song Jing nod gently. "Understood." With that, he turned and exited the office. However, upon reaching the doorway, he hesitated momentarily, facing away from Feng Changlin, softly asking, "Teacher, are we truly doing the right thing?" The second senior brother perished in battle. And the junior brother as well. He did not continue. "Are you questioning me? Do not forget, what was the situation of the museum in the past? Which department was willing to house the divine relics within our museum? It was I. It was I who, step by step, led the museum to its current standing. Likewise, I shall guide the museum towards even greater glory. The voices of this underground world are too numerous, chaotic and tumultuous. How can peace ever be achieved? Reformed is often accompanied by blood and misunderstanding. Do you understand?" Feng Changlin clenched the teacup in his hand and shouted in a low voice. His pale hair stood on end, resembling an enraged lion. I see, teacher." Song Jing nodded gently, choosing silence as he pushed the door open and departed. In the vast office, only Feng Changlin remained, sitting alone in a profound solitude. He gazed absently out the window, his palm relentlessly squeezing the teacup until it shattered, slicing open his hand. Blood flowed freely, yet he remained utterly oblivious. The world is intoxicated. I am the one who is right. The underworld has never been unified. How can it contend with the divine? Changxing Village, Yawang Valley, Nuajai, Shaman Village, Inga Long Street. Too many to count. Everyone clings to their own corner. How ridiculous. The changes of the world always come with bloodshed. I shall use this blood to paint a prosperous era for you. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Changlin snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with a fervent zeal. does not appear to be a tomb raider corrupted by the divine mire. Wu Yang ended the live stream on his phone, scratching his head and sinking to the ground in a dejected manner, utterly devoid of dignity, as he gazed at the lifeless body of Zhuo Bushuan, unable to restrain his curiosity. He is not a tomb raider. Han Shuangshuang spoke softly to Ha. Then why did he kill Qiqiu like a madman? Has he truly resolved himself? Wu Yang asked, bewildered. Han Shuangshuang offered no reply. Instead, Tang Xian bent slightly, using his single arm to close Zhuo Bushuan's glaring eyes. He has indeed resolved himself. But if nothing unexpected occurs, his resolution is not the museum's guiding principle, but rather, to respect and honor his teacher, to place his teacher at the heart of his being. The words of a teacher surpass the heavens. Wu Yang pondered this, nodding gently. You have done well, and have not brought shame upon our fourth prison. It is up to us. Han Shuangshuang turned back to look at Qiqiu, while a flicker of appreciation appeared in Wu Yang's eyes. Before they walked away, despite having only one leg, with the support of his sword, he moved with a speed no less than that of an ordinary person, perhaps even faster. Where are you all going? Wu Yang could not help but inquire, Hengling. We just happened to cross paths on our way, and since we are not far from Yunjin Mountain, we decided to lend you a hand. Rest well and recover. The future of the fourth prison relies on you. As the words fell, they departed without a trace of sentimentality, striding into the distance under the sun. Though each bore the marks of injury, at this moment they seemed to reach for the heavens. Moving against the light, their silhouettes appeared dim. Like flowers turning toward the sun, they bloomed across the mountains, their fragrance intoxicating. Chapter 54. Shackles, is this the so-called immortal prison? Seeing it today, truly lives up to its name. Wu Yang watched the departing figures, momentarily lost in thought, inadvertently immersing himself in their fervent bravery, tinged with melancholy. The immortal prison is the respectful title bestowed upon these battle-scarred retired prison guards by the fourth prison. The immortal prison seldom stirs, but when it does, it unleashes a tempest. The only one capable of causing them to willingly relinquish part of their momentum to take a detour is perhaps you. Qiqiu, what do you say? What are you doing? Wu Yang mumbled to himself, but when he turned to look at Qiqiu, he froze. In contrast, Qiqiu did not exhibit the same excessive sorrow as Wu Yang. Instead, he scanned his surroundings anxiously, as if searching for something. Where's my donkey? The simple 3 words struck at the soul. Wu Yang was taken aback. The situation was urgent earlier, so I yanked on the donkey's rear quite hard. It yelped in pain and ran away. As he spoke, Wu Yang waved his hand, mimicking the scene. In the end. Oh, right? The donkey ran that way. Qiqiu, following Wu Yang's pointed direction, hurried off in pursuit. The 2 blood-stained little red figures dashed through the woods like 2 vengeful spirits. It was not until half an hour later that they found the old donkey by a stream, leisurely drinking water. Qixia sat by the stream, lost in thought. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Yang let out a long sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Panting. Brother, is it very troublesome? Hearing the voice, Qixia turned around. His gaze swept over Wu Yang without lingering, finally settling on Qiqiu, calmly inquiring, is it resolved? Yes, Qiqiu replied with a smile, sitting beside Qixia. The doctor says you need to rest more. I understand. Qixia nodded gently. Qiqiu maintained his smile, his tone mirroring earlier as he reiterated. The doctor says you need to rest more. I feel that I am quite well. Actually, a hint of stubbornness graced Qixia's slightly pale face. Then, Qiqiu smiled, swiftly striking the back of Qixia's neck with a powerful force. Professionals handle professional matters. What the doctor says is always right. You must heed the medical advice, Qiqiu said softly, catching the unconscious Qixia to prevent him from collapsing to the ground. After all, this was the only clean outfit among the 3 present. Wow, truly worthy of a real brother. Wu Yang marveled, then lay back on the ground, gazing up at the sky. I just checked the map. There's a detention center nearby, not too far away. Soon, we can enjoy a hot shower and collapse onto a soft bed, sleeping soundly for a day and a night. Ha ha ha. I bet those on the forum, delighting in our misfortune, must be wide-eyed. Who would have thought we could ascend to the Qing Palace and return alive amidst the layers of obstacles from tomb raiders and museums? This single battle will show them what the fourth prison truly represents. Unfortunately, not about Hengling. As he spoke, Wu Yang's voice gradually diminished, eventually falling silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the sky, murmuring after a long while. Give me 10 years, just 10 years. Among your peers, you should be quite strong. Why choose to pursue a political career? Chicho carefully propped Qixia against a tree before sitting down beside him. His clothes were drenched in blood, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. So Chicho decided to tear them off entirely. Our director said, "Jade is good jade, but unfortunately, it's as if it has been marinated in filth. It needs thorough washing to become a treasure," Wu Yang said nonchalantly, though a trace of self-mockery flickered in his eyes. "But I think, aside from being unreliable most of the time, you are quite dependable." Chicho smiled, struggling to rise. "Please take care of my brother for a few days. I need to handle some matters." Wu Yang was taken aback, puzzled. "You're injured like this. What do you still need to do?" Chicho did not respond immediately. Instead, he dragged his weary body onto the old donkey, half lying, allowing the sunlight to bathe him. His still somewhat youthful face bore a unique stubbornness typical of youth. He grinned broadly. "I said, we owe Fan Xing a life." Wu Yang stared in astonishment at the youth basking in the sunlight. "You just descended for the honor of the fourth prison. Haven T, you already repaid that life. Just now, that was merely a complimentary service of this life." Chi's ordered, aside from the completion rate, the positive review rate is also 100%. As he spoke, Chicho sat up from the donkey's back, turning his head to glance at Qixia, who lay unconscious in the woods, a carefree smile spreading across his face. "My brother, during this time, will trouble you. Let us go." With a loud laugh, the old donkey brayed, raising its hooves high before crashing down heavily, rushing away, adding a note of discord to the fervent atmosphere. Wu Yang stared blankly at the direction Chicho had departed, and after a long while, he murmured to himself, "He seems to be truly different from before." Indeed, once the burden is shed, the pent-up frustration within one dissipates, naturally leading to change. "I have placed too much psychological pressure on him." A calm voice echoed, in agreement. Wu Yang instinctively nodded, then suddenly turned around, looking behind him. The previously unconscious Qixia had awakened at some point, still appearing weak, his face pale, yet his expression was remarkably serene. "Weren't you unconscious?" Wu Yang exclaimed in shock. Qixia cast a faint glance at him. If I were not unconscious, how could he feel at ease to pursue his own world in these years? "I have been frozen, but only in body." His words were laden with profound meaning, his eyes slightly closed, a flicker of guilt crossing his gaze, though it quickly returned to its usual demeanor. In essence, my brother is a person filled with a spirit of adventure. However, over the years, he has suppressed too much for my sake. I can no longer be a burden to him. With a soft murmur, Qixia turned, dragging her somewhat weary form towards the distance. Wu Yang finally processed this information, suddenly turning to look at Qixia's retreating figure. "Where are you going?" After years of slumber, numerous memories flooded my mind. "Just to take a look," Qixia replied coolly, still facing away from Wu Yang. Chapter 55. Only this green mountain, accompanied by withered leaves. "No. Your brother has stated that I must take care of you. This is a transaction between us." Wu Yang stepped forward, blocking Qixia's path, his expression grave. Qixia frowned slightly, a hint of coldness appearing in her eyes. "You are my brother's friend. I do not wish to harm you. So do not force my hand." As she spoke, a faint thread of mental energy swirled around Qixia. "Yet, what will you do? Force me? You're just a little brat. How can you act so tough? You haven't even fully matured." In the next moment, Wu Yang slapped the back of Qixia's head, leaving her momentarily dazed. She then looked up, icy fury directed at Wu Yang, her fists clenched. The temperature around them suddenly dropped. A thin layer of frost covered the ground. Soon after, Qixia's eyelids fluttered, and she fainted. Today's freedom time has come to an end. After all that bravado, and this is it? Wu Yang scoffed, disdain evident in his voice as he lifted Qixia by her collar and threw her over his shoulder. Striding away, however, being already weak, he walked slowly and unsteadily. Damn, I was too preoccupied with watching Chicho show off. I should have made him leave the donkey behind. As he muttered, Wu Yang moved further away, disappearing into the woods. Hengeling. In just a few short days, Hengeling had become a shattered shell of its former beauty. Trees withered, flowers rotted, and the ground beneath turned into a foul-smelling swamp. Lu Hongchang and Fan Xing, who had desperately tried to intercept the black mist, had vanished without a trace. Without their obstruction, the black mist slowly expanded, threatening to spill over the mountain and engulf the city. Fortunately, Hingeling was sealed off, and the citizens within the city were still unaware of the situation, only feeling that the sky had inexplicably darkened in recent days. Corpses clad in various departmental uniforms lay submerged in the swamp. The good news was that thanks to the efforts of Fan Xing and Lu Hongchang, the black mist would take about 2.5 more days to permeate the city. The bad news was, under the corrosive effects of the divine marsh gas, these corpses and trees began to undergo mutations one by one. The corpses struggled to rise like zombies, their eyes hollow, wandering aimlessly through the ruins as if searching for something. Occasionally emitting low growls, the trees on either side twisted and curled, sharp spikes sprouting from once ordinary branches, resembling teeth. If any of these creatures were to step out of Hingeling and catch the scent of fresh blood from the outside world, it would spell a true disaster. Amidst this oppressive and despairing atmosphere, figures silently gathered at the outskirts of Hingeling, wordlessly forming a collective. Some were missing arms, others a leg, even more were frail and elderly, with gray hair and broken legs, yet they still approached in silence, seated in wheelchairs, cold and voiceless. Their faces bore no expression, only a resolute gaze fixed on Hingeling, determination shining in their eyes. The marsh gas spread ominously. Uncontrollable, the unknown divine within the tomb, sealing difficulty to S rank. We must seek assistance from the 12 towers. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, with a purple prison character emblazoned on his chest, gazed at the distance, reporting a series of data. Behind him, another elderly woman in a wheelchair held a compass, observing the needle's movement. The tomb's coordinates are southeast. Advance 900 meters. The magnetic field is peculiar. The tomb owner should be situated between the true god and the celestial god. The old man's voice was hoarse, as if severely damaged. One of his eyes was completely lifeless, no longer moving from a distance. He evoked a sense of unease. 3 days prior, we had already sought aid from the 12 towers. But to this day, there has been no response. A blue-clad prison guard stationed there hurried forward to report, his face somewhat grim. The many wounded veterans exchanged glances. There was no anger, no curses, only an inherent pride. In their generation, the 4th prison represented the utmost authority. It was our duty. If the 12 towers do not come, so be it, gentlemen. I shall take my leave first. As he spoke, the old man, cane in hand, calmly stepped forward, entering the black mist. The blue-clad prison guard, anxious, instinctively called out, "Senior, the marsh gas is thickening. Even the living cannot endure long within it, and will ultimately lose their sanity, becoming deranged. Young one. We have been prison guards for a lifetime. Some things we understand." Another elderly purple-clad prison guard chuckled, his sleeves empty, yet his smile warm, as he confidently strode forward into the black mist. Now, only by removing the corrupted corpses and entering the tomb to locate the tomb can we quell the tomb. We will mark the tomb as best we can before our demise. Though our current strength is lacking, our experience remains. Figures of varying ages, some elderly, some middle-aged, and even some appearing younger than the blue-clad prison guard, walked calmly into the black mist. None showing signs of retreat or hesitation, all exuding composure. Likewise, they bore the unique pride of the 4th prison. The blue-clad prison guard stared at this scene, his eyes reddening, tears slipping down his cheeks. Taking a deep breath, he steeled his resolve and also stepped towards the black mist, only to be pulled back by Tang Xian, who tossed him aside. "No-one is stationed here. How would newcomers know the situation within the mist? Blindly reckless, foolish. Our frail bodies entering the tomb yield the greatest benefit." With that, Tang Xian stepped boldly into the mist. Watching as the once retired seniors, who could now enjoy their twilight years, willingly placed themselves at the threshold of death. The blue-clad prison guard could no longer contain his emotions, allowing his tears to flow freely. Until the last elder, pushing their wheelchair, vanished into the black mist, the blue-clad prison guard knelt on one knee. Raising his hands towards the mist on behalf of the younger generation of the 4th prison, and the people of the 3 cities behind us. Thank you. All seniors. Seniors. Tread carefully. With that, The blue-clad prison guard interlocked his fingers, thumbs pointing skyward, resting them on his chest. The vast Hengeling lay silent. Only his shouts echoed through the valley. After a long while, the blue-clad prison guard wiped away his tears, taking one last deep look at the enveloping black mist before standing straight at the entrance of Hengeling, awaiting the next group of reinforcements, ready to relay the information possessed by the Forerunners. This was his duty in this gloomy environment. In the distance, an old donkey reluctantly trudged forward, moving slowly towards Hengeling, ultimately halting at the canyon's edge. Chichio leapt down from the donkey's back, raising his head to gaze upwards. The black mist churned, like a gluttonous beast, enveloping the entirety of Hengeling, its gaping maw ready to devour any trespassers. Compared to it, the figure of Chichio appeared utterly insignificant. Yet, facing such a scene, he remained unfazed, taking a single step forward. Chapter 56. Your attire is rather appealing. Who? Just as Chichio stood at the canyon's edge, preparing to enter the black mist, a deep voice echoed. In the next moment, the blue-clad prison guard stepped forth, positioning himself in front of Chichio, his gaze scrutinizing him closely. I'm here to find someone. Or perhaps a corpse. Chichio replied with a smile, glancing at the blue-clad prison guard. The guard studied Chichio intently, frowning slightly, as if he recognized him but could not recall where they had met. Lost in thought. After a moment, realization dawned. Chichio? Indeed. Chichio nodded gently. Go back. This is not a place for a newcomer like you to tread. The marsh gas within is fierce. You likely won't last even 10 minutes. However, even after learning Chichio's identity, the guard still did not yield. The marsh gas you speak of, does it refer to the black mist? I've been inside before. I should be fine. Chichio pointed towards the black mist behind the blue-clad guard. Speaking earnestly, the blue-clad guard frowned. No way. Under no circumstances can an heir be allowed to take risks. An heir is still human. Chichio murmured. The blue-clad guard was momentarily taken aback. It is said that the fate of the heir is intricately intertwined with that of the fourth prison. But who can determine the causality between USIS it not encapsulated within this horizontal ridge? Furthermore, I possess my own compelling reasons to proceed. Chichio's expression gradually turned serious as he gazed at the blue-clad jailer, articulating each word with deliberate emphasis. However, the blue-clad jailer was poised to utter something further, yet upon witnessing Chichio's resolute gaze, he ultimately swallowed the remainder of his words. What can I do for you? He inquired. Please take good care of my donkey. Chichio replied with a smile, extending the reins forward. Huh? The blue-clad jailer paused momentarily, somewhat taken aback, yet instinctively accepted the reins. Well, Chichio scrutinized the blue-clad jailer. His eyes flickering, the jailer felt an inexplicable sense of alarm, as if the gaze contained profound significance. Your attire is rather appealing. For reasons unknown, the blue-clad jailer detected a hint of anticipation in Chichio's voice, particularly as Chichio remained bare-chested. The intent was unmistakable. This is our uniform. The blue-clad jailer discreetly averted his gaze, refusing to engage with Chichio's insinuation. Indeed. The quality appears commendable. It must be quite expensive. No? Chichio continued, fixated on the jailer's attire. Not really, it's a standardized custom, not worth much. However, each piece is marked with our exclusive identification number. The young jailer's lips twitched slightly as he looked skyward. The clouds ominously gathering, yet he appeared entranced. I do not possess the uniform of the fourth prison. Upon entry, it would be challenging to elucidate my identity. Furthermore, it is likely to be quite cold inside. Chichio's words were laden with implication, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the uniform. At this juncture, the blue-clad jailer fell entirely silent. To risk his life, to stand bare-chested in the wilderness, was out of the question. Should Warden Fan Xing sacrifice himself, one ought to procure a prison uniform for him. Tio depart with dignity. Chichio sighed inexplicably, shaking his head. Here, take this. Our blue attire is fireproof, waterproof, and can resist knife slashes to a certain extent. Each person is allotted 2 pieces, so do not misplace them. Observing that as long as he remained silent, Chichio would continue to speak. The jailer could no longer restrain his frustration, gritting his teeth as he removed the prison uniform and tossed it to Chichio. A radiant smile illuminated Chichio's face as he clumsily caught it. Be gentle when tossing it. Be gentle. If it falls to the ground, it will get dirty. The quality is truly excellent, quite remarkable. It feels so comfortable. The moment the garment was in his hands, Chichio eagerly felt its texture, his features contorting into a joyful expression as he donned it. Thank you for the uniform. Fan Xing, leave it to me. Oh, by the way, take good care of my donkey. Chichio turned, casting a bright smile at the blue-clad, bare-chested jailer, waving cheerfully before stepping decisively into the swirling black mist. The bare-chested jailer watched Chichio depart, his expression shifting from reluctance to bemusement, ultimately tinged with a sense of nostalgia. Seems that the heir of our fourth prison is not a timid and cowardly individual after all. As he spoke, he involuntarily shivered, wrapping his arms around himself as he turned to face the old donkey behind him, his gaze lingering on its hide. The old donkey, startled, brayed and retreated, eventually succumbing to the jailer's menacing smile as he slowly approached. Grasping the reins until it gradually squatted down, "Stay still. Shield me from the wind." The old donkey, still fidgeting uneasily, was calmed by the jailer's soft admonition. Understanding the cue, it half collapsed onto the ground, bringing a wave of warmth to the jailer. The mountain remained unchanged, the desolate atmosphere persistent, the donkey still the same. Yet the bare-chested individual had transformed, merely a step away. Yet the temperature inexplicably dropped significantly, the air thick with the stench of decaying corpses. Ahead, a figure clad in black robes, a tomb raider, lay half-submerged in the mire, in his final moments. It seemed he had not yet succumbed to death, one hand raised high, desperately attempting to claw his way out. But alas, he ultimately perished, losing all vitality within the swamp. His eyes were filled with resentment and despair. Witnessing this scene, Chichio's pace slowed slightly as he surveyed his surroundings, in that brief moment of pause. A branch suddenly shot forth from the side, resembling a long whip, aiming to ensnare Chichio. The sharp spikes exuded an aura of danger. Yet instead of retreating, Chichio's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward. Skillfully evading the whip, drawing forth the serrated fragment from his waist. The two made contact, but the overworked fragment could no longer withstand the strain. Shattering under the pressure, however, the sharp spikes on the branch were likewise severed. Seizing the opportunity, Chichio discarded the broken blade, raised his hand, and caught hold of the branch. Stepping back, the branch suddenly tautened. Then, Chichio's toes pressed firmly against the ground, and he leapt gracefully into the air. Twirling several times, the branch twisted like a corkscrew, contorting until it could bear no more and snapped. Chapter 57. The landscape of mountains and rivers. The branch tore apart, splattering thick, foul-smelling red liquid everywhere. Fortunately, Chichio had retreated several steps in advance, evading the liquid, and upon inspecting his new attire, he sighed in relief upon discovering it remained unblemished. After the branch detached from its source, losing its resilience, it reverted to its original branch form, which Chichio then used as a walking stick, cautiously probing the ground ahead as he navigated around one swamp after another. He delved deeper into the horizontal ridge. The surrounding black mist thickened, encroaching upon Chichio. When the black mist drew near, the blue prison uniform quietly unfurled an invisible barrier, repelling most of the mist. Yet, a portion of it stubbornly seeped in, infiltrating Chichio's body. This black mist would gradually corrode Chichio's physical form, his organs, until eventually, it would decay his nerves and rationality, transforming him into a complete lunatic. However, just as the black mist entered Chichio's body, the chains entwined around his organs trembled violently, as if asserting their dominance. That meager black mist dissipated in an instant, vanishing without a trace within Chichio's in response. Chichio's expression remained tranquil. Devoid of any surprise, he had already encountered this phenomenon during his last encounter at the gate. This was also one of the reasons he chose to descend into the tomb. Although the youth was reckless and indulgent, he was not foolish. To knowingly act against the odds in pursuit of a sliver of hope was commendable for a young man. To be aware of the futility and the certainty of death, while still choosing to act, was sheer madness. The periphery of the horizontal ridge, aside from a few swamps and mutated trees, posed little threat, or rather, there were dangers, yet they had all been eradicated by the previous batch of undying prisoners that had entered. Chichio observed the remnants of shattered trees and the dismembered bodies scattered about. These corpses included tomb raiders, members of the Archaeological Bureau, and also guards from the fourth prison. Upon traversing that stretch of open ground and ascending the slope, the peril escalated dramatically. A corpse suddenly erupted from the earth, howling, crawling like a beast with astonishing speed, charging towards Chicho. Faced with this scene, Chicho halted momentarily, gripping the branch tightly, sidestepping the ambush. Bracing himself with one hand on the ground to stabilize his stance, he spun around, clamping his legs around the rotting corpse's neck, leveraging his strength to overturn it onto the ground, raising the branch to thrust it forcefully into the corpse's neck. Blood gushed forth. The rotting corpse thrashed violently, yet Chicho's legs held it fast like iron pincers. The branch sliced horizontally. Like cleaving pork, it opened a gaping wound in its neck, until the head severed completely, rolling a few times on the ground. Even so, the head's eyes remained filled with fury, its mouth opening and closing, gnashing at the air. Chicho slowly rose, his brow furrowed deeply. He glanced down to see copious blood splattered across his attire. The blue fabric stained crimson, having worn it for merely half an hour. Chicho muttered to himself, recalling a phrase uttered by Wu Yong, as he fell into self-reflection. Next time I strike, should I be gentler? Less violent? Contemplating this, Chicho stood, tearing off a piece of the rotting corpse's clothing to use as a rag, vigorously wiping at the prison uniform. Moments later, Chicho's eyes brightened. Indeed, it is waterproof. Even the blood can be mostly wiped away. Though there remains a slight red tint, with a careful wash upon returning, it should be manageable. Thus, Chicho's smile returned, his mood visibly uplifted. As he stepped over the corpse, Chicho's pace once again slowed. Gripping the still dripping branch, vigilantly observing his surroundings until he finally reached the summit of the slope. The instant Chicho reached the peak, his view expanded dramatically, and he paused in astonishment. What lay before his eyes were numerous rotting corpses sprawled on the ground in a circular formation. The center of these zombies stood an elderly man with graying hair, lacking both arms, clad in the garb representing the purple prison. However, this attire was thoroughly stained red, torn to shreds. The old man had long since ceased to breathe. Yet, even in death, he stood erect, like a javelin, defiantly facing the heavens, his eyes glaring furiously towards the direction of the divine tomb. Within a radius of several hundred meters from his position, no further threats remained. Chicho stood momentarily stunned, the smile on his face gradually fading away. Just half a day prior, the elderly man had been at the foot of Yunjin Mountain, bestowing upon him a benevolent smile. Is living truly so arduous? Chicho murmured softly as he slowly approached the elder, gazing deeply into the man's weathered visage before offering a slight bow, only to continue on his path. Yet, after traversing a mere 500 meters, he encountered another elder seated in a wheelchair, arms outstretched. Waves of mental energy surged forth. Before him lay a vast expanse of marshland, stretching for miles like an insurmountable chasm, blocking the perimeter of Hingeling. However, this marsh was now shrouded in a layer of frost, thoroughly frozen. The price paid for this transformation was the final flicker of life extinguished from the aged jailer. At this moment, the smile vanished entirely from Chicho's face. After a slight bow to the elder, he stepped onto the icy marsh. Strangely, despite being composed of frost, the marsh carried no chill. Rather, it was suffused with warmth. Brimming with encouragement and hope, as he pressed onward, a multitude of corpses began to emerge before him. Without exception, these undying prisoners had laid down their lives, paving the way for predecessors and clearing obstacles for those yet to come. Though labeled as undying, the sight before him revealed nothing but lifelessness. In just a few short miles, a tragic tapestry had been woven, and Chicho was but the sole observer, traversing through this river of imagery, witnessing with his eyes and listening with his heart. Unaccountably, Chicho's heartbeat quickened anew. A chain wrapped around his heart shattered completely, transforming into streams of light that merged with his being in mere moments. The strength of his physical form surged yet again. Most importantly, Chicho attained clarity of mind. Beneath the tapestry, a single thought illuminated his heart. Thus, Chicho stepped into the realm of mind and thought as one. When the mountain blooms in vibrant colors, perhaps it shall be the day Chicho establishes his resolve. Chapter 58. The Dragon's Severed Cave. As he journeyed forth, the anticipated perils and hindrances did not materialize. Apart from a few stray decaying corpses, Chicho encountered little in the way of danger. This rendered his path unusually smooth. It must be noted that even with his extensive survival experience, he remained fundamentally at the stage of resolving his heart's intent. Faced with harsh environments, adverse weather, and traps, he could deftly evade. Yet, being surrounded by a multitude of decaying corpses would prove most troublesome. But now, gazing at the wide road ahead, Chicho found not a smile upon his lips, but rather a slight heaviness in his expression. Along the route, the corpses grew increasingly numerous. The bodies that had previously littered the periphery were mostly clad in the dark robes of tomb raiders. However, as he drew closer to the core of the divine tomb, the remains of archaeologists, prison guards, and those from the Upper Clear Palace appeared in greater abundance. Some had entwined with tomb raiders at the moment of their demise, while others had recklessly fought against the encroaching black mist. The black mist swirled silently, and Chicho felt like a mere passerby, observing the unfolding scenes before him. Some corpses he merely glanced at, yet he could surmise their final moments in life. Indeed, where lies the true underworld? Chicho paused slightly, leaning upon a branch, gazing into the distant basin, momentarily lost in thought, softly murmuring. Before him lay a vast expanse, an unending tide of black mist persistently attempting to invade his body, seeking to corrode his organs, only to be repeatedly thwarted by the chains. Was the divine tomb located there? Regaining his focus, Chicho looked down from his elevated position, his gaze fixed upon a massive pit nearly 1,000 meters away. The deep chasm seemed to devour all light, and merely gazing upon it induced a sense of vertigo. As if it sought to ensnare his very nerves, Chicho shook his head slightly, his vision clearing once more as he leaned upon the branch and resumed his journey. The closer he drew to the divine tomb, the more hostile the surroundings became. Marshes, collapses, thickets, including the aimless wandering of decaying corpses. Even those undying prisoners who had gone before him could not carve out a vast, safe passage. And no matter how treacherous the road ahead, there would always be a winding path for future generations to traverse. Only, the price paid for these paths was one that rendered a solemn silence. Chicho treaded alone upon this road, as though embarking on a spiritual journey, with his state of mind shifting with each passing moment. The mental energy that had perpetually surrounded him quietly intensified as he advanced, between heart and thought. A slow fusion was taking place. The moment of mind and thought as one. The vast river of history would construct a bridge uniquely belonging to Chicho, spanning both ancient and modern times, inheriting the aspirations of the sages, thus establishing his fate. Within the depths of the chasm, outside the burial chamber, as the source of the black mist, it was exceedingly dark, visibility was lost, and only the rhythmic sound of dripping water could be faintly heard. Hingeling, originally a dragon vein, boasted exceptional feng shui. Yet here, it lay at the dragon's head, the terrain sunken, resembling a severed dragon's neck. Life had been utterly extinguished, and resentment lingered, a place of great calamity. How could a dignified deity choose to be entombed in such a location? An aged, undying jailer clutched a compass, brows furrowed in confusion, each word accompanied by a cough, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, carrying fragments of his internal organs. Clearly, his frail body was on the brink of collapse under the corrosion of the black mist. Mu Lao, Han Shuangshuang instinctively spoke, her eyes reflecting a hint of compassion. Yet Mu Lao remained engrossed in his own world, continuously analyzing, occasionally muttering to himself, entirely oblivious to his own deteriorating condition. Why choose this place? Where lies the true tomb? How to seal the nodes? Time slipped away, and the burial chamber fell into complete silence, save for the rhythmic sound of dripping water. Water? A drop fell from the rocky wall above, striking Mu Lao's cheek, bringing him back to reality. He instinctively looked up, touched his face, and examined the liquid on his fingertips, deep in thought. The severed dragon's head, gathering its dragoness blood, infused with resentment. Its dragon energy would linger for 1,000 years, coiled at the bottom of the true tomb. He sought to live again. Seemingly having grasped something, Mu Lao's eyes widened slightly, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood mist. Staggering backward, a few instinctively rushed to support him, only to be halted by his gesture. If he were to remain for several hundred more years, perhaps a new intelligence would indeed emerge from his corpse. Becoming a grotesque entity nourished by resentment, violent and solely driven by slaughter, this tomb was released too soon, with half the resentment dissipated. It might actually be a blessing, and a wonder our Feng Tu couldn't suppress him. Understanding dawned in Mu Lao's eyes, and his expression grew solemn. In the pitch-black burial chamber, only Mu Lao's voice reverberated. With our capabilities, seeking to suppress this tomb is unrealistic. Fortunately, the structure of this tomb has emerged. You must immediately distance yourselves from the black mist, remember my words, and await the latest reinforcements. There was an undeniable tone of authority in Mu Lao's voice. The group's expressions subtly shifted, yet they maintained a calm demeanor. Such scenes had been witnessed too many times over the years. The Tomb Master is a perilous gate. We can open the golden extension map, borrowing the sun's first rays from the east to unlock the sealed gate. The western mountain range must be cleared to alleviate the resentment. Finally, with sharp instruments, sever the earth's flow, dispersing its dragon's blood. Mu Lao spoke deliberately, until at last, as if struck by a thought, he chuckled and shook his head. Of course. If one could suppress the resentment of Hengling with brute force, it would be the most expedient method. But alas, Mu Lao ceased to elaborate, pausing for several seconds before coughing heavily and speaking in a low tone. Everyone? I shall take the lead. To journey alongside you all, even in death. I hold no regrets. His voice echoed throughout the burial chamber. The others stood in silence, enveloped in contemplation. Chapter 59. The Legacy of Fortune. Yet at present, the pressing concern is to prevent the black mist from continuing to spread. Han Shuangshuang suddenly spoke, her voice brimming with rationality. We are but incomplete beings, and under the corrosion of the divine marsh gas. Our demise will come swifter still, not to mention whether we possess the capability to relay the message. Her voice paused slightly as her delicate hand gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, steadying herself. Even if we manage to send out a message, will the reinforcements truly arrive before the black mist engulfs the 3 cities? Or rather, in terms of priorities, which is more critical? Temporarily staving off the divine marsh gas, or transmitting the message? Naturally, if you were to say that at least we are still alive, such words would hold no meaning. Upon concluding, silence once again enveloped the burial chamber. The group fell into quietude, patiently awaiting Mu Lao's response. The priority of obstructing the divine marsh gas from further spreading outweighs all else. After a moment, Mu Lao reluctantly spoke, unable to resist adding, "Yet, someone must convey the message." In an instant, the burial chamber fell into silence. 300 meters, 200 meters. Chicho pressed onward until, at a certain moment, his footsteps came to a halt. A young man, adorned in the attire of a museum curator, stood proudly amidst a dozen fallen tomb raiders, his eyes wide open even in death. Within those eyes, a glimmer of pride lingered. Alas, a gaping void resided in his chest, devoid of any trace of life. The ground around him was littered with the bodies of black-cloaked figures, each wearing a mask resembling an animal. Notably, directly before him knelt a burly man, donning a tiger mask, his visible eyes filled with resentment and unfulfilled desires. In his final moments, he cast a greedy glance towards a distant abyss. Pu Qiu slowly closed his eyes, mentally reconstructing the scenes that unfolded among these individuals in their last moments. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. In a place so rife with death, why was there only one body belonging to the museum? Bewildered, Pu Qiu carefully sidestepped Xiaohua's corpse, bowing slightly in respect as was customary, before proceeding onward. This time, he had merely advanced 100 meters when he halted once more, now only 10 meters away from the deep pit of the divine tomb. Another familiar face awaited him, Tang Xian. The remnants of Tang Xian's right hand clutched a long sword, fixated on the horizon. Even in death, he exuded a formidable aura. Before him lay a trench, hewn through the earth, a testament to a fierce battle. The undead prison guards had descended through this very passage, standing at the periphery of the tomb to avoid the perils that might arise within, gazing at the lifeless form, for reasons unknown. Pu Qiu's mind instinctively conjured an image of Tang Xian wielding his sword, wildly and fearlessly, embodying a spirit resigned to death yet unafraid. Was this the essence of a unified heart and mind? Pu Qiu murmured softly, as the psychic energy surrounding him rippled gently, gaining further purity. Within his chest, another iron chain shattered, transforming into energy that melded with his being. Knowing full well he was destined for death, why did he continue onward? Pulchio pondered, as if questioning Tang Xian or perhaps himself. Regrettably, Tang Xian could provide no answers, and Pulchio found himself equally perplexed. Before Tang Xian's remains, he bowed once more. Approaching the fissure carved by the sword, however, as he drew near, the sword in Tang Xian's grasp suddenly trembled. Pulchio halted, glancing back. The hand that had so tightly held the long sword inexplicably relaxed. The blade clattered to the ground, its sharp tip embedding itself in the earth. Observing the meager branch in his own hand, Pulchio seemed to grasp something profound in that moment, and he faced Tang Xian again. Bowing deeply. Only then did he step forward, gently placing his hand upon the hilt of the sword, drawing it forth. The sound of the sword's resonance filled the air, a sharp yet somewhat gentle psychic energy flowing through the blade. Merging with Pulchio's OWN.IN that instant, his psychic power subtly expanded. Striking a natural affinity with this pale blue longsword, Pulchio found it far more manageable than the previous broken blade, serrated version. With the sword in hand, he approached the fissure, faint echoes of sounds emanating from the depths below. Pulchio leaped. However, given our current state, it is unrealistic to expect ourselves to depart from Hingeling. Han Shuangshuang spoke calmly, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth as she did so. The atmosphere grew tense. In the next moment, a dull sound reverberated, as if a heavy object had fallen from above. Who? As Pulchio had just landed, a chilling voice pierced the silence, and in an instant, Han Shuangshuang's long sword was poised at his throat, its accuracy and speed leaving no room for him to react. Even in the darkness, the physical prowess of the cave enlightenment realm utterly overwhelmed Pulchio. Pulchio? Before he could utter a word, a blind man in the corner slightly moved his ears, listening to Pulchio's breathing before inquiring. Yes. Pulchio nodded gently, remaining still. The sword was withdrawn. Then, Han Shuangshuang's voice rang out in anger. Who permitted you to enter Hingeling? This place is permeated with divine miasma. Those who enter are doomed. Are you not aware? What is the purpose of the guards stationed outside? Though her voice brimmed with fury, it also concealed a thread of concern derived from elder wisdom. My condition is somewhat unique. It poses no threat. Pulchio spoke softly from the shadows, momentarily rendering the tomb's perimeter silent. The notion of a successor emerging from such circumstances seemed indeed exceptional. Yet that does not justify recklessly traversing divine miasma. That would be too defiant. Voices echoed, casting glances towards Pulchio's position as if he were a monster, though they could not see him. It was said that successors were intimately linked with the fortunes of their respective factions, and it seemed true. He had arrived precisely when they required him. In the corner, Mu Lao's 7 orifices wept blood. Yet he smiled. The other undead prison guards bore similar expressions of mirth. Pulchio, however, appeared somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. On the last day of the annual peak rankings, my friends, please cast your votes. Search for annual peak rankings on Tomato, and lend your support to the Demon Suppression Gate. I would be immensely grateful. As long as we secure a place in the top 10, I shall enter a frenzied writing mode starting mid-next month. Love you all. Chapter 60. The Establishment of Fate. Mu Lao spoke rapidly, reiterating what he had just conveyed. Pulchio, take this message and exit Hingeling, remember. The others solemnly urged. What about you? After a brief silence, Pulchio suddenly inquired. The tomb fell quiet for a moment. Heh. Our withered forms shall rest alongside the divine. It is the best fate, Mu Lao replied with a smile, and as his words fell, the flow of blood from his orifices quickened. Pulchio stood still, rooted in thought. Ultimately, his voice, slightly hushed, resonated within the tomb. Knowing full well one is destined for death, why continue onward? Throughout his journey, upon encountering each lifeless body, a question had lingered in his heart. Such actions seemed to contradict his principles. In response to Pulchio's inquiry, Mu Lao chuckled. I once saw a video of you under surveillance on a forum, where you claimed your completion rate was 100%. Mu Lao asked. Pulchio nodded lightly in affirmation. Then why do you place such importance on that figure? Mu Lao pressed further. Pulchio pondered seriously. Because it is a transaction. Once an agreement is made, one must see it through. and besides, failure equates to a loss of wealth. Indeed, once an agreement is made, it must be fulfilled. From the moment we joined the fourth prison, we vowed to dedicate our lives to it. Is also a form of transaction, is it not? Mu Lao's gentle voice echoed from the darkness. Pu Qiu fell silent. He sensed a distinction between these two notions, yet could not articulate it, an unarticulated realization stirring within him, veiled by a thin layer of obscurity. At that moment, Han Shuangshuang spoke plainly. In life, there are matters that transcend one's existence, a heart with purpose, a mind with direction. If one hesitates, then the heart's intent remains unfulfilled. As her words faded, another soft voice emerged. Life consists of a series of choices. In the face of tumultuous waves, will one choose to preserve oneself, enduring in misery, or will one boldly roar, treading upon the waves? Everything is dictated by the heart. Ultimately, we choose what brings us comfort. Listening to the varied voices of the undead prison guards, some calm, others gentle, Pu Qiu felt himself entering a peculiar state. They were undeniably condemned souls, yet none revealed any sorrow within. Instead, Pu Qiu sensed liberation, a sense of clarity, an understanding. The path forged in the face of certain death, the journey undertaken with a clear conscience, the pursuit of a tranquil world. Only then could one truly be deemed a successor. Finally, Han Shuangshuang reiterated Pu Qiu's inquiry. Regardless of the treacherous cliffs ahead, the towering waves, or the rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, I seek the clarity of heart. When the mind is clear, there are no taboos. Pu Qiu's eyes glazed over, his thoughts meandering. After a lengthy pause, he regained his senses, his gaze brightening with a newfound understanding. Thud, thud. The sound of a heavy heartbeat resonated throughout the tomb. Everyone froze. In the next moment, a faint golden glow inexplicably emanated from Pu Qiu's body, dispelling some of the surrounding black mist and illuminating the faces of those present. They instinctively turned their gaze towards Pu Qiu, especially Han Shuangshuang, who fixated intently on Pu Qiu's heart. The oppressive sound, akin to a beating drum, instills a sense of solemnity and reverence. At this moment, within Qi Qiu's body, the remnants of chains encircling his heart continuously manifest intricate fissures, spreading with an exaggerated velocity. In the span of merely half a minute, the chain is riddled with cracks, teetering on the brink of shattering. As the heartbeat intensifies, the flow of blood within Qi Qiu's veins accelerates. The golden luminescence infused within him merging seamlessly. In a fleeting moment, ethereal silhouettes of stone pillars re-emerge behind him. Bang! A faint sound resonates from within Qi Qiu. With his eyes tightly shut, his eyelids flutter slightly. The chains have shattered completely, disintegrating into energy. They meld into every fiber of Qi Qiu's muscles. In that instant, the once lethargic heart regained its vibrant crimson hue, pulsating vigorously. In a heartbeat, the extraordinary phenomena behind Qi Qiu dissipated, leaving only traces of mental energy swirling around. Ultimately, they vanished. Qi Qiu quietly opened his eyes, his bright gaze now imbued with wisdom and maturity. Mind and will united, he shattered the heart and established his fate. Congratulations on entering the realm of destiny. If memory serves me right, he only became the heir a month ago. Extraordinary that we, in the fourth prison, have stumbled upon a treasure. A chorus of discussions erupted. Under the dim light, the remaining few from the undying prison, some pale-faced, others bleeding from their orifices and bearing physical deformities that rendered them a ghastly sight, nonetheless displayed an air of nonchalance, utterly unrecognizable as mortally wounded individuals, even debating whether Qi Qiu's looks might serve as a promotional boon for the fourth prison. What use is beauty? Nonsense. The heir from the 12th floor, perpetually clad in white robes, with a folding fan, is so ostentatious that countless young maidens are enamored, flocking to the 12th floor. Indeed, and what about that one from the Archaeology Bureau, with a physique chiseled from stone? The group whispered among themselves, expressing their disdain for the heirs of other factions and casting admiring glances at Qi Qiu, who appeared undeniably appealing, and unlike the others, was neither flamboyant nor a mere brute. Clean him up, and he surpasses them all. Certainly, our prison garb is dashing too. They chatted idly, only pausing to wipe away blood when it reached their lips, resuming their discussions until Qi Qiu reopened his eyes, at which point they fell silent. Qi Qiu, it's time for you to depart. The subsequent tasks shall be entrusted to you as in truth, I have a granddaughter, a blooming beauty at 28, whom you may meet after your departure. Your granddaughter is nearly 82. Is she not? The one nicknamed the Violent Demon? Begone. The group exchanged jests and curses before their smiles faded, all turning to Chichio. Chapter 61. Seeking the clarity of thought. Chichio, being an heir is a responsibility, yet we hope it shall not become a burden upon you. The youth shall manage his own affairs. Do not wait until middle age to regret your choices. May there come a day when you call the fourth prison home. And the fourth prison takes pride in you. Amidst the chorus of voices, filled with expectations for Chichio, the golden light enveloping his form dissipated entirely, returning everything to darkness. The gentle visages vanished completely. Yet, Chichio could still perceive the penetrating gazes filled with hope, piercing through the mist, fervently resting upon him, lingering without dispersing. In that moment, Chichio's expression grew solemn as he took a step back, raised his hands, and, emulating the unique manner of the fourth prison, interlaced his fingers with thumbs raised, bowing deeply. May all esteemed seniors tread the waves with grace. Having spoken, Chichio fell silent, turning away, placing one foot against the stone wall. Using his sword as a prop, and in a few leaps, returned to the ground. In an instant, the vast tomb chamber was left with only a few from the undying prison. After Chichio departed, the smiles of the remaining few gradually waned. Elder Mu hoisted the compass, muttering to himself. The needle on the compass spun wildly. After a considerable time, Elder Mu expelled a mist of blood, staggering as he nearly collapsed. Clutching the nearby stone wall to steady himself, the dragon's head position harbors the most intense resentment. If we can breach a gap beneath it, releasing a portion of the dragon blood, and infuse our own inherited power into the weaker points of resentment, we can temporarily incite a boiling of its malice, preventing further expansion. Elder Mu spoke weakly. How long can we hold it back? Han Shuangshuang gently nodded, inquiring. Elder Mu paused for a moment. One day? What if we appeal to the heavens? Han Shuangshuang pressed further. Still one day. Elder Mu sighed in reply. Such immense resentment is beyond our strength. All we can do is to cancel it, employing the natural order to disrupt its malice. One day. Is acceptable. Han Shuangshuang murmured, taking a deep breath, deciding. If so, let us act, indeed. Southeast, northwest, due east, due west. These points must be activated simultaneously. Elder Mu methodically indicated directions, and the group listened in silence until a minute later, they quietly traversed through the earth, dispersing without exchanging final farewells. Chichio stood once more upon the ground, glancing back at the deep pit that continued to emit surging black mist. Occasionally resonating with furious roars, the sounds were laden with anger and defiance. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, a series of muffled explosions erupted from beneath the pit. Following this, the ground caved in, streams of subterranean water gushed forth, flowing from the channels, scattering in all directions. The black mist within the pit weakened significantly. It seemed as if laughter echoed from the depths beneath. With waves crashing, I stride upon them, though the path ahead is fraught with peril. I shall forge my own way, only seeking the clarity of thought. Amidst the laughter, the deep pit was buried halfway. The roar from below intensified, the fury palpable. Some matters are more significant than life itself. Chichio mused, recalling a statement from one of the undying prison members, casting a final, profound glance at the pit before his slender frame moved onward. However, it was not a retreat. Rather, he ventured deeper. These undying prison members held matters more critical than life itself. And so did Chichio. Fan Xing had yet to be found. The life he owed remained unpaid. Yet, as those undying prison had said, even if the path ahead is fraught with challenges, I shall carve my own way through the thorns. This time, with no predecessors to pave the way, Chichio wore a faint smile, his heart calm as the wind ceased. The frail figure, sword in hand, traversed the entire ridge in just half an hour. He had accumulated several wounds. Even his favored green prison garb now bore several tears. Without granting Chichio a moment's respite, hordes of decayed corpses roared, approaching from the distance. Chichio could only weave through the woods, striving to evade encirclement. Yet, despite his efforts, the number of decayed corpses continued to swell. Branches, too, were now launching their assaults in a mere 100 meters. Chichio had taken half an hour, using his sword as a crutch, laboriously advancing step by step. His legs, back, and chest bore gruesome gashes. The only solace, perhaps, lay in Chichio's healing speed, which exceeded that of others. However, in the face of such intense combat, even his rapid healing paled in comparison. Had it not been for this sword, had he not entered the realm of destiny, he would have surely perished just moments ago. Chichio's complexion was ashen as he glanced back at the grove. The forest was strewn with severed limbs and blood. Chichio, drenched in blood, resembled a vengeful specter, his visage unrecognizable. Ahead, a few decayed corpses continued to wander aimlessly in the wilderness, poised to swarm upon Chichio the moment he drew near. Moreover, Chichio was uncertain what paths lay ahead, transforming into treacherous swamps. A moment's inattention could lead to irretrievable doom. Under such perilous circumstances, Chichio persistently sought alternate routes, attempting to discern Fan Xing's face among the corpses. Yet there was no sign of him. Chichio's expression remained serene, devoid of disappointment or retreat. He merely traversed the ridge in silence. Half a day later, he appeared as a wild man, tattered clothing, numerous scars. The sword, too, was obscured beneath the bloodstains, its original form unrecognizable. This ridge was nearly fully traversed. Most importantly, Chichio himself was on the verge of exhaustion. He leaned against a tree, slowly sinking to the ground, panting lightly as he gently wiped his sword to restore its luster. Behind him, the roars continued unabated, but Chichio seemed oblivious, silently plucking a few herbs from the roadside, crushing their leaves and applying the paste to himself. In an instant, dark mist surged along with the sap, rapidly entering Chichio's body. This was a recent discovery. As he applied the herb juice containing the black mist, he could evade the pursuit of the decayed corpses, but conversely, this juice would expedite the decay of the body's organs. It could be said that the drawbacks outweighed the benefits. However, for someone with Chichio's unique constitution, it is rather fitting. After a substantial half-hour of rest, Chichio finally managed to rise, skillfully navigating through the woods, deftly avoiding the numerous corpses strewn across the ground while meticulously observing their faces. These were all formidable inheritors in life. Even in death, they would linger for a while before succumbing to decay, which was Chichio's primary objective. Yet still, there was nothing. Furthermore, as he continued to move, his misfortune compounded as he encountered a mutated tree, impervious to the plant's juices. The robust branches suddenly lashed out, and Chichio adeptly dodged, retreating 2 steps backward, inadvertently stepping upon a corpse's finger. Hissing, "Damn! Let go, it hurts." A feeble voice suddenly erupted, cursing, but after just a couple of words, it coughed twice and fell silent again, seemingly fainting once more. Chapter 62. Are you really here to save someone? Chichio was momentarily taken aback. However, under the onslaught of 2 branches, he found it impossible to divert his attention, and could only accidentally place his foot on the previous spot to probe again. Hiss! Which damn corpse is blind? Even the dying are being stepped on. This step was particularly heavy, causing the recently unconscious corpse to awaken once more with a groan, instinctively cursing, its breath slightly more robust, stepping on the adjacent old fellows. Speaking, the voice grew weak again, ultimately falling silent. Chichio did not turn back, still earnestly evading the 2 branches, weaving through the gaps, and at last, a hint of a smile appeared on his solemn face. After a full minute, seizing the moment when the branches paused, Chichio advanced, driving his sword into the trunk of one of the trees. Blood sprayed forth, and the branches drooped feebly. The remaining branch, now isolated, was easily dispatched by Chichio, who was quite familiar with the task. Only when the 2 trees fell silent, and the surrounding danger dissipated, did Chichio exhale a slight breath of relief. Shaking the blood from his sword and glancing backward, the moment Chichio's gaze locked onto Fan Xing, he was momentarily at a loss for words. After encountering Fan Xing, he suddenly felt that corpses were, in fact, rather clean and sanitary. The bloodied, mangled back, the distorted, deformed arms, the face covered in mud and bloodstains. In any case, if a vulture were to arrive at this moment, it would not even need to wait. It could feast immediately, fresh, warm, ready to eat right out of the bag. Beside him lay another corpse. It appeared even more wretched than Fan Xing upon closer inspection. It was little more than a lump of flesh. Yet, peculiarly, this lump of flesh still breathed the vitality of the Wookieejing. Chicho murmured to himself, momentarily feeling a headache. In contrast, a mere corpse was somewhat easier to handle, but this half-alive state was far more troublesome. A slight jolt during transport could easily prove fatal, just like Suhi back then, dying in the tomb. If I carry you away, it's still paying you back a life if I die on the way. Doesn't that mean I owe yet another life? Chicho scratched his head, muttering incessantly. After enduring 2 wars at Chicho's hands, Fan Xing gradually began to show signs of revival from his deep stupor. His parched, pallid lips were constantly parting and closing. The water in the black mist is undrinkable. More to give. Chicho grumbled, glancing at Fan Xing with a hint of disdain, but still raised his sword, cutting open his palm and allowing his blood to drip onto Fan Xing's pale lips. Feeling the nourishing liquid, Fan Xing instinctively licked his lips, but Chicho suddenly retracted his hand. Drinking too much blood could lead to infectious diseases. Saying this, Chicho clenched his fist, propping Fan Xing up against a tree, while he quietly sat nearby, waiting. As for the other living lump of flesh, Chicho pretended not to see it. Time ticked away. Suddenly, Fan Xing coughed violently twice, opened his eyes, greedily inhaling the air. His deathly pale face bore no signs of vitality, yet his lips were inexplicably crimson, creating a disturbingly twisted appearance. Who the hell stepped? Chicho? Fan Xing's consciousness lingered in the previous moment, cursing without a second thought. However, he had only spoken half his words when he caught sight of Chicho beside him, dazed and questioning. Chicho nodded, carefully observing Fan Xing's condition, akin to checking eyelids, examining the tongue, tugging at Fan Xing's arms, then standing still, analyzing seriously. The physical condition is better than I imagined. Carrying you through the chaotic battle. The chance of survival is 50%. Upon realizing this, Chicho sighed in relief, and under Fan Xing's puzzled gaze, he moved to the side, casually unfastening a corpse's belt, approaching Fan Xing, and threading the belt over his shoulders. Why are you here? Also, what are you planning to do? Fan Xing finally regained his senses, subconsciously asking, especially after witnessing Chicho's professional binding technique. He felt an inexplicable chill. Why, brother has awakened. So I owe you a life. Here to repay, we do not like to owe favors. Chicho muttered to himself, tugging tightly to secure Fan Xing, then finding a slightly softer belt, threading it through the ropes repeatedly to bind him. The final result resembled a backpack. The shoulder straps were 2 soft pant belts. The backpack is Fan Xing. He was almost curled into a ball, hugging his knees in a somewhat awkward posture. However, Chicho should find it quite comfortable to carry. Chicho first tested the durability of the belts, confirming they were secure before attempting to carry Fan Xing. Wait a moment. Can you give me a second to process the information in between? Cough. Fan Xing exclaimed in terror, hastily calling out, his emotions too intense, resulting in another round of coughing. Chicho released his grip, looking at him in confusion. You came to save me? Fan Xing exhaled, finally having time to think, pointing at Chicho, asking. Chicho nodded at that time. The tomb raiders attempted to force their way into the tomb, and Xiao Hua called upon the sages of the past, leading them through the river of history to slay the higher-ups of the animal world raiders, sacrificing himself in the process. Then, Fan Xing felt a headache coming on, his brow furrowed, yet he continued to recall. But under the stimulation of the ancestral aura, the being within the divine tomb suddenly erupted, and the divine mire surged violently. Old Lu and I were utterly unable to resist. We could only risk our lives to dive in, attempting to locate the burial chamber, using our lives as anchors for a brief seal. Yet at that time, the mire was exceedingly tumultuous, and both Old Lu and I were already gravely injured, unconscious. Where is Old Lu? As he continued to replay the events, Fan Xing seemed to sense something, abruptly looking at Chicho and asking. Chicho fell into contemplation. Then he raised his hand, pointing to the indistinct lump of flesh beside them. Is that what you were referring to? Damn! Quickly save him. Fan Xing rolled over, sitting up, but due to the manner of his binding, designed to resemble a ball, when he sat up, he lost control and spun in place a few times, crashing into Lu Hongchang, flesh version. Faintly, it seemed the sound of bones cracking echoed, accompanied by the soft texture of flesh, and the inhumane wails, Damn. The mouth of that lump of flesh suddenly emitted a pained scream. The sound reverberated across the ridge. In the distance, several wandering corpses abruptly halted in their tracks, gazing this way. The next second, Chichio promptly grabbed a branch and stuffed it into the mouth of Lu Hongchang, flesh version. The screams abruptly ceased. Chapter 63, 5-Star Courier, Open for Business Uked. What are you doing again? Fan Xing rolled around in place like a rocking chair, looking at Chichio in bewilderment. His loud shouting would attract the corpses. Chichio pointed at Lu Hongchang, calmly explaining, but this could suffocate him. Fan Xing clicked his tongue, finally stabilizing his stance, resembling a pig hanging upside down, no longer swaying. That was you who pressed down first. Chichio feigned innocence. Fan Xing glared at him. Meanwhile, that lump of flesh clutched the stick, continuously emitting muffled sounds. Remove the stick first? Fan Xing looked pained, appearing quite remorseful, exchanging a silent glance with Chichio. Chichio slowly moved his feet, cautiously approaching to remove the stick. The next second, Fan Xing, you little thief, old man Day, you? That aged voice, though remarkably weak, was interspersed with a robust resonance, creating a peculiar sensation. At first, Fan Xing listened with a smile, but as time wore on, his expression darkened, ultimately turning into an impassive gaze directed at Chichio. Put the stick back, we are leaving. Oh, all right. Chichio nodded, showing no inclination to intervene. In fact, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, carrying an extra burden would only diminish the odds of survival. Moreover, this individual was not even clad in prison garb. That indicated he was not one of their own. Stop. You are Chichio? Right? The heir of the fourth prison. As Chichio drew closer, Lu Hongchang swiftly altered his tone, a radiant smile emerging from his bloodied visage. At that moment, blood flowed freely. Chichio tightened his grip on the wooden stick. I understand your rules, a transaction, right? 100% completion rate. I will pay for my life. Cough, cough. Lu Hongchang kept shouting, ultimately spewing a mist of blood, appearing even more tragic. Chichio abruptly paused, retracting the wooden stick he had just raised, his face contorting as he forced a professional smile, exuding warmth and friendliness. How may I assist you? Take me out, you quote. After a tumultuous surge of emotions, Lu Hongchang fell back into a state of weakness. Uttering in a faint voice, Chichio did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and scrutinized the conditions of the two individuals. After careful contemplation, he tentatively proposed, how about 100,000, deal, methane coverage. No signal, out of Hengling, direct transfer. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Hongchang agreed emphatically. His eyes gleamed with an eagerness that suggested he feared Chichio might rescind his offer. Chichio stood frozen. His expression was one of disbelief. His eyes fixed on Lu Hongchang. You said, deal, Lu Hongchang reaffirmed. You underquoted. Chichio inhaled deeply, gripping the branch tightly, yet striving to maintain his professional demeanor while smiling in service. Lu Hongchang blinked, as if he had realized something, and weakly added, if you perform exceptionally well on this journey, I might provide a bonus. Understood. Chichio's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, tossing aside the wooden stick and turning his attention back to Fan Xing. Deep in thought, in that instant, a chill ran down Fan Xing's spine, an ominous premonition creeping in. What are you thinking? He asked warily. Chichio remained silent, circling around Fan Xing twice, then crouching down to pinch his skin. Muttering to himself, Senior Fan Xing, can your physical strength support you in dragging yourself along the ground? Huh? Fan Xing gasped in shock. Yet Chichio continued earnestly. Senior Lu Hongchang is more severely injured and needs rest. If you can take on the role of A-Plank, allowing him to lean on you, perhaps his journey will be more comfortable. For some inexplicable reason, looking into Chichio's polite eyes made Fan Xing feel a shiver down his spine. I am the deputy warden of the fourth prison. I know I am your superior. I know. You still owe me a life. Indeed. A question and an answer. From a distance, Lu Hongchang, observing the exchange, struggled to suppress his laughter. His body twitching grotesquely, resembling a mass of rotten flesh in motion. Even in such a state, there remained a flicker of vitality. He could still smile, truly, a master of the fifth Qi realm. I will also pay 100,000. If the service is satisfactory, I will provide a bonus. Whatever he offers, I will match. Caught between the client and the plank, Fan Xing unhesitatingly chose the former. Indeed. The moment those words left his lips, Chi Chiu responded with an equally radiant smile, omitting any mention of burdening him with the role of the plank. Instead, he scanned the surroundings, eventually dashing towards a tree, raising his long sword and relentlessly hacking away. Under the sharp sword light, the trees fell. Chi Chiu crouched beside the fallen timber, meticulously trimming the branches. 1, 2. Half an hour later, a rudimentary donkey cart had taken shape. The only regret was that the four wheels were not perfectly round and lacked tires. But it was serviceable for travel, mortise and tenon construction. You know how to do this? Fan Xing could not help but inquire. Meanwhile, Lu Hongchang had already succumbed to unconsciousness once more. I studied carpentry for 2 years. They say it pays well. Unfortunately, you need to go to the East Lake District for that. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Chi Chiu's eyes as he casually remarked, testing the sturdiness of the donkey cart. Why go to the East Lake District? Fan Xing, still youthful and possessing more vitality than Lu Hongchang, engaged in conversation with Chi Chiu. Because the people in the West Lake District are not fond of paying. Chi Chiu pondered for a moment, providing a relatively comprehensible descriptor. Oh, the residential area versus the slums. I understand. Every city has them, Fan Xing realized, then scrutinized Chi Chiu with newfound curiosity. This time, Chi Chiu appeared astonished as he gazed at Fan Xing and asked, since you leaders are aware, why not take some steps to improve things? In the underground world, I am the dignified deputy warden of the 4th prison. Yet in the outside world I am merely a physical education teacher at the 5th affiliated high school. Often plagued by illness, Fan Xing explained with a smile, leaving one speechless. But soon, as he gazed up at the sky, lost in thought, he added, moreover, sometimes, only in chaotic times, can extraordinary talents emerge. Creating chaos in the world is unattainable. But one can create chaos in part, though nurtured you. As Fan Xing reached this point, he abruptly ceased, casting a deep glance at Chi Chiu. Sometimes, those in power above are far more rational, more composed, and devoid of humanity. Chapter 64. The security brought by additional payment. Are you implying? Chi Chiu seemed to grasp something. Yet Fan Xing smiled and shook his head, interrupting Chi Chiu's impending words. Imparting a significant remark. Do you believe that the true rulers of the underground world would relinquish their control over the human realm? This question remained unanswered. Neither Chi Chiu nor Fan Xing could provide a response. Lu Hongchang, in a daze, opened his eyes again, wanting to say something, but ultimately chose silence. Some matters cannot be openly discussed. When placed under the spotlight, how do they reconcile their existence? Do they maintain their true selves, mingling with the light, or do they remain silent, willingly descending into depravity? In any case, amidst the atmosphere of silence, Chi Chiu gathered numerous weeds and leaves, piling them together, drying them over a fire before evenly spreading them across the newly fashioned donkey cart. Once all was completed, Chi Chiu wiped the sweat from his brow, untied the reins still wrapped around Fan Xing, carefully assisting him onto the cart's roof, then employing the same method to hoist Lu Hongchang up. Inquiring with great consideration, this flight is about to commence. Your survival rate is estimated at 50%, while yours is regrettably only 20%. Gentlemen, before we set off, do you wish to draft a will? Of course, I also offer video recording services. Guaranteed high definition. As he spoke, Chi Chiu raised his hands, dusting off his clothing, then retrieved his phone from his pocket, smiling at the two men. Fan Xing, upon seeing Chi Chiu's phone, felt utterly undone. That phone was a gift from me. Indeed, thank you for your generosity. Chi Chiu did not rebut. Instead, his smile grew more courteous and sincere. However, this led both clients to exchange a glance, falling into silence as they withdrew their gazes. Are you truly not considering writing a will? This service is complimentary. Moreover, it is guaranteed to be delivered to your doorstep. Chi Chiu continued to promote his business, and upon confirming their disinterest, he sighed and pocketed his phone. Muttering, every time I feel like I might die, I fantasize about having a will with that. Chi Chiu untangled the segments of the belts, approaching the two clients and wrapping them around their limbs, securing the other ends to the corresponding points on the donkey cart. In an instant, the cart bore two Thai characters. What are you doing? Fan Xing's voice trembled involuntarily as he faced Qi Qiu's relentless actions. The habitual curse words he usually uttered were suppressed, and he appeared notably more refined. The situation was even worse for Lu Hongchang, at his age. Much of his once lush white hair had fallen out, leaving only a mass of flesh, still bound. For shock absorption. This way, your survival rate can increase by about 5%. Qi Qiu introduced with a smile. Originally appearing quite unwilling, Fan Xing's expression transitioned to one of natural ease. Come, help me check if it's tightly bound, and if not, have Lo Lao remove 2 straps from his belt and bring them over. My life is at stake. Nonsense. My life is of no use. Lu Hongchang muttered weakly. Realistically speaking, you're already quite old. Even if you make an effort, you won't live many more years, but I am different. I still have hope of reaching the inheritance realm, Fan Xing instantly retorted. During their struggle against the Black Mist, the two had fought valiantly. Yet, in their flight, each was more terrified than the other. This stark contrast, though striking, felt strangely harmonious. I am, but in my early 50s, merely appearing older, Lu Hongchang said with a cold smile. Fan Xing scolded angrily. He is the heir of our 4th prison. If we don't eliminate you from the Archaeological Bureau, it would be an affront to our integrity. But I am currently his client. I will pay an additional 10,000 for my sense of security. True to his older age, Lu Hongchang quickly assessed Qi Qiu's pulse and remarked with a smile, indeed. As his words fell, Qi Qiu silently walked into the distance, disappearing from their view. Moments later, from the distant jungle, sounds reminiscent of a struggle and low growls echoed. 3 minutes passed, and Qi Qiu returned, smiling as he held 2 blood-stained straps, striding towards them with purpose and thoughtfully wrapping them around Lu Hongchang's waist to prevent any potential injury during vigorous movement. One must admit, Qi Qiu's service was truly commendable. The comfortable dry grass, albeit awkwardly tied, made the ride in the donkey cart less unbearable than before, despite the swaying that made them feel slightly nauseous. Unexpectedly, the 2 old men found themselves reliant on a younger individual for salvation. Lu Hongchang gazed skyward, feeling somewhat contemplative, to avoid embarrassment. I can only look up at the sky, if I recall correctly. Just half a month ago, your Archaeological Bureau was calling for his head. Fan Xing smirked disdainfully. Lu Hongchang's face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure. Absolutely not. Upon first seeing the photographs, I felt a connection with young Qi Qiu. How could I engage in such disgraceful acts? If you don't believe me, check the forums. Our Archaeological Bureau has always voiced support for Qi Qiu. His words were delivered with righteous fervor, yet they only elicited a derisive laugh from Fan Xing. Both were well aware of the reality behind the scenes. Just as Fan Xing prepared a barrage of scathing remarks to deliver a decisive blow to Lu Hongchang, the donkey cart jolted violently. Both men were momentarily disoriented. Moments later, Qi Qiu's apologetic voice reached them. Sorry, we were ambushed by a corpse. With that, the cart rolled over the fallen body and continued its arduous journey through the treacherous terrain. The path was fraught with peril, yet these 2 masters of the 5 Qi realm could do nothing but place their hopes in the young Qi Qiu, utterly incapable of offering any assistance. Alas, that it truly befitting for the heir of our 4th prison. Reliable in critical moments, Fan Xing spoke softly. Lu Hongchang took a deep breath, resolutely closing his eyes and ignoring Fan Xing completely. The only sound was the creaking of the cart as it progressed through the silent woods. Night, light rain. The 12th floor. A building that exuded an ancient charm, still brightly lit even in the dead of night, where individuals rushed past, files clutched in hand, with scarcely a moment to pause for a drink. It was said that the 12th floor held 1 department per level, regulating the world. Each level's master was a true titan of the underground realm, and the master of the building, shrouded in legend, was even more inscrutable. At this moment, on the 5th floor terrace, 2 figures stood side by side, gazing into the distance. Chapter 65. The 12th floor. The ridge cannot hold much longer. On the left, a somewhat disheveled middle-aged man, sporting a hint of stubble on his chin and a cigarette dangling from his lips, looked towards the ridge and spoke softly. He seemed to carry an inherent air of melancholy. Merely standing there exuded a sense of sorrow. Especially when his eyes narrowed and he exhaled a plume of smoke, the feeling of despondency deepened. Beside him stood a short, dark-skinned elder, adorned with a string of various bottles and jars at his waist. Every movement he made produced a series of crisp sounds. "What is the situation over at Tianqi?" The elder did not answer but instead posed a question in return. "The situation is stabilizing. However, the great tomb deep within the great wilderness remains at risk of collapsing." The middle-aged man appeared increasingly agitated, taking another deep drag from his cigarette. The acrid smoke drifted across the terrace, carried by the wind. "Most importantly, is what lies beneath us." The elder withdrew a smoking pipe from his waist, taking a puff as smoke lingered in the air. The middle-aged man fell silent once more. "The master's decree is to remain closed for 1 year. If the entity beneath us breaks free, it will spell true disaster. This rule must be upheld." The cool night breeze rustled the elder's jars, producing a soft, clattering sound. The middle-aged man, frustrated, extinguished his cigarette and retrieved another, reigniting it and placing it back in his mouth, amplifying the aura of sorrow that surrounded him. "Yet my thoughts remain unfulfilled, to witness the ridge's destruction. To see 3 cities fall into calamity, I cannot allow it." He inhaled deeply once more, the faint glow of the ember illuminating his resolute, unassuming face in the darkness. "Indeed, the rumors circulating in the outside world are plentiful, whose heart has found solace. But as the master stated, the being beneath us is the true behemoth. This year, come what may." The elder sighed, attempting to offer comfort. However, before he could finish, the middle-aged man interrupted. "But I belong to the 4th prison. Ha! The Archaeological Bureau is my life's work." The elder chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head. This time, the one truly enraged should be old Sue. Humph! If the museum had provided timely support, how could the ridge have encountered such trouble? Old Sue, as the museum's director, cannot escape blame. Were it not for Xiao Hua, he would. The middle-aged man scoffed, choosing to remain silent. At this moment, the moon hung high in the starry sky, casting a faint glow over the earth and illuminating the silver prison character emblazoned across the middle-aged man's chest. "The tomb of the deity has manifested time and again. The underground realm is in disarray. We, the inheritors of the inheritance realm, are compelled to take on responsibilities. Yet some still believe that this world is at peace. Once the entity beneath us is sealed away, we should venture forth, though it is a pity for the ridge." As he concluded, the elder tapped the ashes from his pipe, sighing as he placed his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. "Humph!" The middle-aged man snorted coldly, raising his hand and striking the terrace railing with force. With every movement, his psychic energy radiated. Yet, as his psychic energy surged, a faint golden chain materialized in the void, one end binding his right foot while the other delved deep into the earth beneath the 12th floor. Disappearing into the abyss, the elder merely cast a casual glance at this scene. "Control your internal psychic energy. Do not allow that entity to find any weaknesses. Otherwise, the fruits of our 6 months' labor will become our burden." The middle-aged man inhaled deeply, his psychic energy gradually retracting, his gaze returning to a semblance of calm, though a hint of frost still lingered in his eyes. The sorrow that perpetually emanated from him remained, even intensified. Yet ultimately, the thoughts remain unfulfilled. What exactly do we, these so-called inheritors, amount to if the ridge cannot be defended? How can we achieve peace? The middle-aged man spoke softly, extinguishing his cigarette. The elder remained silent. And in that moment, the two seemed to merge into the darkness. Time passed, tick by tick, within the building. Figures were busily engaged, whether sorting documents or sketching intricate patterns on blueprints, until a pitch-black crow spread its wings, elegantly landing on the railing before them. The master's decree, the 4th-level master of the 12th floor, Chu Xiaotian, and the 5th-level master, An Han, are to rest for 1 day. Report back to the 12th floor in 24 hours. The crow's voice was hoarse and grating, yet to the two men at this moment, it sounded like celestial music. The master has not abandoned the ridge. Let us go. Without hesitation, the two men, whose ages totaled nearly 150 years, resolutely supported themselves on the terrace railing, preparing to leap down. Wait a moment, the breathless voice suddenly called from behind. Both men halted in their tracks, turning to look back. An emaciated old man, with merely a handful of strands of hair remaining atop his head, clad in a tank top and shorts, approached from a distance, clutching a large wooden box. This object, One might consider it a means of atonement for our museum. However, after only a few strides, the exertion seemed remarkably strenuous for the elderly man, who collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his nearly bald head glistening with sweat. The two exchanged a glance. "The disastrous state of your museum is beyond our concern," remarked the middle-aged Chu Xiaotian in a nonchalant tone. I understand. Yet, we must do something for Hingeling. As for that bunch of rascals at the museum, once the seal on that object is secured, I shall take matters into my own hands." At the last words, a glint of ferocity flashed in the old man's eyes. Ayan Hun observed this scene and scoffed. "The philosophy of your museum, devoted entirely to nurturing burial artifacts throughout one's life, has rendered your body utterly useless, and yet you speak of clearing your way. You want to even be able to find a cab to reach the museum. Let me see what you have prepared." With these words, An Hun opened the wooden box, his pupils dilating as he stood frozen in shock. Is that a sage's theatrical robe? Inside the box lay a blue attire, quietly arranged. Indeed, this is the garment worn by the illustrious ancestor of the Qingyi classification during performances. Imbued with a trace of the ancestor's spirit, once a song is sung, it should dispel the grievances of Hingeling. The thin old man from the museum smiled apologetically. This item, on ordinary days, you wouldn't even allow anyone to gaze upon it. An Hun fixed a deep gaze upon the old man, closing the box. "Time is of the essence. Let us depart." The two exchanged another glance, and in the next moment, An Hun and Chu Xiaotian leapt from the fourth floor. Free falling downwards in the darkness, a colossal bird flapped its wings, soaring from a distance to catch the two with steady grace, carrying them away into the night. Its eye sockets were devoid of life, its pupils vacant. Yet, paradoxically, it could soar through the skies. On the terrace, the old man watched as the ominous bird, brimming with death's aura, vanished into the distance, letting out a sigh of relief, murmuring, "May this serve as a means of atoning for some sins. The path of the museum must not end in the hands of these people." Chapter 66. The Return Journey. Hiss. The old man suddenly felt a blockage in his dantian. The flow of blood to his right leg encountering a clear obstruction. His entire right leg had lost sensation. Could it be that it has been completely corroded by the marsh gas? Lo Hongchang lay feebly upon the donkey cart, bound and unable to move, having gone without food and water for an extended period, compounded by continuous bleeding from his wounds, rendering him on the brink of death. Fan Xing appeared no better off. His lips were parched and pale, he swallowed hard, forcing out a hoarse voice. Is there a possibility that I am pressing down on your leg?" Lo Hongchang stiffened, his head, resembling a mass of decayed flesh, twisted to look at Fan Xing, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to utter two words, "You bastard." Bang! A muffled sound suddenly echoed through the air. From the soil, two decayed corpses abruptly emerged, their sharp claws lunging towards Qiqiu, their bodies crashing heavily against the right wheel. The wheel shattered. The donkey cart began to sink. Just as it seemed the cart would topple, Qiqiu swiftly crouched down, using his shoulder to brace against the right side of the cart, barely managing to stabilize it. The price of this act was a bloody gash inflicted upon his abdomen by one of the corpses. Qiqiu frowned slightly, drawing his sword to use as a crutch, supporting the right side of the cart, while he took the opportunity to slip behind the corpse, seizing its head and forcefully smashing it against the ground. The scene was gruesomely vivid. Half a minute later, the two corpses were again buried in the earth, while Qiqiu remained slightly hunched, gasping for breath. With each breath, his wound oozed blood, pooling into the soil, staining it a dark crimson. Why didn't you dodge? Although unable to witness the unfolding chaos, both Fan Xing and Lu Hongchang were seasoned veterans, having navigated the underworld for years. Merely by sound, they could visualize the entire scenario in their minds. Given your physical conditions, a single blow and I could practically claim your bodies directly. As Qiqiu spoke, he tore a strip from his blue prison garb, fashioning it into a bandage to tightly wrap around his abdominal wound. The pain elicited a muffled groan from Qiqiu, yet he quickly regained his composure, even managing to flash a smile at the two. "Gentlemen, we shall continue on our journey." With one wheel missing, the majority of the cart's weight bore down on Qiqiu's shoulder. The muddy terrain made each step a struggle, pulling him deeper into the muck. Unbeknownst to him, Chichio was now covered in grime. Nevertheless, he persevered, dragging the cart onward, relying on instinct to navigate around various dangers. Silence enveloped the cart. The two men had even lost the strength to bicker. Unintentionally, they gazed upon Chichio's silhouette, their eyes reflecting a mix of complexity and emotion. Logically, he had secured the door to the fourth prison, thus owed them nothing, the transaction. The responsibility, a faint smile inexplicably appeared on Fan Xing's face. Even Lu Hongchang's eyes glimmered with a hint of envy, speaking of which the inheritors of their archaeological bureau's current generation. Inexplicably, Lu Hongchang recalled his own kin, and his expression darkened instantly. The journey was fraught with obstacles. Yet they pressed on. The frail youth bore the weight of the donkey cart upon his shoulders, using his sword as a staff, occasionally slaying the rotting corpses, trudging through the mire, stumbling repeatedly yet rising tenaciously each time. The distance to the path carved by the undying prison was merely 3 kilometers, yet it took Chichio an entire day to traverse it. Only when dusk fell did they finally emerge onto the plain. In the distance, they could even glimpse the buried deep pit, however. At this moment, under the onslaught of grievances, the earth covering the pit had begun to shift, revealing tendrils of black mist seeping from within. Once they crossed this tomb, the road ahead would be easier. Chichio murmured softly on the cart. Fan Xing and Lu Hongchang had unknowingly closed their eyes, slipping into unconsciousness, with only the faintest breaths betraying their continued existence. Chichio withdrew his gaze, slightly adjusting his shoulders, and once more tugged at the cart, pressing on through the moonlit plain and the vast expanse of desolation. One man and one cart appeared as insignificant as ants, devoid of presence, as if a gust of wind could scatter them. Yet they persisted, striving steadfastly towards their goal. Step by step, are still alive. Fan Xing groggily opened his eyes, gazing at the night sky. Feeling the jostling of the cart, weakly nudging Lu Hongchang with his toes. His stopped pain. It felt as if he had kicked a wound, causing Lu Hongchang to draw in a sharp breath as he too opened his eyes. The two locked gazes, momentarily filled with sentiment. Only a final stretch remains, and we shall be safe in the cool night. Chichio spoke softly, his back soaked with sweat, mingling with dried bloodstains, as for his right shoulder. It had long been rubbed raw and bloody by the rough wooden handle. Blood dripped from the bandage wrapped around Chichio's waist, pooling on the ground, evoking a sense of tragedy. Put us down, you should walk on your own. Witnessing this scene, Fan Xing fell into a brief silence, letting out a soft sigh before speaking slowly. However, Chichio remained silent, resolutely taking another step forward. Below his knees, the mud clung to him. Until they crossed the deep pit, the path forged by predecessors lay before them. Before dawn, they could exit this hingling. Yes, their movement, Fan Xing and Lu Hongchang exclaimed almost in unison. Although they had lost the ability to assist Chichio, they too endeavored to contribute as much as they could. Almost instantaneously upon sensing the disturbance, both men became alert. Chichio halted, glancing back. The deep pit, buried beneath the yellow earth, began to collapse once more. A wave of terrifying grievances surged from the depths, spreading outward. Wails echoed, accompanied by chaotic footsteps. Countless rotting corpses, writhing grotesquely, crawled from the pit, sniffing the air, then accurately charging towards Chichio and the others. The grievances erupted. The horde of corpses within the tomb charged forth. This was the prelude to the opening of the grave. Chichio, go. Don't worry about us anymore. Fan Xing's expression shifted to one of gravity as he lay on the cart. Struggling and urgently shouting, Lu Hongchang sighed, echoing, Chichio, go. They will tear us apart, and it will take them more than 10 seconds, which can at least serve as our final contribution. Chapter 67. The 100 Schools of Thought in the face of the two men's anxious urgings. Chichio said nothing but silently unloaded the donkey cart, carefully placing it upon the ground. On the right shoulder, the flesh was a gruesome sight, a mangled mass from which blood and fluids continued to seep, trickling slowly down the back. Naturally, due to the absence of a wheel, the donkey cart was unavoidably tilted to the right. The two individuals bound to the cart resembled marionettes suspended in midair. Relegated to the role of silent spectators in the distance, the cadavers surged forth relentlessly. The heavy footfalls echoed through the night, resembling the rhythmic beating of war drums. Although 100 meters separated them from Chichio, An oppressive sensation loomed large. Chi Chiu, you truly cannot endure this. Fan Xing struggled weakly, but given his current physical state, merely surviving had already reached the limits of his endurance. The completion rate had plummeted. Next time a job comes in, the price must be lowered. This is what old Ma from our town taught us, and I find it quite reasonable. Under the night sky, Chi Chiu turned his head to glance at the donkey cart leaning at an angle behind him. A smile breaking across his face. You previously mentioned, how do we calculate the remuneration for our transaction? Fan Xing was momentarily stunned. He instinctively replied, priceless. Indeed, priceless. His filthy face, parched lips, and body riddled with scars. Yet, paradoxically, Chi Chiu's eyes shone with brilliance. His smile bore a hint of pride, accompanied by a youthful confidence unique to his age. I am the foremost assassin of the West Town. In the brief interlude of conversation, the horde of corpses had closed in to within 50 meters of Chi Chiu. Meanwhile, Chi Chiu, under Fan Xing's anxious gaze, calmly spread his arms, allowing blood to flow down his limbs, his gaze cast downward. Suddenly, when Chi Chiu lifted his head once more, his eyes were ablaze with a dazzling golden light. The myriad schools of thought. With Chi Chiu's murmurs, the void behind him began to warp. Pillars, straddling the line between reality and illusion, emerged inexplicably from the ground, emanating a gentle glow that illuminated the surroundings, and there stood Chi Chiu, at the very center of the stone pillars, bathed in their radiant light. Sacred, majestic, the myriad schools of thought. The myriad schools of thought? Fan Xing and Lu Hongchang simultaneously sensed the key phrase, their pupils constricting as they exchanged glances. Could he have inherited the essence of the myriad schools of thought? Impossible. Such a grand discipline as Peking opera is divided into various roles like wuxing and qingyi to ensure distinct lineages. To obtain the complete inheritance, one must open the realm of peace, let alone the myriad schools of thought. But this commotion is indeed quite substantial. Perhaps he has inherited one of the schools among them. The two men hung precariously from the cart, adopting an exceedingly undignified posture. Engaged in fervent discussion, their originally frail voices gained a newfound strength, akin to a resurgence of vitality. As their dialogue progressed, the surrounding stone pillars appeared increasingly tangible, yet Chi Chiu's face grew ashen. Even so, he remained defiantly positioned among the stone pillars, gradually folding his arms behind his back, his golden gaze seemingly poised to pierce through the darkness. What truly astonished Fan Xing and Lu Hongchang were the faint silhouettes that quietly materialized upon each stone pillar. Seated in a meditative posture atop their heights, seemingly engaged in profound discourse. Some exuded elegance and amiability, while others radiated a fierce and decisive energy. Each bore a distinct aura, yet all sat in opposition to one another. Whose grand ambitions has he inherited? Confucianism, legalism, militarism? None of those fit, indeed. But there is no school of poverty among the myriad schools of thought. As they spoke, the two exchanged glances, their curiosity deepening, their eyes fixated on Chi Chiu at the heart of the stone pillars. At that moment, Chi Chiu's voice resonated from afar. The myriad schools of thought, heed the command. His voice, though soft, rang clear amidst the not-so-silent wilderness. Calm, languid, yet tinged with a subtle authority. Upon uttering his command, the ethereal figures upon the pillars began to rise slowly. Bowing slightly towards Chi Chiu, the youth remained frail, his tattered garments a testament to his plight. Yet at this moment, he was the center of attention, exuding an unparalleled aura. What did he just say? Something about heeding the command? Damn, you're getting overly excited, but don't crush my leg. It's already fractured. No worries. The distant duo observing the spectacle widened their eyes in shocked eye in his excitement. Fan Xing pressed heavily on Lu Hongchang's leg. As Lu Hongchang cursed, Fan Xing, unperturbed, wore a knowing smile as he looked at Lu Hongchang. Initially startled, Lu Hongchang soon grasped the implication, falling silent. Meanwhile, Fan Xing's gaze returned to the battlefield in the distance. As Chi Chiu murmured, the figure atop one of the stone pillars became clearer, and soon after, the remaining pillars transformed into luminous specks, dispersing with the wind. The intangible figure standing atop the pillar bowed slightly to Chi Chiu from a distance. A steady voice echoed through the void. The Mahis schooled, heeds the command. With those words, the figure rose slowly, sweeping its wide sleeves. In the next moment, centered around Chi Chiu, a vortex of mental energy surged forth, ultimately coalescing into a tempest of psychic force. Luminous specks emerged from the air, coalescing into two massive crossbow carts before Chichio. Their grotesque and exaggerated design was particularly striking, especially the enormous, razor-sharp arrows that sent a chill down one's spine. Without a moment's pause, the various mechanisms whirred into action. The crossbow carts were activated. Arrows formed from psychic energy shot into the horde of corpses at an imperceptible speed. The ground beneath them erupted, dust flying everywhere. Likewise, the corpses pierced by the arrows exploded instantly into a cloud of blood mist. For a brief moment, earth, blood mist, and dust enveloped the distance. Only the relentless barrage of arrows continued its frenzied assault. The only regret was that these two crossbow carts lasted but 3 seconds and struggled to strike accurately. As time passed, the crossbow carts dissolved into the wind. The indistinct figure atop the stone pillar once again bowed to Chichio before transforming into light and vanishing. In an instant, the desolate land returned to silence. Within just half a minute, Chichio was utterly drained. Yet he still stood upright, sword in hand, defiantly facing the wilderness, his back turned to the two clients behind him. Even so, that hand trembled incessantly. As for Fan Xing and Lu Hongchang, they had fallen silent, their eyes glued to the distance. Until the dust settled, the earth returned to its place, and the blood mist faded. The scene in the distance reappeared in their view. Though it lasted merely 3 seconds, what they beheld was a sight to behold. Every corpse had been severed in half, reduced to mere chunks of flesh. Devoid of any movement, if one disregarded the various flaws of the crossbow carts and focused solely on their might, they were undoubtedly terrifying. Hist, if you were shot by that thing, would you die? Haha, don't forget, I am also a summoner. Just tell me, would you die? Would I be foolish enough to stand there and let him shoot me? Haha, you dare not respond. This indicates he might indeed be able to kill you. As Lu Hongchang's face flushed with indignation, he roared incessantly. Fan Xing, however, erupted into laughter, only to be interrupted by a violent cough, spewing forth a mist of blood, yet he continued to chuckle. Chapter 68, The Choice Poppycock. Although I have inherited the culture of paper cutting, the majority of my training has been in physical cultivation. Feel free to test it. Even if I were to die, it would never be in such a fragmented manner. Lu Hongchang snorted coldly after much effort, finally managing to utter those 2 sentences. Fan Xing laughed heartily. Lu Hongchang was about to say something more when he suddenly spewed forth a copious amount of blood. The crimson stream flowing unabated. Damn. You just splattered it on my face. Amidst the commotion, do take care, for with your dantian unsteady and mental energy swirling chaotically, isn't this a sign of impending doom? Even Fan Xing had not anticipated that their light-hearted banter would cause Lu Hongchang to completely lose control, unable to restrain his meridians any longer. To put it plainly, it's as if we are bantering someone to death. Chichio, hurry! Fan Xing called out from afar. Chichio's previously unfocused gaze gradually regained clarity as he slowly turned his head, bewildered. Upon noticing that his VVVIP client was in grave danger, he nearly stumbled forward, propping himself up with his sword. What must I do? Chichio wiped the blood from his palm, looking at Fan Xing and inquiring. Yet at that moment, the once frantic Fan Xing fell unexpectedly silent. Even Lu Hongchang, who was continuously bleeding but still held onto his sanity, seemed to have contemplated something, choosing not to call for help, instead slowly closing his eyes. Chichio, who among the myriad schools of thought do you know? Fan Xing asked earnestly. Chichio shook his head. This is the first time using it. He is the deputy curator of the Archaeological Bureau. The disturbance caused by the unearthed divine tomb has shaken the landscape. We have only just united, yet once we emerge, he will still be the greatest enemy of the 4th prison. And you, with such a terrifying inherited technique, are bound to be his ultimate target. After all, when the landscape is intact, the struggle for the Tao outweighs everything. In this moment, to kill him is to remain true to the landscape, true to one's heart. In this moment, the wilderness lay silent. Only the unhurried words of Fan Xing echoed through the void. Chichio was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at Lu Hongchang. Lu Hongchang coughed up another mouthful of blood, his entire being appearing to hang by a thread. Yet, upon sensing Chichio's gaze, he still managed to force a smile. You are absolutely correct. Your terrifying talent, will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our archaeological bureau in the future, a lethal one. Lu Hongchang did not conceal his sentiments, calmly fixing his gaze upon Qi Qiu. Fan Xing similarly directed his attention towards Qi Qiu. Weakly, Qi Qiu stood amidst the desolation, gripping the hilt of his sword. Silent eye in the darkness, even his expression was obscured, and one could fathom the thoughts swirling in his mind. What must I do? Until a gentle breeze swept by, causing Qi Qiu to shiver, cough, and repeat his earlier words. Muttering, I apologize. I lost too much blood and fainted for a few seconds. Qi Qiu, will you not reconsider? Fan Xing's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave. Qi Qiu, however, smiled back at him. I accepted his commission. He is my client. My task is to escort the client out of Hengeling, not to allow him to perish within it. As for the future, should he wish to kill me, I am the foremost assassin of Shizhen. Under the moonlight, Qi Qiu raised his chin with pride, embodying the youthful bravado as he approached Lu Hongchang. Channeling his mental energy, he sealed Lu Hongchang's dantian, heart, and connected the main meridian, blocking his lungs. Fan Xing grumbled in irritation, while Qi Qiu diligently followed Fan Xing's instructions. However, the mental energy within him was nearly depleted, and at that moment, he appeared exceptionally weak, as if he might collapse at any moment. Fan Xing hung limply, head downward, begrudgingly watching Qi Qiu's backside with a look of disdain. Focus, don't be careless, also. Old Ghost Lu, today you owe a significant debt to the fourth prison. What's it to you? Lu Hongchang weakly retorted. With your age and mere 5 Qi realm, if I were to live like you, I'd charge straight into the forbidden zone and end it myself, at least as a rotting corpse. My face would be obscured, sparing me the embarrassment. Fan Xing continued to ramble on, seemingly intent on provoking Lu Hongchang to his breaking point. Lu Hongchang merely snorted coldly, shutting his eyes and distancing himself from the fray. Only Qi Qiu remained steadfast, laboring tirelessly. Beads of sweat dripped incessantly from his forehead, his body swaying. The long night was impenetrable. Even the moonlight was largely shrouded by the encroaching darkness. Yet, fortunately, Lu Hongchang's bleeding finally ceased. However, due to excessive blood loss, he was still on the verge of collapse. Fan Xing too had lost the energy to bicker, closing his eyes to recuperate. Rest a while before we move on. Do you truly think yourself invincible? As Qi Qiu managed to stabilize Lu Hongchang's injuries, he staggered towards the donkey cart. Fan Xing finally opened his eyes again, looking at Qi Qiu's retreating figure. Cursing under his breath, daylight will reveal more uncertainties. It will affect your survival rate. Qi Qiu did not turn around. Instead, he kept his back to Fan Xing, speaking as he rewrapped the reins around his neck, shouldering the collapsed side and moving forward at a deliberate pace. After just a few steps, his figure swayed unsteadily, but he quickly regained his balance. The wooden splinters of the cart jabbed into Qi Qiu's shoulder. Yet he maintained his composure, continuing onward. Gradually, even the donkey cart began to stabilize, the creaking sounds echoing across the desolate land as Qi Qiu pulled the cart, passing by the revered sages of the Undying Prison. Moving further into the darkness, each time they passed a sage, Fan Xing and Lu Hongchang would struggle to nod in acknowledgement. The sacred ritual always emerges from silence. Before them lay a vast expanse of withered trees. As far as the eye could see, only deadwood remained. Every few hundred meters, a small base could be spotted, where personnel clad in museum work attire hurried past. This place was one of the forbidden zones guarded by the museum, including resource acquisition.it had once been overseen by the fourth prison. However, after the forbidden zone stabilized, it was handed over to the museum.in just a few short years. The museum had acquired a wealth of burials from this forbidden area, significantly enriching its inventory and bolstering its strength. Consequently, the museum routinely dispatched numerous employees to guard it, preventing tomb raiders from launching surprise attacks. Just as everything seemed as tranquil as ever, Song Jing held the token of Feng Changlin, hastily arriving with a dozen museum personnel. After offering a few brief instructions, he discreetly vanished into the withered forest, his movements shrouded in mystery. Chapter 69. Exiting Hengeling, a ray of morning sun ascended, illuminating the area beyond Hengeling. The bear-clad prison guard, arms crossed, curled up beside the old donkey, fast asleep. Seemingly sensing the warmth of the sunlight, the guard slowly opened his eyes, instinctively crossing his arms, shivering slightly. The old donkey was stirred by his movement, letting out an impatient snort, extending a hoof to nudge the guard's legs, as if beckoning him to return and continue sleeping. Don't disturb. The black mist is about to spread again. The bear-clad guard waved his hand, looking ahead, and upon discovering the surging black mist expanding slowly into the distance, his expression grew particularly solemn. Just a day prior, he had prepared to sound the alarm, ready to risk revealing the existence of the underworld to lead the citizens of 3 cities to safety. Yet, at that pivotal moment, the black mist halted, but just as he exhaled in relief, anticipating a day of calm, the black mist began to envelop once more. Instinctively, he turned his head to glance behind him, worry etched in his eyes. Now, every department and faction was focused on guarding their forbidden zones, rendering it impossible to dispatch any 5 Qi realm beings to suppress the threat. The second-tier Lixing and Donghui realms would have little effect. Was this truly the will of heaven? The guard lifted his head to gaze at the sky, ultimately turning to the old donkey that had accompanied him for 2 days. It has been 2 days. They have not emerged. The cessation of the black mist must be their doing. You say Dawudai in this vast wilderness, the sole survivor, the prison guard, found his only companion to converse with was a donkey. Yet at that moment, the donkey was not looking at him. Instead, it bolted upright, braying loudly, its eyes fixed intently on the black mist. Within the black fog, a blurred figure was moving steadily forward, seemingly burdened with a cart. Each step taken was painfully slow, as if the individual were on the verge of collapsing. Yet, somehow, they managed to remain upright, forcing themselves to stand tall once more. The old donkey brayed again, racing towards the black mist, and in the blink of an eye, it charged into the fog, unceremoniously biting into Qi Qiu's shoulder, fiercely tugging at the reins. Qi Qiu's vision blurred, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. In a moment of clarity, he glimpsed the old donkey and smiled faintly, loosening his grip on the reins. With his last ounce of strength, he slipped the reins around the donkey's neck, but he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing into the dirt. The old donkey let out a mournful bray, bending down to gnaw at Qi Qiu's tattered clothing. However, the prison garb was already in tatters, and the remaining fabric fell apart under the donkey's bite. The old donkey anxiously circled around Qi Qiu several times before finally biting at his belt, dragging the cart while tugging on Qi Qiu, step by step, moving towards the black mist. At that moment, the guard responsible for the area was left in awe. He had never witnessed a simple creature like the old donkey, so infused with genuine emotion. He instinctively wanted to dash into the black mist. Yet, ultimately, he hesitated. It was not out of fear, but because, having just entered the Lixing realm, he knew that even spending 10 seconds within the black mist would result in his corruption. Only those in the Donghui realm could briefly linger in the divine marsh gas. Only the 5 Qi realm could traverse freely. Conversely, Tomb Raiders employed unique cultivation methods to absorb marsh gas, willingly sacrificing their flesh and souls to gain special abilities. However, why could this old donkey traverse when he, as a Lixing realm, could not? But there was no time for him to ponder these thoughts. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. The old donkey relentlessly dragged the cart and Qi Qiu, step by step, emerging from the quagmire. Due to the missing wheel, by the time they reached the end, the donkey's forelegs were trembling uncontrollably. Finally, it became entrenched in the mud, unable to advance even an inch. The guard's eyes brimmed with urgency. He was even prepared to sacrifice his life to save the cart. Yet in the next moment, the old donkey brayed, muscles taut, emerging from the mire. At that moment, the guard exhaled his relief. Observing the old donkey now filled him with even greater astonishment. The instant the donkey stepped out of the black mist, the guard rushed forward, taking Qi Qiu and placing him in a comfortable position before hastily lifting the cart. However, just as he grasped it, the guard's figure suddenly sank. Even on this flat terrain, dragging it for merely 10 meters had already exhausted a considerable amount of his strength. This left him bewildered, his gaze falling upon the slumbering Qi Qiu, filled with confusion. What kind of conviction could sustain Qi Qiu, dragging such a rudimentary cart, pulling both of them from the depths? At this moment, Fan Xing and Lu Hongchang lay unconscious, while the old donkey slowly collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from its mouth and nose. The jailer stood frozen, a look of urgency on his face as he hurried over, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing that the old donkey was merely fatigued. He dared not contemplate the emotional turmoil that would unfold when the frail youth regained consciousness and discovered the old donkey's demise. In the distance, the black mist continued to spread menacingly. Yet, the jailer was too preoccupied to concern himself with it. He retrieved a water flask and cautiously applied some water to the lips of the three individuals, gently tending to their wounds. Upon noticing Chichio's tattered prison garb, his hand trembled slightly. Just then, as the jailer pressed the damp cloth against Chichio's shoulder wound, Chichio abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively reaching for his waist, only to find it empty. At that moment, although Chichio's eyes remained somewhat clouded, indicating his consciousness had not fully returned, he instinctively turned around, feeling for something at the hem of his pants. To his dismay, he found nothing there either. Why now? Chichio's awareness had mostly returned, yet he was still skeptical as he patted his left trouser leg and sleeve, realizing he had not a single backup weapon left. He resignedly scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground, casting a vigilant gaze forward. In that instant, his thoughts finally crystallized. Upon recognizing the jailer before him, who stood holding a towel with a dazed expression, Chichio let out a sigh of relief, a gentle smile gracing his face as he casually scattered the dirt from his hands, awkwardly rubbing his nose. I just had a nightmare and didn't mean to ambush you in such a despicable manner. I mean, how could I possibly resort to such underhanded methods? No, wait. How could I ever ambush you? Chichio continued to smile, though the awkwardness of his grin increased, eventually raising a hand to scratch his head. The jailer remained bewildered, unable to reconcile the somewhat juvenile demeanor of the youth before him with the resilient and steadfast figure he had seen amidst the black mist moments ago. It was as if they were two entirely different individuals, particularly considering the one before him now, who seemed to possess a hint of shamelessness. The way he had scooped up dirt was so practiced. In an unguarded moment, it would be easy to fall victim to a cunning surprise attack. Despite only being at the life establishment stage, which sounded somewhat weak, he had crawled and fought his way through the underground world for over a decade. In other words, outside of Hengeling, he was the chief jailer of the detention center, familiar yet sinister. This heir of ours was quite cunning indeed. Chapter 70. The golden value of the wealthiest, of course. You must have experienced this nightmare under duress. Our fourth prison has always prided itself on justice, benevolence, and steadfastness. Likewise, it is through this fervor and hard work that we have forged a reputation of ironclad resolve in the underground world. The jailer managed a forced smile, one that was less than pleasant, yet his words were laden with meaning, especially as he emphasized the words justice, ironclad, and steadfast, pronouncing them with great intensity. Chichio's face flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. I have always been this kind of person. The jailer fell silent, his grip on the towel tightening unconsciously. Were they still alive? Chichio deftly and naturally shifted the topic, gesturing towards the two unconscious individuals beside him and inquiring. The bloodstains on Fan Xing had been meticulously cleaned. Although there were no fresh clothes, at least he looked respectable, clean and tidy. Those scars seemed more like symbols of honor. At first glance, he appeared as a hero emerging from the god tomb. As for Lu Hongchang, aside from a few droplets of water at the corner of his mouth, he had been left unattended. Embodying as long as he's alive, the rest doesn't matter attitude. Of course, if the individuals monitoring the black mist happened to be from the Archaeological Bureau, the situation would likely flip entirely. Without waiting for the jailer to respond, Chichio shook his still slightly dizzy head and unsteadily approached the two, crouching down to check their breathing. Confirming they were alive, he then casually settled between them, linking their arms with his, creating an appearance of intimacy, at least from the jailer's perspective. Perhaps this was what true camaraderie looked like. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. However, this sentiment dissipated within 10 minutes. As Fan Xing and Lu Hongchang regained consciousness, scattering like leaves in the wind. Why are you holding on to me so tightly? Afraid you won't pay. What the hell? Shouldn't you be holding on to that old ghostla? He looks more reliable than you. Saying that will hurt my feelings. What I mean is, he's more injured and can't run as fast as I can. Heh, do you understand paper cutting? The two quickly exchanged banter, barely pausing for breath, ultimately concluding their conversation amidst Fan Xing's sardonic laughter. Chi Chiu was taken aback, casting a dubious glance at the utterly wretched Lu Hongchang beside him. This moment, he bore no good flesh left on him. His eyes fixated intently on the two, a strained smile barely gracing his lips. Yet upon noticing the clean wounds on the two, as well as his own, his smile faltered. "See, could you clean my wounds?" "For me." Lu Hongchang's voice was weak. The jailer, clutching the towel, sneered coldly and retorted mercilessly. "You think mere money can bend the will of our fourth prison? We are the iron-blooded guardians on the edge of the forbidden zone." Just as he was about to finish his proud proclamation, the towel was effortlessly snatched away by Chi Chiu, who turned his back to the jailer, carefully wiping Lu Hongchang's wounds and even looking back to ask the jailer, "Excuse me, do you have a needle and thread? What do you need that for?" The jailer's expression darkened, his voice low'd. "To make money. I've never earned money this easily in my life," replied Chi Chiu nonchalantly. Our fourth prison stands for honor and dignity, blood and song." The jailer clenched his teeth, unable to hold back. "And how much money have you saved?" Chi Chiu casually inquired, still facing away. The jailer was taken aback. His dark face inexplicably flushed, his voice growing weaker. 3,308. Heh. Chi Chiu chuckled lightly, becoming more serious. He meticulously cleaned every trace of blood from Lu Hongchang's wounds, examining them closely, even helping him tidy up his hair. Although there were only a few strands, he was still quite attentive indeed. In light of this, Lu Hongchang's expression radiated with immense satisfaction. "I actually have a secret formula that promotes hair growth. I'll send it to you later as a gift." Chi Chiu offered a polite smile, wiping the sweat from his brow as he sat on the ground. After such a commotion, both Fan Xing and Lu Hongchang appeared to be in much better condition. Yet Chi Chiu looked as though he were once again on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, he still trembled as he reached for his waist, slightly tugging down his pants, revealing a stark white expanse. Throughout all his battles and injuries, he had protected this area well. Even his skin remained untainted by blood, because there was a transparent adhesive bandage stuck there. Inside was his mobile phone. Fan Xing was bewildered. So was Lu Hongchang. They had never seen anyone, on the verge of collapse, still protect their phone so fiercely. Chi Chiu suddenly tore off the adhesive bandage, extracting his phone, his face alight with joy as he prepared to power it on. However, the moment his gaze fell upon the screen, his smile froze. The shock was palpable. Confusion, disbelief, memories, and ultimately sorrow flickered in his eyes. The phone screen was shattered. It was broken in a most uniform manner. Yet all along, he had sworn that such a fate would never befall it. The only possible culprit was the old donkey. Chi Chiu turned his head, glaring furiously at the old donkey, which was lying on the ground, recuperating. The donkey seemed to sense something, its body going cold as it instinctively glanced at Chi Chiu and then at the phone in his hand. In that moment, it appeared to understand something. It let out a mournful bray, its lips curling to reveal its rows of teeth, still smeared with blood. The gesture seemed both intentional and accidental. Ultimately, it silently turned away from Chi Chiu and flicked its tail. Chi Chiu fell silent. He lowered his gaze, trembling hands cradling the phone, wordlessly mourning. "Do have any cash?" After a long while, Chi Chiu slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, sincerely asking the two. They exchanged glances, then turned to Chi Chiu, shaking their heads in unison. "What about your phones?" The next moment, it seemed Chi Chiu recalled something and inquired again. The air grew tense. "Broken. Lost." They both spoke in unison. Chi Chiu's hands, still holding the phone, trembled even more violently, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at them. Such a valuable item as a phone. Why didn't you protect it properly? Clearly in Chi Chiu's mind, this is utterly incomprehensible. A phone worth 10,000, equivalent to being struck by a car 3 times, completing 4 deliveries, taking 4 lives, or rather, teetering on the brink of death 4 times. Yet they take no protective measures whatsoever and simply lose it, tossing it away so carelessly. A $10,000 phone, discarded at will. Surely, one must be among the world's wealthiest to do so. Chapter 71, 12th floor, support. Rest assured, as long as our archaeological bureau is involved, money will not be an issue for you. I can't quite recall the price hike in between $150,000. How does that sound? Lu Hongchang spoke wearily, yet his words brimmed with confidence. His tranquil gaze fell lightly upon Chichio. For a moment, Chichio was taken aback. 150,000. Such a staggering sum. He had never even imagined in his lifetime. Stacked together, it must be quite substantial. He mused, then I too shall require 150,000 and a new phone. Fan Xing followed suit, speaking nonchalantly. Like a heavy hammer, it struck Chichio's heart with force. 300,000. Such a sum. Could it not afford a life in the Lake East district? No, wait. The housing prices in Lake East are exorbitant. 300,000 would barely suffice for a car. He would still remain a pauper. Realizing this, Chichio swiftly regained his composure, displaying a polite smile to the two bosses, and fell silent. Some debts cannot be rushed. One must tread carefully. Otherwise, the client may leave a poor review. The marsh gas continued to expand. It will completely overflow the Hingeling in half an hour at most. We should retreat. Shall we try again? The two exchanged glances, a hint of resignation evident in their eyes, struggling to rise, but in the next moment, Chichio's iron grip unhesitatingly pressed them back down. Not yet. No dying. Chichio spoke coolly. As his words fell, he struggled to rise, his gaze fixated upon the dense black fog ahead, his brows furrowed in deep contemplation. After a moment, he gravely inquired, if we were to contain this black mist, what would it be worth? The two were taken aback, connecting it with Chichio's terrifying 100 schools of thought. Fan Xing exclaimed, 500,000. Lu Hongchang, who had just contemplated quoting 5 million, froze, staring blankly at Fan Xing, utterly bewildered. We cannot quote too high together. Otherwise, we may not afford to invite them next time. Fan Xing nearly bit his lip. Mumbling in a voice scarcely above a whisper, Lu Hongchang came to a realization. Upon glancing at Fan Xing again, he was filled with disdain. 500,000. Indeed, just as Fan Xing had predicted, Chichio's eyes lit up at the mention of this price, appearing exceedingly excited. But soon, his enthusiasm waned. Cannot manage that for the time being. With a sigh, Chichio retreated, returning to Fan Xing's side. Pondering earnestly, he added, however, when I reach the insightful realm, should such a business opportunity arise, you may contact me. Insightful. A hint of disappointment flickered in Fan Xing's eyes as he and Lu Hongchang gazed once more at the foreboding marsh gas, their expressions grave. Are we still able to turn back in time? Fan Xing turned his head, looking at Lu Hongchang. Lu Hongchang scoffed. We are no different from two heaps of rotten meat now. We cannot even repay our debts. Listening to Lu Hongchang's self-deprecating humor, Fan Xing's lips twitched slightly, and ultimately he sighed, slowly closing his eyes, murmuring, notify the 3 cities to retreat. Just say, an earthquake is imminent here. As for how to placate them afterward, we shall seek instructions from the 12th floor upon our return. Lu Hongchang instinctively wanted to argue, but ultimately swallowed his words, nodding in silence. Understood. Behind them, the jailer nodded gently, appearing quite helpless, and slowly turned to leave. However, just as he was about to depart, a fierce wind swept through. In the next moment, a gigantic bird soared across the sky, flapping its wings, landing atop the mountain. Upon closer inspection, its wings appeared somewhat decayed. Its pupils were dilated. It seemed to be breathless. Is it now fashionable to go without a shirt? A somewhat languid voice rang out, and the next second, Chu Xiaotian leaped down from the bird's back, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, muttering, how long has it been since I changed birds? They've become foul. Ha. I've been working overtime at the 12th floor lately. Who has the time? But speaking of which, you all from the 4th prison actually complain about the environment. And Hun, holding a cigarette holder, resembled an old farmer with a bunch of jars strapped to his waist, stepping lightly. Accompanied by the tinkling of sounds, he walked as if on an invisible staircase, descending step by step, finally standing still. Chichio instinctively looked over, momentarily stunned. This old man seemed not very tall, hunched over, yet his entire form was brimming with explosive strength. Teacher, second uncle. Lu Hongchang gazed at An Hun, while Fan Xing turned to Chu Xiaotian. Both momentarily stunned, instinctively calling out, "Tisk sa that my little Lulu." After several years, even cuter. An Hun turned with a beaming smile, sizing up Lu Hongchang, then raised his cigarette holder, unhesitatingly bringing it down upon his head. In pain, Lu Hongchang let out a wail, but soon discovered a pure surge of psychic energy rushing into his body, visibly healing his injuries. Second uncle, why not share some with me? Fan Xing rubbed his hands together, grinning mischievously. Get lost? You let this little matter be handled by yourself. The fourth prison has lost all face. Chu Xiaotian scolded irritably, raising his foot to kick Fan Xing in the rear. Fan Xing yelped, but quickly approached again, grinning. Weren't you held hostage at the 12th floor? No, didn't you get promoted? How come you have the time to return? Upon uttering these words, a dual glare of death descended upon Fan Xing from both Chu Xiaotian and An Han. Almost simultaneously, if we didn't return. This tomb, you came, Chu Xiaotian cursed, looking as if he and Fan Xing were cut from the same cloth. Meanwhile, An Han and Lu Hongchang's wrinkled old faces resembled not that of a master and disciple, but rather two brothers. It even appeared that Lu Hongchang might be slightly older than An Han. No, you come, after all, you were the former deputy warden of our fourth prison, a prodigy of your time. A mythical figure. Fan Xing cheekily took a step back. Upon seeing the arrival of the two, both Fan Xing and Lu Hongchang's worries evaporated as if blown away. It seemed that as long as they were present, the marsh gas before them no longer posed a threat. Haha, I heard that after I resigned in the morning, you moved into my office in the afternoon, even tossing out the photos from my room overnight. Chu Xiaotian chuckled coldly, glancing at Fan Xing, then at Lu Hongchang, finally fixing his gaze on Qiqiu. Is this the successor of our fourth prison? Indeed. Fan Xing nodded proudly. I cultivated him myself. Nonsense. Such a child of fortune has nothing to do with you. He is merely a product of the times. Chu Xiaotian scoffed, then scrutinized Qiqiu closely. He looks quite spirited, though a tad thin. Eat more meat. You are a senior from the fourth prison? Qiqiu glanced at Chu Xiaotian's silver prison uniform, his eyes brightening with interest. Of course, I am Chu Xiaotian, the former warden of the fourth prison. Chu Xiaotian coughed lightly, speaking with nonchalance. Vice Warden, Fan Xing aptly interjected. Then you are a senior from the Archaeological Bureau. Qiqiu's smile brightened a few degrees as he looked again at An Han. It seemed it was his first time being addressed so kindly by someone from the fourth prison. An Han appeared somewhat uncomfortable, feigning modesty, and nodded. Wonderful, two esteemed seniors, you see, Daicho. Qiqiu's smile blossomed as he began to speak. But the next second, Lu Hongchang and Fan Xing rushed forward, firmly covering his mouth. Chapter 72, The Green Robe Dance. What was he about to say? Chu Xiaotian paused, inquiring. An Han also leisurely surveyed the scene. Lu Hongchang and Fan Xing exchanged knowing smiles almost simultaneously. Nothing. He just thinks you've worked hard. The two spoke in perfect harmony, and ultimately, Fan Xing leaned closer to Qiqiu's ear, whispering, Do you believe I'll leave a bad review? Qiqiu's expression shifted, decisively abandoning his struggle, and once again resumed his cheerful, bashful sunny boy demeanor. The two, half convinced, released their grip, realizing Qiqiu indeed refrained from demanding debts again, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, right. Qiqiu seemed to recall something and raised his hand once more. As the two individuals felt a sudden tension in their bodies, they instinctively raised their hands to press down, only to find that Qiqiu's gaze was remarkably clear. Prompting them to restrain themselves, Qiqiu turned towards An Han and Chu Xiaotian, reiterating the words spoken by several individuals from the Undying Prison before their demise within the tomb. Mu. Uncle Mu is also in the tomb? However, Chu Xiaotian disregarded the information shared by Qiqiu and precisely seized upon a name, asking in a low voice. Qiqiu nodded in affirmation. Those scoundrels at the museum, on the day the 12th floor is unsealed. I will personally pay them a visit. Chu Xiaotian inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and slowly closed his eyes. A single tear slipping from the corner of his EYIT was evident that his bond with old Mu was extraordinary. After a considerable time, Chu Xiaotian forced himself to regain his composure, reopening his eyes to gaze at An Han with a calm demeanor, softly stating, Shall we begin? Indeed. Sensing Chu Xiaotian's troubled mood, An Han unusually refrained from contradicting him, instead gently nodding and waving his hand. Behind them, a decaying giant bird opened its mouth and emitted a cry. Releasing a delicate wooden box, An Han cautiously accepted it and took a few steps forward. Arriving before the surging marsh gas, where he slowly opened it, Descendants of Humanity, An Han. Daringly, I implore the lingering souls of the ancients, go rise once more and restore the mountains and rivers. With that proclamation, the aged and Hun stepped back 2 paces, deeply bowing before the wooden box. Descendants of humanity, Chu Xiaotian. Descendants of humanity, Fanxing. Descendants of humanity, Qi Qiu. I beseech the ancients. Voices resonated one after another, filling the vast expanse of Hengling with an atmosphere of solemnity. As the echoes of their voices faded, silence enveloped the scene. Yet the next moment, a door of nothingness unexpectedly materialized in the void, standing above the surging river. Soon, an ethereal and sacred staircase emerged from the door, traversing the river and halting above the heads of the crowd. Remember, this door is the gate of the ancients. This river represents the long river of history. This bridge connects the ancient and the modern. Throughout countless years, any ancient souls that have fallen, if even a wisp of their essence remains, shall traverse this bridge, crossing the long river of history, sealing themselves within the gate of the ancients, falling into slumber, awaiting the day when the world is shattered once more, at which point they shall return through various mediums. Every soul within that gate deserves our reverence. Seizing the brief moment of stillness, Fanxing turned to Qi Qiu with solemnity. Qi Qiu gently nodded. Just as they were conversing, the door of nothingness slowly opened a crack, and immediately, a formless figure stepped out from within, crossing the long bridge and advancing across the historical river, approaching them step by step. This sensation was utterly fantastical. It felt as if the past and the present had seamlessly merged at a certain juncture, rendering one momentarily unable to discern their own location. Within the wooden box, the azure garment seemed to sense the presence of its master, moving of its own accord, gracefully rising and floating into midair at that precise moment. The formless figure completely emerged from the long bridge, pausing before the azure garment, appearing somewhat dazed. After a moment, it slowly raised its palm, resting it upon the azure garment. The long sleeves of the azure garment simultaneously fluttered in the wind, gently caressing the figure's hand. As if welcoming its return, a faint glow enveloped the two, merging them together. In a moment of reverie, a resounding and soaring voice resonated from the void. I, Mu Guiying, take command today, till March 4th. The sound of opera reverberated across the expanse of Hengling. Dots of light emerged from various corners of Hengling, ascending and piercing through the black mist, resembling fireflies encircling the azure garment. The halo remained gentle, yet was blinding to behold. That enchanting voice appeared to compose a magnificent symphony in the void, captivating all and igniting a fervor for battle. Even Fanxing, Lu Hongchang, and Qi Qiu felt their injuries partially mended, their complexions turning ruddy under the nurturing glow of the light. An increasing number of light dots surged, surrounding the peak of Hengling, ultimately coalescing into a simple opera stage. And at that moment, the performance concluded, leaving one with a sense of lingering anticipation. As the light dissipated, the figure remained vague, clad in azure. Yet upon closer inspection, it seemed as though the azure garment itself was in motion. Nevertheless, from a distance, it exuded an undeniable aura of heroism. What is azure? A heroine, a virtuous and fierce woman, though she is of the fairer sex. She possesses an indomitable spirit, daring to take the lead for the world. Above Hengling, the sounds of opera continued to reverberate, while the indistinct figure strode confidently onto the opera stage, a performance of azure, vanquishing the vengeful souls of Hengling. Should Qi Qiu be asked to assess this scene, the only word that could encapsulate his feelings would be astonishment. The echoes of the opera intertwined with the current magnificence, penetrating the hearts of all present, leaving them in a stupor. The azure sings not, nor dances. The ancient song and dance have reached the pinnacle, and with the echoes of the tune, they accompany themselves in dance. Such mastery, the azure lineage still existing today, pales in comparison. Fanxing stood beside Qi Qiu, explaining in a hushed tone, seemingly concerned that his volume might disrupt the poignant and melodious fluctuations of the performance. As time flowed, the azure figure's dance grew increasingly rapid, the footfalls heavy, resembling a drumbeat, skillfully intertwining with the echoes of the valley. The two complemented each other, amplifying the sense of tragedy. Furthermore, with each step, the resounding thud caused the entire Hengling to tremble slightly. Thud, thud. The black mist churned continuously, At that moment, within the divine tomb, it seemed to finally succumb to the terrifying pressure, emanating a dragon's roar. In the next instant, a colossal dragon formed from resentment surged into the sky, its ferocious gaze locking onto the opera stage, letting out another furious roar as it charged forward. Yet the azure figure on the stage appeared oblivious, continuing to wave its long sleeves with unparalleled grace. Just as the vengeful dragon was about to reach the stage, a silhouette of light quietly emerged above the stage, clad in armor and wielding a long blade. Striking at the dragon, the long blade shattered, and the soldier transformed into specks of light. However, soon three figures, countless spectral soldiers materialized, echoing the words in the air, "Tell the attendants to quickly prepare my battle attire. Bring the Commander South Seal to the parade ground to direct the three armies." Chapter 73. The Funeral Song of Souls. The three armies assembled, a chilling atmosphere, fearless. The spectral soldiers wielding long blades charged toward the vengeful dragon. They were repeatedly cast aside, shattered, yet continued to surge forward. In an instant, it felt as though golden rain was falling from the sky. The opera stage, a graceful dance, hingling, the vocal melodies resonating, high above, clashing weapons and armors. These three elements, at this moment, converged into a breathtaking tapestry, leaving all in awe, especially the azure figure on the stage, who became the focal point of everyone's attention. It seemed, as long as the performance had not concluded, everything remained shrouded in uncertainty, until the performance gradually approached its climax. The vengeful dragon in the sky grew increasingly dim, and despite its struggles and roars, it could not erase the presence of those detestable soldiers before it. It could only helplessly roar, dissipating into the air amidst the soldiers' relentless charges. Whether by coincidence or fate, the moment the vengeful dragon vanished, the performance on stage came to a quiet end. The azure figure slightly bowed, bringing the curtain down. The stage transformed back into motes of light, swirling in the air, forming a vortex that enveloped the azure figure. The long river of history re-emerged. The indistinct figure walked along the long bridge, pausing momentarily halfway, as if glancing back, before continuing onward, ultimately returning to the portal. Yet compared to its initial emergence, it seemed to bear a touch of melancholy. "Farewell, ancients." Under an Hun's guidance, the crowd once again bowed. Chicho also slightly inclined his body. For reasons unknown, Chicho felt an inexplicable intuition. That ancient soul, when glancing back on the bridge, was looking at him. The sensation was intensely profound. However, at this moment, the ancient had already departed, leaving all conjecture unverified. Yet the azure figure on stage remained indelibly etched in Chicho's mind, impossible to erase. Dignified, poised, heroic, awe-inspiring yet deserving of respect. Alas, it is said that this gentleman had a profound love for the azure garment. Yet at the time of a dear friend's peril, he forcibly relinquished his path, returning to martial prowess in his later years. With a pair of swords, he became unrivaled in the realm, saving his friend. Yet he chose to forsake the sword path once more, returning to the azure garment. Until his final moments, he ascended as an ancient sage. Stepping into the realm of peace, Chu Xiaotian gazed at the horizon, murmuring to himself. Fan Xing snapped back to reality, astonished, his eyes wide. "Sir, uncle, are you saying this predecessor is male?" "Indeed." Chu Xiaotian's gaze held a hint of admiration as he shook his head, glancing at An Hun. "The resentment has dissipated. It is now our turn. It has indeed been a while since I have heard your tune. Please, after you." An Hun smiled slightly, raising his hand in gesture. Chu Xiaotian, lacking any semblance of modesty, took a deep drag from the cigarette dangling from his lips before discarding the butt and extinguishing it. He still exuded an air of subtle melancholy as he strode forward. Positioning himself at the edge of the black mist, surveying the entirety of the Hengling mountain range from his elevated vantage point. Within him resided a faint aura of sadness, which at this moment seemed to reach its zenith. A heart-wrenching lament. The warden, Chu Xiaotian, alas, the old fellow, has returned to showcase his prowess once more. In contrast to the anticipation surrounding the soul requiem, Fan Xing could not help but curl his lips in disdain. His tone tinged with bitterness, particularly upon noticing Chu Xiaotian clad in his silver prison garb while he stood bare-chested, intensifying his feelings of envy. Regrettably, Chu Xiaotian paid no heed to his nephew's thoughts. Instead, raising his hand with a gentle motion, in the next instant, the silver garment billowed in the wind, lifting the streaks of white in his hair. Quite dashing. An exceedingly handsome middle-aged man. No, rather, an extraordinarily handsome elder. Neither entirely youthful nor overtly aged, yet devoid of any hint of lewdness. The prison guards are mobilizing. All departments stand down. As the onlookers gazed on in anticipation, a faint smile crept across Chu Xiaotian's lips as he spoke softly. How ostentatious, truly nauseating. An Hun could not suppress his curses, yet he still took a couple of steps back, shifting his position. This was echoed by Lu Hongchong, for this was not merely a catchphrase of the fourth prison but a fundamental tenet of the underworld. Before the collapse of the fourth prison, this decree must be adhered to. Otherwise, he would face the death warrants of all the prison guards within the fourth prison. In that moment, atop the mountain, only Chu Xiaotian stood at the pinnacle, with Qi Qiu, Fan Xing, and the bare-chested prison guard behind him. Among the 4 prison guards present, an overwhelming sense of fatality lingered in the air. Chu Xiaotian slowly raised his palm, the psychic energy swirling from his hand, and in the next moment, a miniature storm erupted within his palm, relentlessly tearing apart the fabric of space. Ultimately, it ripped open a fissure in the void. He then extended his hand into the rift, retrieving a glowing object, though it remained somewhat indistinct. Clenching it tightly, he held it behind his back, the smile on his face gradually fading, and that aura of sadness began to seep out. After inhaling deeply, he gazed at the vast expanse of the Hengeling Mountains and intoned softly, "The inheritor of the Suona, Chu Xiaotian, today I shall play the requiem for the departed. Dio guide my brethren into reincarnation." Upon uttering these words, the radiance of the object began to dim, revealing it to be an unremarkable Suona. Yet, with a solemn demeanor, Chu Xiaotian slowly brought it to his lips. Following this, a deafening, piercing sound erupted across the skies of Hengeling. At first, it was jarring, akin to mere noise. Yet, within just a second, it transformed into a melody that immersed one in sorrowful emotions. It was a mournful lament, seemingly mourning the countless inheritors who perished on Hengeling. And soothing their restless souls, it was also a manifestation of rage directed at the divine tomb. In an instant, the black mist enveloping the entire Hengeling began to boil, as if it were an oil pot meeting water. The mist churned violently, taking on grotesque, defiant visages, only to dissipate from view. Chu Xiaotian continued to play the Suona, advancing step by step. With each stride he took, the black mist receded, as if it were retreating in fear. The sound of the Suona reverberated endlessly. The requiem for the departed severed the bonds of sorrow. Those corpses drifting within the black mist, upon hearing the Suona's sound, froze in place, their vacant, ghastly gazes fixed upon the void. The high, resonant melody, while filled with vigor, also carried a gentle quality. Their expressions contorted in agony, struggling to cover their heads, letting out roars and screams. Yet, as the melody shifted, like a gentle breeze, they gradually quieted, their fierce gazes softening, lost in a stupor, until, after a long while, a hint of relief flickered in their eyes as they slowly collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the black mist continued to recede, advance, and retreat. Alone, Chu Xiaotian suppressed the entirety of Hengeling's divine miasma, Chapter 74. The return of the departed, the passers-by give way. The expansive Hengeling was filled with a chorus of roars. The black mist writhed as if alive, struggling, resisting. Yet, such fervent cries could not drown out the sound of the Suona. The surging black mist was forced to retreat. Throughout it all, Chu Xiaotian made no extraneous movements. He simply advanced steadily, from Qingyi to Chu Xiaotian. Within a mere few minutes, Qi Qiu witnessed the true pinnacle of strength in the underworld. This was power far beyond that of mere mortals. Indeed, in their presence, no matter how one resisted, the outcome was only one: death. And even a delay of a second in dying was a sign of disrespect towards them. As for Fan Xing, Qi Qiu instinctively glanced at Fan Xing, standing beside him, equally wide-eyed as he watched the spectacle, before silently withdrawing his gaze. It seemed Fan Xing had only made a move once in front of him, fiddling with a few copper coins, revealing no discernible prowess. "Are you looking down on me?" Fan Xing, sensing Qi Qiu's gaze, abruptly turned his head to face him, earnestly asking, "How could that be? You are my most esteemed client." Qi Qiu's face instantly broke into a professional smile, radiant and sunny. "No. You are indeed looking down on me. I am quite strong, but my strength lies primarily in support. Who says those standing in the darkness are not heroes?" As he spoke, Fan Xing sighed deeply, shaking his head, appearing quite wistful. "But you are standing in the sunlight." Qi Qiu pondered momentarily, then smiled as he retorted, "Look, my uncle is about to finish." However, Fan Xing did not even spare him a glance, instead pointing ahead and calmly stating, as his words resonated. The melody reached its crescendo. In a single piece, it seemed as though it could suppress the very mountains, heart-wrenching. At this moment, within Hingeling, not a single corpse remained. The black mist continued to contract, drawing in, beneath the soaring melody. A golden longsword sliced through the void, as if to shatter the oppressive gloom. The endless dark clouds were neatly severed as the sword passed. The ominous clouds dispersed. Sunlight once again bathed the land of Hingeling. Regrettably, the leaves remained parched, and the earth remained muddy, which Chu Xiaotian was powerless to change. Only with the passage of time, under the forces of nature, could Hingeling return to normalcy. The remaining wisps of black mist, under the sunlight, retreated frantically, eventually shrinking back into the deep pit. Hingeling, after enduring over a week of being shrouded in black mist, finally glimpsed the light of day once more. Yet, standing atop the mountain and gazing down, the multitude of corpses seemed to silently recount a tale. In that moment, even the wind carried a subtle melancholy, as if the deceased were murmuring, as if the living were mourning. Alas, it is your time. Observing the lifeless bodies that, despite death, still stood resolutely, including those fallen undying prisoners, Chu Xiaotian's eyes gently closed, and he quietly lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. The swirling smoke obscured his face, rendering his expression inscrutable. After a brief moment, he spoke in a low voice, turning to retreat backward. And Hun, slightly hunched, hands clasped behind his back, still holding the smoking pipe, stepped forward, surveying the ravaged scene, with murky eyes that seemed to glimmer with a hint of lament. Fallen leaves return to their roots, the road ahead is long. The departed find their way home, while the passers-by give way. An ancient voice resonated from the void, soft as a whisper, as the words fell. The old man swept his left hand across his waist, retrieving a small bell, gently shaking it. Simultaneously, as he grasped the bell, his fingertips glided over the various jars and vials. A fine dust began to drift from the containers. Carried by the wind, spreading throughout Hingeling, falling like snowflakes. The sound of the bell rang out. The corpses suddenly twisted, rising to their feet, their eyes vacant and devoid of life, numbly shuffling forward, forming an orderly line. For a full half-hour, the sound of the bell never ceased. The corpses congregated, creating a lengthy and synchronized procession. "Are going home." An Hun gently shook the bell, turning away as he walked into the distance. The corpses trailed quietly behind him, infused with the scent of medicinal powder. "I will take them to the nearest underground city. You should return to the 12th floor first." As he passed by Chu Xiaotian, An Hun spoke softly, then moved past him, continuing onward with his company, gradually fading into the distance, amidst the crowd. Qi Qiu spotted Tang Xian, Han Shuangshuang, and Old Mu. Ultimately, these figures, eyes tightly shut, merged into the throng, disappearing from Qi Qiu's sight. The practice of corpse guiding is, indeed, a tradition that bears witness to the myriad joys and sorrows of the world. Chu Xiaotian gazed at the receding figure of the soul guide. He let out a soft sigh and shook his head. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Lu Hongchang. "Speaking of which, your archaeological bureau has always favored physical cultivation, yet both of your previous deputy directors have inherited this peculiar legacy. How curious. Perhaps you ought to consider pursuing the path of magical cultivation instead." Upon hearing Chu Xiaotian's words, Lu Hongchang's lips twitched slightly, and he perfunctorily clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "We shall take the senior's advice into consideration." I can only imagine how much he must be cursing me in his heart," Chu Xiaotian remarked nonchalantly, before casting another glance at Fan Xing and Qi Qiu. "In my day, who would dare to entertain thoughts of the fourth prison? Yet here you are, allowing it to devolve into this state. How utterly disgraceful." Your father once asserted with utmost confidence that you would surely achieve greatness. As he spoke, Chu Xiaotian delivered a swift kick to Fan Xing's backside. Observing this, Qi Qiu discreetly stepped back 2 paces, seeking refuge behind the bare-skinned jailer. Why, father wasn't wrong. I am quite capable, Fan Xing grumbled, rubbing his sore backside. The crowd fell into stunned silence, especially Chu Xiaotian, whose previously refined and gentle visage twisted in disbelief, nearly grinding his teeth as he lifted his foot to deliver another kick. The air was soon filled with cries of lamentation echoing across the ridge. After a lengthy pause, Chu Xiaotian appeared fatigued, taking a deep breath to wipe the sweat from his brow as he turned to Qi Qiu. You, come here. In an instant, the fierce demeanor of Chu Xiaotian transformed into a warm and welcoming smile directed at Qi Qiu, his eyes brimming with admiration. A stark contrast to his earlier attitude towards Fan Xing. Qi Qiu glanced at Fan Xing, who was still clutching his groin and wailing in agony, before flashing a charming smile and approaching. Greetings, Uncle Chu. Although I have only recently begun to explore the subterranean world, I have heard your name numerous times. Yet, I never expected that the most distinguished and exceptional warden of the 4th prison would be so refined and approachable. It is truly astonishing. Chapter 75. Truly worthy of being one of us in the 4th prison. The moment Qi Qiu's voice rang out, Fan Xing's wails abruptly ceased. Clutching his groin, he fell to the ground, incredulously lifting his head in shock to gaze at Qi Qiu. Even Lu Hongchang, who had been lurking nearby, reveling in schadenfreude, couldn't help but tremble in astonishment as he turned to look at this still the resolute, bold and spirited youth we once knew. What has caused him to cower? Just look at yourself. You are the true warrior. Your groin is nearly shattered, yet you refuse to concede defeat. This is the indomitable spirit of the 4th prison. Huh? Am I really as you say? What was the word again? Chu Xiaotian momentarily froze, his face flushing with an unexpected embarrassment as he instinctively stroked his chin. Refined, approachable, he appeared more like a literary figure than a warden. Even in his role as a warden, he seemed akin to a cultured judge like Cui Ju, upholding justice with integrity. Qi Qiu smiled once more, his genuine and innocent expression reflecting his tender youth. All these factors combined at this child. He is certainly not the type to tell lies. Indeed, I am like that, Chu Xiaotian sighed. What is the point of violence and killing? A bunch of brutes are foolishly labeled by those wretched mongrels as savages. What a farce! Chu Xiaotian was in high spirits, heartily patting Qi Qiu on the shoulder, as if hammering a nail into place. Qi Qiu felt as though he was being metaphorically driven into the ground. The heirs of each department are born from fortune. Even if it is merely due to a trivial matter, they arise and eventually disperse. However, our 4th prison has recently faced a streak of ill luck. With heirs gambling, whoring, and cowardly, none of them amounting to anything significant. Yet, it is not entirely their fault. After all, everyone has their own path, and they have made their choices, which we cannot interfere with. However, in this ongoing competition for fortune, we have consistently found ourselves at the bottom, but this time, I see hope. Ha ha ha, kid, I have high hopes for you. You shall rise above this generation, and with a swift hand, topple those so-called heirs from other departments. Yes, that is it. Although Chu Xiaotian's exterior radiated refinement and warmth, resembling a scholar, particularly with his half-black, half-white hair adding to his charm, his voice boomed with the audacity of a rogue, a true scoundrel. Completely oblivious to the fact that Lu Hongchang's expression had darkened. Competition for fortune? Qi Qiu keenly seized upon the crux of Chu Xiaotian's ramblings and inquired. Indeed. However, this matter is rather esoteric. Let that little brat Fan Xing explain it to you later. Though I am uncertain whether you align yourself with our 4th prison, as long as you choose to associate with us, we shall protect you with our lives. The sooner we act, the sooner you will be promoted. And we can oust Fan Xing from the office, allowing him to take on this role of hostage. No, I mean, floor master, and I shall be free to roam the world. Chu Xiaotian gazed at Qi Qiu with immense anticipation, practically wishing for him to instantly comprehend everything and step into the realm of the 5 Qi. Then he could seize Fan Xing and return to the 12th floor, taking his place. No, Fan Xing is still in the realm of 5 Qi, not yet part of the inheritance. He is not qualified to be a hostage. Reflecting on this, Chu Xiaotian couldn't help but turn around and glare at Fan Xing with renewed ferocity. Fan Xing wore an innocent expression, blinking in confusion, utterly unaware of what his elder was currently contemplating. Throughout the history of the fourth prison, the most exceptional warden, even after attaining higher office, still I will strive to meet expectations. Chicho responded, his eyes filled with genuine emotion as he spoke earnestly. Chu Xiaotian beamed with joy, once more giving Chicho's shoulder a hearty pat. Ha ha ha, it is merely what an elder brother ought to do. Our fourth prison is not an evil force. You have brought us honor not once, but twice, and I suspect our fortune will surely increase as a result. Now tell me, what reward do you desire? I shall take it upon myself to grant it. As Chu Xiaotian's hand fell, Chicho found himself metaphorically nailed to the ground below his knees, yet he continued to gaze intently at Chu Xiaotian, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Taking a deep breath, he slowly articulated, I believe that some things are priceless. Just as I, despite my tattered clothing and woeful state, dared to venture into this ridge to rescue Deputy Warden Fan Xing. It was for the sake of friendship. It has nothing to do with money. With that, Chicho lowered his gaze, observing his bare torso, and sighed as his smile gradually faded. In an instant, he transformed from a bright and cheerful neighborly boy into a pitiable, homeless youth. Chu Xiaotian was deeply moved, especially upon seeing the numerous scars adorning Chicho's body, some evidently fresh wounds, most notably on his abdomen. That injury was nearly fatal. In that moment, as he looked at Chicho, his admiration transcended mere words, and he could only think, well said, truly worthy of being one of us in the fourth prison, with a pure heart, forging an iron-blooded spirit. Having said this, Chu Xiaotian promptly removed his luxurious mink cloak and unfastened his silver prison uniform, insisting that Chicho don them, personally draping the cloak, a symbol of status, over Chicho's shoulders. Just as Chicho, moved, was about to express his gratitude, Chu Xiaotian preemptively interrupted. No need for words. Is it too much to ask for a garment for the valiant contributors of our fourth prison? Although this attire is somewhat beyond your current rank, I have faith that one day you shall earn the right to wear it through your own prowess. After speaking, Chu Xiaotian, feeling a swell of emotion, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, as the fervor that had lain dormant within him for years surged forth once more. The entire exchange unfolded at lightning speed. Fan Xing was left utterly bewildered. He first glanced at Chicho, then at his elder, particularly noticing his elder's bare torso. Elder at you. Before Fan Xing could finish his sentence, he was met with a fierce glare from Chu Xiaotian. Silence. The deputy warden of the esteemed fourth prison cannot be seen in such a state. Fan Xing fell silent in an instant. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaotian resumed his gentle demeanor, regarding Chicho with the warmth of a mentor addressing a younger counterpart. If you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to call me. Remember, no matter what happens, the fourth prison will always be your home. Looking into Chu Xiaotian's eyes, Chicho felt a moment of surprise. In that instant, the sincerity in his gaze softened, and he gently nodded in agreement. However, before long, as if struck by a sudden thought, he quietly retrieved his shattered smartphone from his pocket, his voice heavy with profound sorrow as he slowly uttered, Alas, I have no means to remember your phone number. Chapter 76. The Emergence of the Lotus, the White Lotusum. Chu Xiaotian glanced at Chicho's phone, momentarily taken aback, and then turned sharply to Fan Xing, his eyes blazing with fury. How could you, the heir of our fourth prison, bestow such a device meant for ordinary guards? Not even the upgraded, shock-resistant version for the head guard? A torrent of expletives escaped his lips, leaving Fan Xing utterly stunned. He attempted to explain, to retort, but found no opportunity to interject. Ultimately, he could only lower his head weakly, his heart echoing a lament. Speaking of which, am I not your own nephew? No, that's not quite right. My father and you are sworn brothers. Yet, must you treat me with such blatant double standards? One might assume Chicho is your illegitimate child. The most critical aspect is that Chicho is simply too cunning. This individual embodies the very essence of the green tea archetype, or rather, in strict terms, should be classified as a white lotus, executed to perfection. Upon our first encounter, he was taciturn. During the second, he exuded confidence, and by the third, an absolute paragon of the white lotus. I had indeed prepared a set of rhetoric, intending to evoke Chicho's true nature, Yet I could never have anticipated that what I would awaken would be such a creature. Disgusting, shameless. That is my phone, reserved solely for the master of the 12th floor. It's a gift to you. Unfortunately, I cannot share the account details, as it involves numerous top-tier permissions, but rest assured, the phone is exceptionally durable. It will withstand any fierce battle without shattering. Even in the mountains, it boasts full signal. These years I have truly wronged you, as Chu Xiaotian spoke. He took out his own phone, expertly deleted all browsing history, removed the SIM card, and then solemnly handed the device to Qiqiu, gently lifting his hand to touch Qiqiu's. From now on, if you need anything, seek out your elder brother. With that, Chu Xiaotian did not linger. For the 12th floor had only granted a mere 24 hours of leave. I hope that when we meet again, I can take pride in you. Having spoken, Chu Xiaotian strode away with a bare torso. A hint of melancholy in his demeanor, leaving behind a silhouette steeped in nostalgia. Qiqiu watched the retreating figure of Chu Xiaotian, momentarily lost in thought. Is this truly the 4th prison? Feeling the residual warmth of that prison uniform and holding in his hands what appeared to be an extraordinarily expensive phone, he reflected that all he had offered in return were a few flattering words. In the past, when he had carried his younger brother, on the brink of starvation, he had often spoken in similar ways, yet could not exchange even a single bun for his words, and now, Qiqiu instinctively tightened his grip on the phone, falling into silence. Has my ability to flatter improved? Or perhaps some individuals are willingly deceived due to misplaced trust? A voice echoed within Qiqiu's mind, resembling a soliloquy. In that moment, a gentle smile graced Qiqiu's lips, and when he lifted his gaze to the sunlight, it no longer felt blinding, but rather filled him with a warm embrace. Perhaps, brother, we can alter our dreams a bit. Establishing a supermarket within the 4th prison could be an excellent choice. Murmuring to himself, Qiqiu supported himself against the ground, pulling himself up from the earth as if he were uprooting a carrot, albeit, this time, it was he who had uprooted himself. Little thief, you've quite the talent. Unbeknownst to him, Fan Xing had already dashed from a corner. One hand clutching his groin, his eyes fixated on Qiqiu with a hint of brutality. A flush of embarrassment crept across Qiqiu's face as he lowered his head slightly, opening his phone to locate the payment code interface. Senior Fan Xing, I now have a phone. You see that perhaps I could log into your account using this phone and you could directly transfer the funds to me. Surely you haven't forgotten your account password? Qiqiu regarded Fan Xing with an innocent demeanor, posing the question. That naive aura effectively quelled any desire Fan Xing might have had to retaliate. I'll transfer. You old miser, don't even think of escaping. Transfer first. Anyone who dares owe money to our 4th prison shall be challenged to a life-or-death duel. Fan Xing spoke through gritted teeth, glaring menacingly at Lu Hongchang, who had unfortunately become the outlet for Fan Xing's frustrations. Why so fierce? Our archaeology bureau is prosperous. Do we lack such trifling funds? Lu Hongchang, having witnessed the unfolding drama, was not the least bit irked, chuckling as he casually swept his gaze over Fan Xing's groin before sauntering over to Qiqiu, taking his phone to input his account details, exclaiming in wonder, no wonder it's a phone reserved for those of the inheritance realm. The signal is remarkably swift, even usable without a SIM card, and the quality is exquisite. While speaking, he inquired about Qiqiu's bank account number and transferred a precise sum of 150,000. Qiqiu, catching a fleeting glance at Lu Hongchang's account balance, felt his heart leap. A thrilling realization struck him. That must be at least 1 million. Enough to open the largest supermarket in Shizhen. In terms of profit, who can compete with your archaeology bureau, enjoying the funding from the 12th floor and profiting from funerary goods, all while eliminating tomb raiders for extra rewards? Fan Xing remarked enviously, seizing the phone to log into his own account. Yet, as he was about to transfer funds, Qiqiu halted him. Just transfer 50,000. I owe you my life for rescuing you, so that's free of charge. This 50,000 is merely a comfort fee, a service charge. Qiqiu smiled politely as he spoke. Fan Xing was taken aback. Wait a minute, have you changed your ways? You don't want the money that's rightfully yours? And you're waiving 10,000 from the start? There are certain funds that must be earned and others that should not be. We cannot compromise the rules. In response to Fan Xing's words, Qiqiu shook his head earnestly, speaking with utmost seriousness. Truly worthy of being the heir of our 4th prison. Fan Xing's gaze met Qiqiu's, and upon noticing the resolute glint in Qiqiu's eyes, He chuckled and then boasted to Lu Hongchang, inputting the 5,000 into the transfer field. Then, your account balance is insufficient. Pleased, a notification suddenly appeared. Fan Xing stood frozen in place, his eyes glued to the screen, equally stunned. They exchanged glances once more. But this time, the air was laden with awkwardness. Lu Hongchang, who had previously feigned annoyance, could no longer contain his laughter. It's this mockery, and it's the kind that disregards Fan Xing's dignity entirely. You don't even have 500, what a farce. Are you attempting to embarrass me, thereby undermining the prestige of our archaeology bureau? Ha ha ha. Chapter 77. Returning home, I distinctly recall having 50,000 in my account. Wait, there must be some mistake. Fan Xing's face flushed crimson, especially as he stood bare-chested in the chilly wind, amplifying his embarrassment. It is known that when one faces humiliation, they instinctively seek cover. Yet, realizing he had no refuge but his nakedness, that feeling of shame, Fan Xing experienced it in its entirety. He frantically scrolled through his phone, utterly absorbed, unable to glance at Qiqiu. The minuscule screen had become his makeshift sanctuary, his final shield of dignity. The beginning of the month, the credit card automated repayment. My salary hasn't come through yet. After a prolonged silence, Fan Xing numbly raised his head to meet Qiqiu's gaze. Before Qiqiu could respond, Lu Hongchang interjected with a mocking tone. The wages in your fourth prison are hardly substantial. Indeed, the salary in the fourth prison is modest. But my other job pays decently, including benefits, ITS nearly 5,000 a month. And the bonuses from the past 6 months should be arriving soon. So it should amount to die in that moment. Fan Xing found himself at a loss for words, especially under the piercing gaze of Lu Hongchang, whose mocking expression felt like a dagger, scraping against his every nerve. Why must I be so kind-hearted? After a brief pause, Lu Hongchang suddenly grinned, extending his hand to retrieve the phone. Remember, starting today, I shall be your creditor. However, just as Lu Hongchang was about to touch the phone, Qiqiu silently withdrew it, politely addressing Lu Hongchang with a smile. Thank you, senior, but I trust in our warden's integrity. Matters concerning my family, I shall resolve myself. Though his words were exceedingly gentle, the resoluteness within them was unmistakably evident. Lu Hongchang was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but cast another glance at Fan Xing. His gaze imbued with profound meaning. If his previous admiration and jealousy towards the fourth prison had been laced with a hint of performative flair, at this moment, it was utterly sincere. For the newcomer before him truly felt a sense of belonging to the fourth prison. It was this sense of belonging and honor that held paramount importance, including the instances when he had previously ridiculed Fan Xing in front of Qiqiu. All had been in an effort to gauge Qiqiu's stance. The result: Qiqiu had indeed been forthright in articulating his position. Qiqiu, join our archaeological bureau, and I can assure you a starting annual salary of no less than 1 million. Furthermore, for each excavation, there will be an additional bonus of no less than 500,000. This implies that even if the market were to dip slightly, earning 3 to 5 million a year would not pose a challenge. Additionally, by joining the archaeological bureau, you would bypass the internship period. I shall personally assemble an archaeological team for you, with personnel entirely of your choosing. Do not be hasty in your refusal. Take a moment to contemplate. Lu Hongchang, rarely serious, directed his gaze at Qiqiu, enunciating each word with deliberation. Fan Xing instinctively opened his mouth to speak but fell silent upon glancing at Qiqiu, for he had previously stated that whatever decision Qiqiu made, the fourth prison would respect Qiqiu's choice. 1 million. It must be said that when Lu Hongchang casually mentioned this figure, Qiqiu was momentarily taken aback. And when the prospect of earning 3 to 5 million a year materialized, Qiqiu's spirit seemed to dissipate. To put it plainly, he was stunned, having never encountered such a sum, even in dreams, where he envisioned himself striking it rich. It was merely through running a small shop with Qi Xia. The payment for a murder, even a quality one, was only 3,000. 3 million would suffice to hire countless individuals for such deeds. Qiqiu acknowledged that such a generous sum had stirred something within his resolve. From this day forth, you may be your true self. Engage in what you desire. Behold the vistas you wish to see. No need to bow or feign maturity. Yet in the next moment, Qi Xia's voice echoed in his mind. Recalling the gaze directed at him upon awakening, filled with hopes and aspirations, Qiqiu fell into silence. Was earning money truly a necessity for him? Before Qi Xia's awakening, yes. But now, everything seemed but an obsession, a notion that had taken root deep within his heart, sprouting and flourishing. Qi Qiu inhaled deeply, gradually shutting his eyes. Moments later, when he reopened them, clarity had returned, and he looked at Lu Hongchang, smiling earnestly as he inquired, "If you believe this to be a transaction, then what compensation do you propose?" Upon hearing Qi Qiu's words, a faint smile broke across Lu Hongchang's previously somber visage. "As long as you agree, even if it amounts to 10 million, I shall not hesitate. 10 million, I understand." Qi Qiu maintained his smile, merely nodding gently. He then draped the ornate cloak over Fan Xing, pausing momentarily before removing it and placing it around Fan Xing's shoulders, alleviating the discomfort of his bare torso. Fan Xing, now clad. "Leader, let us return home. I feel somewhat fatigued." Under the sunlight, Qi Qiu gazed at Fan Xing with a radiant smile, although it appeared identical to the smile he had worn before Lu Hongchang. At this moment, his smile was imbued with warmth and authenticity. Fan Xing was momentarily taken aback. The awkwardness and discomfort on his face dissipated with Qi Qiu's light-hearted words, revealing a faint smile instead. "All right. Let us go home." With that, Fan Xing tightened the cloak around him and strode forward with purpose. The bare-chested prison guard followed closely behind. As for Qi Qiu, he first stepped aside to pull the old donkey's reins, then hurried to catch up with Fan Xing as he passed Lu Hongchang. The latter furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing at Qi Qiu. "Why did you reject me? I trust my judgment. You should not refuse such monetary allure." Qi Qiu offered no response but continued leading the donkey forward, pausing only briefly after a moment to turn in the sunlight and smile at Lu Hongchang. "Because the remuneration you initially offered was priceless." Priceless, after all, holds greater value. With that, Qi Qiu ceased to elaborate, leading the donkey, step by step, in pursuit of Fan Xing, ultimately resting his weary form atop the donkey's back, languidly basking in the sun's warmth. In that moment, he bore no defenses, no calculations. What he possessed was merely the untainted heart that had been suppressed deep within for many years. What he felt was simply the tranquility of facing his true self. Joyfully, and this sense of ease was the first he had experienced in many years, yet it was so intoxicating, so unforgettable. Chapter 78. The Loquacious Version. Qi Qiu, the Fourth Prison. This time, it seems, a true dragon has emerged from the depths. A hungry tiger has descended the mountain. Lu Hongchang watched the direction in which the members of the fourth prison departed, narrowing his eyes slightly, murmuring to himself, somewhat contemplative, his gaze filled with complexity. Although the brief day had fostered a harmonious interaction, upon their next encounter, they would inevitably become rivals, perhaps even adversaries to the bitter end. As the cruelty of the great Tao's contest. If I were to show you mercy, would it not imply that I believe your ideology to be correct? Since your ideology is correct, what of my own ideology? Does it hold no merit? Am I mistaken? Thus that my state of mind crumbles. My realm diminishes, leading to my obliteration amidst the masses, leaving the Archaeological Bureau to fade from existence. Therefore, in matters that pertain to the entire Archaeological Bureau, what weight do personal emotions hold? Only excavation. Unearthing the tombs of the divine, unraveling ancient scripts, unlocking the truths of divine decline, utilizing the means of the divine. Only then can we truly safeguard this realm of sun, moon, and mountains, preserving the peace of the world. This is the path to peace for the Archaeological Bureau. He remained steadfast in his belief. As for this misstep, every road to success is fraught with obstacles. Even the fourth prison has its history of suppressed divine tombs stirring calamities. Upon returning, the fourth prison must be prioritized. Lu Hongchang spoke softly to himself, then inexplicably shivered. This elderly man, bare-chested, arms crossed, bore the marks of grievous scars on his face and body, pitifully making his way down the winding path. Qi Qiu. At the foot of the mountain, Fan Xing abruptly halted, turning to face Qi Qiu, speaking softly. "Earlier, thank you for preserving the dignity of the fourth prison. However, the debt you owe must still be repaid." Well, 50,000. Based on the current bank rate, the monthly interest is approximately around 100, so let us round it off to that. With your double salary, the repayment should proceed swiftly. I will prepare a repayment schedule for you upon my return. Chi Chiu lay listlessly atop the donkey's back, speaking earnestly. I have no need to indulge your sentimentality. Ahead, Fan Xing's expression darkened instantaneously, gritting his teeth as he muttered, then hastened his stride. Meanwhile, Chi Chiu continued to explore the quality of his new attire. Remarkably fine. It felt as though both the fabric and craftsmanship had risen several tiers. Its defensive capabilities were commendable as well. At the very least, it would require 4 or 5 stabs to pierce this clothing. Just uncertain about its fire resistance, Chi Chiu murmured incessantly. All the while, the bare-chested prison guard ahead bore an equally dark expression. His expression mirrored Fan Xing's. For reasons unknown, whether it was the taciturn version of Chi Chiu, the White Lotus version, or the current charming youth version, he consistently managed to strike a chord deep within others, provoking their most profound emotions, leaving them seething yet unable to vent. In short point, one simply felt an urge to strike him, yet lacked any justification. It was unreasonable. Should one truly lash out, Chi Chiu would undoubtedly perform the act of collapsing to the ground and feigning for compensation. Oh, by the way, are you interested in purchasing this cloak? I find it too ostentatious. In comparison, you, as the warden, would wear it with greater authority. If you don't buy it, please be careful not to soil it on the way. I've heard that fine clothing must be dry cleaned. Though I'm uncertain what that entails, yet it surely must be expensive. Chi Chiu seemed to have recalled something and suddenly inquired. Fan Xing's lips twitched wildly. After a moment, he turned to Chi Chiu and bellowed, I will buy it. Buy it? Can you be quiet for a moment? All right, thank you, boss. I have just perused a shopping website, and the market price for the same cloak is 15,000. However, considering that this particular piece is secondhand, even if you offer 10,000, you would still owe me 60,000 in total. Consequently, the monthly interest would amount to 120. Chi Chiu, beaming with delight, continued to murmur to himself, counting on his fingers. Utterly oblivious to the fact that ahead, Fan Xing's brows were twitching in irritation, wishing desperately to rush forward and choke Chi Chiu to death. Yet, merely 10 minutes later, Fan Xing found solace. Although somewhat verbose and avaricious, at least, the current you has gained a great deal of humanity. This is indeed the demeanor one expects from youth. Reflecting on this, Fan Xing's thoughts became significantly clearer, his steps lighter, while the bare-clothed jailer neither grasped the essence of youthful spirit nor exhibited the kind of magnanimity that comes from a broader perspective. Instead, he was left pitifully as the only one among the trio without a shirt. A mournful expression on his face, but fortunately it seemed that everything was progressing in a positive direction. They had secured 3 cities and safeguarded Hingeling. They were finally going home, not just for himself, but also for those comrades. Strangely, the bare-clothed jailer's pace faltered as he glanced back at the direction of Hingeling. A smile gracing his face. It was as if he was finding closure. Or perhaps mourning. Let me go. Do you realize how serious it is to obstruct me? The 4th prison, 3rd district, 8th detention center. Unlike the 6th detention center, this one is situated on the outskirts of the city, yet the surrounding transport remains relatively convenient, albeit with a sparse population of residents. On the surface, it merely appears to be a vast warehouse. In reality, it is indeed engaged in some storage operations. In other words, the 8th detention center has established its own enterprise, which should be quite profitable. Meanwhile, within the employee dormitory, Chi Xia sat on the bed, his eyes betraying an unmistakable chill. He gazed at Wu Yong, who sat beside him, maintaining a distance of no more than 2 meters, took a deep breath, and spoke in a subdued tone. But Chi Chiu said that before he returns, I must take good care of you. Wu Yong shook his head, equally earnest, locking eyes with Chi Xia. It was as if a stubborn mule had encountered another obstinate mule. Chi Xia fell silent. You will bring harm to Chi Chiu. Let me go now. It would be the best outcome for both me and Chi Chiu. Chi Xia spoke again, a flicker of murderous intent subconsciously spreading deep within his gaze. A faint wave of mental energy began to swirl around him, but Chi Chiu said that before he returns, I must take good care of you, Wu Yong reiterated. This phrase had been repeated by Wu Yong no fewer than 100 times within a mere week, causing Chi Xia each time he regained consciousness to be unable to suppress the fury that bubbled within him upon hearing it. I will say this one last time. Let go of me. Do not force my hand. Chi Xia clenched his fists, his mental energy intensifying slightly. Chapter 79. Wu Yang's Journey for Survival. Chichio said that before he returns, I must take good care of you. Wu Yang parroted like a recording machine. It is you who are forcing my hand. Although you are a friend of my brother's, Qi Xia's eyes were completely consumed by murderous intent, gradually losing their rationality, even tinged with bloodshot veins. As his voice fell, the mental energy in the air coalesced into sharp blades. However, before the blades could descend, Qi Xia's body suddenly convulsed, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed onto the bed. Witnessing this, Wu Yang remained unfazed, instead chuckling derisively. Little brother, you have a seed of energy within you. Old Wei was worried you might not be able to contain your temper and act recklessly, ruining his reputation, so he specifically arranged a safety measure for you. The moment you activate your mental energy, you will faint. Do you understand the wisdom in that? Wu Yang languidly articulated, casually grabbing Qi Xia by the collar, pinning him to the bed, before stretching lazily and moving to the window, gazing up at the sky, slightly lost in thought. Chichio, you must return safely. And the past 2 days, he had been incessantly refreshing forums, leaving no post unturned. However, while discussions about Hengling were abundant, there was no concrete news from the scene. The discourse revolved around whether to publicly announce the heir's identity. If not disclosed, how could the citizens of the 3 cities be assured of a seamless transfer without raising suspicions? Of course, more voices were raised in condemnation, condemning the Archaeological Bureau, condemning the museum. The personnel of the Archaeological Bureau fell silent, wishing to provide support, but due to a shortage of manpower, they could only remain stationed at their posts. As for the museum, it calmly issued a post. The post contained footage of a riot occurring at a forbidden site under their supervision, showcasing the ongoing efforts to mitigate the chaos, with several museum personnel falling in the fray. In an instant, threads criticizing the museum vanished from the forum, leaving the Archaeological Bureau as the sole outlet for their frustrations. Meanwhile, the 4th prison remained as an outsider, perpetually quiet, just as it had been for many years. Neither disputing nor clamoring, merely safeguarding its own sealed gates. Warden Fan Xing has arrived. Just as Wu Yang was lost in thought, a sudden call rang out. Immediately, guards clad in storage logistics uniforms surged from various corners. Rushing towards the main entrance, Fan Xing tightened his cloak, doing his utmost to conceal his bare torso. Smiling at the crowd, Wu Yang paused for a moment, opened the window, and leaped from the 4th floor. Just as he was about to land, a ring of fire appeared before him, allowing him to leap through and emerge in another location, landing smoothly as he hurried toward the exit, his gaze immediately drawn to the familiar old donkey and the figure of Chichio upon its back. In that instant, the restlessness that had plagued Wu Yang for days found solace. I have to get busy. Let's have dinner together tonight. Fan Xing, smiling modestly, nodded at the guards before whispering in Chichio's ear with a voice barely above a whisper. Then walked into the crowd, escorted into the office. In the blink of an eye, the vast open space was left with only Wu Yang, Chichio and the old donkey. No. Wait, there was also the perpetually inconspicuous bare-clothed jailer beside the old donkey. If it were a man and a woman reuniting after a calamity, it might have been a heartwarming and touching tale. Yet at this moment, this scene unfolded between 2 men. Moreover, between those men of steel. Damn, I knew you wouldn't die, Wu Yang grinned, stepping up to Chichio. Lucky me, I just barely escaped death. Chichio replied with a smile, laboriously climbing down from the old donkey, his steps somewhat unsteady. You have the audacity to say that. When you left, you poured your heart out to me, and it wasn't until I finally realized you took the donkey with you. Do you have any idea how I managed to bring your brother back all this way? Just 2 seconds after welcoming Chichio, Wu Yang continued, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. However, this nostalgia was likely filled with pain. I was severely injured while carrying your brother. Luckily, I borrowed a tire from a roadside repair shop. Wu Yang reminisced, his voice heavy with emotion. It's the time. There were over 10 people chasing me, each wielding wrenches, hammers, and one with a power drill and another with a welding torch. They scared me to death. Fortunately, I had a stroke of genius and stuffed your brother inside the tire, rolling away. Perhaps it was a gift from fate. As luck would have it, we were going downhill, which allowed us to narrowly escape. Otherwise, Wu Yang sighed, almost wistfully, as if he were about to light a cigarette to enhance the atmosphere. Listening to Wu Yang's recollections, a smile that had adorned Chichio's face swiftly froze. Qi Xia, He instinctively inquired. Wu Yang grinned proudly, waving his hand dismissively. Don't worry, he only broke both legs. It's not a big deal. With half a month of rest, he'll be as healthy as a young calf. Chi Chio exhaled in relief. Yet Wu Yang found himself once again lost in memories, unable to extricate himself. Although the issue of transportation had been resolved, we soon faced a new calamity. Hunger. Especially for your brother. With both legs broken, he kept staring at me, giving me the creeps that I thought to myself, even if I had to go hungry, I couldn't let your brother starve. But what if I were to rob? Seek food while your brother was with me? That would be too troublesome. Therefore, I had another brilliant idea. Wu Yang animatedly mimicked the scene, his hands gesturing as he reenacted what had transpired. What is my profession? A male restroom attendant. Hey, I stumbled upon a public restroom by the roadside, and I managed to stuff both it and a tire into one of the stalls, locking the door behind me. Ah, what a seamless operation. Do you remember my audacious venture into the convenience store where I was thwarted by an elderly woman who left me with over 20 scratches? It was a bloody affair. Yet I valiantly protected that curry rice. However, your younger brother seems to have a poor appetite. I took him out from the restroom, and when I tried to feed him, he adamantly refused to eat. He just kept glaring at me. Nevertheless, I understand. He is still quite young, so I ended up eating by myself. But as I ate, he was right beside me, retching. Said I am truly worried sick about our brother. At this point, Wu Yang couldn't help but let out a long sigh, filled with the compassion that comes with being an elder. Chapter 80. The Secret of Chi Xia.is. He'd still alive. After listening to Wu Yang's confession, no heroic account, Chi Chio fell into a deep silence, utterly speechless. After a while, he finally spoke up quietly. Wu Yang looked astonished, seemingly baffled as to why Chi Chio would say such a thing. Of course, he is alive and well, except for the fact that he cannot walk at the moment and has to rely on a wheelchair, though, right? He also accidentally twisted his right hand, and the joints are a bit bloodless, making it difficult for him to grip chopsticks. Upon reaching this point, Wu Yang felt a twinge of guilt, lowering his head slightly, unable to meet Chi Chio's gaze. The right hand, the finger joints, how could they be injured? In that moment, even Chi Chio found himself engulfed in confusion, raising his head to look at Wu Yang, unable to suppress his curiosity. Well, you asked me to take care of him, so I was worried he might have issues. And I was guarding by his bedside, but inadvertently pressed down on his fingers. For several hours. Wu Yang's voice grew softer, his face slightly flushed. At this moment, Chi Chio finally understood why someone with Wu Yang's talent and strength was assigned to the fourth prison. No, as the male restroom attendant. There is some reason behind it. Fortunately, his own life is resilient. Wu Yang did not end up harming himself. With this thought, as Chi Chio looked at Wu Yang again, his eyes were filled with a mix of concern. After a moment, he raised his hand and patted his shoulder. You've had a tough time during this period. Not at all. It's just that your younger brother keeps trying to escape, claiming he has important matters to attend to. You might want to talk to him more. Wu Yang shyly smiled, rubbing his head, and then suddenly seemed to recall something, saying, well, I will go check on him. Chi Chio nodded gently, feeling a bit embarrassed about visiting his younger brother. He couldn't shake the impression that he resembled a heartless older brother who had sold his sibling into hard labor in a mine. Wu Yang watched Chi Chio leave, finally letting out a breath of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and gently stroking the old donkey. You're still alive. That's wonderful. The old donkey's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of horror. Letting out a bray and retreating several steps away from Wu Yang without hesitation, in an instant, Wu Yang was left standing there, stunned, caught in the chaos of the wind. Awake? Noon. The employee dormitory isn't particularly large, but it is commendably tidy, with soft sunlight cascading into the room, creating a somewhat cozy atmosphere. Under the sunlight, Chi Xia slightly opened his eyes, gazing at the somewhat blurred figure sitting by the bed. Chi Xia nodded gently, casually covering his legs with the blanket. Chi Chio did not continue the conversation. Neither did Chi Xia. Seemed as though they had long grown accustomed to such silence. Even sitting together for a day without speaking would not feel awkward. I heard you're leaving? After a while, Chi Chio finally spoke again, his tone calm as he inquired. Chi Xia hesitated slightly, nodding gently. Why? Chi Chio asked again. Chi Xia did not respond immediately. Instead, he propped himself up, leaning against the wall, looking at Chi Chio. During this time, Do you have a comprehensive understanding of the successor? Not thoroughly, but I have a general idea. Chicho contemplated for a moment before slowly responding. Qixia nodded, surveying the surroundings. I checked, and there are no surveillance cameras or listening devices nearby. The room is also shielded by my mental power. It's very safe. Chicho stood up, walked over to a nearby table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, resting his chin on one hand, intently gazing at Qixia, not pressing for answers, but quietly waiting. Qixia lowered his head slightly, falling into a moment of silence. After a while, brother, am a god. Qixia's soft voice echoed in the room. There was no melodramatic concealment, tearing apart, or mutual torment in the dark, leading to a final fallout. Rather, it seemed Qixia originally wished to leave quietly without burdening Chicho, but the moment he saw him, he realized there was no chance of escape. Chicho would never allow him to leave. If that were the case, then there was no need for concealment. If there are matters one must hide even from the person they trust most in life, then living becomes rather meaningless. Two brothers who are willing to sacrifice their lives for each other. Some things are merely a matter of words. Chicho raised an eyebrow, pondering for several seconds. Are you trying to boast? Claiming to be like a deity? Or do you mean you truly resemble those in the graves? He did not finish his thought, but Qixia understood his implication. Similar to those beings in the graves. The difference being that they have perished, yet that I am still alive. Or rather, in my limited, hazy memories, I should have died as well, but for some reason, I have become what I am now. Qixia calmly articulated this. Such intense information, yet it was spoken so casually and nonchalantly between the two brothers. It even gave the impression of being a jest. After all, such matters one wouldn't just ponder for a few months. They would need to whisper secretly, perhaps under the cover of darkness, in the wilderness. Accompanied by Chicho's dramatic outbursts, it would be perfect. So, your memory has encountered issues? Chicho pondered carefully before asking again. Qixia nodded. Yes, when Edide a few years ago, several images suddenly appeared in my mind, and then you froze me. Yet, I still had some perception of everything outside, including on the way to the Qing Palace. I gained a vague understanding of the underground world. They seem to despise gods and are enemies of the divine, and why identity will impact you. So the most reasonable approach now is for me to seek out my memories while you remain in the underground world. Severing our connection, he expressed himself very rationally, articulating all the changes he had undergone over the years and the current situation, ultimately falling silent once more, awaiting Chicho's response, just like in their past. Many matters were decided by Chiqiu.as for him. He wasn't particularly fond of thinking. This is quite troublesome. After a moment, Chicho slightly furrowed his brow, his mood seemingly not very pleasant as he looked at Qixia with dissatisfaction. Speaking earnestly, if you are a god, it implies you are quite old, which means I have become the younger brother. After being the elder brother for so many years, to suddenly become the younger brother. I absolutely refuse to accept that, Chicho retorted vehemently. Even Qixia was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Chicho to think of this first, slightly stunned. However, it seems it has always been this way over the years. Qixia came back to his senses, a knowing smile forming as he shook his head. You will always be my brother. Chapter 81. The new industry of making money that's good. Originally tense, fixated on Qixia, he suddenly let out a sigh of relief, his smile returning to its natural state, carrying a subtle hint of brotherly affection. Regarding your identity, I have several questions. Regaining his composure, Chicho asked again, is there any special mark, aura, or detector that could reveal your divine identity? There shouldn't be, however, if the successor possesses extremely high cultivation, or if they inherit something unique. I'm not certain. Qixia pondered carefully, gently shaking his head. Chicho contemplated. When you say extremely high cultivation, do you mean at the very least? They must have reached the level of the Great Peace Realm? That is to say, they must have attained the level of the sages, and their primary focus must be on cultivating mental power, with their inheritance abilities primarily based on detection. There is a possibility they might sense my difference. Qixia spoke more cautiously this time, articulating each word deliberately, his expression growing more serious. Chicho fell silent. The gaze he directed at Qixia was particularly complex. Would you suddenly go berserk? For instance, eyes turning crimson, becoming ferocious, exuding dark energy, and rampaging about? Chicho posed the second question. Qixia pondered for a moment before shaking his head. When you act, will there be any divine signature movements or abilities that others might recognize? Qiqiu inquired, asking the third question. Qixia thought again and shook his head once more. No, in fact, the divine and the inheritor are generally interlinked. Both wield the power of thought. Although we differ fundamentally, they are the legacy, while we embody the thought itself. Yet externally, it is indiscernible. With 3 questions asked, Qiqiu fell silent. Qixia seemed to grasp something as well, becoming taciturn. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Currently, it appeared that no more than 10 individuals among the entire human race could transcend into the realm of peace, whether suppressing the mountains and rivers or delving into forbidden zones, or exploring desolate lands that even if you search for them on the streets, you might never find one in a lifetime. Moreover, it was imperative that they possess the ability to detect legacies. What are you worried about? Worried that you might get drunk and shout on the street, that you are a god. A living god. More like a lunatic, as she spoke. Qiqiu lost all interest in Qixia's identity, casually making a few remarks before slowly rising and walking over to the fitting mirror in the corner, admiring her new prison outfit. Do you think this outfit looks stylish? Silver. It's somewhat unattractive. Black looks much better, Qixia replied honestly after a careful inspection. Qiqiu nodded. I think so too, but the fabric is truly excellent. Feel it. With that, Qiqiu approached Qixia, a hint of boastfulness in her demeanor. Qixia, maintaining a serious expression, reached out to touch it, his eyes lighting up. What a fine material, right? This outfit is definitely not cheap. If you like it, I can get you one later. After all, Fan Xing still owes me money. His outfit is red, but it won't be too shabby, Qiqiu said, her smile broadening. All right. Qixia did not say much more, merely nodding gently. Perhaps, between the two of them, the concept of money had long ceased to be clearly defined. Qixia could guess how much Qiqiu would sacrifice for these things. Yet likewise, if the roles were reversed, Qixia would equally be willing to sacrifice everything for Qiqiu. And look, Qiqiu whispered conspiratorially, glancing around cautiously as if the matter at hand was more significant than the secret of Qixia being a god. Upon nearing, Qiqiu opened her phone, revealing her balance, discreetly showing it to Qixia before quickly retracting it and looking around again, resembling a clandestine transaction. In an instant, Qixia's eyes sparkled. Are we perhaps the wealthiest in Shizhen? He swallowed nervously. Qiqiu pondered for a moment, shaking her head in disappointment. Probably not. At least Uncle Ma is wealthier than us, and there's Sister Lu who owns 3 supermarkets. She counted on her fingers one by one. Qixia, from disappointment to astonishment. Zhao the Lame is that wealthy? Indeed. And that one on the east side of town, the tiny 10-square-meter shop selling adult toys, reportedly earns more than Sister Lu's 3 supermarkets combined. Qiqiu nodded emphatically, her eyes filled with envy. Qixia was stunned. Then we should open an adult toy store, I have considered this before, but the market in Shizhen is saturated. We can assess the situation later. Qiqiu lowered her voice once more, sitting beside Qixia and murmuring her plans. It was all very secretive. Meanwhile, Qixia occasionally nodded in agreement, sometimes astonished by Qiqiu's business acumen, feeling a deep admiration. Thus in this unknown spring, there were 2 youths, Xia and Qiu, dreaming of their bright future. It was soothing and heartwarming. As for why Qixia, the younger brother, was called Xia and not Dong, it was simply because they felt winter was a time of suffering, often leading to freezing and hunger, which was inauspicious. Unlike summer, even when extremely hungry, one could still scavenge a few skewers from street vendors. In the desolate forest of Wanku-Lin, the skeletal trees stood tall, bare and devoid of leaves, exuding a sense of decay. Yet deep within this forest, on this night, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed. In the next moment, the earth trembled. A gigantic hand, resembling a mountain, emerged from the ground, its arm inscribed with intricate runes, seemingly bound by chains. The arm was raised high, crashing down with tremendous force. Instantly, the earth's surface cracked open, fissures sprawling for miles. A thick black mist billowed forth from the cracks. However, as soon as it broke the surface, the withered trees trembled in unison, glowing brightly, suppressing the mist back down. Staff members clad in museum uniforms gasped in shock, retreating hastily from the immense hand. Team leader, the situation seems to be awry. Logically, the divine corpse within this tomb should be deeply sealed and unable to act. May not be able to handle this. A museum staff member hurriedly approached Song Jing. Speaking urgently, Song Jing's expression shifted slightly, teeth clenched. This forbidden ground is under the jurisdiction of my museum. It cannot be compromised, or it will sever the museum's grand fortune. Today, we must, by all means, reseal it, but relying solely on us. The staff member continued to plead. Silence. Song Jing bellowed in anger. The crowd fell silent, retreating behind him, gazing at the arm that continued to strike the ground. Chapter 82. The sudden change in Wan Ku Lin. All museum personnel, retreat. As the ground fissures expanded and the runes on the arm showed signs of fracturing, Song Jing took a deep breath, his expression solemn, and spoke slowly. The crowd exchanged glances, sighing in relief, without any hesitation. They fled into the distance. However, just as they had run a few dozen meters, they suddenly noticed that Song Jing remained rooted in place, not retreating an inch, leaving only his silhouette behind. Team leader. Let's go. The crowd urged go back and tell the teacher that Song Jing did not abandon his comrades, nor the museum's personnel. Also, it seemed Song Jing was about to say something more, but after a moment of contemplation, he smiled self-deprecatingly and shook his head, whispering, Forget it. Team leader, staying here now. They anxiously urged him again, but what responded to them were Song Jing's calm words. If you do not leave now, you shall remain here to accompany me in death. As his voice fell, the expressions of the crowd shifted, exchanging glances before gritting their teeth. They no longer urged him, turning to flee, leaving only Song Jing standing alone. Xiaohua is dead. Zhou Buxian is also dead. Teacher, is this path truly correct? Our museum though once fallen. Who among us has ever abandoned our comrades? Who would choose to flee when facing the outbreak of a forbidden zone? Song Jing murmured, glancing at the fleeing figures behind him, a faint smile appearing on his face, albeit tinged with self-mockery. Ahead, the arm continued to swing, attempting to demolish the entire tomb. Song Jing silently observed. After a long while, Teacher, I believe you are mistaken. The path of the museum should not be like this. As he spoke to himself, Song Jing slowly stepped forward, calmly gazing at the divine arm. His expression serene, devoid of joy or sorrow. The place where the museum exerts its control, how can it be defiled by you? Song Jing's voice echoed through the heavens, laced with a hint of fury. It was as if he was questioning the divine, as well as confronting the most respected elder within his heart. Upon finishing his words, Song Jing abruptly raised his right arm, gently waving in the air. Cracks appeared in the space. In the next moment, humanoid clay figurines, armed with long spears, marched out in formation from within the space, emanating a chilling aura of death. Following that, bronze war chariots, bronze swords point one by one. The burial items from the divine tomb were carelessly thrown out by Song Jing, focusing his attention on that arm. Today, the younger generation, Song Jing, still addresses the heavens. At this moment, Song Jing's voice even overshadowed the sound of the massive hand. The river of history surged forth. A figure emerged from within the door, crossing the long bridge, descending above Song Jing, locking eyes with him, before ultimately transforming into faint light spots and merging into his being. In an instant, a powerful thought energy swept across the scene, raising dust and conjuring a tempest. The clay figurines transformed into soldiers, accompanied by the bronze chariots, seemingly coming to life, charging into the storm. In the distance, one could faintly glimpse Song Jing's silhouette, wielding bronze swords, attacking that arm. Then, the storm engulfed everything, leaving only desolation in its wake. The headquarters of the museum. The office of the deputy director. Feng Changlin gazed intently at the latest intelligence concerning Hengling, his fists clenched tightly. The calamity of Hengling has been resolved. The 12th floor has taken action. Chu Xiaotian and Hun, accompanied by Qingyi, has subdued Hengling. A plethora of keywords inundated the forum. Qingyi, teacher, do you too believe I am in the wrong? I am not mistaken. It is you. You have forgotten your original intention, forgotten the dream of elevating the museum, yet now, you actively assist the 4th prison in resolving its crisis. What difference is there between that and being a traitor to the museum? The veins on Feng Changlin's forehead throbbed. He first muttered to himself, then his words erupted into a fierce roar. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, resembled a frenzied beast. No, It was a beast driven to a dead end. Wishing to rend flesh, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Feng Changlin inhaled deeply, readjusting his expression to regain composure. Yet, his face remained clouded with frost. Outside the door, a staff member entered, hesitantly avoiding Feng Changlin's gaze. "Speak quickly." Feng Changlin's voice bore a hint of impatience, laced with lingering irritation. In that moment, the staff member appeared even more anxious. The Wan Ku Lin, the divine corpse within the Forbidden Land, suddenly stirred. The earth of Wan Ku Lin split apart. The base was damaged, and Team Leader Song has perished. In the line of duty. In an attempt to repress the divine corpse once more, the staff member held a document in their arms, their voice barely audible. Feng Changlin was taken aback. Impossible. Wan Ku Lin is the safest of our museum's forbidden lands, where the buried deity is harmless. Moreover, the malevolence within the tomb is minimal. How could this be? Feng Changlin's tone was rife with disbelief, his eyes wide and vacant. After a moment, he slumped into his chair, feebly waving his hand. You may leave." The staff member sighed in relief, quickly turning to exit, not forgetting to gently close the office door behind them. For a time, the office was engulfed in silence. Why must it be this way? This moment, Feng Changlin was ensnared in a peculiar state, filled with rage and agitation. Waves of mental energy swirled around him. The once transparent, colorless energy now bore faint streaks of dark impurities. He closed his eyes tightly, murmuring incessantly. The energy arranged itself in an orderly fashion in the air. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Feng Changlin opened his eyes, retrieving a rusted Bagua iron plate from the drawer. Infusing it with his mental energy, in that instant, the office fell into an absolute standstill. Immediately afterward, Feng Changlin spewed a mouthful of blood, staining the Bagua iron plate and the desk crimson, his complexion as pale as parchment. "The fortune of the museum has been severed. Who dares to cut off the fortune of my museum?" Feng Changlin's eyes blazed red, akin to a maddened lion, growling incessantly, ultimately clenching his fist and striking the rusted Bagua iron plate with great force. Yet the iron plate remained unmoved. Instead, the desk beneath it suddenly collapsed. "Xiao Song. Xiao Zhuodada Xiao." Feng Changlin trembled, leaning against his chair. Images of these three individuals, youthful and full of vigor, joining the museum and pledging their loyalty, constantly flashed through his mind. They were his only three disciples. They were also his greatest pride in life, apart from the museum itself. Yet now, everything was dissipating like smoke. Chapter 83. The game. Am I truly in the wrong? The teacher not only refuses to assist me but actively aids the fourth prison in resolving the crisis of Hengling. One by one, my disciples perish. But this is a struggle for the path. A struggle for the path transcends all else. Teacher, this is the principle you once imparted to me. Not I have fought. Against the Archaeological Bureau, I have fought. Against the fourth prison, I have fought. Even against the 12th floor? Against this subterranean world, I have fought, carving a reputation for the museum that has endured for decades. But now you. Feng Changlin laughed at himself. His previously neatly combed white hair now lay scattered, giving him a disheveled appearance. Even his mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. In a moment of clarity, Feng Changlin's gaze swept across the desk, landing upon the photograph of his three disciples. And for a fleeting instant, his mind cleared. No, I am not wrong. The fault lies with the teacher. The fault lies with Xiao Hua. The fault lies with Qiqiu. It is Qiqiu who obstructs the fortune of my museum. It is Xiao Hua who has been brainwashed by worldly distractions. It is the teacher who has submitted to the authority of the 12th floor. The path to success is inevitably accompanied by blood, sacrifice, and the incomprehension of the world. Only upon reaching the end will it serve as the ultimate proof. How foolish the world is that I shall go against the tide. Indeed, that is it. Feng Changlin, in a frenzied state, muttered incoherently. Outside, the staff members listened to the strange laughter and furious roars emanating from the office, trembling in fear. Half an hour later, the office door opened. Feng Changlin, meticulously grooming his hair, donned an exquisite suit, and walked out with a calm demeanor, gazing at the crowd, and spoke coolly. From today onward, the museum shall lower its entry thresholds, and the previous one-year examination will be changed to one every 3 months. Furthermore, His voice paused slightly, his icy gaze sweeping across the room. The matter of Wan Ku Lin shall remain buried with me. Whoever dares to speak of it should prepare to accompany the deities in eternal slumber. The crowd bowed their heads low. Until Feng Changlin departed, the atmosphere within the museum remained stifling. The 12th floor, at dusk, golden rays of sunlight poured over the 12th floor, draping it in a gilded cloak. On the rooftop, in a modest loft of roughly 100 square meters, only a window showcased a chessboard flanked by two cushions. Two figures sat on opposite sides of the board, dressed in contrasting black and white garb, seemingly embodying the duality of yin and yang. The crisis of Hengling has been averted. The figure in black picked up a white chess piece, lightly placing it on the board, casually remarking, "Yet Wan Ku Lin has undergone a transformation." The figure in white picked up a black piece, placing it adjacent to the white one, a foolish act, but of no consequence. In fact, the subterranean world has grown lax over the years, having lost its reverence for the forbidden zones. The figure in black placed another piece, casually speaking. "Are you referring to the Archaeological Bureau? Or the museum?" The figure in white moved with remarkable speed, often placing a piece next to the black figures just as it was set down. It is the trend of the world. Whether among various departments, ancestral families, or tribes, the once feared divine tombs have now become mere resources in their eyes. The figure in black sighed, seemingly troubled by the current state of the game. Furrowing his brow, his hand hesitating over a chess piece, and after a lengthy moment, he finally placed it with conviction. Where did it go wrong? The figure in white continued to lay pieces with ease, only intensifying the black figure's predicament. Looking across the board, it was densely populated with pieces, arranged in a systematic manner. "The fault lies with us." This time, the figure in black took a full 30 seconds to consider before finally placing his piece inside. "Saying that us?" The figure in white asked in confusion, placing a piece. "Yes, is us who have sheltered them too well. All those in the Wu Qi realm, except for key departmental figures, must guard the forbidden zones to prevent chaos. Those in the inheritance realm have long been suppressing the most dangerous divine tombs with their very beings. Over time, their vital energy wanes. How then can they comprehend the path, enter the saintly realm, and usher in peace? Meanwhile, the newcomers, free from worry, naturally lack the motivation required for progress. Thus their strength diminishes rather than increases. Each family and tribe lives in comfort, content to remain in their corners. This so-called subterranean world resembles a castle in the air. It appears tranquil, but after a few years, when the new generation fails to connect, and a great tomb emerges, it will collapse like an overwhelming finger. At which point, all will be lost. As the words fell, the figure in black scanned the chessboard, ultimately placing his piece with great reluctance. All have their lives hanging by a thread, yet the masses remain oblivious, still indulging in this rare apocalyptic revelry. Ridiculous. With that, the figure in white smiled confidently, placing his piece and raising his head lightly, gazing at the figure in black shrouded in shadow, and calmly stated, "5 in a row. I win." The figure in black, filled with frustration, swept his sleeve across the board, scattering the pieces in dissatisfaction. "I was unprepared. Let us play again." However, the figure clad in white chuckled softly, shaking his head as he gradually rose to his feet. He positioned himself at the window, looking down from a height, gazing upon the vast mountains and rivers, and spoke softly. "This difficulty, how shall we resolve it? In chaotic times, strict measures must be employed. A grave illness requires potent medicine. Without destruction, there can be no establishment." The figure in black observed the silhouette of the figure in white with evident dissatisfaction, muttering under his breath, yet he too rose and stood beside him, softly asking, "How shall we break through?" The figure in white, taken aback, inquired with curiosity. The figure in black wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. "The divine tomb beneath our feet has collapsed. The bodies of the gods awakening, dragging us into the 12th floor, vanishing together into the rifts of time and space, taking with them almost all the masters of the 5 Qi realm in this world. What do you think? All of them?" The figure in white slightly furrowed his brows, pondering as he asked. "1 must provide the youth with opportunities to showcase their abilities, while simultaneously offering the 4th prison and the Archaeological Bureau, those old traditionalists, a chance for reform. One digs, the other guards. It is rather dull." Why not let their roles be exchanged? Perhaps they might come to understand each other better. A mischievous grin adorned the face of the figure in black. The figure in white regarded him with disdain. Your ability in Go leaves much to be desired, yet your schemes abound. Aha! This is the trend of the times. Furthermore, the tomb beneath us indeed requires attention. The figure in black scoffed, dismissing the figure in white's mockery. The figure in white gently nodded, his fingertips still gripping a piece from the Go set. In that case, 3 days hence, inform all departments, tribes, and all masters of the 5 Chi realm outside the forbidden grounds to convene at the 12th floor. On the same day, the 12th floor shall cease to exist. As for how to incite chaos in the underworld, the figure in black pondered briefly, glancing at the figure in white, and they exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 84. The youth class. The only issue is that such actions will lead to many casualties. In the end, the figure in white sighed and spoke softly. The figure in black, however, appeared relatively calm. The numbers amassed are merely waste and pests. What we truly need are inheritors capable of guarding the forbidden zones and ensuring the peace of our mountains and rivers. But ultimately, we must retain some contingency plans. The figure in white nodded. The figure in black smiled. Naturally, we must keep a portion of individuals in the shadows, guiding the situation, steering the underworld towards the outcome we desire. Should it exceed expectations, we can halt at any moment. With this, the figure in white ceased to argue, yet his gaze remained fixed on the distance, his eyes still betraying a hint of worry. Lost in thought, behind the ridge, in a remote small town, lies the 4th Prison, 3rd Division, 8th Detention Center, adjacent to the Fengyun Meat Pure Hot Pot Restaurant. Situated in the suburbs, the establishment had long since fallen into disrepair. Fan Xing sat at the head of the table, before him a steaming hot pot brimming with a plethora of vegetables and the solitary plate of meat. One must commend the guards for their thoughtfulness. As they had placed this plate of meat directly before Fan Xing, as for Chi Chiu, they often stole glances, their eyes filled with curiosity. Primarily, the attire that signified Silver Prison was simply too conspicuous. If one were to disregard the face and focus solely on the clothes, their legs might quiver. Yet, upon observing Chi Chiu's youthful visage, a striking sense of dissonance would emerge. Chi Chiu. Fan Xing gazed at the table laden with greens and, in the corner, a full bowl of handmade noodles. His expression tinged with awkwardness, especially when the still charming proprietress cast a complex gaze their way. It inadvertently made Fan Xing feel as though he were naked. The good news was that his clothes remained intact. The bad news seemed to be he had lost his composure. Our 4th Prison has always upheld a tradition of simplicity and integrity. We are capable of enduring hardship and toil. This is the proud tradition of our 4th Prison. Thus, this meal serves as both a welcome feast and a genuine invitation for you to join our family. It is essential that you experience this. Fan Xing, the chief warden, deputy, of the 4th Prison, certainly possessed a remarkable eloquence. In just a few words, the accompanying guards were stirred into a fervor. Looking at the dining table, it felt entirely different. What they were consuming was not merely food. They were partaking in the spirit and faith of the 4th Prison. This meal was truly sumptuous. Only Chi Chiu maintained an unchanged expression, calmly lifting his chopsticks and reaching for the solitary plate of meat. Swiftly snatching it. You are still recovering. Eat more. In the stupefied gaze of Fan Xing, Chi Chiu placed the meat into Chi Xia's pot. I cannot eat this much. Chi Xia, with a slightly frail smile, divided the meat in half, sharing it with Chi Chiu. The two engaged in casual conversation, naturally dividing the meal between them, leaving Fan Xing alone, dumbfounded. Wait, where's the meat? I too am not fully recovered. Fan Xing swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he picked up noodles and tossed them into the pot, feigning indifference. Oh, by the way, at the 12th floor just sent a temporary notice, requesting me to attend a meeting the day after tomorrow to discuss future development plans for the underworld. Moreover, they have just introduced the latest policy. Unintentionally, Fan Xing redirected the conversation back to the main topic. What policy? Chi Chiu casually inquired, picking up a slice of lamb, dipping it in sauce before consuming it in front of Fan Xing. Upon witnessing this scene, Fan Xing instinctively swallowed hard. Is this meat pure? He could not help but ask. Chi Chiu savored it carefully. It's decent. Should be real. No wonder they dare to call it Fengyun Meat Pure. Let me try a taste. With that, Fan Xing raised his chopsticks and lunged toward Chi Chiu's pot, But Chichio was quicker, deftly stirring the pot and retrieving several slices of meat. Placing them into the sauce bowl, Fan Xing stood frozen in place. The latest policy from the 12th floor seemed somewhat strange. However, he was quick to react, naturally crossing over Chichio's pot to grab some vegetables, placing them into his own pot, seamlessly continuing the previous topic without a hint of awkwardness. Because all forbidden areas have stabilized, the younger generation faces little pressure, hence, the establishment of the youth class, where selected members may designate a safe forbidden area for exploration each year. All items obtained shall belong to them. Furthermore, the assessment criteria are remarkably simple. The 12th floor will restart the Heavenly Pool Grand Tomb, allowing all inheritors under the age of 25 in the underworld to explore. This tomb has been conquered by the 12th floor for many years. It is said that the bodies of the gods have already been transported away for experimental development. Yet many unknown regions remain. A stable tomb does not equate to zero risk. Furthermore, the 12th floor has explicitly stated that elders are not permitted to accompany it. As he spoke, Fan Xing slightly furrowed his brows, an expression of confusion clouding his eyes. I can't shake the feeling that this policy is riddled with oddities. What are the assessment standards? Chichio casually inquired. They have hidden 6 badges within the Heavenly Pool Grand Tomb, 1 gold and 5 red. Securing the golden badge will grant one the position of class leader. And by the way, the class leader enjoys the same authority as those in the 5 Chi realm. However, it is fortunate that the 12th floor has repeatedly emphasized that during this assessment, siblings are not allowed to harm one another. Thus, safety is assured to a certain extent. As the conversation continued, the noodles finally cooked. Fan Xing eagerly fished them out, regardless of their temperature, and devoured them. Chichio, upon hearing this, showed no further reaction. Everything remained as usual. Aren't you going to give it a try? Fan Xing scrutinized Chichio, inquiring. Does the class leader receive a salary? Chichio pondered for a moment before asking. Fan Xing's expression darkened instantly. How is that possible? Then I have no interest. By the way, does our 4th prison have any division or detention center, lacking a supermarket? Chichio earnestly contemplated, ultimately looking at Fan Xing with eager anticipation, asking. Fan Xing was taken aback. Clearly, he was thrown off by Chichio's peculiar question. I discuss resources and you inquire about money. I talk about the Divine Tomb and you mention supermarkets. What on earth are these even related? There are none, Fan Xing replied curtly. Chichio visibly expressed disappointment, exchanging glances with Chixia. Following that, Chichio, rarely shy, glanced around cautiously before leaning toward Fan Xing, whispering, Then does our 4th prison have any division lacking adult novelty shops? Chapter 85, District 9, 9th Detention Center. Fan Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. It was as if struck by lightning. He abruptly turned his head, gazing incredulously at Chichio, his eyes scrutinizing him as if attempting to dissect his thoughts, wondering what chaotic notions were swirling in his mind. What are you thinking? Our 4th prison's guards are all of high moral integrity, with unyielding principles. Fan Xing glared fiercely at Chichio, lowering his voice, that not possible either. Chichio exchanged another glance with Chixia, and in an instant, their appetite vanished. Kid, are you really not going to compete for the youth class? If all goes as expected, the heirs from various departments and families will mobilize. This not only represents resources for cultivation, but also qualifies one to occupy a high position in the underground world. To share the spoils, rather than merely sip the broth, do you understand? Fan Xing's expression grew increasingly serious as he looked at Chichio and spoke earnestly. In comparison to becoming a ruler of the underground world, my dream. Leans more towards opening a supermarket. Chichio responded with a smile, equally earnest. No, right now, it's a sex shop. Chixia, sitting nearby, suddenly interjected. Chichio was taken aback. Yes, a sex shop. Observing the 2 young men with a straight face, Fan Xing found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he sighed and shook his head. Forget it. I've said before, the 4th prison will never interfere with your choices. Then, after a period of contemplation, Fan Xing's gaze suddenly turned towards the inconspicuous naked prison guard in the corner. Of course. This guard has now changed into a brand new uniform. Which detention center are you from? Fan Xing inquired. The naked prison guard instinctively stood up, straightened his back, and shouted loudly. Reporting, leader. I am from the 4th prison, 9th Division, 9th Detention Center, Deputy Warden Sun Dabiao. Aside from you, does your detention center currently have anyone else? Fan Xing gently nodded and asked again. Sun Dabiao's body stiffened slightly, and his eyes seemed a bit moist, but he shouted again. Reporting, leader. The entire 9th Detention Center is present. Fan Xing fell silent. The other guards present also looked at Sun Dabiao with a hint of respect in their eyes. This sentiment, perhaps incomprehensible to the newcomer Qi Qiu, was well understood by these veterans, who had all experienced similar situations. According to regulations, the guards of the Forbidden Zones are prohibited from participating in rescues. Why are you all supporting? But soon, Fan Xing regained his composure and frowned slightly. Reporting, leader. Our 9th Division, 9th Detention Center guards the 101st Forbidden Zone. We are currently in a decade-long period of silence. Sun Dabiao spoke without hesitation. Fan Xing was taken aback and nodded gently. Since the sealing of the Divine Tomb, every 10 years serves as a node to reinforce the seal. During this time, no disturbances should occur within the Divine Tomb, marking it as the most stable period. During this phase, guards are permitted a certain degree of freedom to move about. However, logically speaking, a small detention center only requires one appointed warden. And in some areas, the warden may not even have been appointed. Why does your detention center have two? Fan Xing pondered and inquired again. This time, Sun Dabiao did not respond immediately but lowered his head in silence. After a moment, he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. The warden is my mentor. He will retire in 3 months. Have just broken through to the appointed realm less than 3 months ago. He did not continue, but everyone understood, including Fan Xing, who ceased to ask further questions. Qi Qiu, since you prefer comfort, can I entrust the 9th Division, 9th Detention Center to you? Fan Xing stared intently into Qi Qiu's eyes and asked earnestly. Qi Qiu was just about to speak but was interrupted by Fan Xing. Although it's merely a trifling detention center, it represents a responsibility, an obligation. While you are making money, this door cannot have any issues. I agree. The transaction was concluded. Qi Qiu maintained his gentle smile as he spoke calmly. Fan Xing met his gaze and smiled in return. I regret to impose upon you to continue as the deputy warden for a while longer. Fan Xing turned to Sun Dabiao, initially intending to offer some encouragement, but Sun Dabiao immediately shouted, understood. This child's character is quite straightforward. How old is he? Fan Xing's lips twitched slightly as he struggled to maintain a warm smile. Reporting, leader, I am 41 this year. Sun Dabiao shouted again. 41. This fellow is quite forthright. How do you usually maintain yourself? What skincare products do you use? Fan Xing's smile became even more forced, and he ultimately couldn't help but ask. Under Sun Dabiao's peculiar gaze, he silently sat back down. Well, this matter is settled. Wu Yang, and no matter what, the youth class will hold a significant position in the underground world in the future. Our 4th prison cannot simply concede. Why not let you lead this time, guiding the young people of our 4th prison? Fan Xing turned his gaze towards Wu Yang, who had been busy showing off his meal, suddenly heard his name called by Fan Xing, paused in confusion, and looked up with his mouth full of noodles. Huh? I'm not going. Did you not always want to get promoted and make money? Why are you not going now? Fan Xing asked in bewilderment. Staring at Wu Yang grinned widely and chuckled. I've invested in Qiu Ji's business. We are now a startup gang. No, a team. In the early stages of entrepreneurship, it's quite tough. Qiu Ge can't do without me. As he spoke, Wu Yang raised his eyebrows at Qi Qiu and Qi Xia. Qi Qiu decisively gave a thumbs up, while Qi Xia silently raised his middle finger. Yest was that finger which had been trampled by Wu Yang's behind for 3 to 4 hours. Wu Yang chuckled again, returning to his meal. Fan Xing, for a moment, wore a frown. Although Wu Yang's mind seemed a bit abnormal, silly, and somewhat unlucky, his talent was indeed the strongest among the recent generations of young people in the 4th prison. With some refinement, he would undoubtedly become a great asset. Of course, the main reason remained the low wages, harsh working conditions, and lack of benefits in the 4th prison, leading to a significant decline in the number of young people willing to come to the 4th prison in recent years. Most were following in their fathers or masters' footsteps. It was almost becoming a family business. Including Fan Xing, he was lured here by his second uncle. Reflecting on this, Fan Xing sighed deeply, feeling inexplicably weary. There is a bit of a writing block. Please take a day off to organize the subsequent plot. A new chapter is about to unfold, and starting in January, there will be additional updates. Chapter 86. Chong Lin Well, although our 4th prison has faced some setbacks over the years, we still have some good prospects, and we will secure a seat. Fan Xing had no major objections to this. After all, It was merely a super small department that might hold some power in the future. Even if they truly lost it, for the fourth prison, it would be just a slight pity, not a matter of life and death. Therefore, Fan Xing said nothing more, merely gazing at the table full of vibrant green vegetables. His lips twitching incessantly. Just moments ago, there was food. Eating only these leafy vegetables, does he think he is a rabbit? However, considering the balance in his bank account and the 3 different repayment plans Chi-Chiu had prepared for him, Fan Xing took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the irritation and impulse within. Vegetables, healthy. Thus, the remaining time at this hot pot table passed in a generous and brave manner, on the 12th floor. A meeting? Inside the museum. Late at night, only a desk lamp emitted a faint glow, illuminating the densely packed documents on the table. Since taking over as the deputy director, Feng Changlin had hardly rested before 2 a.m. Each night over the years, tirelessly dealing with the mountain of paperwork. The thinning strands of hair were a testament to all he had devoted to the museum over the years. Yet the hint of obsession and madness in his eyes instilled a sense of dread. Ha! Teacher, do you intend to deceive me and kill me with your own hands? In Hengeling, you have already betrayed the museum. I will no longer believe you. Feng Changlin slightly raised his head, under the glow of the desk lamp. A hint of hysterical madness flickered in his somewhat murky eyes. The youth class, the cream of the crop among the youth, merely at the appointed realm, if our museum participates, each contestant will wield the weapons of the divine. Even if it costs a portion of their own essence and potential, if we can secure all 5 slots for the museum, even the 12th floor may not be able to stop the overwhelming momentum of our museum. Feng Changlin, lost in his own thoughts, felt a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he slowly rose to his feet. He gazed out at the half-moon illuminating the night sky. Narrowing his eyes slightly, a young man wielding a vessel can also be invincible in this world. This is the path of my museum, the road to the heavens, teacher. Since you have changed, I shall naturally take it upon myself to cleanse the museum. As he spoke the last words, a fierce glint surged in Feng Changlin's eyes, accompanied by an uncontrollable anger. It seemed incomprehensible to him that his teacher would choose to betray the museum. Betray him, and, above all, betray the beliefs they once held sacred. Outside, myriad lights twinkled brightly, yet within, solitude reigned supreme. Feng Changlin silently withdrew his gaze, feeling inexplicably aged, his posture slightly hunched as he returned to his desk. Bent over the documents, incessantly annotating them. Meanwhile, at the Archaeological Bureau and the Inspection Division, various departments worked tirelessly through the night, deliberating on the issues concerning the youth class and speculating about the actions of the 12th floor. After eliminating all impossibilities, what remained was the singular answer. Now, with the world at peace, the tombs of the deities were effectively suppressed, and the master of the 12th floor was aging. Perhaps it was time for a new, youthful master to lead them, to sound the horn of counterattack, to unearth one tomb after another, reclaiming all that rightfully belonged to the gods. Perhaps when that moment arrives, they themselves would become divine. Although there was no direct communication among them, a shared understanding blossomed, and fists were clenched in anticipation. This was hardly a selection for the youth class. It would be far more candid to declare oneself a chosen heir, in an instant. Countless factions entrenched in the underground world, numerous family enterprises, and village industries scrambled to identify their most distinguished descendants. Headhunters fixated their attention on young heroes like Chi-Chiu and Wu Yang. Those who had gained a certain notoriety through practical experience, they meticulously detailed and repeatedly conveyed the levels of treatment afforded by other departments and families. The scene resembled that of professional telemarketing. Consequently, every time Chi-Chiu heard the phone ring, his heart would skip a beat. It was said that frequent phone used could deplete a phone's lifespan. These individuals were effectively jeopardizing their own devices. As a result, Chi-Chiu's tone unwittingly grew markedly harsher. Only then did the headhunters relent. Of course, the primary reason was that Chi-Chiu was merely the heir of the 4th prison, and his officially recorded exploits were limited to those prior to ascending the heavenly ladder, where he had vanquished dozens of competitors. As for subsequent events, including his sojourn to Hengeling, the records were conspicuously silent. Otherwise, what Chi-Chiu faced would not merely be a barrage of phone calls. While they persisted in their relentless pursuits, Fan Xing departed. Bearing a profound sense of reluctance toward returning to work, he wearily left. Especially, even under such circumstances, Chichio continued to gaze at his departing figure. Repeatedly waving his hand, his eyes filled with nostalgia, reluctance, and concern, ultimately coalescing into a single plea. Come back to work soon, or the school will withhold your salary, and you won't be able to repay next month's debts. Damn it! In an instant, only Fanxing's tragic, helpless curses echoed through the heavens and earth, deafening in their intensity. Why had he ever felt the need to compete with Lu Hongchang? Was it not sufficient to simply enjoy the free version of assistance? As the tempest of Hingling gradually subsided, heads of various departments made their way to the 12th floor, however. Feng Changlin of the museum remained an exception, appearing as a soldier on the outside, bound by military orders. Although they had departed prior to the meeting, plans for the forthcoming period had already been diligently established. Tianqi, the Great Tomb, had become the new buzzwords in the underground world. As for Chichio, who had recently been embroiled in turmoil in the span of a single night, he seemed to have been utterly forgotten by the world. Ultimately, what they pursued was merely amusement. Yet when tangible benefits emerged, trivial entertainment gossip paled into insignificance. Almost as soon as the announcement from the 12th floor was issued the following morning, a multitude of promising youths, or those who perceived themselves as such, or who felt particularly fortunate to seize an opportunity, packed their bags and set off for Changlin City. Indeed, Changlin is the closest underground city to Tianqi. It also serves as the central hub of the northern underground world. Comparatively, Changlin dwarfs the impoverished county Chichio had previously visited. However, just as countless gazes converged upon Changlin, Chichio quietly charted a divergent path. Chapter 87. Yangshentang. Here lies the 9th District, the 9th Detention Facility. Chichio, Qi Xia, Wu Yang, and Sun Dabiao stood in a row, lifting their heads to gaze forward. Wu Yang spoke softly. Sun Dabiao's weathered face flushed, and he lowered his gaze slightly, his voice tinged with trepidation. My master. He is somewhat inept at management. In truth, I believe that even without management, it should not be this way. Wu Yang interjected once more. Sun Dabiao found himself at a loss for words, his gaze fixed on the floor. Motionless. The group once again raised their heads to observe the secret base of the 9th Detention Facility. Strictly speaking, it resembled a traditional courtyard. Above hung a plaque, worn and corroded from exposure to the elements. Inscribed with 3 characters, Yangshentang. Pray tell, what is the main business of Yangshentang? A medical clinic. Considering the 9th Detention Facility's location, it seems situated in a relatively impoverished area of Haching. During our journey, we even witnessed 2 groups engaged in a brawl. Logically, a medical clinic should simply lower its consultation fees for higher volume and thus yield decent profits. Chichio withdrew his gaze and turned to Sun Dabiao. A hint of confusion in his expression. Sun Dabiao's eyes remained fixed on his shoelaces as though he wished to carve a 3-bedroom apartment into the ground. His voice was barely audible. My master is not a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, nor has he studied systematically. He cannot diagnose illnesses. Yangshentang is a psychological clinic. Sun Dabiao spoke weakly. Chichio was momentarily stunned. A flicker of astonishment crossed his clear eyes. A psychological clinic in a slum? Is there anything wrong with that? Sun Dabiao queried, perplexed. Chichio chose not to respond, instead contemplating the building before him, imbued with the essence of traditional Chinese medicine, the plaque, and the name. After a lengthy pause, I am preparing to venture into a different line of business. Otherwise, I may face starvation. Chichio took a deep breath, seemingly inspired by a grand vision, exchanging a glance with Qi Xia, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Ah? What kind of business? Sun Dabiao inquired, somewhat baffled. Chichio's smile deepened, and without uttering a word, he led Qi Xia into the courtyard, diligently sweeping away the dust. Meanwhile, Wu Yang wrapped an arm around Sun Dabiao's shoulder. Wearing an enigmatic expression, chuckling as he vanished into the distant street, leaving Sun Dabiao alone, bewildered and disheveled in the wind. Each of them, as heirs, possessed exceptional physical capabilities, though the courtyard was covered in dust. Within half an hour, it had been revitalized. Chichio admired his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. Just then, Wu Yang returned, carrying a large cardboard box, sprinting to the entrance of the courtyard, and promptly hoisting a ladder from the corner. climbing up to remove the ancient, weathered plaque inscribed with Yangtze. "Are you ready?" The three gathered together, their eyes filled with a sense of solemnity. At Chichio's inquiry, Qixia and Wu Yang both nodded vigorously. "Let us commence." Chichio raised his arm in a rallying call. Without hesitation, Wu Yang opened the massive cardboard box, extracting a vividly colored plaque adorned with twinkling lights, placing it in the former location of Yangtze. Following that dot came strings of light strips, light spheres, along with numerous large black bags and a compact self-service vending machine. After much effort, power was restored to the entrance. Even in daylight, the plaque radiated a dazzling brilliance. Drawing attention, boldly inscribed in large letters was, "Adult Goods Store, Prison Uniform Edition," complemented by soft pink neon lights, evoking an indescribable sensation. Next came the two ancient wooden doors of the courtyard, now encircled by light strips. Moreover, where red lanterns once hung, two neon light spheres were installed. As they spun and flickered, the wooden doors faintly reflected the alluring silhouettes of two captivating figures. If viewed at midnight, the effect would likely be even more explosive. Subsequently, the stone lion vending machine was replaced. It too was a soft pink, igniting the desires within. The items displayed inside left Sun Dabiao wide-eyed and unable to look directly. Even swallowing hard instinctively, I believe the set of stone benches and tables in the courtyard serves little purpose. Let us replace them with glass display cabinets. On either side, we can place inflatable dolls. Oh yes, they should be dressed in prisoner attire for a stronger sense of brokenness. This is the knowledge I have recently acquired from inspecting other stores. From now on, we merely need to await our fortune. Sooner or later, there will come a day when we can return home in splendor, becoming the wealthiest in West Town. Chichio admired her masterpiece, occasionally offering some targeted suggestions, while Wu Yang stood solemnly behind her, clutching a notebook and pen. Whenever Chichio uttered a thought, he would promptly jot it down, his expression remarkably serious. It was as if they were not merely establishing a small adult products shop, but a grand enterprise, a commercial empire that could potentially span every city. Even Sun Dabiao transitioned from initial confusion and shock to being deeply moved and invigorated, experiencing a profound sense of empathy. Is this the allure of entrepreneurship? The youthful fervor of the boys tends to ignite quickly, yet it can extinguish just as swiftly. "Brother, it's been 3 hours, and no one has come to buy." Qixia, draped in a grand opening banner, lethargically leaned against the door, casting a glance at Chichio, unable to restrain her words. Chichio, clad in attire nearly identical to Qixia's, resembled two doormen. However, unlike Qixia, Chichio still managed to wear a vibrant smile. Even in the absence of any passers-by, "Don't fret, we have just opened. Those who need our products are yet unaware. Let us wait a little longer," Chichio reassured her. "Oh, all right." Qixia revitalized, forcing a smile back onto her face as she waited. Then, "Brother, it's been 5 hours. My smile is beginning to feel stiff." Qixia managed to squeeze out the words through her grin. "No, you are divine. You won't have a stiff smile. That's your advantage," Chichio earnestly consoled. Qixia was momentarily taken aback. "The divine advantage is merely being a doorman who can smile a bit longer?" she questioned incredulously. Chichio pondered for a few seconds before adding, "Perhaps, once the divine is no longer vilified, we could consider using it as an advertisement. The divines say it's delightful." He punctuated his statement with a perfectly executed thumbs up. "This morning, I rose at 6:30, traveled by car, flew, and took a bus, finally arriving home at 8 p.m. It's finally over. I'll strive to accumulate some drafts and aim to update more frequently starting in January. That's the plan." Chapter 88. Establishment of the Enterprise. Brother, I believe I possess considerable ability. It's just that recently, whenever I exert my mental energy, I often faint. Could it be some lingering side effects? Qixia seemed to recall something and inquired. Chichio maintained his smile, enthusiastically waving at a passing young man, causing the individual to turn and flee in terror before he returned his gaze, casually replying, "This is a normal phenomenon for the revival of the divine. It will pass in due time." "Are you certain it's a normal phenomenon?" Qixia softly pressed. Chichio nodded earnestly, his eyes sincere. Qixia's mouth twitched slightly, "But if memory serves, I should be the only living deity." "Do not dwell on such details. Fighting and killing is too crude. What we must do is create a commercial empire that belongs to us. Chicho deftly shifted the topic. Indeed, as he spoke, Chi Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Envisioning their future life of luxury and indulgence, it is said that wealthy individuals don't even wipe themselves after using the toilet. They possess toilets that flush themselves. Moreover, they drink soy milk in the morning without adding sugar. Claiming it's for health, they savor the original taste of soybeans. Precisely. The most absurd thing is that they consume yogurt without even licking the cap. Back when Chicho and Chi Xia, famished, daringly crossed the blockade to rummage through trash bins in the Lake East District, they once witnessed a child around their age tear open a yogurt cap, discard it without licking, and that event left them astounded. Upon returning, when they recounted it to their neighbors, no one believed them, insisting they were exaggerating. Of course, some less informed individuals didn't even know what yogurt was. Brother, I'm hungry. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. Chi Xia glanced up at the starry sky and spoke softly. Indeed, we have entered a cognitive trap. Who would purchase these items during the day, especially since most people are shy? Standing here, they might be too embarrassed to buy. Chicho suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. The sign and the lights became increasingly conspicuous. The reflections cast upon Chicho and Chi Xia resembled two little pink figures. So, what shall we do? Chi Xia hesitantly inquired. Let us return to our room. Tomorrow morning, when we come out, I am certain this machine will be empty. Chicho declared with conviction, witnessing his brother's confidence. Chi Xia felt a surge of inspiration, the weariness dissipating as she vigorously nodded. With that, the two of them returned to the courtyard, filled with anticipation and fervor, awaiting the dawn to check their harvest. Like hunters navigating a trap-laden forest, Chi Xia had only recently revived, her health still poor. Chicho and Wu Yang were also recovering from injuries. After a long day of travel and standing guard, they soon succumbed to slumber, filled with hopeful expectations. Until, the next morning, the sun shone brightly. Chi Xia, Chicho, Wu Yang, and even Sun Debiao simultaneously opened their eyes, springing up from their beds without even freshening up. Rushing into the yard, exchanging nervous glances as they directed their attention to the closed gate. Brother, I have a premonition. Our self-service cupboard must be sold out. Chi Xia could not contain her excitement. Chicho inhaled deeply, nodding emphatically. The moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us. Let us push open the door and see the results. The first step of our commercial empire begins here. Wu Yang, being rather impatient, scratched his head, took a couple of steps forward, and forcefully pushed open the door. The glaring sunlight flooded into the courtyard. It also cascaded upon the several youths and a middle-aged man. Sacred.majestic.as if they were being laid upon a golden path. This path leads to careers, wealth, and equally to the caps of yogurt. In an instant, the restlessness in everyone's hearts calmed with this beam of sunlight. They exchanged glances, ultimately resting their gaze upon Chicho. Chicho took a deep breath and confidently stepped outside. The others followed closely behind. The scene, the atmosphere, was such that an onlooker might believe something forbidden had just emerged from within that sealed door. Outside, the sun was just right, and the breeze gentle. The group formed a line, gazing at the two self-service vending machines they had meticulously prepared, their emotions stirring. Brother, they're empty. Chi Xia spoke softly, her voice hoarse. Wu Yang instinctively clenched his fists. Sun Debiao's breathing quickened. Only Chicho appeared to maintain his composure, merely uttering a calm I'll get a knife together. Chi Xia quietly suggested, turning silently back toward the courtyard. Wu Yang followed closely behind. As the two moved aside, they finally saw the full picture of the self-service vending machines. The items had indeed been completely cleared out. Yet, the locks had been pried open by an unknown party, which meant they had been purchased for $0. Come back. Chicho spoke again, the smile on his face having vanished, his eyes eerily calm. The two exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and returned to their positions behind Chicho. This is my fault. I overlooked the risks associated with the impoverished district. Here, the awareness of the law is extremely low. Chicho quietly reflected, meticulously reviewing the oversights he had made in this matter. The underground world must adhere to its own rules. Shall try a different approach. Let us fill the cupboard again. Wu Yang, procure a small surveillance system. Chicho stated methodically. Chi Xia nodded lightly, returning to her room to retrieve 2 bags of products to refill the cupboard. Meanwhile, Wu Yang hurried away. Brother Sunday, you are relatively more familiar with this place. What do you not is the usual style around here? Ultimately, Chicho turned to Sun Debiao, earnestly inquiring. Sun Debiao pondered, recalling and narrating. It's quite chaotic. And compared to the other 2 districts, particularly impoverished, it's generally considered a lawless area, which means it's quite similar to our Lake West district. Chicho nodded in realization, refraining from further inquiries. Standing quietly at the door, time crept by. Suddenly, a notification ping from a mobile phone echoed. Chicho took out his phone, unlocked it, and a string of messages leaped onto the screen. Esteemed members of the Seek Dao Forum. Greetings. In accordance with the automatic renewal policy, a membership fee of 30 yuan has been deducted from your account this month. Please be advised that if, in the face of these 2 looted vending machines, Chicho could still maintain her composure. It was upon seeing this string of text on her phone that she truly felt her defenses crumble. Chapter 89. A new marketing model. Will the membership still incur automatic charges? Chicho inquired, her voice quivering as she glanced at Sun Dabiao. Sun Dabiao instinctively nodded, as if it were the most ordinary matter. Indeed, and for merely 30 yuan a month, one can access a wealth of information about the underground world. With a higher membership level, one even qualifies to consult certain highly confidential data. It can be said that this is one of the most cost-effective memberships in the underground realm. Listening to Sun Dabiao's explanation, Chicho fell silent. Her eyes remained glued to the phone screen, her hands seemingly trembling slightly. Is there a way to cancel the automatic charges? After a prolonged pause, she directed her gaze back to Sun Dabiao. Her eyes betraying a hint of panic, Sun Dabiao was bewildered. It was hard to fathom that this individual, who had previously faced the surging divine miasma with such indifference while alone and merely at the fate realm, could now appear so distraught over a membership. Yes, you see? Sun Dabiao nodded, took Chicho's phone, and manipulated it for a moment before returning it to her. It's cancelled. Upon hearing those 3 brief words, Chicho felt a surge of relief. She exhaled deeply, clutching her phone, overwhelmed by a sense of survival. Who is responsible for the automatic renewal project at the Seek Dao Forum? Chicho asked once more. Her voice somewhat subdued. Sun Dabiao, sensing a trace of malice in her tone, replied, I am just a small junior guard in the division. I don't know about such matters. Sun Dabiao appeared utterly perplexed. Oh, Chicho responded softly, opting not to elaborate further, simply standing before the vending machine, awaiting the replenishment in silence. Until the machine was restocked and the surveillance was completed, the group returned to their room, quietly anticipating the arrival of night. However, unlike the previous day, they now bore an air of hostility. Nightfall. Silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of birds. In the pitch darkness, several shadowy figures crouched suspiciously at the door. Peering through the cracks, time passed slowly. They had indeed restocked. I told you, a bunch of new faces must be fools from the affluent district. Why don't we take the opportunity to go in? No turning back now. 2 figures approached the vending machine, engaged in hushed discussion, their voices growing ever softer. First, pry the lock. We'll take what's in front of us. Ultimately, the 2 reached a consensus, cautiously crouching down, busily working at the vending machine, each clearly assigned a role, completely unaware of the few figures silently approaching from behind, their expressions devoid of emotion, their gazes icy. This lock is tougher to pry than yesterday's. Of course, after one incident, they would change the lock. No, let's just smash it. The 2 exchanged remarks. I have a key. Do you need it? Suddenly, Chicho's gentle voice interrupted. Huh? Thanks. One of them instinctively replied, only to stiffen as a chill washed over him, suddenly reaching for his waist and pulling out a dagger, aiming it backward. Unfortunately, what awaited him was a hefty wooden club, measuring a full 20 centimeters in diameter, and then the vision of both figures was swallowed by darkness. The cold wind howled as they groggily opened their eyes. Terror filled their gaze as they looked around. 4 shadowy figures surrounded them, reminiscent of judges from the depths of hell, just as the 2 were in a state of panic. Chicho crouched down, wearing a beaming smile, deliberately avoiding mention of their prior actions, and warmly asked, Welcome to our little shop. What would you like to purchase? Huh. We were just passing by. One of them reacted swiftly, a fawning smile gracing his face as he spoke. Chicho's smile visibly faded. If you are not here to buy something, then you must be here to rob. You dare to rob? Just as her words fell, Wu Yang glared over, his face dark with malice, brandishing the club as if to strike. Buy. We are here to buy things. Facing imminent harm, the two shut their eyes tightly and yelled. Wu Yang instantly withdrew his club. A smile broke out on the faces of the four. We'll buy a bottle. The smiles on their faces quickly stiffened, their expressions turning grave as they gazed at them. 2 bottles, 3 bottles. We'll buy them all. Seeing their expressions grow increasingly peculiar, compounded by the chilling atmosphere, the pink lights, the two swallowed hard, nearly bursting into tears. Strangely, after uttering those words, all the coldness and terror dissipated. Wu Yang rushed back into the room, fetching a blanket, kindly draping it over the two. Sun Dabiao was responsible for retrieving the medicine. Qi Xia meticulously explained the effects of each medicine. Ultimately, under the radiant smiles and watchful eyes of Qi Qiu, they graciously sent off 2 naked figures who disappeared into the chilly night, clutching 2 large bags of health products. How much did we earn? Wu Yang immediately inquired, brimming with excitement. Well, we made up for yesterday's losses and even turned a profit of 500. Qi Xia fiddled with the calculator, recalculating repeatedly until her eyes sparkled. This business could thrive. The profits were substantial. Wu Yang clenched his fists in exhilaration. Even Sun Dabiao was left dumbfounded, reflecting on how his mentor had once lived frugally, guiding several team members in that small courtyard, constantly admonishing them to remain low-key, to conceal their status as heirs. And now, this kind of robbery, a business, seemed more in line with what the denizens of the underground world ought to engage in. Shoo! Someone else is coming. They hadn't even had time to celebrate when another figure stealthily approached from afar, crouching in front of the vending machine, retrieving a hammer. Damn, he's actually trying to smash our cabinet. We must sell him even more, the group exclaimed in unison, rushing out, dragging the bewildered individual into the courtyard and initiating their unique sales approach. Eventually, even the honest Sun Dabiao couldn't help but exclaim. This chaotic place they inhabited was truly a mess. Throughout the night, over 10 different gangs paid them a visit. At tea times, when business picked up, they even had to serve 2 groups of customers simultaneously. Moreover, among all these people, not a single one genuinely intended to pay. Thus, in the dead of night, a procession of figures, stripped bare, wept as they exited the terrifying courtyard. However, it is worth noting that in the following days, the business of the neighboring salon saw a remarkable surge, leaving the young women somewhat perplexed. Perhaps they reaped some benefits from it. Meanwhile, Qi Qiu and her adult novelty shop gained infamy along the entire street in just 2 days. No one was unaware, no one was uninformed. Even during the day, passers-by would avoid the area. Chapter 90. The winds rise. Noon. The 12th floor. Figures hurried in from all directions, swiftly entering the large conference room on the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, on the top floor, another round? The man in black inquired with a smile. The man in white glanced at the chessboard with an impassive demeanor. Everyone except Feng Chonglin from the museum has arrived. I see. The man in black nodded lightly, sensing the disinterest of the man in white in continuing the chess game. He rose in disappointment, standing by the window, gazing into the distance, before their departure. These individuals had made arrangements concerning the youth class. If I am not mistaken, many of them have already set off. The man in white similarly stood beside the man in black, speaking softly. However, his voice momentarily faltered, brows furrowing. If I recall correctly, the tomb at Tianqi is teetering on the brink of upheaval. Indeed, the man in black confirmed. Within a month at the latest, that tomb will erupt completely. By then, all who have reached the 5th Qi realm in the underground world will vanish without a trace. It is bound to be quite a spectacle. A smile crept onto the man in black's lips. Filled with anticipation. Many lives will be lost. The man in white sighed, a hint of pity in his tone. The man in black turned to face the man in white, his eyes filled with confusion. But if we allow the new generation to live entirely under our protection, when that day arrives, even more will perish. Yet ultimately, the man in white was about to express something further but was interrupted by the man in black. Change will inevitably bring death. The subterranean world has truly languished in comfort for far too long. So long, in fact, that its inhabitants have become consumed solely with the contention for the grand path, fixated on resources, while forgetting the sacrifices made by our predecessors for the prosperity we now enjoy. The voice cloaked in black remained monotonous, yet carried a faint tinge of derision. Aside from the fourth prison, which has steadfastly guarded the front lines for years, the remainder have scarcely encountered any formidable adversaries. No doubt even within the fourth prison, there exists a palpable lethargy. Let us not forget, their very names evoke imprisonment. Beyond suppressing the divine tomb, they are tasked with containing all manner of fiends from the subterranean realm. However, as time has passed, that portion of their duty has been relinquished. The figure in white shook his head in rebuttal. The one in black scoffed. Which department or faction would allow the fourth prison to rise above them? Even if the culprits are the most heinous of villains, they are still their own. Yet the upheaval at the heavenly pool is beyond the capacity of these youths to manage. The figure in white remained conflicted. I shall maintain control of the situation to a certain extent. As for these guardians, they may observe on the 12th floor how their proud progeny respond to an unforeseen crisis, if we are to play. Let it be an audacious game. As he spoke, the figure in black grinned widely, a smile imbued with madness. The figure in white paused, confusion flickering in his gaze. You proposed multiple forbidden zones erupting simultaneously. The sealing gates destroyed with decay and divine slaves rampant wherever one looks. What shall we do? The black-clad figure countered. Mere 2 sentences left the figure in white momentarily speechless, and after a prolonged silence, he finally responded. Are you insane? Should this proceed, even the common populace would be in peril. This would grievously violate the principles of our 12th floor. His words were cut short as several pitch-black apertures abruptly manifested in the void. In the next instant, a multitude of furry, elongated tendrils, resembling the tails of creatures, emerged to ensnare the figure in white. Meanwhile, the figure in black elegantly approached, whispering in his ear. I have stated before. Change invariably claims lives. Our lives as successors are of value, as are the lives of ordinary people. Natural calamities will inevitably descend again. If we wait until that day arrives, what remains beneath the nest when the roof collapses? As he spoke, the figure in black gently placed a hand on the shoulder of the figure in white. You excel in many respects, yet at times, you are overly indecisive. The sages established rules because they aligned with the circumstances of their time. Yet now it is no longer as it once was. What we require is to fabricate a controllable battlefield before disaster strikes and therein sift out the true warriors capable of adapting to crisis. Otherwise, when catastrophe befalls, the present subterranean world will merely be a farce. The figure in white struggled incessantly, yet the bindings would not yield, staring intently at the figure in black. Do not forget. There remains a being of the 5 Chi realm outside, Feng Changlin, you say? A madman with a shattered Dao heart. Is he not the finest whetstone? Do not fret any longer. You have toiled for too long and require rest. As he spoke, a vortex materialized in the palm of the figure in black, gradually consuming the figure in white. Upon engulfing him, a strange softness graced the formerly icy visage of the figure in black, rendering him slightly more refined. The tendrils retracted back into the void. The figure in black waved his hand, conjuring streams of water that flowed into existence, eventually forming a mirror before him. He meticulously arranged his attire before the mirror. Smiling, finding his smile somewhat gentle, he furrowed his brow, then spread his smile anew. This time, it bore a colder edge. The figure in black nodded in satisfaction, stepping through the grand doors, descending the winding staircase step by step. In the conference room, a plethora of uniquely shaped figures sat around a massive table, silence enveloping them as they awaited the proceedings. Some were bare-chested, their skin adorned with intricate tattoos. Others donned peculiar attire. Leaning on canes, there was also a cheerful old woman who resembled a farmer in a corner. A corpse with a sword protruding from its crown meandered before the table, promptly refilling the cups of anyone whose water had run dry. An elder named in, "Could you please cease your divine powers? Indeed, even if you were to inhabit a fresher corpse, this one has begun to rot." When he poured water for me, his fingers even grazed the liquid. A chorus of discontent arose. Only In Hun remained unfazed in the corner, toying with various jars and bottles, thoroughly ignoring the unfolding chaos. "Where's Feng Changlin?" Just then, a voice heavy with suppressed anger broke through the silence. An elderly man burst into the meeting room, scanning the surroundings. Upon realizing Feng Changlin was absent, his frustration intensified. Elder son, your disciple is preoccupied with the preparations for the youth class. He likely will not attend. Indeed, with the museum rising to prominence, how could he possibly heed the commands of the 12th floor? A wave of scornful remarks cascaded through the room, saturated with dissatisfaction toward the museum. The elder's brow furrowed, suppressing the fury within, until he finally took a seat at an empty spot, his expression grim. Chapter 91. The 12th floor. The ancient tomb silence gradually reclaimed the conference room, just as the patience of the assembly was on the verge of exhaustion. The entire 12th floor suddenly trembled violently. Fan Xing reacted swiftly, nearly leaping to his feet and rushing toward the exit, with the others following suit, standing in the grand hall to observe their surroundings. In mere minutes, the previously bustling 12th floor had become desolate in this vast space. Only those above the 5 Qi realm remained. Fan Xing's brow furrowed deeply as he gazed into the distance. Coincidentally, Chu Xiaotian turned to look as well. 6 Yao. Divination. Fan Xing murmured. 6 ethereal coins whirled around his form, spinning frantically as he closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to something. Yet half a minute passed. Fan Xing's eyes flew open suddenly. His complexion pale, and he expelled a mist of blood. The heavenly mechanisms are obscure. What is buried within the tomb, and what are we? Successors to puppets, or... Even as he barely managed to utter those words, Fan Xing's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, only to be caught by Chu Xiaotian, who held him close. What does this mean? Indeed, how have we become mere puppets? The assembled individuals, masters of the subterranean world, immediately sensed Fan Xing's anomaly, clearly hearing his every word, and they crowded around him. No one could provide an answer. The turmoil within the 12th floor escalated, forcing everyone to struggle to maintain their footing. No, we are ascending. The window. One among them, having sensed something, alerted the others, and their expressions changed as they rushed toward the window, crowding before it to gaze outside. Despite being on the second level of the 12th floor, they were now situated over 10 meters above the ground. Moreover, they continued to rise. What on earth is happening? Where is the master of the 12th floor? Even amidst this chaos, their faces revealed no panic, only contemplation as they sought to discern the underlying issues. Esteemed colleagues, it has been a while. Just then, a gentle voice resonated from the void. The figure in black, bearing a faint smile, emerged from the distant shadows, surveying the assembly and spoke softly. The master of the floor? No, although the appearance and aura were consistent, the gaze and demeanor were entirely different. Where is the master? In an instant, the crowd discerned the anomaly, demanding answers in sharp tones. In the face of their inquiries, the figure in black showed no signs of anger, instead sighing. Those who have survived calamities possess a mental acuity and vigilance that far surpasses that of the ordinary. If the current youth could emulate such resilience, perhaps we would not need to tread such extreme paths. Never mind, it is of little consequence. The purpose of my abrupt summons today is to request that you all enter seclusion for another 3 years. During this period, all ancient texts within the 12th floor shall be made accessible to you. I hope that during these 3 years, you shall ascend to new heights. In concluding his address, the figure in black bowed slightly to the assembly, offering them no opportunity for inquiry, and with a light step, he vanished from sight. As he departed, the surrounding windows swiftly sealed shut. Candles ignited all around. Shortly thereafter, intricate patterns emerged on the walls, and in the blink of an eye, a sealed chamber was formed. The expressions of the crowd subtly shifted. The bare-chested giant raised his palm, and within it, a fierce flame blazed, which he casually hurled forth. A fireball struck the wall, sending sparks flying. Yet the wall remained unscathed. Meanwhile, the fireball exploded and dissipated. You not find this scene somewhat familiar? Just as he, skeptical of fate, prepared to test once more, and Hun suddenly withdrew his smoking pipe, inhaling deeply, his expression turning grave. Lo Hongchang almost instinctively caught on, glancing at his mentor. In unison, they uttered a single term: Divine Tomb. As seasoned explorers of ancient burial sites, they instinctively recognized the scene before them, the flickering candlelight, the accompanying divine patterns. Everything mirrored the tombs they had previously excavated. Are you suggesting that we have been cast into a tomb by the people of the 12 floors? One among them could not restrain himself from inquiring. However, An Hun shook his head, his demeanor growing even more solemn as he took another draw from his pipe, slowly articulating. Is it possible that the 12 floors itself is a tomb? As his words settled, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. If the 12 floors is a tomb, then what of its master? That is impossible. Indeed, the history of the 12 floors can be traced. It is certainly not a divine tomb. Yes, the master has changed hands several times, as is widely acknowledged. A chorus of rebuttals arose almost instinctively. Even if they felt a twinge of unease within, they dared not affirm this notion. For if this were to be confirmed, the consequences would be beyond their imagination. Having labored for centuries to seal the tombs of deities, only to find that their overseer is, in fact, a god. Rather than confront this reality, they preferred to indulge in self-deception. An Hun did not elaborate further, merely sighing as he sat in the corner, continuously puffing on his pipe. To be frank, he had been part of the 12 floors for quite some time, yet the mystery surrounding this edifice remained elusive and inscrutable. Especially the so-called master, a figure as elusive as a dragon's shadow. Perhaps. An Hun subtly glanced towards a certain direction, locking eyes with Chu Xiaotian for a fleeting moment before casually averting his gaze. Completely disregarding the commotion of the crowd, they transitioned from initial unease and anger to escalating agitation, attempting to breach this barrier, yet they faltered one after another, ultimately left to sit wearily in the corner. Meanwhile, outside the 12 floors, it was evident that this structure was ascending slowly into the sky. Particularly at its base, chains were entwined, and at the end of these chains rested a coffin. Surrounding the coffin was a mound of earth. As the fierce winds howled, the chains rattled ominously, yet the coffin remained as immovable as a mountain. Clad in black, with hands clasped behind his back, a figure stood atop the 12 floors, facing the tempest. His expression neutral, his gaze fixed on the earth below. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly broke into a smile, murmuring, "The grand era commences. How thrilling it is from a distance." The 12 floors, now airborne, resembled a colossal ancient tomb. The first volume is currently nearing its conclusion. Strictly speaking, I personally feel that the entire first volume serves as a prologue, with the true narrative commencing in the second volume. Please be patient. I will also strive to accumulate a backlog of material and begin working overtime. Chapter 92. The coup within half a day. The entire underground world was abuzz with change across all forums, networks, and hotspots. The once hotly debated youth class was swiftly overshadowed by 12 floors. The 12 floors suddenly levitates, seemingly sealing itself. A bronze coffin has appeared at the base of the 12 floors. Is it a sanctuary for humanity? Or a paradise for deities? A discourse on the 12 floors. A cascade of posts emerged, accompanied by images of the 12 floors floating in midair. Whether it was the bronze coffin suspended beneath or the overall tomb-like appearance. Initially, when the 12 floors was grounded, it went unnoticed. However, once it ascended, its form was unmistakably reminiscent of an upright coffin. Of course, it would be misleading to suggest that the youth class incident had been entirely forgotten. On trending topics, discussions regarding it persisted. Transformations in the 12 floors, self-sealing suspected. Is the youth class a deception, or the sole method to save the underground world? Countless commentators flocked to this thread. Some offered rational analyses. Others voiced their opinions vehemently. In short, amidst the upheaval of the 12 floors, the final directive left behind bore immense significance. Was it a trap, or an opportunity? The debate raged for 2 full days without reaching a consensus. What was clear, however, was that more young inheritors were quietly embarking on their journey to the heavenly pool. Naturally, this was merely the concern of the lower-tier inheritors. Meanwhile, the higher echelons of various factions were rife with apprehension. Their leaders remained within the 12 floors. Could they have been captured en masse? Some impatient individuals hurried to the perimeter of the 12 floors, attempting to rescue their leaders. Yet no matter their efforts, they could not approach within 100 meters of the 12 floors. It was as if this area had become an absolute no-go zone. They could only watch helplessly as the 12 floors floated, slowly rotating. Below, the bronze coffin entwined in chains appeared more vibrant than ever. With no success in their rescue attempts, the crowds retreated, returning to their respective departments and families to deliberate on solutions. In an instant, the entire underground world was engulfed by a chaotic sense of leaderlessness. It was akin to the sudden disappearance of their authoritative figures, leaving them with a multitude of unresolved issues. An unmistakable sense of disorientation. Some families and villages chose to retreat into obscurity, opting for self-preservation. Others were more daring, focusing their sights on the youth class. Additionally, a faction of individuals remained fixated on the 12 floors, striving to extricate their leaders. In summary, these individuals flailed about like headless flies. Only a select few factions remained remarkably composed, even exhibiting unusual excitement. The museum. Feng Changlin, the sole individual who did not attend the meeting, lacked even the time to celebrate his narrow escape. He decisively dispatched a portion of his team to the Heavenly Pool Tomb, followed by another contingent of elite personnel from the life-determining realm, who departed in small, silent groups, vanishing without a trace. He promptly released an announcement. Transformations in the 12 floors, situation unclear. The museum shall assume command over all affairs in the underground world. We invite the leaders of all departments and factions to convene at the museum headquarters in 3 days. Of course, the announcement was made. Yet whether anyone would dare to attend remained uncertain. Feng Changlin was indifferent to this, as the primary intent was to disseminate a message. The museum intends to make its entrance. Concurrently, another renowned faction was equally exhilarated, publicly announcing their statement on the Seekers Forum. According to our previous excavations and extensive research through ancient texts, the 12 floors itself is a grand tomb, and the so-called master is merely a servant of the gods. They masquerade under the names of sages, incessantly devouring the human race. In turn, we, the righteous forces, have also been branded with their vilification. However, mere forbearance will only embolden the enemy. From this day forth, we shall publicly establish the Tomb Robbers Guild, recruiting all aspiring individuals to join us in excavating tombs, contributing their strength to the advancement of our kind. Tomb Robbers Headquarters. This post stirred a significant uproar. Some rational, or rather, astute individuals immediately sensed the implications of the Tomb Robbers' intentions. Conversely, others, perhaps inherently naive, even found themselves in a state of sudden enlightenment. So this was the truth. The 12 floors had oppressed the Tomb Robbers because they were aware of the factual reality. The Tomb Robbers are the good guys. Naturally, such naivety was rare. Yet it ultimately planted a seed of suspicion in the hearts of many. Meanwhile, those who had been unable to join various factions and departments quickly detected the scent of opportunity, stepping forward to openly support the establishment of the Tomb Robbers Guild and choosing to enlist. These individuals were akin to gamblers. Betting that the 12 floors would collapse, they intended to soar to greatness under the banner of the Tomb Robbers, with the precedent set by the Tomb Robbers. The long-established antagonistic organization known as the Servants of the Gods also emerged from the shadows. Not only them, but a plethora of newly formed, inexplicable organizations such as the Peacekeepers, Guardians, and Grave Sweepers sprang forth like mushrooms after rain. Presenting a kaleidoscope of appearances, some of their leaders were scarcely at the life-determining realm, appearing almost comical. Nevertheless, they still conveyed a silent signal to the masses. The underground world was indeed in disarray, and it was a chaotic kind of turmoil. All previously established rules might be shattered within a matter of days, and they, with a moment's carelessness, could easily become victims of this tumultuous in stark contrast to the current chaos of the underground world. The 9th District, 9th Detention Center, resembled a paradise, untouched by strife. Or rather, their chief warden was entirely unaware of the upheaval occurring within the 12 floors. After being duped out of $30 for a membership fee on the Seeking Path forum, Chi Chio, filled with regret, resolutely uninstalled the software, almost gritting his teeth as he did so. Who knows what peculiar payment schemes this band of vampires might concoct next? Is there really any difference from being robbed? Amidst his internal lamentations, Chicho silently removed the cleaver from the neck of that unfortunate thief, donning a professional smile. Greetings, welcome to our establishment. How may I assist you today? I recommend this product. Though it may appear a tad pricey, our complimentary gifts are indeed of exceptional value. Based on our store's purchase records, you can enjoy a complimentary experience of the 198 package at the renowned salon down the street. With a beaming smile, Chicho eagerly introduced, simultaneously brandishing the gleaming cleaver in his hand. To be honest, ever since he swapped the wooden stick for a knife, customers have been spending their money with much more enthusiasm. Chapter 93. Brand Chain. Thank you for visiting. Please take care. Oh, and by the way, if you seek the fourth technician at Renowned Salon, mention our little shop for additional discounts. Chicho smiled as he watched the customer depart, his grin gradually fading as he settled into a chair, pouring himself a glass of water. As of today, their 9th detention facility has been established for 10 days. These 10 days have utterly overturned Sun Daipyo's impoverished worldview accumulated over the years. What happened to the promised low profile? What happened to the quiet dedication? What happened to serving the public? How does this differ from the oaths they took upon entering the fourth prison? Instead of keeping a low profile, they've been distributing flyers everywhere. Not only do they not introduce their products, but they also emphasize the presence of a gold ring in their unmanned vending machine. In fact, that they even went so far as to display a gold ring. After distributing the flyers, dozens of customers arrived that very night. It is no exaggeration to say that within just 3 days, every thief within 100 miles of Yuxian was aware of this shop. The promotional effect was remarkable. Moreover, they all patronized the establishment. What astonished Sun Daipyo the most was that in just a few days, Chicho had formed an industrial chain with various nearby salons, referring clients and earning commissions proportionately. Likewise, the salons would introduce real customers, creating a win-win situation. Thus, unbeknownst to them, the happiness index in Yuxian has risen several notches. The crime rate has even decreased. Unfortunately, such practices do seem a bit like draining the swamp. Bro, we only had this one customer today, Chixia remarked as she saw him off, before speaking softly. Wu Yang scratched his head. How about I find a brick, spray it with gold paint, and toss it into the vending machine? No, that would tarnish our reputation. Chicho shook his head, falling into deep contemplation, and after a long pause, suddenly looked up with a glint in his eyes. I recall that our medicine has stimulating effects, right? Seems a little bit. Wu Yang replied uncertainly. Stimulating can alleviate pain. The security in Yuxian has been rather poor lately. We could take advantage of their fights to actively promote, and if worst comes to worst, we can simply tear off the medicine's name. Chixia, as though having an epiphany, blurted out. Chicho nodded with a smile. If they don't buy, we can help them experience the pain that suffering brings. And remember to leave the addresses and phone numbers of our partnered salons in the medication boxes. It would be best to slip in a small card as well. This too would be a considerable source of income. Chicho reminded them. Wu Yang and Chixia both nodded, their gazes towards Chicho filled with admiration, each carrying a bag of pain relief medicine, bustling about before hastily leaving only Chicho still seated in the yard, with Sun Daipyo standing beside him. How about I go out? Tio Cell. Sun Daipyo surveyed the surroundings, unable to suppress his curiosity. Being the only idle person here made him feel a bit awkward, but Chicho solemnly shook his head, looking at him earnestly. Our primary duty remains guarding the sealed gate, so I must trouble you to keep a close watch. If any issues arise, we can address them promptly. You know, I almost forgot that I am still a prison guard. Sun Daipyo mumbled, scratching his head. By the way, Captain, have you seen the news on the forum lately? He had barely begun to speak when Chicho's face darkened instantly, even his fists clenched tightly. During this time, the Seeking Path Forum had become a strict taboo that could not be mentioned in his presence. Sun Daipyo decisively fell silent, but after pondering briefly, he seized the opportunity while Chicho was distracted and blurted out. There have been disturbances on the 12th floor, suspected self-imprisonment, Deputy Warden Fan Xing has been trapped inside, and various factions have gathered at the Heavenly Pool Tomb, attempting to vie for the qualifications of the young class. He succinctly described the current environment. Chicho's hand holding the knife trembled. He froze, his expression tense as he gazed at Sun Daipyo. Are you serious? Although unwilling to admit it, the current situation appears to be just as he described. Especially in the absence of oversight, the underground world finds itself in a state of indulgence, as if the laws that had always restrained us suddenly became ineffective one day. Such abrupt freedom can be intoxicating, even addictive, to least. Within 3 days of next year's statistics for our fourth prison, 5 groups of tomb raiders have attempted to invade our small restricted area. Fortunately, they were clearly rogue groups. Otherwise, they would have posed a real threat to the fourth prison. Sun Daipyo sighed, his face etched with worry. Upon hearing this, Chicho fell into silence as well, saying nothing, merely staring at the knife in his hand, lost in thought. After a long while, he finally responded softly, "But Fan Xing still owes me money if he gets into trouble. No. I must go light incense." With that, Chicho hastily rose, returning to his room and shutting the door behind him, leaving Sun Dapio in a state of shock. For a moment, he couldn't help but sigh, his eyes filled with helplessness. Indeed, their little prison guard, deep down, still seems rather cold, doesn't he? In Chicho's room, as he closed the door, he leaned against it, his eyes filled with turmoil, unable to resist tugging at his hair. "I have already repaid the life I owed. So it is right not to save you this time. We've just begun to earn some money. Getting closer to becoming the wealthiest in Shizhen." "Yes, that's right," as Chicho murmured. He walked beside the chair and sat down. After a long while, he took a deep breath, as if making a certain decision. Exhaling softly, leaning back in the chair, his body going limp. Unbeknownst to him, the chains entwining around his blood vessels trembled slightly, a tiny segment of which revealed cracks. "I in the life mandate realm, no matter the choice. It falls within the scope of destiny. Whether to forge ahead with bravery or act selfishly, these are all forms of fate. The only difference lies in the outcomes formed when the life one establishes faces various crises in the future. Of course, this will also somewhat impact one's strength. Bandits are always stronger than cowards." Yet now, Chicho was acutely aware of this, but he seemed to ignore everything before him, merely downloading the Seeking Path form again. Scrolling through posts for a full hour, ultimately placing his phone on the table, leaning back in the chair, and slowly closing his eyes. Before he knew it, Chicho's blood circulation had quickened slightly. "I said that I would lead Xiao Xia to a stable life. If Xiao Xia's identity were to be exposed one day, she would need me. I cannot act impulsively. I have already repaid our lives." Chicho murmured, ultimately falling silent, drifting off as if into slumber. Chapter 94. The list of talents. The next day, in the morning, the sun rose as usual. Chicho, as per his routine, emerged from his room, ate breakfast, tidied up, and prepared to welcome customers. Everything seemed as it had always been. However, what was different was, Chicho would often unconsciously pick up his phone, refreshing the forum, only to casually close it again. "Brother, the flyers have been quite effective today. The number of customers coming to visit has increased again." Xia hurried back, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it down, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. "Yes, after a while, we should save up some money and buy that salon. Then we can open a supermarket. It won't be long before we can return home in glory." Chicho clenched his fists. Nodding emphatically, listening to Chicho's plans, Xia momentarily felt dazed, nodding vigorously before rushing out of the yard to greet new customers. This scene was something he had once only dared to dream of. Yet unexpectedly, it was now within reach. Only after Xia had departed did Chicho's smile gradually fade as he sat quietly on the stone bench, taking out his phone and almost instinctively refreshing the screen. "Disturbances have arisen on the 12th floor." A boldly titled post gleamed prominently at the top of the homepage. Chicho instinctively clicked on it. "Your membership level is insufficient. Please upgrade to a super member." Chicho fell silent. This situation had occurred multiple times over the past few days. His gaze remained as placid as ever, silently closing the post, locking his phone, and placing it on the table, seemingly unaffected. Moments later, a customer arrived, and Chicho greeted them with a warm smile, jogging over to provide a professional introduction. Ultimately, wielding a cleaver, he graciously sent the guest on their way, completing the transaction with practiced ease. Before casually inquiring of Sun Dabiao, who hurried back, "How does one apply for a month of membership on this forum?" Sun Dabiao was taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Chicho, as if he had heard something shocking. The membership he had previously obtained was now regrettably wasted. An upgrade would be more cost-effective, Chicho explained calmly. "Can I not opt for a month-to-month subscription and just apply separately?" "Yes, but it will cost an additional 10 yuan. Sun Dabiao scratched his head, unsure of Chicho's thoughts, but proceeded to elaborate anyway. Thus, Chicho fell silent once more. In truth, a continuous monthly subscription could have been arranged, provided the automatic payment was cancelled at the earliest opportunity. Noting Chicho's reaction, Sun Dabiao added, "You can indeed set it to continuous payment as long as you cancel the auto-renewal promptly." Chicho's eyes brightened as he silently passed his phone over, After about 3 minutes of operation, Sun Dabiao returned the phone to Chichio. All set. Thank you, Chichio replied softly, nodding as he took the phone. Stretching his limbs and glancing around, I'm feeling a bit tired today. I have customers in the afternoon, so please assist me with their reception. Be sure to be enthusiastic, understood. Sun Dabiao looked at Chichio with a puzzled expression, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it, ultimately nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Chichio turned and retreated to his room, gently closing the door behind him, collapsing onto his bed, retrieving his phone, and opening the pinned post. 7 days after the 12th floor ascended, the ground suddenly collapsed, with faint strange sounds emanating. I have attempted to maneuver a drone closer several times, but to no avail. I could only conduct data analysis through exceedingly blurry photographs. The comparisons of several data sets left me astounded. The area of the collapse exhibits chaotic magnetic fields, resembling a void. In layman's terms, it is highly likely to be a passage connecting to another world. In light of this, I retract my earlier assessment that it is merely a grand tomb, and lean towards the 12th floor, as a node suppressing the two realms. As for what lies in the other world, I believe I need not elaborate. The post concluded with a few exceedingly blurry photographs attached. The comments below were numerous, yet predominantly laced with ridicule aimed at the poster. Although Chichio seldom perused the forum, he gathered from their remarks that this account frequently disseminated absurd and fantastical claims, often exaggerating, and had gained notoriety as a source of amusement within the forum. However, they overlooked a crucial detail. This post had been bolded and pinned by the forum's officials. Chichio instinctively clicked on the user's profile, wishing to review their previous posts to assess their credibility. However, sorry, your membership level is insufficient. Accessing their historical records requires a black gold membership. Chichio tightened his grip on his phone, veins bulging, yet ultimately relaxed, expressionless as he exited the current page and continued browsing other posts. In just a few days, Longlin City has seen a surge in customer traffic, with hotel prices tripling, greedy profiteers. The passage to Tianqi remains closed, and the person in charge of Longlin City has yet to make an appearance. Their attitude remains unclear. Young heirs from various regions are flocking to the foot of Tian Shan, urging the opening of the Tianqi restricted zone. A series of posts that he had previously been unable to open due to insufficient permissions now filled his screen. Chichio scrolled through, gaining a rough understanding of the current situation. However, these posts were all several days old, lacking in timeliness. Youth class, list of prodigies. As he continued to scroll, another boldly titled post emerged. Chichio clicked on it. Archaeological Bureau, Gu Yin, mid-stage of the life establishment realm, may step into the final stage at any moment. Before arriving in Longlin City, he was attacked by tomb raiders, single-handedly killing 5 adversaries of the same realm and retreating unscathed. Donglin Village, Wang Dabing, mid-stage of the life establishment realm, possesses ancestral techniques of spirit possession. Combat prowess unknown. Suspected current guardian of Donglin Village, Museum, Fuqing, mid-stage of the life establishment realm. A stream of information continuously emerged. Almost all pertain to the existence of successors from various small to medium-sized factions. As for the top-tier departments, such as the Archaeological Bureau and the Museum, their successors were still absent, their whereabouts unknown. Similarly, at the end of this post, Chichio's name was mentioned. The successors from the Archaeological Bureau, Museum, 4th Prison, and Inspection Department have yet to appear, but some claim to have caught a fleeting glimpse of a successor from the Archaeological Bureau in Longlin City. If the successors of several major departments gather, the aforementioned prodigies may find themselves at a disadvantage within the Tianqi Grand Tomb, and of course, the 4th Prison is an exception. Their successor has only recently entered the world and requires further refinement, likely not making an appearance anytime soon. However, successors from other departments will undoubtedly show themselves in the final stages. The above intelligence will be updated as necessary. Latest intelligence confirms that the Archaeological Bureau's successor, Zhong Sansi, is located in Longlin City, currently operating from the shadows, seemingly disdainful of competing with these cannon fodder. Chapter 95. The Tianqi Forbidden Zone. Regarding the content of this post, Chichio held little interest. He took no offense at the lack of faith in him, merely closing the post at random and once more seeking information about the 12th floor. Yet besides the recent ground collapse, there had been no further developments concerning the 12th floor. Meanwhile, the deputy head of Longlin City finally made an appearance, unable to withstand the mounting pressure from various parties. and ultimately opened the passage to the Tianqi restricted zone. Just as Qi Qiu was preparing to log off the forum, a new post was suddenly published and promptly pinned at the top, notifying the entire forum. A gigantic tail has suddenly appeared at the base of the 12th floor, attempting to drag it into the ground. In this moment of crisis, the ancient bronze coffin unexpectedly trembled, and a corner of the lid opened, suppressing the gigantic tail. Could it be that even deities engage in conflict? The post concluded with footage captured by a drone, but due to the distance and magnetic interference, the video was exceedingly blurry. Nevertheless, one could still faintly discern the ancient coffin's lid opening slightly to sweep away the enormous tail. The video also captured a furious, perplexed roared eye in the distance. A figure clad in black was seen standing atop the 12th floor, arms crossed, garments billowing in the fierce wind, with a flick of their fingers. The coffin lid closed once more. The 12th floor stabilized again. The magnificent voice echoed through the void. The 12th floor is sealed off, suppressing the divine tomb, to return in 3 years. During this period, all matters concerning the underground world are to be decided by each department. Ultimately, an imposing voice resounded from the void. As the words fell, the 12th floor gradually faded into the ether, as if concealed within the void. Subsequently, the drone inexplicably self-destructed, plunging the scene into darkness. The video concluded at this point. Qi Qiu lay on his bed, replaying the video 4 or 5 times, before finally shutting off his phone, leaning against the headboard. Slightly lost in thought. 3 years, the leadership should be safe. Qi Qiu felt a strange sense of relief, taking some time to regain his focus, and promptly uninstalled the forum, wearing a look of deep disgust. 2 esteemed guests, please take your seats, a voice called from outside, belonging to Wu Yang. Qi Qiu's eyes sparkled. Take your seats. According to their previously agreed-upon signal, this was a prime target. They've arrived. With this thought, Qi Qiu abruptly sat up from the bed, swiftly drew out his cleaver, his face beaming with enthusiasm as he rushed out. Compared to his earlier demeanor upon entering the room, even his steps felt significantly lighter. Tianshan, Tianqi. With the opening of the Forbidden Zone, countless young individuals surged forth, hastening towards the mountainside. Despite the snow blanketing the ground, their fervor remained undeterred, forging a path through the heavy snowfall. In just half a day, the clearing at the mountainside had amassed over 100 people, though their strengths varied widely. Some had already entered the life establishment realm, while many others were still in the heart establishment stage. Numerous individuals appeared to have only just stepped into the realm of successors. Even so, as they exchanged glances, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Yet those in the life establishment realm appeared more composed, standing out amidst the crowd like a crane among chickens, drawing considerable attention. As for the so-called list of prodigies from the forum, none had made it here first, evidently possessing their own pride and confidence that these individuals would yield no gains within the divine tomb. Just as they had anticipated, these people stood at the mountainside, gazing into the distance. The entire mountainside of Tianshan seemed as though half had been cleaved away, revealing a vast expanse of open ground, which appeared to have been struck by a massive fist, resulting in a gigantic pit. As time passed, this pit had unwittingly filled with water. The water flows from an unknown source, astonishingly clear, imbued with a faint blue hue. A glance reveals an exquisite landscape, reminiscent of divine tears cascading down to earth, ensnaring one in its beauty, yet invoking a hesitance to approach, lest one's own murkiness tarnish this pristine allure. At the heart of this celestial pool lies a grand tomb, situated upon a modest island no larger than a few dozen square meters. Though termed an island, it is utterly barren, adorned solely with soft, fine sand of a delicate golden hue, further enhancing the splendor of the heavenly lake. The Tianshan Mountains remain enshrined in perpetual winter, their snow never melting. Yet, the waters of this celestial pool ripple gently, never freezing. When touched, they feel almost warm, a stark contrast to the surrounding chill. The crowd gazes at the celestial pool from a distance, none daring to approach first. The principle of the nail that sticks out gets hammered down is a wisdom they all understand. Moreover, most of those who aspire to inherit the realm of destiny come with the intention of seizing opportunities, while the notion of adventure seems akin to courting disaster. Yet even those who have attained the realm of destiny harbor their own apprehensions, leading to a standstill among the crowd, resembling tourists visiting Tianshan. merely to witness the beauty of the celestial pool. I in the midst of their silence. A commanding voice pierces the air. Prison guards, step forward. All others, retreat. A contingent of over 20 youths clad in blue prison garb strides forth with stern expressions, forming a line as they approach from the distance. The crowd instinctively parts to create a passage. Observing them with a mixture of astonishment, it is commonly said that the fourth prison has seen better days, a shadow of its former self. Yet, the guards who have arrived are all individuals of the realm of destiny, appearing uniformly disciplined and resolute. Even if one's entire clan pooled their resources, they could scarcely muster so many seasoned practitioners of the realm of destiny. Is this the true legacy of the fourth prison? The friliest camel is indeed larger than the mightiest horse. The crowd is taken aback, yet the guards pay no heed to their thoughts. They merely line up at the edge of the celestial pool. Standing resolutely at the forefront stands a handsome youth who turns to face his comrades, a smile gracing his features. I am Fantion, the chief guard of the fourth prison. Do any among you wish to accompany us? The crowd exchanges glances, no one daring to respond. Fantion, unfazed by the silence, narrows his eyes slightly, regarding the assembly with a knowing gaze. Since you are not inclined to join us, I hope that when we cross the river shortly, you will remain calm. It is for the benefit of all. With that, Fantion turns his attention back to the celestial pool, his demeanor growing solemn as he gestures slightly. Cross the celestial pool. Descend into the tomb. Received. Understood. The voices echo in unison. Approaching the water's edge, the guards synchronously retrieve painted wooden planks from their bags, allowing them to float upon the surface, connecting them to form a makeshift raft. They then methodically arrange themselves in a defensive posture, ensuring the raft's stability while preventing any potential ambush in but a minute's time. Their remarkable discipline is on full display. As the guards step onto the celestial pool, the expressions of the onlookers fluctuate, revealing a tinge of conflict. They furtively glance at one another, reluctant to miss the opportunity to follow in the guards' wake. The atmosphere grows tense. They cannot simply stand by and watch as the guards take the lead. Can they? Indeed, first come, first served. After all, they too must cross the river, merely coinciding in their arrival. How could the guards possibly bar their passage? In fact, they might have even arrived earlier. Voices within the crowd begin to rise. Initially lacking confidence, but gradually gaining assurance with each utterance. Ultimately, a young practitioner of the realm of destiny steps forward, resolute and undeterred, summoning his mental energy to sever a section of tree trunk from the bank. Casting it into the celestial pool, he then steps lightly upon it, embodying a serene confidence as he crosses. With the first individual taking the plunge, others swiftly follow suit, akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Some of lesser strength, whose inherited abilities are less than favorable, even resort to swimming directly in the water, creating a rather comical scene. Fantion turns to assess the situation behind him, his brow furrowed. According to our records from the fourth prison, the celestial pool tomb has yet to stabilize and may pose a risk of upheaval. I urge everyone to tread carefully. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, the consequences will be borne by you alone. His voice resonates in the air. The crowd momentarily pauses, taken aback by his words, but soon dismisses them. The 12th tower has assured that the celestial pool poses no threat. It seems the fourth prison is merely attempting to monopolize the venture. From the distance, a chuckle pierces the tension. As the laughter subsides, a variety of peculiar, seemingly antiquated artifacts are cast into the celestial pool, floating upon its surface. Following this, a dozen youths clad in museum attire stride forth with an air of arrogance, trotting upon the ancient relics as they cross the river. Those from the museum. If they claim it to be safe, it must be true. The crowd murmurs, their gaze shifting to the guards of the fourth prison, now tinged with animosity. Fantion, standing upon the raft, observes the museum-goers with a slight frown. Ultimately choosing silence, he whispers to his comrades, "Remember, our mission is primarily one of reconnaissance. We must strive to avoid conflict. Should we sense any anomalies within the divine tomb, report to headquarters immediately." Understood. The guards nod in agreement, though their gazes linger on the crowd with palpable resentment. They maintain their silence. Just as the atmosphere remains relatively tranquil, a young man, fully submerged in the celestial pool and swimming forward, suddenly emits a cry of despair. his eyes wide with terror as he gradually sinks beneath the surface, flailing his arms in vain. The crowd instinctively scatters, helplessly watching as he descends into the depths. What is happening? Is there a monster lurking below? Impossible! The 12th tower has stated that the celestial pool tomb has been thoroughly cleared and is safe. Surely, they must leave some divine servants behind for our trials. Panic ensues, voices rise in confusion. Fan Tian furrows his brow, unfastening his backpack and revealing 3 iron rods, which he quickly assembles into a gleaming silver spear, thrusting it towards the drowning man while shouting, "Grab hold!" The drowning man instinctively reaches for the spear, but ultimately falls just short, his hands waving helplessly as he slowly vanishes from sight. The once tranquil waters now ripple gently, leaving only faint disturbances behind. Why didn't you save him sooner? It was within your power. A fellow youth, also in the celestial pool, cries out, his eyes reddened with grief as he glares at Fan Tian. Fan Tian's icy gaze meets his, and before he can respond, the accuser begins to sink as well, his descent swift and devoid of reaction time. Disappearing beneath the surface, a suffocating atmosphere envelopes the crowd. Those who had ventured closer now display expressions of sheer terror, scattering in all directions. Yet, as they separate, more individuals are inexorably drawn into the abyss, their fates unknown. Only those who master the artifacts or possess simple vessels remain safe. Note: the depths of the celestial pool harbor numerous highly aggressive unknown entities. The danger level is not one left intentionally by the 12th tower. The celestial pool tomb may harbor anomalies. Fan Tian maintains his composure, spear in hand, his gaze fixed upon the water's surface as he quietly remarks. One guard nods in agreement, retrieving his phone to relay information to headquarters. Let us also send a message through our internal communication system, ensuring that future arrivals are forewarned. After a moment's contemplation, Fan Tian adds, just then, the raft beneath them begins to tremble slightly. A glint of intensity flashes in Fan Tian's eyes as he thrusts his spear forward. The once placid lake now stirs violently. In an instant, a splash of crimson emerges from the depths, the raft stabilizing once more. Note: the anomalous entities beneath the lake exhibit low defensive capabilities but possess remarkable speed. Their blood appears vibrant red, likely unaffected by divine miasma. Having repelled the threat, Fan Tian remains impassive, calmly issuing further instructions. The raft steadily glides toward the island at the center of the lake. Yet, for reasons unknown, a palpable tension now seems to emanate from that very island. As if some predatory beast awaits its prey in silence. Wow, hot pot! Is it your birthday today? A voice exclaims. No, wait. Qi Xia returns to the courtyard, her nose twitching slightly before her gaze lands on the large pot in the center. Her curiosity piqued. Are we celebrating the new year? It is still early. With a sense of bewilderment, Qi Xia approached and casually seated herself before the pot. Senior Wei remarked, "You have slumbered for many years and are in a weakened state. You must consume more meat to replenish your vitality." As Chichio tossed vegetables into the pot, she casually replied. Wu Yang removed his coat and, feeling somewhat fatigued, settled into a chair. So, did Wei Lao devise the hot pot recipe? I simply cannot cook dishes involving meat. Chichio shrugged and placed slices of meat into the pot, awaiting patiently in silence. Yet, this explanation left Wu Yang momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 97. Orange alert. Though night had fallen, the small courtyard remained lively. For this group of individuals, a hot pot meal was indeed a gratifying affair. The steam wafted through the air as Sun Dabiao sat in a corner, gazing at the others, lost in thought. In that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the days when his master was still alive. Although they were poor, their days were filled with warmth and happiness. They often gathered to discuss ways to achieve prosperity. While they had never succeeded, the process itself was worth remembering. Master. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Dabiao's eyes grew misty, but he quickly wiped them away, revealing a faint smile. After the meal, Chichio and the others huddled together, incessantly discussing their development plans for the coming month. For instance, merging the hair salon and transforming it into a legitimate barbershop, forcing the local ruffians to dye their yellow and green hair black and cut their long locks short. This would not only instill a sense of renewal, but would also embarrass these typically imposing thugs, making them reluctant to engage in wrongdoing, all while earning some barbering fees. Truly a threefold benefit. serving the public, charity, and profit. We could also take